Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Chapter 201 Hated Boshin's head was cut off by Feng Yu, and Butterfly Shinobu squinted her eyes, as if to confirm that he would not reappear as another clone. You extremely evil people, do you think you can kill me in this way? I am immortal. Hated Potion took control of his body and took his head back again. What's going on? The head has been cut off, and this ghost is not dead. Butterfly Shinobu didn't know the characteristics of the dog blood demon technique for a long time, and he was extremely puzzled in his heart. I know that you don't die, but if you cut off your neck, then your body's physical consumption is huge. And my idea is to play with you. Feng Yu sneered. Then, before he could react back, the light flashed. As the head of the Hated Boshin was cut off, the cowardly ghost of the half-heavenly dog also felt that his body's physical strength was losing at a rapid rate at this moment. Why do you ghost hunters want to kill me, a poor old man? It's really terrifying. The coward's escape slowed down, and this just gave Shitamuchiro a chance. The mist drifted by. His figure instantly appeared in front of the cowardly. Kazumi's breath, ER's type, Yay Kazumi. The 8-stage slash was swung out instantly, and the terrifying slashing attack went straight to the coward's neck. Ah! The cowardly ghost shouted. At this time, a mutation occurred. Boom! A huge ghost, wearing a half-tengu kimono, with a fierce expression, a hideous face, and the word hate engraved on his tongue stood in front of the cowardly ghost. It was the last doppelganger of the half-tengu, the hater, who only appeared at the most dangerous moment when the half-tengu encountered, but at the same time, the appearance of the hater also showed that this was the best time to kill the thief. Don't you think he's pitiful? Don't bully the weakling, the hater shouted angrily. The huge bloody mouth, accompanied by his angry shout, the wind blew violently, and the dust flew. Then a super high decibel roar came towards Muchiro. Muchiro looked at him expressionlessly, and then the Hinua knife in his hand slowly raised, and a large amount of mist began to appear around him. Gradually, Shitamuchiro's body disappeared into the mist. Kazumi's breath, wanton type, advection slash. In the mist, Muchiro instantly dodged the hate sonic attack. At the same time, his entire body also rushed directly in front of the hateful ghost in the form of a sliding barrier, cutting off his legs with a single sword. Tear pull. His legs flew sideways, and blood stained the ground red. Bang! Without his legs to support his huge body, the hater also fell directly to the ground. Boom! The ground seemed to shake as the hater fell. I hate, you bully the weak. The hater's eyes were red, and his legs soon healed, but at this time, Shitamuchiro had already jumped into the air, holding a knife in both hands, and his eyes were indifferent. The droplets scattered by the glow. Like the move of the breath of water, his whole body swirled, accompanied by a large amount of mist wrapped around the neon wheel knife, and one after another the glow slashed at the neck of the hater. I hate it. The hater wanted to fight back, but his hands involuntarily resisted. As soon as he touched the glow, his hands were cut off. So strong, so fast. The hater's eyes widened. Then I felt a chill on my neck, and my head and body were completely separated. The dust fell to the ground. The huge body of the hater did not turn into ashes, but the head and body were taken back again. When I saw this scene, I frowned slightly. Why aren't you dead yet? I hate, you fierce man, give me death. The hater did not answer him, but attacked. Lightning? Tempest? The blood ghost technique belonging to anger and coke was used by him. The wind was accompanied by lightning. The momentum was so great that even the villagers who had taken refuge in the back mountain were shocked. What a terrible evil ghost. Someone muttered. It turns out that they usually face evil spirits like this, without them to kill ghosts. We humans. Someone burst into tears at the thought of this. We must come on. I must come back alive. The villagers of the knife-forging village prayed with both hands. I must forge the swordsman well, and make a knife that will allow them to easily kill evil spirits on the battlefield. One of the children shouted, as if guided by the child, and everyone echoed. If the knife is broken, it can be reforged, and even if the person is gone, even if there is a good knife, it is useless. A truly good sword deserves to be owned by a true hero. We will definitely work harder to forge swords for the swordsman on the battlefield. The swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team on the side looked at them with tears in their eyes, and the nervous feeling of going to the battlefield in their hearts at this moment was also relieved. Yes, isn't it the responsibility of every swordsman to protect the weak? Lord Yansu, I now understand what you're talking about. Thank you. One of the members of the Demon Slayer who had followed Kyojuro in purgatory muttered with tears in his eyes. On Shitu's side, there was a blood mark on his face and a torn placket on his right arm at this time, and it was obvious that he was not comfortable with the blow just now. He looked at the large pit behind him that had been destroyed by the blood ghost magic cast by the hated ghost. Why can't you kill it? It's so weird, muttered Shitamuchiro. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and he saw that the cowardly ghost hiding not far behind the hater was about to escape. Could it be? Shitoru Muchiro adjusted his breathing again, and the surrounding mist was shrouded. Xia's breath, cheese shape, hazy. The mist is rising, and the whole body is hidden in the mist. This is Muchiro's original stunt, turbulent and disturbing the enemy. The hater seemed to sense his intentions. Bully us weak and extremely evil people, let me die, the hater shouted. The wind and lightning burst out together, blasting towards the mist with a devastating momentum. It's weakened, Shitamuchiro muttered, and then his whole body reached the bottom of the hater in an instant. Kazumi's breath, Rakuno type. The glow of the moon is gone. With a wave of glow, a large-scale killing move is instantly unleashed. At this time, the thief consumed a lot of physical strength because of the appearance of the hater and the hater. I could only watch the glow penetrate my body. The breath of the sun, the 3 type, the droplets of the glow. No, the hater and the hater shouted at the same time, but as the head of the stealer landed, the bodies of the hater and the hater gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Feng Yu also smiled and waved his hand. Then it's them. Chapter 202 Kill the Half-Day Dog. Congratulations on getting the number of swings *500W. As the surrounding demons continue to be killed, the system's prompts have not stopped at this moment. Watching the number of swings on the system panel rise at a rapid rate, Feng Yu feels that this is the feeling of lying down to make money. Murder and other evil deeds eventually became called contradictory liars by people. That's right. I'm not wrong. It's all your fault. You are the ones who are sinful. You all bullied me. Ban Tengu shouted with his eyes in his eyes, but it had no effect, and the speed at which he turned into ashes seemed to indicate that the traces he had left in this world were about to be erased. The dying ghost was ignored, but turned around and drew his sword to face the evil demons who were fighting. Why do you want to do this? Why, finally, turned into ashes. But without noticing, a wisp of black smoke drifted into the distance from the place where Ban Tengu dissipated. At this time, the tacit understanding between Nanako and Inashuk became deeper and deeper, and the movement match became more and more perfect. Fallenheim was defeated by the two of them again and again. Inashuk is the main output, and Nanako is relying on her own flexibility to constantly interfere with Fallenheim's control of the ribbon attack. Fallenheim's body is constantly cut open by the two, blood flows, and the original cool clothes have been dyed red at this moment. At the same time, his face did not have the same arrogant posture as before, on the contrary, he was embarrassed. Suddenly, when the two of them forced him to retreat. Water breath, 1 type, water surface / It's just that the head that fell was caught by the body with both hands outstretched and didn't fall to the ground. I got your head cut off. Fallenheim's eyes widened and muttered. Dare to cut off my head, you bastards? I won't let you go easily. Windfeather didn't speak, just looked at her with a flat look in her eyes, as if waiting for something. Bastard? Do you think you can kill me like this? I'm winding up. And Inashuk and Nanako on the side whispered, what? How can there be such a weak wind? I don't think it's winding at all. You damn bastards, didn't you just say I wasn't winding? I'm telling you, I'm a winder? I was upgraded some time ago. Then why is it so weak? I was cut off my head with a knife from that guy, and even the two of us can't beat it. Could it be? It's me who has become stronger, it must be so, ha ha ha, I'm really the strongest. Nanako on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and directly gave him a violent buckle. Yaga, why do you want this woman to beat me? Be careful that I kill you, Inashuk shouted. Nanako felt speechless for a while. You guy is really enough, it's not that you have become stronger, but my master is too powerful. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be flirting, Fallen G really couldn't stand it. I didn't lose again, because I was on the wind. Fallen G shouted, but no one paid attention to her. I'm really strong, although I'm still in the army, but I will become stronger in the future. Seemed to want to make a final argument, but seeing that the three of them didn't care, this made her feel endless grievances as an existence that was sought after by countless people when she walked there. Tears flowed from her eyes. Keep hammering the ground with both hands. Everyone is going to die. The severed body waved its arms unwillingly, and the head rolled to the side. At this moment, I was cut off my head, I was cut off my head. Looking at this scene, at this moment, Nanako and Inashuk felt something strange. Why has it been so long? This ghost has not disappeared after its head has been cut off. Fallen G shouted. Brother. As soon as the words fell, a powerful sense of oppression struck. I saw a terrifying figure slowly crawling out of Fallenheim's body. Oh no, Inashuk shouted. Inashuk's eyes widened, the moment his twin knives touched the prostitute Taro, it actually broke. The dust and smoke dissipated. Inashuk kept looking back at the two of them in disbelief. It's useless to cry, it's just a head, you can't take it back yourself, just rest and rest, your head is really stupid enough. The prostitute Taro gently took back the head for the Fallenheim, and at the same time kept stroking her hair and comforted. What the hell is going on with that guy? Obviously cut off the head. Not dead yet. And why is the ghost crawling out of the back so terrible? Inashuk swallowed, and at this moment he once again experienced that sense of powerlessness and the crisis of life and death. My hair is messy, my face is dirty, it's rare to be so cute, I have to take good care of myself, said the prostitute Taro. At this moment, his gaze slowly turned to Inashuk. The next moment, the prostitute Taro appeared in front of him, and at the same time, 2 blood-colored sickles were hanging on his head, and it was estimated that he would be cut in half. By just a little. Fortunately, a blood-red Hinakura knife helped him stop it. You're so strong that you blocked my attack, but I cut him with the determination to kill him. You're so good, that's great, said the prostitute Taro as he looked at Feng Yu. The sclera on the eyes of the prostitute Taro is yellow, and the iris of his left and right eyes are engraved with the words Wu and Shang Feng respectively. The hair is black and green, and the color of its body is light gray. The prostitute Taro is naked on the upper half of his body, and he wears blue baggy pants on the lower half of his body, and he has red and black ribbons wrapped around his arms. Holding a double scythe, in Inashuk's eyes, he was like a grim reaper. Stand back, Feng Yu said lightly, and then grabbed Inashuk, and before he could react, he came to Nanako's side. What a powerful force. A trace of bitterness appeared in Inashuk's eyes. You're so happy, that face is good looking, your skin is great, there are no spots, bruises and scars, it's great to have flesh on your body, it's like I can't eat fat, you're tall, you must be very popular with women, it's so jealous. It's so jealous. The courtesan Taro stared at Windfeather and said, and then he was enchanted, constantly scratching his skin with his hands, even if the blood flowed, he didn't stop. Thank you for the compliment, but that doesn't change the outcome of your trip to hell today. Can I ask you to die? Painful death. Chapter 203 Die in a painful way, such as skinning you alive or cutting open your abdomen. And that's what it all starts with. Brother, not only this guy, but everyone else, kill all those guys who laugh at me. I've obviously worked so hard. One person has worked so hard until now, but they all bully me, hinder me, and everyone bullies me. Yes, you're right, it's unforgivable. My lovely sister is working hard with her stupid head, and I'm going to kill all the guys who bully her. I'm very vindictive. I will definitely get back the debts that others owe me, and let me die over and over again. My name is Taro. 2. Blood-colored scythes instantly attacked towards Windfeather, but Windfeather was unmoved, and from the perspective of the transparent world, the speed and movement of the two blood sickles could be seen clearly. The sound of blades colliding sounded. The powerful momentum made everyone can't help but use their hands to resist the oncoming dust. Why are you so good looking? The strength is still so strong. I'm so unwilling. I really want to peel off your skin layer by layer, and chew your flesh and blood bite by bite. The red knife was put down, and the two blood scythes were now back in the hands of the prostitute Taro. Give me death. Blood demon magic, flying blood scythe. The prostitute Taro clenched his hands tightly, blood flowed, and as he waved his hands, the blood turned into several razor-like blades, constantly flying in the air. Turn, flying blood scythe. As soon as the words fell, the scythe made of all the blood rushed straight towards the Windfeather. Water breath, pick one type, Nagi. The water field was instantly covered, and the moment the blood sickle touched the field, it was like hitting a hard rock. It's just that the flying blood scythe is made up of blood, and after it is scattered, it immediately synthesizes a blood scythe and continues to attack. Like water, it has the ability to change. And in the original book, the blood of this prostitute Taro is highly poisonous, and if it is contaminated and not dealt with in time, it will die soon. Both ghosts need to cut off their heads at the same time to actually kill them. It's a little bit more difficult. At this moment, Fallenheim is not lying on the back of the prostitute Taro to fight together. Feng Yu is waiting for the combination of the Fallenheim and the prostitute Taro. After all, if you want to cut off your head at the same time, it will be a matter of moments. Such a perfect life. You're so happy, you're so powerful. It's true. It really makes me angry. The prostitute Taro shouted. Give me death, you ugly bastards. The ribbons in the sky were like giant snakes that ate people, frantically attacking Inashuk and Nanako. Brother, that guy will be handed over to you to kill. Fallen Ji floated into the air with the help of the ribbon and shouted. Whoever bullied my lovely sister must die. The prostitute Taro was murderous, and the powerful sense of oppression and ghostly aura made everyone's hearts tremble. This made Inashuk's legs tremble? Why? Why is this guy so scary? Inashuk stood still, completely unaware that the razor-sharp ribbon in the sky was coming towards his head. Be careful. Nanako pushed him away, and the pale blue Hinoa knife continued to resist the attack of the ribbon. Ha ha ha, give me death, you ugly bastards. Akihime laughed. Stupid, did you just give up like that? Do you give up resisting when you meet a ghost stronger than you? If you are like this, I will never look down on you. Look at brother Shanyi, who is braver than you coward. Nanako shouted. This shout also brought Inashuk back to his senses. I'm not a coward. Uncle Ben is the most powerful, a monster. Let Uncle Ben kill you. Inashuk clenched the Hinoa knife in both hands, and the sluggish state on his body disappeared, replaced by him who dared to swing the knife at the powerful being. The battle on Nanako's side was extremely fierce. Countless ribbons killed the surrounding area into an open space. Feng Yu frowned slightly. Blood demon technique, circle/twist, flying blood scythe. The hands were wrapped around the spinning blood slash. The attack posture like a praying mantis rushed in front of Feng Yu in an instant. And at the same time, the ribbon behind Feng Yu also hit. Silently at this moment. Windfeather snorted coldly. Water breath, 12 shape, sweeping waves. The space seemed to freeze, and a monstrous wave rose into the sky. What is this? The courtesan Taro looked at himself like an ant, and could only let the waves devour him. Brush. The ribbon that came from the sky turned into shards, and the prostitute Taro had all his limbs cut off, even his neck. Blood was spilled all over the ground. How can it be? This guy's strength. Taro looked at Kazifa in disbelief. Fortunately, he doesn't know how to kill us. Otherwise, the prostitute Taro secretly said in his heart. On the other hand, since the prostitute Taro came out, it was as if the fallen G was a different person, and the attack speed skyrocketed. Nanako and Inashuk couldn't get close to her body at all. The battle plan must be changed, otherwise you won't be able to get close to this earthworm girl at all. Tanjiro rushed to the battlefield, and the three of them fended off the attacking ribbon back to back. Hearing this, Feng Yu glanced at Tanjiro who had arrived, and also nodded slightly. Then he walked up to Taro, a prostitute who had turned into minced meat, grabbed his head, and then walked step by step in the direction of Akaihime. At the same time, the blood-red Hinoa knife in his right hand was just waved slightly, and the attacking ribbons and blood-colored Fei Lian were resisted by him one by one. Brother. Seeing this, Fallenheim shouted. That is, whether or not to act like in Spider Mountain. But seeing that there were constantly members of the ghost-killing team around him who were injured or even lost their lives, he abandoned the idea of letting the three of them level up. Just as the ribbon attack fell, the body of the prostitute Taro behind Feng Yu had recovered at this moment, holding the blood-colored scythe in both hands. Get out of the way. Feng Yu shouted, and then the head of the prostitute Taro in his hand was directly thrown into the air by him. All the ribbons were instantly retracted, and the body of the prostitute Taro also gave up the idea of attacking Feng Yu at this moment, and jumped directly to the side of the Fallenheim. Her head and body are completely healed. Brother. Fallenheim's heart was overjoyed, but her smile quickly froze. A burst of light flashed. Only the voice of Windfeather sounded in her ears. 7 No shape, mystery. Flash, flash, flash. The blade was sheathed, and the bodies of Fallenheim and Taro had already fallen to the ground. Feeling the rapid decline in vitality, she realized that she and Taro had been cut off at the same time. I, and my brother were beheaded at the same time. Why, Fallen? Ji said with tears in her eyes as she looked at Feng Yu's back. Chapter 204. The blow just now was not only as simple as cutting off the heads of the fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro, but even the body was cut into pieces. Feng Yu clearly remembered that after Tanjiro and Umeji Tenjin worked together to cut off the head of the prostitute Taro in the original book, they also hid the final blow. The slightest blood was churning, but Feng Yu didn't even look at it. Ding! Congratulations on killing the fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro, and getting the number of swings *500W. Above the sky, Xiao Hei slowly fell onto Feng Yu's shoulder. Quack, Master, new mission. Asakusa has transformed a large number of civilians into ghosts because of the Ghost King Wu Miao, but there are still humans trapped there and become blood food for evil ghosts. Please go to Asakusa to rescue the humans trapped by evil ghosts. Please go as soon as possible. Asakusa. Feng Yu frowned slightly. It seems that it is because of the fact that Wu Miao embarked on such a cruel path. After taking a look at the ghost transformation Yuiyo being pressed and beaten by Shanyi and Ganla Temple melee, while Butterfly Shinobi was wandering around the battlefield to kill those new lower string ghosts, after the spiritual power recovered the entire forging knife village and found that there was no abnormality. Xiao Hei, go. Feng Yu said with a serious face. The next battlefield will be cleaned up by you. I hope you don't let me down. Especially you. Tanjiro? Then he jumped on the back of the little black and hurried to Asakusa. Very good, the terrible guy has been killed, so then it's Uncle Ben's home field. These ghosts, let me hack them to death. Inashuk shouted excitedly, ignoring the wounds left on his body from the ribbon that had just fallen. This is. Tanjiro turned his head sharply and looked at the heads of the two of them. This smell. Why can't you even solve those two little ghosts, and they cut off their heads? You obviously saw them bullying me. Why didn't you come and help me? Why didn't you come out and help me kill those two little ghosts in the first place? Fallenheim and the prostitute Taro are still arguing with each other. It's all because you didn't. You can't even kill two imps. It used to be like this, and it's like this now. You can't do anything, and without me, you're not even going to play the strings. You could have manipulated me to fight, but you didn't do anything? You're careless. Noisy to death. The two of them aren't dead yet, they're still arguing. Tanjiro muttered. I've cut off my head, and my body is disappearing, but I'm still arguing. You're a winder, but you say you can't even kill two imps. What use are you? You depend on me for everything. You beat them down for yourself. Stupid. Who do you say stupid? It's you? Akaihime and the prostitute Taro blamed each other, but seeing that the other party only had their heads left and kept turning into ashes, Akaihime also began to shed tears. How can an ugly guy like you be my brother? People like me and you. There must be no blood relationship. We don't look like each other, you shit. There is no advantage except that we are strong. It is useless at all, and if we lose, we are worthless, ugly bastard. Fallen Ji cried and shouted. The prostitute Taro who was facing him was bulged by the gluten of this sentence. What are you talking about? If it weren't for me, you would have died a long time ago. You think I saved you a few times. It's you who is useless. It's very weak and doesn't have any strengths. I really regret why I protected a guy like you until now. If it weren't for you, my life would be very different. If it weren't for you, a hysterical cry came out of his throat, which couldn't help but make Tanjiro feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Why do I have to keep helping you clean up the mess, if someone like you wasn't born? And at this time, Tanjiro also trotted over and covered the words that the prostitute Taro was about to say. You lie, you don't actually think so, it's all a lie, the smell on your body is obviously so worried about her, and you've been thinking about her. Reconcile, don't hurt each other anymore. Obviously the two of you love each other so much, no one can forgive what you did. You will only be blamed by the people who killed you in the past, but the brother and sister relationship between you is really true. You are special, even if everyone hates you, but you two can't scold each other. Tanjiro was already in tears at the moment, and the fallen Heim and the prostitute Taro were also stunned by these words. Ah, fallen G shouted. But soon it turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. The prostitute Taro watched his eyes widen as he watched fallen G dissipate little by little, and he couldn't help but shout, Xiaomei. But he quickly reacted. Yes, my sister's name is Xiaomei, not fallen Heim. That kind of ugly name. At this moment, he recalled the memories of the human past. Scenes from the past kept reappearing in his mind. Mei's name was chosen by their mother's illness, the banks of the Rashomon River, and as the lowest status, they were hungry, especially children. He also remembered what had happened to him, and all the misfortunes in the world seemed to surround him, not only ugly, but also covered with spots. Ugly, dirty, and monster were his words. A sickle left by his mother became his weapon, and with the birth of Mei, it also made him feel a concern in his heart. Mei's appearance was the opposite of him, it was a look that made adults impressed. With the death of their mother's illness, on a snowy day, the prostitute Taro and Mei made a pact that they would never be separated and would be together forever. It was also at that moment that the relationship between the two became an inseparable bond. But all the tragedies began because of a samurai who coveted Mei's beauty. Xiaomei, I'm sorry. My only concern, it's you. After the prostitute Taro shed tears, he completely turned to ashes. It's gone. Tanjiro lowered his head, tears sliding down his cheeks. Xiaomei, don't follow me. You go to the side of the light, I'll go this way. Fallen Heim, who has turned into a human state, has white hair but is so well behaved and cute. She hugged the prostitute Taro tightly, even if the prostitute Taro was extremely ugly. I don't want you to leave, I want to be with you forever. I am your sister, you are my brother. The prostitute Taro froze in place. I really can't do anything about you. What would you do without me? Said the prostitute Taro gently. Let's go together, Mei. The prostitute Taro took Mei's hand and disappeared together. Chapter 205. After Feng Yu left, the rest of the battlefield was cleaned up by Butterfly Shinobu. And the others? Even Shitamuchiro joined the battlefield and harvested the evil ghosts. This also boosted the morale of the members of the Demon Slayer team, and the Japanese wheel knife in his hand was brandished, reaping the lives of the evil ghosts. The flames of war were raging, and there were countless casualties. Blood was everywhere, and at the same time, the originally prosperous and peaceful Forging Sword village had turned into a remnant at this moment. Why did you betray us? Do you know how sad Grandpa will be if you do this? Shanyi shouted angrily. At this moment, Mitsugaku was cut off by Shanyi and Ganla Temple's honey glass together. Feeling that his body was gradually disappearing, Miaoyu looked at Shanyi with a sneer on his face. I'm right, you wrong people can't understand how good it is to become a ghost, endless lifespan, and the improvement of strength. If it weren't for this woman, it would be up to you, hehe. I really want to kill you. It's obviously a waste who can only make one move, but he can always make that old guy favorite us. I hate you, it's all because of you that I'm like this. I really want to kill you and that old guy. Miyu was still scolding, while Shanyi lowered his head, his eyes full of tears. No, obviously Grandpa is also proud of you. I've always admired you very much. I've even been working hard with you as my goal. I'm timid. I love to cry. I'll only have one move. Senior brother, I also envy you. You can master the breathing techniques that Grandpa taught us. Shanyi cried and said. Shut up. That old guy was so selfish and left everything to you. I didn't have anything. I became a ghost voluntarily because that guy taught me the respect of being recognized. I really want to kill you. As he spoke, Miyu also shed tears. Replay of the past scenes. From childhood to survival, he even did not hesitate to drink muddy water, in order to become stronger, stepped into the ghost-killing team to apprentice, step by step to today. If it weren't for you, I won't become like this. Half of Yui's face had already dissipated, and at this time, the honey glass of Ganla Temple on the side spoke. I can feel that Shanyi's heart is extremely kind, but you are so selfish in your heart, blindly accusing him of giving you everything. A selfish person like you who doesn't know how to give, it's really pitiful. You go to hell alone. Die alone. Die. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. The sound of dying was constantly lingering in Miaoyu's mind. At this moment, he seemed to feel endless loneliness and confusion. What the hell am I for? In the end, Mitsugaku turned to ashes with confusion and confusion. No, I've only been a 12 ghost moon for a short time, and I don't want to die. I don't want to die, shouted the bride of the fourth cord. But she was greeted by the merciless blade of Shitamuchiro, who cut off her head in an instant. At the same time, the members of the Ghost Slayer team controlled by her cobwebs also regained their freedom, but the toxins on their bodies continued to invade every inch of flesh and blood. In their bodies, with the death of the bride, there were other lower strings. In less than half an hour, The battle on the side of the Forging Knife Village was over. As soon as the battle was over, the members of the hidden organization of the ghost-killing team began to clean up the battlefield and transfer the wounded. And those poisoned members also recovered their health under the antidote configured by the butterfly ninja. The battle in the Forging Knife Village was over, but the Black Fox's side had reached the most critical point. Countless black mist continued to pour into the giant cocoon formed by the Black Fox devouring Tanimori Donglei. This is the power of all living beings. In the space of consciousness, Gu Sen Donglei could only watch the sky full of black fog enveloping him, and the figure of the Black Fox was standing in front of him. Streams of black mist poured into his body, and Tanimori Donglei could also feel the power in his body constantly flowing. You, Lord Windfeather will kill you. Definitely. Gu Sen Donglei felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, and he knew that once the power in his body was extracted, then it would be the time for him to die. The Black Fox ignored him. On the contrary, the black mist that was drawn from Gu Sen Donglei's body was even faster. Am I going to die? After I die, I won't see Miss Zushi again. I really want to see her again. Such a gentle and kind girl. Miss Zushi, I'm sorry, I'm going to break my promise. Recalling the promise he made in front of Zushi, Gu Mori Donglei was only sad in his heart. Although I know that Miss Zushi doesn't look down on me, but I just want to protect her. Maybe it's love at first sight. Feeling the change in Gu Sen Donglei's emotions, the Black Fox sneered. What a funny testimonial. Gu Sen Donglei's face was deadly silent. At this moment he has returned to the appearance of human beings, and he has lost the ability to become a ghost. Let me send you to die. The giant cocoon disappeared, revealing Gu Sen Donglei and the Black Fox. And at this time, Scales Zojinji, Ziobai, and Yushiro finally rushed over. Seeing Tanimori Donglei who fell to the ground, Yushiro's face was bruised. You guy, you dare to hurt Miss Sashi's faithful servant, you should die. After that, he was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Scales Zojinji. Wait, that guy's breath is wrong. The face of the Scales under the mask of the Tengu was solemn, and he felt the sense of oppression on the Black Fox. In his old age, his strength was no longer as good as it was back then. GG, my goal has been achieved, we will have a meeting in the future. The Black Fox smiled coldly, and then glanced at Xiaobai meaningfully, and Xiaobai was puzzled in his heart at the moment. It felt that the breath of the Black Fox was extremely familiar, as if it was a part of its body. Wait, who are you? Xiaobai asked. You'll know who I am then. That guy, it's gone. Yushiro shouted, his heart extremely vigilant. Don't worry, it's not here anymore. Hearing this, Yushiro ran over to check on the situation of Tanimori Toyori, and found that there was still a faint breath, so he hurriedly carried it back to the wooden house with Scales. Strange. It's really weird. He's just a normal human now, Scales said Zokanji. Yushiro's eyes shrank, and then he glanced at Tanimori Toyori, who was lying on the bed, and didn't know what he was thinking, so he quietly left. The Black Fox who has absorbed the power of Tanimori Donglei is in an extremely good mood, and his goal at the moment is to return to the side of Wu Miao and replace it back to the original form. It's me. Chapter 206. The Infinite City is extremely angry at this moment, and the Fallenheim and the Half-Tengu and the newly transformed lower string are all slaughtered, which also indicates that all his efforts for so long have been in vain. Waste. Waste. A group of waste. Wu Miao shouted. The ghosts below knelt on the ground and didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, without realizing it, the Black Fox beside Wu Miao had already changed back to his ontological consciousness. At this moment, his clone is the main body, and the main body can also be a clone? It seemed that he noticed the strangeness of the Black Fox, and Wu Miao glanced at the Black Fox coldly. There was a hint of strangeness in his eyes. This guy's momentum has become stronger. The Black Fox also sensed that Wu Miao noticed him, so he took the initiative to speak. My lord, do you have any orders? Wu Miao just stared at him indifferently, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. In the Infinite City, all the ghosts didn't dare to disturb the miserable mood, and they didn't even dare to gasp for air. What kind of madness is this guy going on, if not? On the other side, the originally prosperous city in Asakusa Castle has become a ruin at this moment. Sound Pillar Cosmo Tenjin was lying in the ruins, one arm was cut off and still bleeding, covered in wounds, and his originally gorgeous hair was also extremely embarrassed at the moment. And Snake Pillar Ihei Xiaobane and Rock Pillar Soro Yu Xingyin are desperately resisting the full moon blade flying in front of them. The two of them are also in tattered clothes, covered in blood. Hey, you Mero Tianyuan, you won't fall like this, will you? It's really sad. I didn't expect this ghost to be so powerful, said Sorrowful Minjayu Xingming. Breath of the Moon, Type 2, Zuhua Moon. The figure of the Black Death Mao instantly appeared in front of the two of them, and then turned around and swung out two blades at the same time, and many full moon blades on the blade wind devoured the two of them with incomparably terrifying might. Ihei Xiaobane rushed forward, with Black Death Mao as the center, swung out a snake-like curved knife path, and the multiple slash trajectories were like coiled giant pythons, resisting the attack from Black Death Mao. Dang dang dang. The blades collided, and a crisp sound sounded in the ears of the three of them. It's just that Black Death Mao's attack was so powerful that, even if Ihei Xiaobane struggled to resist, the clothes on his body were constantly torn by the full moon blade. There are more and more wounds on his body, and every time he stops a wound, a new wound will erupt. The blood floats into the air with the powerful airflow around him, and then turns into nothingness under the strangulation of the sword chi. When he sees that Iguro Xiaobane can't hold on. Breath of the Rock, Type 2, Shattered Heaven? The sun wheel knife of the sorrowful ringing island is a broad axe and a meteor hammer connected by a long chain, and it contains orangutan scarlet iron. The purity of the underworld is extremely high, and despite being very heavy, the underworld is still able to easily swing at the same time. After stepping on the chain, he threw out the meteor hammer and slammed it into the head of Black Death. He wanted to interrupt Black Death's attack, and at the same time, he wanted to use this blow to kill Black Death and smash his head. Hehe. Black Death mouse sneered. He didn't have too many emotional changes in the face of that different sunwheel knife. Moon Breath, Wood Type, Moon Spirit Calamity Vortex Defense Style. Black Death Mao retracted his blade and continued to spin around himself, and at this time, a huge whirlpool-like blade wind began to be generated around his body, directly bouncing the weapon of the Soro Minjaya Xingyin. At the same time, he quickly slashed towards him, leaving countless full moon blades on the slashing trajectory. Brush, brush. Wei Mingyu Xingming picked up the sunwheel knife to resist, but the powerful force directly knocked the two of them a few meters away. A violent explosion sounded, turning the entire area into a big pit. Inside the big pit were Yaihei Xiaobane and Wei Mingyu Xingming. At this moment, sorrowful Minjaya Xingming was covered in blood mixed with dirt formed by mud. The bandages and maru that Iguro Kobane had wrapped around his mouth were gone. With a crack like a snake's mouth and a heterochromatic pupil with green on the left and gold on the right, the snake pillar at this moment is more like a ferocious poisonous snake. He's too small, let's raise him bigger. He looks like a snake. The Lord said he looked like a snake. Then let's fulfill the wish of the adult, make the adult happy, and turn him into a snake. The scenes of the past are replayed in my mind, snakes and demons, hypocritical families, blood, death, filthy blood. A complex and terrifying emotion germinated in the heart of Ihei Xiaobane. I was born into a scum clan after all, I am still a scumbag, and I am so guilty that I can't embark on the path of an ordinary person's life. I'm a sinner. Only by dying once can I replace all the scum blood in my entire body, and I am worthy to stand by your side and hold your hand. Yaihei, don't think so much. Sorrowful Minjaya Xingming sensed that something was wrong with him, and hurriedly shouted. At this moment, the momentum on Ihei's little bane suddenly skyrocketed. A purple serpentine pattern extended from his left arm to the left side of his face. Markings. Ihei Chain-chan opened the markings at this moment. This is. I didn't expect you to come this far. Sorrowful Minjaya's eyes were full of surprise, and a hint of sadness. Ihei Chain's eyes were full of surprise, and at the same time, the speed of his heartbeat was rising at a rapid rate. A powerful force poured into his body. Snake breath, wanton type long snake meandering. Bang. Ihei Kobane's body rushed out directly, as nimble as a poisonous snake, and at the same time, with a swing of the Hinua knife in his hand, it slashed like a snake and rushed towards the Black Death. Finally got me a little serious. Black Death Mao said lightly. Breath of the moon, land type, lonely moon in the night, infernal. The blade came out of its sheath, and the Black Death Mao staggered directly in the same direction, and multiple wind blades were formed, blocking Iguro's attack, and at the same time, countless full moon blades appeared at the trajectory of the slash, and rows of explosions occurred. The dust fell to Iguro's body and fell to the ground. What about you, do you still want to hide? Black Death Mao looked at sorrowful Minjayo condescendingly, his eyes were full of indifference. Nan Wu Amitba. It seems that this must be done today. It's just a pity that I can't wait for that opportunity. Sorrowful Minjaya Xingming glanced at Ihei Xiaobane and Cosmo Tianyuan. Then the breath on his body skyrocketed. Chapter 207 Sorrowful Minjaya Xingming completely released his marking state. The powerful physique and momentum made Black Death Mao can't help but look sideways. What a powerful physique, even in 300 years, I haven't seen a swordsman who can temper his body to the limit. It's just that I can see that your life force can't support you to open the markings for too long. Become a ghost? You are the third strongest human I have ever seen. As long as you become a ghost, then your strength will be continued and surpassed. You Ghost Slayer team didn't tell you what form it is with the lines on your arm. Hundreds of years ago, there was a person who opened the markings, and then there were 3 swordsmen who opened them, although they got a short-term increase in strength, but they all had one thing in common, that is, the swordsman who opened the markings would die at the age of 25. I can tell that you are 27 years old. As long as you release this time, then you will not survive tonight. It turns out that this is called a marking. If you really don't live to be 25 years old, then go all out, bloom your life, and wash away the scum blood on my body. The snake's eyes are like needles. The Hinakura knife in his hand is tightly held in his hand, and the markings have not faded. Although the consumption is extremely high, but Ihei Xiaobane did not retreat. Even if the Black Death in front of him is extremely powerful, as long as he thinks of the people he cares about, those who can be saved, and those things that can alleviate his sins, then dying with all his might may be the best ending. Thinking of this, Ihei Xiaobane felt as if his soul was shaking. The whole world became a different look. Black Death Mao frowned slightly. Human. Is it really that simple? In the eyes of Black Death Mao, at this moment, He Xiaobane has entered the state of a transparent world, but he has not really stepped into it yet. Unable to grasp and open freely, unstable, unsustainable. Black Death knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and there was a murderous opportunity in his eyes, and there was no previous teasing. The ghostly aura shook all over his body, and the terrifying momentum rose directly into the sky, making the surrounding gas continue to make bursts of sound. "Evolve, my blade," said. The blood in his hand poured into the demon blade. Red light burst out, and blood-red forks stretched out in the blade. Breath of the moon, 7 shape, mirror of evil, moon reflection. The ghost blade in his hand waved, and the 5 giant shockwaves that stretched out to the ground carried countless small shock waves, as if they were going to destroy the world and like devouring everything, attacking towards the two of them. I saw that he kept wielding the meteor hammer with himself as the center, and the speed and strength were so great that it directly formed a perfect defensive circle around his body, the cyclone protective body, flying between the sand and the rocks. He Xiaobane also reacted, and his whole body rushed out in an instant, and the Nichirin knife in his hand was like a python, flexibly and difficult to resist the shockwave of the Black Death Mao. Bang! Bang bang! The explosion continued to sound, accompanied by the sound of the blade entering the flesh, and the blood flew and the dust and smoke burst up. Breath of the moon, shape of the moon, moon dragon tail. Black Death Mao swung the ghost blade with a powerful slash, and a terrifying huge blade chi rushed into the smoke along with countless full moon blades. Boom! The terrifying energy caused the houses in Asakusa Castle to disappear into the flames like candles in the wind. Soon, the smoke cleared, and Aguro Kobane stood motionless with a heroine knife in his hand, his head bowed, his hair scattered over his shoulders like a sculpture. And Grief Minjayo Xingming fell to the ground, and at this moment one of his legs had disappeared, leaving only blood flowing out of the wound. Poof! He Xiaobane spat out a mouthful of blood, then he shook his whole body, and blood splattered on the wounds of the blades. Dang Chang! The Japanese wheel knife fell to the ground, and at the same time one of his arms? Black Death Mao did not speak, and the 6 blood-red eyes looked indifferently at the 3 people who fell to the ground. Human beings, what a fragile body, look at you now, without the hands to pick up the Nichirin knife, you are waste. Even if you comprehend the supreme realm, without a strong body, after all, it is just a handful of Lois. As your opponent, I give you enough respect, and I will ask you one last time, whether you have become a ghost, follow me into a higher realm, and gain more powerful power. As long as you become a ghost, whether it is a severed limb or a wound, you can recover in an instant. No. One answered Black Death, just like a life with no stock around. Ahem. The markings receded, and a sense of weakness swept through his body, and now he only had the last trace of strength left, opening his eyes and looking at the sky. So that's what death feels like. I should have died a long time ago. My filthy blood. My lord. I'm sorry. Ihe didn't complete your mission. And Miri, I want to say a word to her. I love you. Ihe Xiaobane's eyes were dilated, his internal organs had already been damaged at this moment, and he couldn't sustain his breathing at all, let alone use breathing methods to repair and stop bleeding. In a trance, a blood-red ghost blade had been raised above his head, the sorrow of the weak. Black Death Mao muttered. At this moment, the sword flashed, and a blood-red heroine knife slashed directly at the Black Death's demon blade. When the powerful forces collided with each other, directly shocking him into the distance. It's you again, Black Death Mao's eyes saw a surge of murderous intent, staring at Feng Yu's figure. Although your usual behavior makes me very uncomfortable, don't let Lao Tzu die here, otherwise that guy Meili won't die of sadness. Feng Yu took out a few healing pills and fed them to Ihe Xiaobane. It's really tragic, I don't even have my hands. Looking at Aguro Kobane, Feng Yu couldn't help but think of Purgatory Kyojuro who was teaching Senjuro at home. Don't want the healing pill assigned to you by the ghost-killing team, now it's okay, get rid of yourself. Seeing that his life was saved, Feng Yu came to the side of the sorrowful Minjayo Xingying again, and also fed him the healing pill. As for Yu Mero Tianyuan, he was sent to a safe place by Xiaohe. The injury was too bad. The function of the organs is damaged. It's really a bit arrogant, maybe. It's because the 3 of them underestimated the enemy, or maybe it's because Feng Yu gave the healing pill to the Ghost Slayer team, but they don't have a healing pill on their bodies. However, even if there is a healing pill, it may not be able to deal with Black Death. After placing the 2 of them, Feng Yu looked at the Black Death with a ghost indifference. Get ready. Are you dead here? Chapter 208. Are you ready to die here? Hearing this, Black Death Mao was furious. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The ghost was furious. Black Death Mao was extremely angry. This kind of thing only he had said to others, and no one had ever said it to him, not even his stupid younger brother. A sarcastic remark made Black Death Mao completely rampage. It also made the arrogant person of Black Death Mao have a sense of killing. At this moment, there must be a death between Feng Yu and Black Death Mao. Stinky little ghost, don't look down on me. Give me death. Breath of the moon, type of land, lonely moon of the night, infernal. Wave the ghost blade in your hand frantically, and countless blade winds are like tornadoes, whistling in. Breath of light, type of land, light and shadow follow. 8 clones of light formed in an instant, illuminating the entire area, and at the same time besieging in the direction of Black Death from different directions. A powerful blade wind passed through the clone's body without causing any damage. Black Death Mao frowned slightly. 8 clones. He couldn't sense that it was the entity that was Feng Yu. Both of them are open to the transparent world, and they can integrate themselves into the world, and they can't perceive each other's presence and breath. Strange moves. Seeing that the doppelganger's attack was about to fall on him, the danger was everywhere. Black Death Mao immediately made a defensive posture and began to whirl himself. The huge vortex blade wind formed a perfect defensive circle. Breath of the moon, shape of the wood, vortex of the moon, clank. Swords collide, and the flames shine brightly. Then a powerful shockwave spreads in all directions. Breath of the moon, shape of one, dark moon, Yanomiya, breath of water, shape of one, slash on the water, one. Blue and one red, the two swords collide, and the strength is comparable. There was not a trace of dust on Feng Yu's body, but a knife mark appeared on Black Death Mao's face. Black Death Mao, you are a coward. You think that giving up your human identity and becoming a ghost can give you endless years to pursue the supreme realm. But now look at what you have become. Even I, a human who has held a knife for less than 3 years, can't beat me. Do you really think that becoming a ghost will make you feel superior? Look, I'll kill you as a human outright, just as your brother defeated you. Hearing the word Black Death of his younger brother, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and the memories buried deep in his mind began to slowly emerge. Yuan Yi is really a genius, even Iwamur I can't compare. It seems that everything in the family will be handed over to Yuan Yi in the future. All swordsmen who open the markings will die at the age of 25. We humans are very weak. Shut up, you know what? You humans will die eventually, only become ghosts. If you become a ghost, you will have an infinite lifespan to chase my martial arts path. I'm not wrong, it's you who are wrong. You have never recognized your weakness clearly. Look at those 3 waists. Even if you polish your body hard, you haven't been cut to the ground by me. In addition to you, there is also my damn brother, Jiguo Yunyi. You monsters, you will never experience that sense of powerlessness that can only watch others surpass you. We weak people do our best, even the realm that we have pursued all our lives, but in you, it is so easy to get at your fingertips. I'm not reconciled, I'm really unwilling. So, please die for me, you so-called sons of God. Black Death roared like a shrew who had lost her mind. The black mist on his body swelled, and at the same time, there was power. Clouds of black mist wrapped around his body, as if it was eroding the flesh at a deeper level. Even the demon blade in Black Death's hand was the same, wrapped in a layer of black mist. Power skyrocketed, but Feng Yu could feel that Black Death seemed to be a little out of control. Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart. For a pure martial artist like Ji Yuanyi, if he wants to be the strongest person, he is very clear in the introduction of the original book in his previous life. As the eldest son of the twin of the country, he has a strong sense of self-esteem and responsibility, obeys the rules, and has a rigid and careful personality. Originally, he had high hopes, but he never thought that he was poor and full of strength, but he was not as good as his brother's natural qualifications. The high hopes and attention of the original family have been transferred to others, and the former self was a dazzling star in the eyes of others, but under the dazzling sun of his younger brother, it can only be extremely bleak. The huge sense of disparity and unwillingness is the feeling of Black Death. Proud man. Although I sympathize with you, I can only kill you if there are different camps. Then the blood of the blade in his hand skyrocketed, and the death phantom behind him condensed, staring at the Black Death Mao as if he was letting out a strange smile. Hideo, open it for me. Like a sun, piercing the sky in the dark night. On the other side, the former side of the ghost-killing team led the army to this place, and in front of him were the members of the ghost-killing team led by the immortal Minoru Kawa and Tomioka Yoshitoshi. The battle was about to break out. The sky was dark and oppressive, and it was extremely depressing. Yayo was sitting in the middle of the house, staring at Wu Miao. A crow fell in front of him. Hey, Tian Yuan, walk them. Feng Yu, I hope you can bring them back. The black fox standing next to Wu Miao seemed to sense something. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly, and his eyes exuded a strange light. On the side of the Forging Sword village, the remaining team members cleaned up the battlefield, and like butterfly ninja, they rushed towards the old site frantically. My lord, you must wait for us to come back. Half an hour later, Yu Mero Tianyuan and the others had already woken up, but they couldn't move. Without him, the damage to their bodies was too serious. Even if there is a healing pill that repairs the injury from moment to moment, it can't make up for it. Feeling the big battle ahead, the 3 of them looked at each other, and finally could only smile helplessly. Nan Wu Amitba, I didn't expect that Feng Yukun's strength has surpassed us. Although I don't want to admit it, but that guy is really powerful. Ha ha ha, what a gorgeous battle. Nakagawa Feng Yu, let's have a gorgeous battle, kill him. Sensing that the 3 of them had woken up, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that as long as he cooperated with the healing pill and their breathing method, then there would not be much danger. Die, die, give me death, you monsters who shouldn't live in this world. Black Death Mao shouted and frantically swung the ghost blade to attack Windfeather. Wielding the ghost cut in his hand, the whole person rushed forward as if it were devastated. Breath of Light, Type 9, Holy Light Realm. Breath of light, type 11, light wing slash. The realm of light instantly enveloped Black Death, and a burning sensation like touching the sun hit him, causing white smoke to rise from his body. The speed and strength of the wind feather within the realm increased more than one back. The speed of swinging the knife, which was invisible to the naked eye, landed on Black Death Mao's body with endless blade chi. A violent explosion also exploded at this moment, illuminating the entire Asakusa castle like fireworks in the dark night. Chapter 209. When the dust settled, the black smoke receded, revealing a huge deep pit. How can you lose? Clearly, you humans are the weaker side. Black Death's head fell to the side, and 6 blood-red eyes stared at Feng Yu deadly. At this time, Feng Yu's face was cold, and one of the arms holding the knife was broken, completely exposed. I'm the strongest. You monsters really shouldn't exist in this world. This is so unwilling. Obviously I've worked so hard. In order to become stronger, I'm willing to become a ghost. Kill all the bloodlines of Jiguo and the former ghost killing team. In order to erase the traces of that person. Erase the breathing method you left in the world. It turns out that I have always been a clown. I'm just scared. I'm afraid of a monster that looks exactly like you. And Nikki, I hate you. I really hate you. If it weren't for you, then my life will not be like this. Jiguo Yuanyi. Black Death Mao roared wildly, and then this existence, which was second only to Wu Miao, shed tears. Feng Yu was silent, and he didn't comment on Black Death Mao, just silently walked aside and said, maybe in your eyes, my strength is as easy to obtain as Jiku Yuanyi. Then you are wrong. I have also made efforts, and I have also gone from being weak all the way to the present. I still remember that I was just an ordinary ghost at the time, but it was able to hurt us. I was also afraid, hesitated, doubted, and self-consciously powerless. So, I'm going to be stronger. I want to get stronger all the time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're like that damn bastard of a Nikki. Damn it. Feng Yu frowned slightly. It was obvious that if he didn't stop Black Death, then he would break through the boundary between life and death and become a monster just like in the original book. The martial arts realm you are pursuing, have you seen your current appearance? Have you forgotten your original appearance? Jiguo Yanzhong. You are the head of the Jiguo clan, Feng. You took out a mirror from the system space and put it in front of Black Death Mao. Black Death Mao was stunned. He opened his mouth wide, but he didn't let out a roar. Seeing this, Feng Yu silently put on the mask of death, and the god of death behind him needed to be condensed. Reincarnation. Nightmare. Skill activated, and Black Death Mao completely sank into it. In reality, a second in reality is a few months or a year in the world of reincarnation nightmares. The velocity of time is determined by the wind plume. You're going to have a good time living the life I gave you as an editor. It can be regarded as making up for the regrets in your heart. Man, I can't always satisfy my inner desires. Always thinking about more and more. In the dream that Feng Yu gave to Black Death Mao, it was a perfect ending. The perfect family, the perfect opportunity. There is no interference from evil spirits, and there is no power of Jiguo Yuanyi. He is the only heir of the successor family. The martial arts that are constantly being cultivated, and the body that is constantly being strengthened. He is invincible and perfect. Feng Yu just wants to give him a perfect life, let him sink into it, and turn into ashes in his dreams. When everything was settled, the rest of the Demon Slayer team began to arrive here. The originally prosperous Asakusa turned into a ruin at this moment, which made everyone sigh for a while. But I was also scared when I saw the tragic situation of Iguro and Bane and others. The unreachable pillar will also become what it is today. Half an hour later, Feng Yu relied on the search of the transparent world and spiritual power to kill all the evil ghosts hidden in Asakusa Castle one by one. The members of the Demon Slayer team also managed to rescue imprisoned humans. Seeing that he was rescued, he was all crying with tears streaming down his face. Thank you. Thank you. Have you all destroyed those man-eating monsters? Thank you so much. It's just that when they saw Feng Yu's waist hanging the head of the Black Dead Mao, they let out a burst of screams. The devil. It's the devil. Feng Yu felt that the surroundings were very noisy, and the mood of the noise was very irritable. This man is terrible, just like the devil. Samurai-sama. This. Shut up, that's our Lord Pillar of Light, how can you make it up? Scolded one of the Ghost Slayer squads. When the man was scolded, his momentum immediately weakened. It's just that his eyes are looking at Feng Yu, but he is endlessly frightened. I don't know if he is afraid of Feng Yu or the black dead head on Feng Yu's waist. Wind Feather came to the side of the three of Ahei Xiaobane, and at this moment, they had been successfully treated by the hidden members with bandages and healing drugs. And at this time, Feng Yu felt that the Black Death on his waist opened his eyes. Thank you. Black Death Mao's eyes were bright, a little more high-spirited, and there was no murderous aura. No thanks, then you can leave in peace. Black Death smiled, and then completely let go of the speed that resisted the ashes. Soon, Black Death's head and body were all turned to ashes. In a trance, Feng Yu seemed to see the soul of the Black Dead Mao change back to the human period. There was also a man standing beside him. It is very similar to the appearance of Black Death. The man also looked at Feng Yu, smiled slightly, nodded, and then disappeared into this world with Jiguo Iwamarai. Jiguo, Yuan Yi. The wind whistled in his ears, not knowing what Feng Yu said. When he saw that everything had settled, Feng Yu jumped on Xiao Hei's back with a solemn face, straight in the direction of No Misery. The original elegant courtyard of the former site of the Ghost Slayer has now turned into a sea of fire. The killing deaths continue. This is the last battle, and the last battlefield? All the people are rushing here, although there are many demons, but there are many talents on the side of the ghost-killing team. Under the effect of the cleansing pill and the healing pill and various pills, one by one the swordsman showed a different style. Sensing the death of the Black Dead Mao, he was terrified and furious, and the Black Fox on the side was full of momentum, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. This force, it's wonderful. Hand over the other side flowers, stared at the maternity house without misery. In Wu Miao's heart, he has already decided that the Sanyashiki Yaya has the other side flower, and even if there is none, it must be there. He couldn't wait, and in the endless years, the cyan flower became his inner demon. Chapter 210. Hand over the cyan flower, hand it over to me. The breath of no misery skyrocketed, and the incomparably terrifying coercion instantly enveloped all the people and ghosts present. All his right-hand men were basically about to die, and there was no misery, and his body was also shrouded in a layer of black mist. Good evening, Anime Tsuji is not miserable, do you remember me? Zu. She walked to the side of Yaya Yashiki step by step, his eyes were full of bloodshots, and the killing intent on his body made people look sideways. Finally waiting for this opportunity. You know, how long have I been waiting? Today. I must kill you today, even if it is at the cost of the life of the concubine. You despicable and shameless coward, you are the beginning of all the evils of the world, he scolded. A hand behind his back had already cut his arm, and a strange fragrance began to waft towards the miserable camp. The Black Fox on the side seemed to have noticed something unusual, and looked at Zushi with a smile in his eyes. Wu Miao didn't seem to notice anything, but just looked at her coldly. Hihi, this kind of thing. Zushi, do you think you can kill me by taking refuge in the ghost-killing team? You willingly accepted my gift and became a ghost, your children and your husband were all killed and eaten by your own hands. Your enemy is not me, but yourself. Shut up, you filthy and ugly guy. Why don't you die? Zushi's face was crazy, and 2 lines of tears slid down to the ground. My lord, please get out of here. I won't allow anything that could hurt your life to happen. It's okay, Shaimai, no one is immortal. If I die, it's God's arrangement? Sanyashiki said softly. No, you are our lord. Without you there would be no ghost slayer. Only you guide us forward. We can win. I will not allow you to have any accidents. I'm sorry, my lord, please forgive me for my actions. With that, he directly asked a few of the surrounding ghost slayer swordsmen to carry the scent house and retreat to the back. Hey, aren't you miserable? Let me cut off your head today. Immortal Kawa Minoru sensed that the delivery house was already far away, the Hinoa knife was on his shoulder, and his eyeballs were full of bloodshots, which was what Immortal Kawa Minoru looked like when he was excited. The muscles were exposed in the air, and the scars on them made the ghost shiver. That guy. It's terrible, isn't it? Yes, what has happened to make me have such a scar on my body? Poof, it's a good day today, such a lovely girl gathered together, come on, merge with me, and achieve eternal life. The world is extremely hard, and we will reach Elysium together. Tong. Emo opened his hands, his face was full of youthful and sunny smiles, and he said in a gentle tone, let me relieve you of the pain of this world. Enough, what a boring bug, said indifferently. Then, Naruto's fingers plucked the strings. Dang Chang. Except for Zushi and Mew Meow and Naruto, all the people and ghosts present changed their perspectives and came to the Infinite City. Here's it. What's going on? Is it blood magic? Could this be the Infinite City that Windfeather is talking about? Alternative space. The platform that kept floating, and all the members of the Ghost Slayer were scattered. It's not good to go on like this. We need to settle the battle as soon as possible and get back to the ground, muttered Tomioka. It's just that Tong Emo in front of him looked at him with a smile on his face. There are a lot of members who have been pulled into Infinite City, whether it is Shinmai's younger brother Genmai or Miso and Chanel, the characters who should have appeared in the original book have been pulled into Infinite City. The immortal Minoru is facing the Black Fox whose strength has skyrocketed. It's just that the Black Fox doesn't have a trace of war intent in his eyes. Let's discuss, let's not fight. How good it is to sit down and drink tea and fight and kill every day. Hihi, a ghost who ignores Wumi's order not to fight. Do you think I will believe you cunning demons? Said Minoru Immortal. At the same time, the Hinoa knife on his waist had been pulled out and held in his hand. The big war is about to break out. As soon as the words are spoken, there are already battles on other platforms. Yui Haidano and Yui float in the air like 2 blue elves. Yui blew the conch on her chest, and Yui on the side sang a ballad. Visible sound waves struck the members of the Demon Slayer squad. Wails of pain and killing is happening. The people affected by the sound waves have blank eyes and emit a strange blue light, and began to swing the knife at the teammates around him. Blood demon technique, sound of Billuo. Blood demon technique, sound of the spiritual sky. The sound wave does not stop, and the killing does not stop. But after a while, the ground was covered with blood. No, fast. Cover your ears, don't be controlled. The sounds made by these 2 ghosts can confuse and control our bodies. The stronger swordsman reacted, and immediately covered his ears and tried to wake up his teammates who were being controlled. Tirla, you Yi instantly appeared next to the members of the Ghost Slayer who were under control, and blue claws appeared in his hands, constantly reaping the lives of the members of the Ghost Slayer squad. Damn, wake me up. All concentrations, breath of light, type 5, light 1 flash, triple attack. The light flashed, and a small figure rushed towards Yu Yi in an instant. Ding. The light was resisted. Yu Yi tilted his head to look at the comber, and then his mouth grew. The sonic attack appeared instantly. All concentrations, breath of light, type of land, light, and shadow follow. Maizu's body was divided into 8 clones, attacking Yu Yi from all directions. The attack was fierce, but Yu Yi didn't make any other moves, just floated directly into the air and dodged the attack. Damn, I've been dodged. I'm still too useless. If it was Nanako, she might have already killed her. Mi-eyed looked up at Yu Yi floating in the air and muttered. At this moment, bang. Yu Yi seemed to have been hit by something, and fell straight from the sky, but before he reached the ground, he was caught by a blue arm, and when he looked up, it was Yu Yi's sister, Yui. And the one who had just arrived to attack was the immortal Kawajinya, who had turned into a half-human and half-ghost. One hand was holding a Nichirin knife, and the other hand was a double-barreled musket aimed at the 2 Hateno sisters in the air. Little brat, get out of the way, useless waste. Immortal. Kawajinya still said in an unkind tone as always. It's just that his eyes are worried and he looks at the fierce figure that is fighting in the distance. Chapter 211. Immortal Kawajinya was looking in the direction of his older brother, Immortal Kawa Minoru. Although the immortal Minoru always spoke ill of him on weekdays, he knew that it was because he didn't want to go to the battlefield and get hurt in any way. Maybe it's because of what happened when they were young, and the 2 brothers haven't forgiven themselves until now. A desperate attempt to knock his younger brother inward, kick out of the ghost-killing team, stay away from the battlefield, and be an ordinary person. And the other is desperate to help his brother, to be able to stand by his side and fight side by side with him to prove himself. Humph, that bastard, why did you come in too? Damn it. Don't die, my stupid brother, said the immortal Minoru Kawa said with a frown as he seemed to sense Jinya's gaze. Hey, don't do this, I don't pose any threat to you, and I'm not a ghost like them, we don't have hatred, said the Black Fox as he dodged the attack of the immortal Minoru Chuan. Immortal Minoru seemed to be unable to hear, and the speed and attack of the sword in his hand became even faster. What a bunch of brainless guys. The Black Fox felt a little speechless. He wanted to sit aside at the moment and watch the battle quietly. But at this moment, it's not the time to turn against the miserable camp, so he can only dodge the attack of the immortal Minoru Chuan. Suddenly, the Black Fox seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, Human, do you want to get out of this infinite city? Otherwise, the humans on the ground will die, including your lordship. The woman on the ground who plays the piano is a little expert in searching, and the little eyeballs are about to catch up with your lord. Are you sure you want to fight me here? The Black Fox turned into a black mist form, floating in his mouth, like a demon, constantly using words to break through the psychological defense of the immortal Kawa Minoru. Hearing that the lord was in danger, Minoru Kawa immediately stopped. Say, how can you get me out? Said the immortal Minoru viciously. He felt extremely aggrieved in his heart now. The Black Fox in front of him was like a cloud of mist, and the Rylun knife in his hand did not have any effect on his body. This made his arrogant character feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, now that he hears that the Lord is in danger, and thinks of the original eyeball clone, the immortal Kawa Minoru is sure that the evil ghost may really catch up with the Lord. This made him anxious. I'll say it again, hurry up, tell me the way, get me out. The corners of the Black Fox's mouth rose slightly, as if he had succeeded in his treacherous scheme. Easy, I can take you out now, immortal. Minoru frowned slightly. The Black Fox smiled slightly, and then turned into black mist and wrapped itself towards the immortal Kawa Minoru. Don't resist, or you will be discovered by that woman. The Black Fox's voice came from the black mist. At first, immortal Kawa Minoru was still very alert, but when the black mist enveloped him, he was not attacked in any way. He let go of his body and let it envelop in the black mist. Soon, the black mist enveloped the immortal Kawa Minoru and disappeared into the infinite city, and came to the ground. I can only send you to the range that woman can't sense, then I'll leave now, bye-bye. I wish you humans can quickly defeat these evil demons. I'm waiting for your good news. Then the Black Fox turned into mist and disappeared. What the hell is going on with this guy? Immortal Kawa Minoru couldn't understand the Black Fox's approach, and from what he had just said, the Black Fox seemed to be dissatisfied with the existence of those ghosts. Strange guy. After leaving a sentence, Minoru Immortal Kawa quickly ran in one direction. The Black Fox has already come to the sky, watching the miserable and pearl world below. This miserable is really stupid enough. Can't that woman feel the invisible influence? Or is he not afraid? When I become the only god in this world, you low-level creatures don't have to continue to live. Leave it alone, let's wait for them to finish, and then it's time for me to play. Recalling the immortal Chuan Minoru just now, the corner of the Black Fox's mouth smiled slightly. Don't let me down. You know how much I want to kill you and erase you from this world. You despicable and shameless man, why do you still live in this world? Why wasn't you killed by that adult in the first place? Ghost danced Tsuji is not miserable, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Zhu Shi said with a smile, with an expression on his face that was ready to die and looked down on everything. I'm right here, come and kill me. Zhu. She opened his hands, and a strange fragrance spread through the air. Wu Miao frowned slightly, but quickly regained his indifferent expression. Naruto, have you caught up with the maternity Yashiki Yaya? My lord, the subordinates have teleported them in, and they can kill him soon. Naruto lowered her head, her long bangs covering her entire face, and she couldn't see her expression at this time. Naro Kiriyama was staring coldly at Yushiro of Tanimori Toyori on the bed by the bedside, and his heart suddenly trembled. This is not good. Miss Zushi has an accident. Yushiro's face was full of horror and fear. No, Miss Zushi, you wait for me, you must wait for me. Then, he rushed out of the wooden house and rushed in the direction where Zushi was. Countless flesh and blood tentacles on the side of Wu Miao wrapped around Zushi's limbs and hung in the air. I heard that you've developed a medicine that turns ONI into humans, and you're standing here as a ghost, and you've got the trust of Yaya Yashiki. Then you must know where the cyan flower is, tell me where it is, and I can consider letting you go, said Wu Miao coldly. Hehe, the concubine doesn't know, and even if the concubine knows, she won't tell you that there is no misery, you will die of this heart. You cowardly, little, ghost? The voice just fell. Tear up. Aha. Zushi's limbs were torn off by Wu Miao, and bright red blood fell to the ground. Why do you lowly beings always want to stop me? Even though you have become a ghost, you still want to disobey my orders. Do you think your blood ghost magic will affect me? Zushi, everything in you is given to you, whether it is your strength or physical body. I don't have the patience to continue communicating with you. Disappear from front of me. The flesh tentacles instantly grew huge mouths, gnawing at the flesh of the pearl world. Chapter 213. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Nights _stay. Zushi was covered in blood, and wisps of green silk fell on his delicate appearance, blooming like a hellfire. There was no trace of pain on her face, and there was hatred and murderous intent towards Wu Miao. Blood magic, blood confusion, visual dream. Fragrance. Blood demon magic, blood confusion, White Sun's demon fragrance. Blood demon magic, blood confusion. Accommodation and barrier-free fragrance. A strange fragrance instantly erupted from her blood, enveloping the entire courtyard. No misery, Naruto is among them. Yo, this woman has a lot of perseverance, task, but what's the use of that? The black fox in the sky laughed, and then continued to watch the play and paddle. It's just paddling to paddling, but his breath is rising every moment. Wisps of black smoke gathered on him from all corners of the world. Absolute power is the only truth in this world. Wu Miao frowned slightly. The flesh tentacles gnawed at Zushi's body, but Zushi's blood demon magic was released by her blood. The tentacles absorbed her flesh and blood, and Wu Miao was affected in the slightest. Die, damn bastard. Zu. She shouted, his strength bursting out, taking advantage of the slightest pause from the influence of the blood demon spell to break free from his flesh tentacles. A syringe appeared in her hand. Immediately pounced on Wu Miao, and then quickly injected the potion into his body. You dare. How dare you touch my body with those dirty hands? Zushi, you should die. A great force spread from his body in all directions. One of his arms had turned into a thorn whip, covered with mouth parts. Each mouth part is covered with sharp teeth. Rumble. The thorn whip was thrown out, leaving a few afterimages in the air, and then Zushi's body exploded directly, and all the flesh and blood were swallowed up by the vortex caused by the powerful attraction of the mouthparts on the thorn whip in an instant, leaving only one head to fall to the ground. The sheer power of the whip also turned the entire courtyard into ruins. Zushi's head fell to the ground weakly. Her face was messy at this moment, and her originally dignified bun had disappeared, leaving only the scattered green silk extremely lonely. Weak bugs deserve to touch my body, said Wu Miao coldly. Your so-called hatred is, after all, nothing more than your own creation. Don't forget, it was you who said you didn't want to die, so I let you become a ghost and live in this world. When Zushi heard this, he instantly became anxious, and all the hatred erupted along with grievances and pain. Tears rolled down her cheeks. If you knew that kind of thing. I don't want to be a ghost. I said I didn't want to get sick and die. It's because I want to watch my children grow up. Hearing this, Wu Miao just sneered, squatted down and grabbed Zushi's head and said, then you also killed a lot of people. Is it an illusion I saw? I'm very happy to see you eat people. Yes, I killed a lot of people by giving up on myself. So, to pay for this sin, I'm going to die here with you, shouted Zushi. But what greeted her was a ruthless pinch that burst her eyeballs. Blood splattered, but Zushi didn't feel the pain. Do you think the poison you injected me can kill me? Zushi, you still underestimate me too much. You think I will be killed by you like those wastes. Your so-called blood ghost art, the so-called poison has no effect on me at all in my eyes. Okay, I don't want to continue talking nonsense with you anymore. I'll give you one last chance. The cyan flower is there. Wu Miao looked at Zushi as if he was looking at a dead man, and his tone was extremely cold. Ahem, no miserable cyan flowers. You'll never find it. You'll just hide in the dark and enjoy endless solitude until the day you go crazy and die. Oh no, I've found enough people to kill you. No misery. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Ha ha ha. The sun. I want to hug the sun again. Feel its warmth. Zushi smiled maniacally, knowing that she was going to be killed but couldn't see the picture of being killed. She also felt extremely powerless in her heart. Looking at Naruto behind Wu Miao, Zushi smiled and wanted to say something. It was devoured mercilessly. The flesh and blood squirmed, and the miserable movements seemed to stop for a moment, and then turned into a cocoon to devour the pearl world and decompose the poison injected into his body. Naruto stood aside and quietly guarded Wu Miao, but there was a hint of strangeness in her eyes. On the other side, the swordsman who had covered the departure of Yayashiki had already fought with the evil spirits who had caught up. My lord, you go first, we'll deal with these guys. Boy Kimura, you must protect your lord. Please. The middle-aged man swordsman said to the young swordsman beside Yayashiki. Uncle Gula, I will, you must come back alive too, said the young man with a sad expression on his face, although he really wanted to stay here and fight with the man, but for the safety of the lord, he could only escort away with the hidden members. The young man named Kukin had already anticipated the fate of the middle-aged man in his heart. Fleeing all the way, several swordsmen who are more powerful than him have died. The demons behind them were like maggots on tarsal bones, playing with them. I want to torture them little by little and break their psychological defenses. Seeing Kimura and the others leaving, Ghoul turned to the forest in front of him and pulled out the heroine knife at his waist. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Come on, evil ghost, either you die or I die. It was only bursts of laughter from the dark forest. Then, I'll fulfill your request and kill you, and then catch up with your most beloved lord. I don't know what the leader of your ghost hunters tastes like. I really want to taste it. Ghoul took a deep breath, adjusted his whole body breathing, and inhaled a ball of oxygen into his lungs, and his body's quality instantly improved several times. Poor human. A male ghost with short black hair, a monk's outfit, eyes on his hands, and a female ghost with pointed orange hair holding a ball slowly walked out of the darkness. If Feng Yu was here, he might have recognized that these were the two ghosts that Tanjiro and Zushi encountered when they met in the original book, Yapaha, the ghost of the arrow pattern, and Zushamura, the ghost of the handball. Chapter 214. The pressure of the two ghosts gave Gula a strong sense of oppression, and he knew that he could not defeat them, and he might be doomed to die here. It's just a resolute relief on his face. Kukin, you must protect your lord. And then with a fierce look on his face, he rushed straight forward. It's a pity that I can't have a good time with you. So let's die quickly. Gula only felt an invisible and powerful force instantly controlling his body. Then he was greeted by a high-speed spinning handball towards his head. A premonition of death came over me. The past is recalled. So always. It's so useless. Gula muttered. He closed his eyes, trying to break free from the force's grasp, but to no avail. Wind breath, one shape, dust whirlwind, slash, the white figure instantly slashed off the handball, and twisted Gula and threw it aside. Hey, you actually killed people in front of me, don't you take me too seriously. The immortal Kawa Minoru carried the neon wheel knife on his shoulder and looked coldly at the two ghosts, Yapaha and Zushamura. That guy, didn't you be teleported away by that adult? How could it be? Yapaha and Zushamura were shocked at the same time. Although it is said that the two of them have been fighting together all year round, their strength is not half a point weaker even against the upper and lower strings. But in the face of the immortal Minoru Kawa's scars and that momentum, or let them be shocked inside. Cut, what, scare me? Zushamura smiled contemptuously. I can kill a person again, I don't know if the adults will give us more blood if they know about it, and make us the noble 12 ghost moons. Zushamura is still fantasizing about a bright future, but Yapapawa on the side doesn't think so. A death crisis came over me. Zushamura, be careful, I feel that something is wrong with that guy, but Zushamura didn't listen at all, but put on a posture, took off the coat on his body, and then had 6 hands on his waist, each holding a handball. Oh, I can't help but feel excited in my heart. Yeah. Papaya frowned slightly, but when he heard what Zushamura said, his heart was also excited. Become a ghost, who doesn't want to be the 12 ghost moon high above, with great power? Cut. Immortal. Kawa Minoru disdainful. Then the Hinua knife slowly put down. And Zushamura's attack began at this time. One by one, the handballs were thrown by her and smashed towards the immortal Kawa Minoru. Boom, the handball moved at high speed, causing a strange gust of wind to blow around it. Immortal Minoru still stood in place, as if the handball attack was not a matter at all in his eyes. Uncle Ben doesn't have time to play with you. Just tilted his head slightly, and dodged the handball attack. Bang! A violent explosion rang out, and a large crater appeared in the ground that had been hit by the handball. Suddenly, the handball rushed towards Minoru Immortal as if he could navigate. Wind breath, one shape, dust whirlwind, slash. Immortal Kawa Minoru rushed out in an instant, and the ground was trampled out of a deep pit by his powerful stamina. Cyclones as sharp as knives left behind him. Although the handball of Zushamura and the red feather arrow of Yua Feather were very fast, and the handball in the sky seemed to wrap them into a defensive circle. But even so, Minoru Immortal Kawa easily dodged the handball's attack trajectory. Hello, dem demons. Susumaru and Yopaha's eyes widened, and in front of them was none other than the immortal Minoru Kawa. Just now, just for a moment. The speed of the immortal Minoru rushed in front of them again, and whispered in their ears. Then they felt a chill on their necks at the same time. His gaze began to flip. But Minoru Kawa withdrew the neon wheel knife. Walk up to Gura and ask about the whereabouts of the maternity house. What a bunch of useless guys. You can put your lord in such a dangerous situation? It's all to blame on that damn ghost. The immortal Minoru Kawa scolded Zushi. In his opinion, if it weren't for Zushi, Sanyashiki Yaoya would not have come to the battlefield in person to wait for the arrival of No Misery. After knowing the location of the lord, he was still not sure if there were any pursuers, so he jumped up directly and quickly chased in the direction of Yashiki Yaoya. Zushamura and Yapaha, who fell to the ground, still looked incredulous at the moment. That guy. How can it be so powerful? Pillar of the Ghost Hunter. It's really powerful. Yoa and Zushamura understand a little bit at this moment why the 12 ghost moons will often change people. In the face of the pillar-level existence of the Ghost Slayer team, it was only the end of being killed in an instant. Damn. It's really hateful. The two demons turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. And Gura quickly adjusted his posture and chased in the direction of Yashiki. At this time, the members of the Ghost Slayer team in different battlefields also received a request for help from the Ghost Slayer headquarters. This shocked the hearts of everyone who were already in a hurry, and they rushed towards the old site of the ghost-killing team as fast as they could. Wind Feather in the Sky didn't know about the situation at the old headquarters of the Demon Slayer at this time, but he was the fastest, and under Xiao Hei's extreme speed skill, he crossed the dark night sky like a meteor. When he arrived at the former site of the Ghost Slayer headquarters, he thought that he had gone to the wrong place. At this moment, the courtyard has been reduced to ruins. In the middle of the ruins, a huge flesh cocoon was wriggling, and at the same time exuding a terrifying aura. No miserable. Fang. Yu frowned slightly. Then he saw Naruto on the side. People won't all be in the Infinite City underground. Looking at an item in the system's backpack, Fang Yu made up his mind. Then he jumped down and pulled out the Japanese wheel knife in his hand, and the blue ripples around his body were entangled. The markings, the transparent world come out together. The powerful spiritual power covered a radius of several thousand meters. Could this be the legendary sword technique that fell from the sky? Well, there is a 6-year-old. Feng Yu looked at the clouds in the distance, and he sensed the black fox hiding above the clouds to watch the play. What the hell is going on with that guy? Naruto on the ground seemed to notice something, and when she looked up, the wind feather was coming towards her like a blue meteor. Water breath Atsuki. Naruto was shocked. She never thought that there would be people falling in the sky. The powerful oppressive force fell heavily on her, making her unable to move. The ground sank and Naruto felt the bones of her body make a sound. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and Naruto was split in half from head to bottom, and the powerful force was connected to the ground for more than 10 meters and cracked. Naruto wondered why Kazuha didn't cut off her head, but her body healed soon as she plucked the strings in her hand. Dang Chang. With a glance, Wind Feather had been pulled into Infinity City. This is the time I've been waiting for. Wind Feather grinned, then looked at the battles taking place all over Infinity City. Chapter 215 Breath of Light, Shape of Wood, Flash of Light, 8 companies. As if a catapult, everyone saw only a beam of light in their eyes, and the heads of the demons who were still standing in front of them a second fell to the ground and turned into ashes. It's Lord Light. Lord Light Pillar has come to our aid. Great, let's kill these ghosts together. Everyone in the Infinite City, Demon Slayer team saw Feng Yu's figure and cheered, and their morale was greatly boosted. The demons, on their part, were in a panic. Outside, Naruto didn't feel good when she saw that the wind feather she pulled into Infinity City was so powerful. Just wanted to switch his position, but before the space changed, his figure fell to another platform. It's this guy. Are you still human? Murmured Naruto, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. In her mind, no ghost had ever reached such speed. Her blood ghost technique on Infinity City, she can control it as she wants, but the speed of wind feather makes her feel uncomfortable and surprised. Everywhere the light goes, there is a place where the evil spirits die. In the process of killing ghosts, Feng Yu also used spiritual power to extend outward. He wanted to see what the area covered by Infinity City and the exits. He already had a plan in mind, and now he just wanted to kill those ghosts quickly, so that the members of the Ghost Slayer could be free, so that they would not be hindered when they escaped from Infinity City. Breath of Light, Type 5, Light Flash, 9 companies. Knife after knife. The terrifying power is as simple as slicing tofu when slashing demons. The light flashed by, and the demon's head parted. Even the huge pressure caused by the platform in the Infinite City at the moment when the wind landed on the ground also said that cracks appeared one after another. The wriggling wind feathers of the space could also be detected, so he had to jump to other places as fast as possible when the space changed. Soon, Kazuha saw the battle between Miide and the two sisters Immortal Kawajinya and Hayden Oyui. Miso uses the flexible speed of the Breath of Light to try to find a way to kill the demon in front of her with a single blow. The immortal Jinyakawa kept firing guns, interfering with the attacks of Yui Haidano and Yui. Stinky little ghost, what the hell are you doing? Immortal Kawajinya saw that Mixio had no way to go under the knife, and even if he did, he was quickly dodged. Blood Demon Technique, the sound of Biluo. Blood Demon Technique, sound of the spiritual sky. 1. Confused and 1 controlled, and before the layers of sound waves visible to the naked eye were released, they were immediately interrupted by a shot from the immortal Kawajinya. Although the two sisters floated in midair, they were just like being beaten by the immortal Kawa Jinya. Misu should be able to endure it longer now, Feng Yu muttered. At this moment, Mi-I'd finally discovered a flaw. All concentrations, breath of light, type 10, storm of light. The blades of light continued to intertwine to form tornadoes, enveloping Hayden Yui at once. Burn, slash. Yui, who was in the center of the storm, let out a miserable scream. Sister. Seeing that Yui was injured, Yui also hurriedly shouted. There was no previous motiness in his eyes, but full of distress and concern. Yui's arms and hands were destroyed by the blade of light, and then her legs and body? No. Yui tried to save her, but was stopped by the fire of the immortal Kawa Jinya. Sister. Help me. I'm in so much pain. Yui cried out in the middle of the storm, and now she only had one head left. The rest of her body had been destroyed, and she wanted to recover, but was stopped by a strange force. Slowly turning into ashes as if his head had been cut off, Yui looked at Yui reluctantly, and finally turned into nothingness. Misu gasped, and the move of Windblade Storm consumed a lot of her physical strength. But soon, she took out the healing pill and ate it. The body is also recovering rapidly. Seeing Yui disappear in front of him, Yui was silent. The momentum on her body began to skyrocket. The original blue skin began to turn blood red. The conch on her chest shattered, forming a human face. It was the dead Yui. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. Yui's shrill voice rang out. At this moment, Yui seems to be a complete body. This momentum is already beyond the scope of the lower string, and the strength to reach the upper string. Blood gushed out. And Miso screamed, fell to the ground, quickly ingested the healing pill, and adjusted her breathing to stop the bleeding. Immortal Kawa Jinya has been ghosted at this moment. Bang bang bang. The cannon fire kept on, but it didn't hit Yui once. Yui's claws stood out and killed him with an irresistible sharpness. Damn. Immortal. Kawa scolded secretly. The Nichirin knife was unsheathed, constantly resisting Yui's attack. Jingle clank. Immortal Kawa Jinya's heroine knife and its claws collided with countless sparks. Jumping back a few steps, Dingqing saw that the immortal Chuan Jinya's Japanese wheel knife was already full of gaps, as if it would break with only a slight fold. Yui tilted her head and looked at the immortal Kawa Jinya, shrouded in murderous intent. His gaze changed, and the surrounding scene changed to a blood-red cage. Blood demon technique, lonely blood prison. At this moment, the immortal Chuan Jinya only felt extremely difficult to breathe, and his limbs were heavy, as if they had been filled with lead. Blood also began to gush out, drowning the body and even the head of the immortal Kawa Jinya little by little. He wanted to rely on his special ability to eat ghosts to get out of trouble. The blood was churning, so he gulped down the blood. It's just that the promotion he got was very small, the feeling of suffocation was getting stronger and stronger, and the danger of death loomed over him. No, no, I can't die. I'm going to. Standing next to that guy. I'm going to fight alongside him. Brother. The immortal Kawa Minoru on the ground seemed to sense something, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. This damn palpitation. Could it be? Immortal Minoru Kawa's eyes widened, and he hurried towards the old site. Breath of Light, Type 5, Light 1 Flash, 2 Companies. The immortal Chuan Sunmi, who was waiting for death, heard the news of Feng Yu in his ears, and the next moment his body suddenly relaxed. The blood-red cage was gone. The wind feather in front of him pulled him up and gave him a healing pill casually. You go to the help of the others, I'll tell you what to do later. Then, Wind Feather jumped up directly and killed in the direction of Tomioka Yoshitoi. Brother Feng Yu. Mixio stood up, and at this time she was almost recovered. Yui on the ground was also slowly turning into ashes at this time. Yui's head looked at Yui on the chest of his body. She wanted to touch Yui's face, but she couldn't move. Tears flowed freely, and at this moment she remembered all the memories. Not only did she become a ghost before, but she and Yui teamed up to kill the entire fishing village and eat it. It's all my sister's fault. It's all my fault. I'm sorry for Yui. I'm really sorry. I really want to hug you again. Yui, Chapter 216. Tomioka Yoshi and Tong Emo are in a fight, countless ice crystal fragments fall to the ground, and the temperature of the entire area drops into a cold storage. The frost was cold, but Tong Mo's face was playful. Holding the golden lotus fan in his hand, he swung out a large amount of ice mist from time to time to attack Tomioka Yoshi. Oh yes, you humans are really a regrettable existence. Every time I meet you, it's like this, and you come up to die. Human beings are so fragile. Once they die, they will turn into nothingness, they will feel nothing, and when their brains and hearts stop, they will return to dust after their whole bodies decay. And I, came to this world with the mission of redeeming you human beings. Come, let me eat you, from flesh to flesh without any residue, and let me lead you to eternal life. It's like an innocent child, telling you what he really thinks in his heart. Tomioka Yiyong didn't pay attention to it, just frowned slightly. In his heart, Tong Emo was a madman. He obviously had a harmless face, but he could say such terrifying words. The key was that his tone was so peaceful. It's noisy, Tomioka said lightly with an expressionless face. The Hinoa knife in his hand quickly approached Tong Emo. Water breath, 3 shapes, flowing dance. The sliding of the water quickly formed a stream of water, and Tomioka's figure left an afterimage in the air. Blood ghost technique, lotus leaf ice. Tong Emo waved the lotus fan in his hand unhurriedly, and a large number of ice crystals appeared out of thin air, blocking Tomioka's footsteps with a dense attack. Transparent world. In an instant, Tomioka's vision became transparent, and the world gave instructions on the trajectory of the ice crystals summoned by Tong Emo and the next move. After opening the transparent world, the subsequent consumption was very large, but it made Tomioka Yoshio's body index soar and his strength soared. The movements of the three-type Liuliu dance also made Tong Emo unable to see clearly. The blue waves undulated. Water breath, pick up shape, life, and flow. The whole body turned, each turn increased the speed and power of the knife, and a huge water dragon appeared from the tip of the knife, and rushed towards Tong Emo with a roar. Knowing that Yi Yong wanted to fight in close quarters, Tong Emo smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Blood demon technique, scattered lotus blossom. Holding a fan in each of his left and right hands, and fanning it down. At the same time, a large number of ice petals as sharp as a blade were swayed out by him. The temperature in the air dropped again, and Tomioka Yi Yong hurriedly dodged, and at this time, he could feel a stream of cold air eroding into his body. The surface of the tip of the blade began to freeze, and even his clothes were condensed with a little bit of broken ice. Tomioka quickly dodged, but when Naruto on the ground saw this, she directly controlled the members of the Demon Slayer team in Infinite City, and instantly appeared in front of the ice petals. In just an instant, an ice sculpture appeared in front of Tomioka Yoshitoshi. The people inside were still blindfolded and stunned, vividly imprinted in Tomioka's mind. How come? Tomioka's hands trembled, and he felt the feeling of powerlessness that had swept through his body as he looked at the team members who had turned into ice sculptures and lost their lives. Feng Yu, who was coming, also saw it and frowned slightly. Use it now, Naruto should go offline, otherwise more people will die. Originally, Feng Yu planned to clean up the ghosts in the Infinite City before breaking the Infinite City, but now he can't wait. Daki's box, it has the function of fixing space. The box emits bursts of light, and the entire Infinite City is firmly fixed as if it is a large net. Everyone, listen to my command in a moment, and all run in one direction. Wind. Feather's voice sounded in the hearts of all the members of the Ghost Slayer team. This is his use of spiritual power to communicate with the people of the Ghost Slayer team. The Naruto on the ground seemed to have noticed an abnormality, and the pipa in her hand couldn't even play. The strings that can be played with a gentle pick and pinch on weekdays are as stiff as steel at the moment. She didn't know what was going on, and an anxious expression appeared on her face. At this moment, a huge golden figure from the sky rushed straight down. Quack, it's time for Xiaohei to appear. The energy of the sun's flames continued to gather, and the danger of death instantly enveloped the whole body. Naruto looked up and could only see a huge cloud of light filling her vision. Boom. A violent explosion rang out, and the flames soared into the sky, sending sand and rocks flying, and the place where Naruto was turned into a large crater, and her figure disappeared completely, as if evaporated. The countless building platforms in the Infinite City began to collapse, and Feng Yu, whose spiritual power had been observing the situation in the Infinite City all the time, finally saw a bright light. Wind Feather sent a voice. Everyone, towards the west gate point of light, returned to the ground. An order was given to all the people of the ghost-killing team and hurried to the location of the light gate. The people who were close still wanted to hesitate, but they were scolded by Feng Yu to hurry up. As soon as they entered the light gate, those people instantly appeared on the ground, feeling the smell in the air, and everyone cheered. Tomioka's eyes were red, and the anger in his eyes was self-evident. Senior brother Yi Yong, you also go quickly, and then clean him up when you get to the ground. But Tomioka Yoshi didn't respond, just picked up the Nichirin knife and rushed to Tong Emo. Trouble. Wind Feather cursed, using his breath of light, and quickly harvested the demons who tried to stop the members of the Demon Slayer from rushing to the light gate. Without Naruto's existence, Wind Feather has entered a no-man's land in this Infinite City, and it is impossible to resist. Brother Feng Yu, you should go quickly. Miso shouted at Feng Yu, who was as fast as light, her face extremely anxious. It's noisy, little brat, let's go. That guy is so strong, he won't have an accident. We're a burden to him here. Immortal. Kawajinya blushed and twisted Mixu up. No matter how she struggled, she ran straight towards the light gate. This little kid didn't expect it to be so light. The skin is so soft. Some strange thoughts appeared in the mind of the immortal Chuanjinya, and his face became more and more red, even if he was in a ghost state at this time. He felt his heart beating fast. Knock knock. But he doesn't hate it. But there was still that look of disgust on his face, and he shouted at the struggling Miso. It's noisy, shut up. With Wind Feather killing the remaining ghosts, the members of the Ghost Slayer team retreated very smoothly. Soon, only Tomioka Yoshi, Tong Emo, and Feng Yu were left in the entire Infinite City. The speed of the collapse of Infinity City is getting faster and faster. Oops, it looks like Naruto's guy is dead. Tong Emo smiled. It's too late, senior brother Yi Yong. Let's go out first. Feng Yu shouted. No matter what Tomioka Yi Yong did, he grabbed him directly, and then adjusted the light breathing method and rushed towards the light gate. Chapter 217 on the ground. The immortal Kawajinya rushed out with Mixu. No, brother Feng Yu hasn't come out yet. He hasn't come out yet. The door of light grew smaller and smaller, and when it was about to close, there was only one light in the eyes of the people. Then the figures of Windfeather and Tomioka Yoshi appeared in front of everyone. Phew, fortunately it came out at the last second. Only, Feng Yu knew how thrilling it was just now, and in just 1 second, the entire infinite city completely collapsed and shattered, buried deep underground. But before he could be happy for a minute, the ground began to shake. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Everyone panicked. After all, the earthquake in a small island country was already a feature in this era. It is not surprising to them that there was an earthquake. Feng Yu frowned, and said in a deep voice, "No, you guys disperse quickly." The Rylun knife in his hand was picked up, and it instantly turned into a blood-red Death Reaper phantom gathered behind him, and the markings were entangled, and the powerful sense of oppression on his body suddenly shocked everyone. It's amazing. Is this the strength of Lord Light Sama? It's so strong. It's really strong. This guy, everyone secretly said in their hearts, but they still obeyed Feng Yu's order and quickly dispersed. The ground was still shaking violently, as if something big was about to break through the ground. It's coming, said Windfeather. Tomioka Yoshi on the side also opened the transparent world, and just now, the consumed body also recovered under the energy pill and the healing pill. Senran's ghostly aura came out from underground. Then the ground began to freeze, the temperature plummeted, and a huge Iceman with his hands folded like a bodhisattva rushed out of the ground. Sitting on the shoulder of the Iceman bodhisattva is Tong Emo. At this moment, the smile on his face was still warm, but there was a trace of dirt on his clean and white face. Boring human, let's spend Elysium with me. Tong Emo shouted, and then the huge Iceman Bodhisattva directly raised his hand and slashed down towards the two of them at a very fast speed. With the slash of the hand knife, countless ice crystals bloomed in the air and shot towards the two of them. The sound of rumble resounded throughout the sky, and the members of the ghost-killing team who had just dispersed looked back. A strong wind came from behind. Wherever the strong wind sweeps, it is covered with frost and cold, making people look at it as if they are in the cold winter. Breath of Light, Type 9, Holy Light Realm, suddenly changed around him, and golden rays of light shone throughout, enveloping Kazifa and Tomioka Yoshi. Those ice crystal attacks, the moment they received the light, directly turned into a pool of water, and the hand knife of the Iceman Bodhisattva was solved by Tomioka Yoshi. Water Breath 11 Nagi. Tong Mo's strongest attack and Water Breath's strongest defense collided, and the powerful wind directly caused a world of ice and snow to form around him. The ground of the trees was frozen, and even Tomioka's water field began to freeze a little. The blade is covered with crushed ice. Feng Yu noticed that Tong Emo cut open his skin to make blood flow out, and with a slight fan, the blood suddenly turned into misty ice crystals and filled the air. It's like a virus, trying to get into the bodies of the two. Breath of Light, Wanton Type, Redemption. The blade glowed and began to fall on the bodies of Kazuha and Tomioka, and at the same time, as if there was a tracker, it directly captured the fine Xiaois crystals in the air. As soon as the light touched the fine Xiaois crystals, they will dissolve and cancel each other out. Like a natural nemesis. The ice mist vanished, and the light fell on Tomioka and his blade. He felt the warmth in his body, and the ice crystals of the Rylun knife in his hand melted, and the water domain suddenly burst out with powerful power, directly cutting off the palm of the Iceman Bodhisattva. The smooth incision exudes a faint cold air, but soon, a palm regrew from the incision. Looks like I'm underestimating you. I didn't expect you to be able to discover the ice mist I was hiding in the air. Tong Emo squinted his eyes, and he found that the two people in front of him were not easy to deal with, especially Feng Yu. At this time, when Tong Emo was about to make the next attack, his face instantly jumped away from the shoulder of the Iceman Bodhisattva. Wind Breath, Wu Ji Type, Cold Autumn Falling Mountain Wind. The figure of the immortal Kawa Minoru instantly jumped into the air, his eyes staring at Tong Mo's neck like a torch, spinning himself, and the huge wind blade enveloped Tong Emo with endless killing machines. Bang! The wind blade and the Iceman Bodhisattva collided together. A violent explosion sounded. The wind blade was still the same. The Iceman turned around, his hands split, and countless ice fragments flew in all directions. It's now. Breath of Light, 7 Shape, Mystery, Flash. Wind Feather's figure directly broke through the speed of light, as if flashing, and appeared behind Tong Emo. Breath of Light, Type 10, Light Storm. The light blade staggered, and soon a huge light blade formed a storm directly pulled Tong Emo, who had not yet reacted, into it. The light blade is like a knife, and it has been attacked dozens of times in a second, and each attack has a burning effect that inhibits Tong Mo's self-healing ability. It's just that Tong Mo's eyes don't see any changes, as if these pains don't exist. Immortal Kawa Minoru glanced at Feng Yu, snorted coldly, and then directly slashed his arm. A strong smell of blood began to fill the air, and Tong Emo turned around violently, looking at the immortal Kawa Minoru, with a hint of greed in his eyes and a flush on his face, as if he was drunk. He felt his head dizzy. This taste. This is thin blood. Tong Emo said greedily. At this time, the blood-colored cocoon that had been transformed into a miserable cocoon not far from everyone began to shake constantly, and a powerful power erupted into it and soared into the sky. Immortal Minoru Chuan, Brother Yiyang, this guy will be handed over to you. Remember to be careful of the ice mist that his blood turns into. That will enter our lungs and cause it to freeze and die. Miserable guy. It's up to me to deal with it. Feng Yu said with a solemn face. But the immortal Chuan Minoru refused. He felt that Feng Yu was looking down on him, but for the sake of the overall situation, he still didn't have a seizure, so he could only pretend to be angry and shouted, "Bastard, don't look down on me, I can kill this guy soon. Although Uncle Ben can't get used to you, but you have to give me a good life." Seeing the immortal Kawa Minoru go up, Yi Yang also nodded towards Feng Yu. He knew that Feng Yu's strength was stronger than the strength of all their pillar levels, all kinds of strange abilities. Now Yi Yang only hopes to be able to deal with the ghost in front of him as soon as possible, so as to help the last ghost king of the Wind Feather team to be miserable. The blue ripples wrapped around his body, and his momentum changed, and he cooperated with the immortal Chuan Minoru to kill Tong Emo. Seeing the two people rushing up, Tong Emo unhurriedly began to perform the blood ghost technique. The huge Iceman Bodhisattva stood beside him. The ice crystals swayed by the lotus fan were full of killing machines, the surrounding air plummeted, and the frost flew. This is an ice and snow battlefield and an extremely cold place. Seeing them pressing Tong Emo, Feng Yu looked at Wu Miao. The end and beginning of the whole world. The source of all sins, animate Tsuji, is no misery. Chapter 218. Click, click. The blood-colored cocoon began to shake, and then terrifying flesh whips broke through the cocoon. Bad smell. Wu Miao glanced at the remaining blood of the pearl world on the ground, and then looked at Feng Yu. "It's you lowly human again." Suddenly, Wu Miao realized that something was wrong, and his personal subordinate Naruto's aura disappeared. Naruto's waste was killed. "Why are you all here to stop me from becoming the most perfect creature in the world? Once again, you humans, give me all the death." The green tendons burst out, the momentum soared to the sky, and the strong sense of oppression made the immortal Minoru Kawa and Yoshi Tomioka in the distance feel frightened. How? This feeling. It's like a weak self encountering a beast. No misery. Is it really that powerful? Muttered Minoru Immortal. Tomioka frowned and looked in the direction of Feng Yu with a worried face. White hair, limbs, and lower body are wrapped in blood and hair, and a huge mouth with sharp teeth grows all over his body. This is the form of no misery at this moment, and it belongs to the form of his ghost king. "That's enough, my patience has been exhausted, let's kill all of you Ghost Slayer team today. It's just right, I can't wait to kill you, all the way, for today, I hope you coward don't run away." Just like the beginning. As soon as the voice fell, the momentum on Feng Yu's body also skyrocketed, with markings, permeable to the world, fighting spirit, he knife, and death mask. The powerful momentum is instantly equal to the momentum of no misery. Wu Miao's eyes shrank, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It's too similar. Wu Miao muttered, but the thorn whip behind him began to look like vines, standing in midair aimed at Wind Feather. Feng Yu didn't dare to be careless, after all, this was an existence stronger than Black Death. According to the description in the original book, these stabbing whips are not all that are without misery. Breath of Light, Type 5, Light 1 Flash, 10 Links. Bang. Feng Yu's figure rushed out instantly, and every step he took down, a powerful force would erupt, and a deep pit was formed. "Give me death." Wu Miserable roared and flew out in an instant, its speed making a sound in the air, and the powerful momentum caused a sonic boom to be sent out in the air. Wherever the whip swept through, there were violent explosions. Feng Yu's figure at this time is like a light that will be refracted, and the speed is so fast that even the miserable stabbing whip can't help it. Suddenly, the stabbing whips began to change shape and position, shooting out like a rain of arrows, stained with scarlet blood. Feng Yu knew that he couldn't be contaminated with blood, otherwise he would probably be poisoned. One flash of light, 10 times, one line is a knife, with a dazzling ghost cut like the sun. Resists attacks from stabbing whips that form like fishing nets. At this moment, Feng Yu is a light man, exuding a dazzling light all over his body, and the death shadow is constantly condensing behind him, and the blood-colored light and pale yellow light on the ghost cut are constantly intertwined. His speed increased again, and at the same time, the ghost cut also seemed to have changed a little at this moment. Click. Under Feng Yu's gaze, the blood-red ghost cut began to appear one after another, which was extremely weird. Feng Yu didn't know what was going on with Onigiri, but he could feel the joy that came from Onigiri. When the ghost slashed at the miserable thorn whip, and suddenly sparks flew everywhere, as if it had been cut on steel, but it was still cut down by the ghost slash. But soon, the stabbing whip that was cut off suddenly differentiated into other thorn whips, and it hit Feng Yu's head. Water breath, 11 shape, Nagi, the blue field unfolded, slamming all the thorn whips in front of him. Breath of light, type 10, storm of light. The sword move changed, and a storm of intertwined blades of light instantly attracted all the stabbing whips into its center. Cutting, dissipating, burning. It's just that the effect that can usually inhibit the ghost's self-healing ability has no effect on Wu Miao. The moment the thorn whip was cut off, it grew back. Breath of light, type 12, auxiliary light, full jade box. Light. As soon as the auxiliary move came out, the ghost cut in his hand shook, and the dazzling light rose to the sky. Breath of light, type 11, light wing slash. One after another, the blades of light instantly broke through the miserable stabbing whip and slashed directly at him. Stab, 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 the sound of blades slashing at flesh and blood, and explosions rang out. The surrounding area is full of fires, making it difficult to see inside. Blood fell to the ground dripping, his eyes widened, and endless murderous aura gushed out. I'm hurt. I was hurt by a lowly human. How long has it been? For more than 100 years. I feel the pain again. You're damned. You're damned? Wu Miao's eyes seemed to fall into madness. And then, Wu Miao's back and thighs squirmed. Sting. 9 pipe whips grew from the upper half of his body, and 8 pipe whips of about 7 meters grew from his legs. Feng Yu didn't dare to underestimate it, because he found that the misery at this time had become even more terrifying in his eyes. Even if there is a transparent world, there is a faint warning of death. According to the original book, the pipe whip that Wu Miao grows now is more terrifying and faster than the previous thorn whip, especially the pipe whip on both legs. Above the clouds, the black fox was looking at the battle below with an excited face. Kill. Kill, it's better to lose both. This world doesn't need you anymore. You just stay here, and you don't have to go for the rest of the matter. Butterfly. Shinobu stood in front and said to the members of the Demon Slayer behind him with a solemn face. Why, Lord Butterfly Shinobi, we can help, we are not afraid of death. As long as we can kill a demon, we will die without regrets. Enough, everyone, the battle ahead is no longer something you can handle. If you continue to move forward, it will only hold us back. So, just stop here, and the rest of the battle will be handed over to us. Except for Tanjiro, Zanai, and Inashuk, the rest of the people are all left here, and they are not allowed to take a step forward. Otherwise, it will be dealt with as a betrayal organization. Butterfly Shinobu said indifferently. Yes, what Xiao Ren said makes sense. Your strength is not enough, you need to stay here, otherwise you will be a senseless casualty if you go up. Before the members of the Ghost Slayer could say something, they saw a huge Iceman Bodhisattva appear behind them, and with a slight slash of their hands, a violent explosion rang out. The freezing cold reached everyone with the aftermath of the explosion. Butterfly Shinobi's eyes widened suddenly, and the markings on his arms involuntarily opened. Then, under the incomprehensible gaze of everyone, he rushed straight forward. Chapter 219. Everyone looked at each other, but Shitoyu Muchiro on the side couldn't stand. Also followed closely behind the butterfly ninja and rushed directly at the fastest speed. That powerful sense of oppression, Ganlu. Temple Mealy said secretly in her heart, but there was still no other expression change on her face. Everyone, just stay here and protect yourself. The battle ahead is not something you can participate in. Nanako, you stay here and let everyone retreat first. Well, okay. Nanako nodded in agreement. She also felt the fierceness of the battle in front of her, and also understood the lack of her own strength. Staying here and not disturbing them to fight with peace of mind is the best choice. Subsequently, Tanjiro and the 3 of them went to the battlefield with the honey glass of Gonroji Temple. The closer they got, the stronger the sense of oppression they felt. This sense of oppression, this foul smell, the cold wind howled, and the entire area was like a large skating rink. What a terrifying power. Tanjiro and the 3 of them were shocked in their hearts, and their faces were extremely solemn. The butterfly endured pain and bloodshot eyes, but it was extremely strange indeed. There was a moment of pain on his face, a smile for a while, and the murderous intent was pervasive. The taste. Sister Shinobu is wrong. Tanjiro quickly reacted, and the aura exuded by the butterfly Shinobu not far away was completely different from her usual. It is a smell of pain and hatred. Sister, waiting for me. I'll be able to avenge you soon. That ghost is the murderer you killed. I'll kill him with my own hands, one by one. Butterfly. Shinobu muttered frantically. When Butterfly Shinobu jumped over and landed next to the immortal Minoru Chuan, she was stunned for a moment, followed by endless hatred and killing intent. Like a bloody hat. Sharp iron fan. The harmless smile of humans and animals. Butterfly Shinobu held the Hinoa knife tightly, lowered his head, and tears flowed from his eyes. Seeing the arrival of Butterfly Shinobi, Tong Mo suddenly became interested. What a lovely girl, do you have any sadness in your heart that you can't let go? I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect, tell me the pain in your heart, and I will listen carefully to your pain. Tong Mo said in a gentle tone. What's so sad isn't it? You're the murderer of my sister. Do you remember this Ori? Said Butterfly angrily. Let me think about it, you look a little familiar. With that, Tong Mo bit a fan into his mouth, and then poked his finger directly into his head and stirred. Oops. I remember, it's the girl who breathes with flowers. It's a very gentle and lovely child, I want to eat her, because the sun is out, it's a pity that I can't eat it. I remember all this. Tong Mo said with a smile. But as soon as he was stunned, Butterfly Shinobu directly pierced Tong Mo's eyes with the Hinakura knife. Breath of the worm, dance of the bee teeth, true beauty. Tear pull, blood, splash. Tong Mo leaned back slightly, the lotus fan in his hand swung forward, and the air in front of him suddenly dropped, condensing several extremely sharp ice crystal flowers. It's cold. I feel like my lungs are going to freeze. Butterfly Shinobu said secretly in her heart, but her speed was extremely fast, and she just jumped back slightly, and dodged the attack of the ice crystal flower. A few meters to the ground, Butterfly Shinobi's eyes were red, and she gently tied up her hair, just like her sister's hairstyle when she was still alive. Sister, I'm going to kill this guy, definitely. Seeing this, Tong Mo in the distance showed an excited expression. Even if there were immortal Kawa Minoru and Tomioka Yoshio on the side, he didn't care. His eyes and attention at the moment all fell on Butterfly Shinobi. Oh, it's really fast. It's really fast. But it's a pity, the assault move can't kill me, you have to cut off your neck. After that, he pointed at his neck with this lotus fan and looked at Butterfly Shinobu with a smile. Suddenly, Tong Mo's face showed a painful look. Ahem. Rich blood spit out of his mouth. Hey, it's really a powerful kid. But it's a pity, this poison doesn't seem to kill me. Yaga, do you look down on me? Minoru Immortal Chuan, who was on the side, took a step forward and shouted, the Hinawa knife in his hand aimed at Tong Mo. Tomioka Yoshi too, pointed a knife at him. Soon, Shitamuchiro and Ganlui Miri and others came here. Shinobu tied his hair up. It's really cool. The scars on Mr. Immortal Chuan have become more and more. Mr. Tomioka is still so cold, it's really cool, said the honey glass of Ganlu Temple with a flushed face. Shitio Yuichiro looked at Tong Mo expressionlessly, and after glancing around, he walked directly in the direction of Wu Miao. How did Muchiro go? No, over there. It's the breath of Feng Yu-kun. Who is he fighting with? It's so powerful. It's so powerful. Ganlu Temple Meili noticed the battle on Feng Yu's side, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Butterfly Shinobu saw that the poison she had just injected had no effect on Tong Mo at all, and the smile on her face became even more weird. Hehe, I didn't expect that my poison really can't kill you, she recalled in her mind at the moment the image of getting along with her sister, and the scene when Feng Yu cast a reincarnation nightmare on her. That kind of thing. Little by little, being eaten and devoured, death, pain, weakness, powerlessness. I've already tried. Sister, I have endured your pain one by one. Butterfly. Shinobu lowered her head and muttered. The aura on her body also completely exploded at this moment, and the powerful momentum made everyone look sideways. Tomioka frowned, immediately grabbed her arm and said, don't do stupid things. This ghost is not worth your doing. I hope you can live well. You still have us, we will help you kill this ghost together, so that your sister will be happy, instead of feeling sorry for you for hurting yourself. At the same time, the incomparably messy spirit in her body, like a schizophrenic, is competing and merging with each other. Tomioka's words made the butterfly shiver, and the madness in his eyes suddenly began to subside. I know. Thank you. Butterfly Shinobu took a deep breath and adjusted his breath. Let me kill this ghost. Immortal Kawa Minoru jumped up and shouted, and the wind blade gradually expanded with the swing of the neon wheel knife. Wind breath, wood shape, cold autumn wind. Water breath 7 shape water drop ripple stab. Breath of love, 3 types, love cat Shia. Breath of the worm, dance of the centipede, belly of the 100-legged snake. The powerhouses of the 4 pillar levels, the 3 of them rushed forward to interfere with the action of blocking Tong Mo, and the immortal Minoru was directly beheaded. Oops. Looks like I'm going to die here today. Tong Mo didn't feel a trace of crisis, and his face was still as gentle as ever. Blood demon technique, frozen clouds, waved. The lotus fan, and a large area of cold and piercing clouds enveloped the audience. Blood demon technique, fog ice, water lily bodhisattva. The huge iceman bodhisattva rose from the ground and continued to slash down towards the 4 of them with their bare hands through the ice mist. The strong aftermath of the battle made the Tanjiro and the 3 of them in the distance stop. Chapter 220 The huge iceman's palm slashed straight down, and its speed was as fast as breaking through the sound barrier, and the 4 of them could feel the wind across their cheeks like a sharp blade, cut through their skin with ease. Boom. The iceman's palm slashed down, and the powerful force directly cut the entire ground in half. A crack more than 30 meters long appeared in the ground. It can be seen how powerful this iceman is. The earth is trembling, the clouds are stirring. The speed of the 4 people is not bad, and the moment the iceman's palm falls, they immediately dodge and counterattack at the same time. The wind blade of the immortal Kawa Minoru directly took Tong Mo's head, and the 3 butterfly ninja blades fell on the iceman bodhisattva. Click, click. Cracks appeared from the iceman bodhisattva's body. I didn't expect you humans to be able to do this, from being weak at birth, to being able to break through my iceman bodhisattva's defenses like this. I have to say, you guys are really amazing. Tong Mo's face showed a very serious expression. If he was not a ghost, then maybe he could really make the people who were praised feel a little moved. Obviously, the 4 butterfly ninja didn't feel a trace of emotional fluctuations here, and they didn't dare to be careless about Tong Mo, a powerful ghost. Immortal Minoru Kawa's blade was still breaking through the ice mist quickly, and it was about to fall on Tong Mo's neck. Blood demon magic, vine lotus blossom. Several ice vines wrapped in lotus flowers sprouted from around him, stretching out like his arms, wrapping backwards around a giant tree. Tong Mo's body faded back at an extreme speed in an instant. Bang! Countless wind blades landed on the head of the iceman bodhisattva, and instantly shattered into countless pieces of ice. Oh yes, what a terrible power. If that blow had just landed on my neck, the fate of the iceman bodhisattva would have been mine. But alas, I wasn't so easy to be killed by you. Tong Mo said with a tired smile. Obviously, the high-intensity use of blood demon magic made his body deplete very quickly. The iceman bodhisattva who lost his head shattered his entire body. You Harris, I'll take his head. Immortal Kawa Minoru shouted. And then the whole person rushed straight forward. And the blade turned into the wind, the breath of the wind, the shape of wantonness, and the rise of the sand. His speed was like the wind, and the blade in his hand directly swung out 5 giant blade winds from the bottom up. Seeing this, Tong Emo jumped up directly by taking advantage of the giant tree as a bearing point. But soon, he regretted it. Breath of water, 7-shape water droplet ripple strike. Breath of worm, dance of butterflies, teasing. Breath of love, shape of wood, swinging love, chaotic claw. Tomioka Yoshio and Butterfly Shinobu are one left and one right. One is the fastest sword move of the water breath, and the other is a butterfly-like light flying stab at Tong Emo. In the middle is the attack of the honey glass of the Ganla temple. Her Japanese wheel knife is like a whip, shaking rapidly, slashing. Oops, this is really suffering, I can't dodge. Tong Emo smiled, as if he had given up resistance. But he began to swing his fan with his hands interlaced, and countless extremely sharp frost condensed. Blood demon technique, dry garden snow. It's up to you to dodge. Ganla Temple Honey Glass is okay, Tomioka Yoshi and Butterfly Shinobu are different, the two of them are close to the face attack. If you want to hurt Tong Emo, then you have to bear the attack of frost. Tomioka Yiyang frowned slightly, and the Hinoa knife in his hand still did not hesitate. At all? Not to mention Butterfly Shinobi, in her eyes, as long as she could kill Tong Emo, even if it was to sacrifice her life. Tear up. The two Nichirin knives pierced Tong Mo's body with great force. Before he could resist, the attack of the honey glass of the Ganla temple followed. The chaotic slash without discipline was like a meat grinder, cutting Tong Mo's body flesh and blood into droplets. When wind breath, 8 types, first gale slash. With a strong wind blade, it slashed directly at Tong Mo's neck. Oops, it looks like I'm going to be cut off. Tong Emo looked at the butterfly in front of him tenderly and smiled. Your eyes are so beautiful, I seem to be in love with you a little. The emotions welling up in his heart became stronger, and Tong Emo couldn't help but reach out and touch Butterfly Shinobi's cheek. What a lovely girl, can you fall in love with me? Butterfly was silent, and even the corners of her mouth kept bleeding. Of course, Tomioka Yoshiyang was not comfortable, and just now in order to stab the Hinoa knife into Tong Mo's body, the two of them forcibly withstood his attack. At this moment, the two of them only felt that the organs of their bodies were frozen, and it was extremely difficult for them to breathe. You. People like you should go to hell. The butterfly's eyes were red, and with every word she spat out, blood gushed out from the corners of her mouth like a tide. Poof. Tomioka Yoshi and Butterfly Shinobu both spurted out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Give me death. Immortal. Kawa Minoru shouted, and the wind blade of the Hinoa blade in his hand burst out, directly through his neck, and a green light slashed through the air. Tong Emo, who lost his head, fell to the ground and began to turn to ashes. Tomioka Yoshi pulled out the Hinoa knife and plunged it into the soil to support his body, gasping for breath. And Butterfly Shinobu fell to the ground weakly, tears couldn't stop flowing, and he looked at the sky blankly. Memories of the past came to mind, and from the moment her sister died, she had carried too much. At this moment, she cut off Tong Mo's neck with her own hands, and at this moment she was released, and the once competitive and irritable little ninja returned. Sister, I've finally avenged you. But why don't I feel a glimmer of joy? You'll never come back. Sister, I really miss you, Butterfly. Shinobu couldn't hold back any longer, and her suppressed emotions collapsed instantly, just like a little girl, crying loudly. Tong Mo's head kept looking at Butterfly Shinobi. Is this what it's like to be in love? So your name is Butterfly Shinobi, what a nice name, just like the butterflies in the flowers, elegant and beautiful. Tong Emo said affectionately, with a smile on his face, not feeling the slightest pain because he was turning into ashes. Little Shinobi, shouted Miri of Ganla Temple, extremely worried. Looking at the Butterfly Shinobu who was crying, she held her tightly in her arms. Xiao Shinobi, cry out all the grievances you have suffered over the years, you are not alone, you still have us, and the countless swordsmen who accompany you from the ghost-killing team accompany you. The injuries in her body were also relieved and recovered at this moment. Shinobi, we can't stop here yet, ahead, there is still a battle waiting for us. The aftermath of the violent explosion came, and it was obvious that Wind Feather's side was not easy at all. Immortal Minoru didn't care about Tomioka Yoshi and the others, and ran directly in the direction of Feng Yu. Mr. Yiyang, you also recover from the injuries in your body first, please, take care of Xiao Ren, said Meili of Ganla Temple with red eyes. Seeing Butterfly Ren so sad, she also said that she felt extremely sad in her heart. Tomioka nodded, then took the healing pill and began to breathe to speed up healing. Chapter 221. After Tong Emo was completely reduced to ashes, the black fox on the clouds felt extremely excited. Great, the power is constantly improving. There's still this low-level creature left. It's almost there. Nakagawa Kazuha, you have to give some strength. And Wu Miao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that even Tong Emo was killed. Looking at Feng Yu and Shitouyu Wuchiro in front of him, his face was solemn, and the thought of escaping flashed in his heart. Those wastes, even a few humans can't be killed. Damn it, do you have to wait until 100 years later when they all die and start over? What a reluctance. Cyan Flower, where are you? Damn the world, why do you keep preventing me from becoming the most perfect creature? Wu Miao's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Suddenly, a strange force erupted in his heart, suppressing all his emotions. His eyes gradually reddened, and his face was bruised. It's really useless for the dignified ghost ancestor to want to escape, but do you really think you can escape from the palm of my hand? The black fox lay on the clouds and smiled mysteriously. The momentum weakened for a moment, but it was still noticed by Feng Yu. Just now, Wu Miao came up with the idea of retreating. But in an instant, it fell into control. What the hell is going on? Could it be? Feng Yu looked up at the sky fiercely, and the huge spiritual power seemed to converge into a straight line, straight into the sky. The black fox seemed to notice, and then dissipated into a cloud of black mist. The black fox guy, muttered Windfeather. He could feel the black fox above the clouds, but he didn't know what he was capable of. Now that the 12 ghost moons are all dead except for the black fox, except for the mysterious existence of the black fox, Feng Yu can't think of anyone else who can affect Wu Miao. But before Feng Yu could think about it, the attack came in an instant. Rumble. The breath of the whip and the thorn whip directly shook the earth apart, and the giant mouth on the thorn whip spit out a whirlpool with extremely strong suction. Feng Yu can still handle it with ease, but it's not the same with Shitamuchiro on the side. His speed couldn't dodge the ruthless attack at all, and he could only be forced to defend. Windfeather's blade swung, and countless thorn whips and pipe whips fell to the ground in response, but soon more branches burst out. It's like a fishing net. Xia's breath, Lu's moon's glow. Xia's light flashed, and the attacking pipe whip shattered instantly, but when it landed, the miserable attack struck again. Shitomuchiro hurriedly lowered his head, the pipe whip in his ear whistled, and he then dodged the fatal blow, but the wounds also split open in an instant at this moment. Seeing that it was another countless thorn whip attack, Shitomuchiro hurriedly jumped and came to Feng Yu's side, back to back with him, defending against the Wu miserable attack. What's going on with the lines on your face? I can feel that these lines can strengthen your overall strength. Whether it's speed or strength. Can you teach me? I also hope to become stronger, said Shitamuchiro with a blank face. The pillar-level powerhouses of the Ghost Slayer team have already reached saturation in their own strength, and only the 3 realms of Zebra, Transparent World, and Hedeo can make their strength reach another level. The breathing method is at its extreme, and there are some specific conditions to see it open. After turning it on, the burden on the body is very serious. Before Feng Yu finished speaking, Muchiro said directly, what conditions? The body temperature reaches more than 39 degrees, and the heart rate is 200 times per minute. That's it, Muchiro muttered with a frown. Then, he rushed straight forward. Then use the high-intensity battle to make my body temperature and heart rate reach the opening markings. Kazumi's breath, Nino no type, yay Kazumi. The Hinua knife accompanied the glow of the glow, and slashed wildly towards the miserable pipe whip. One knife after another, Muchiro gritted his teeth, and with the sword move in his hand, the whole body seemed to be active. The temperature is skyrocketing? Not enough. It's not enough. Kazumi's breath, 5's type, Kazumi sea of clouds. A large area of Kazumi mist shrouded in. And everywhere it could see, there was mist everywhere in sight. Windfeather could clearly see that Shitamuchiro was frantically swinging his knife to kill. I see. Body temperature and heartbeat frequency. Butterfly Shinobi is also on, immortal. Kawa Minoru jumped to Windfeather from a distance. Such a simple thing, I will definitely be able to learn. The Ghost King is not miserable, and I will kill it. Chiang. Holding the knife in both hands, a powerful momentum unfolded along. With the blade of the blade, I'm going to go. Then the whole person burst out with strength and jumped out. Feng Yu-kun, I'm here. At this time, the honey glass of Ganla Temple also came to the battlefield. With the distracted attention of the two of them, I'll cover for you. Feng Yu-kun, it's up to you to kill Wu Miao. But only Feng Yu knew that even if he cut off Wu Miao's head, he couldn't kill him. After all, in the original book, he had already broken through the boundary between life and death. Only the sun that hangs high in the sky can completely destroy him. After fighting for so long, Feng Yu has been delaying time, and time has passed little by little. This night, he feels very long. Wu Miao is even more powerful than Black Death Mao, and Feng Yu knows that Wu Miao has other forms that he has not used. Only when it comes to the most dangerous time, this timid and afraid of death. Wu Miao, maybe there will be a big explosion and take the opportunity to escape. Feng Yu is waiting. Wu Miao devoured Zushi, that means that he also devoured the transformation medicine. In the original work, it is precisely because of this transformation medicine that inhibits the division of Wu Miao's cells and causes him to be unable to divide his body. In the perspective of the transparent world, Feng Yu can see that there is a strange force that is constantly eroding his body. Not only that, he always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart, and the world seemed to be telling him that if he killed Wu Miao, there would be a great crisis, a crisis even more terrible than Wu Miao. I'm on, Feng Yu-kun. Powerful arm strength, firmly trapped and locked the stabbing whip that locked Wu Miao. Immortal Kawa Minoru and Shitoru Muchiro were resisting the pipe whip. In their eyes, Wu Miao was like a lamb with hands and feet tied at this time. Feng Yu-kun, it's now. Chapter 222. It's not good to paddle again. Feng Yu's eyes are sharp, his body is full of momentum, his fighting spirit is boiling, and the ghost cut has also begun to entangle the blood-red flames. The eyes of the immortal Minoru Kawa and the others shrank, their heads were cut off, and they did not start to stick to the compass and turn into ashes as they expected. Instead, the whip attack on his body became more violent. Boom! The Powerful destructive force made the air make a loud noise. Damn, hateful, hateful. Actually cut off my head. A bunch of despicable villains. Do you really think that cutting off my head will kill me? I'm the closest thing to a perfect creature. As soon as the words fell, the arms of Wu Miao's body instantly turned into special-shaped tentacles, and he directly picked up his head and healed again under the gaze of Immortal Kawa Minoru and others. Immortal Minoru Kawa, Shitamuchiro, and Ganla Temple Miri all felt a chill surging into their hearts. How could it be? Could it be that Wu Miao has overcome the weakness of the Hinoa knife to cut off his head? Tomioka Yoshiyuki had an expected expression. After all, he had seen the rebirth of the head of the Yakuza after being cut off. For Wu Miao, he had already thought in his heart that since Yuoza could overcome the slash of the Nichirin knife, then Wu Miao would definitely be able to. Feng Yu ignored Wu Miao's anger, but his attention was always in the eastern world. It is expected that the sky will be dawn in less than an hour. If the sun is not miserable, then the sun will shine directly and give him a sunbath. But before the sun comes out, we must hold off the miserable and wait for the transformation medicine to completely erode his body and suppress his splitting ability. Shut up! I don't believe I can't kill you. Immortal Kawa Minoru shouted, and then the Nichirin sword move in his hand was on the side, and the black wind blade came in an instant, breaking through the miserable stabbing whip and pipe whip, and fell directly on his body. Poof! The skin opened, blood splattered, and the organs on Wu Miao's body also appeared in the air at this moment. But soon it was healed in an instant. The strong sense of humiliation and anger made Wu Miao immediately fight back. Guan Whip and Thorn Whip all rushed to the Immortal Kawa Minoru. He wanted him to die in front of him. How many years? How many years? You lowly humans. Especially the four of you, lowly and shameless, besieging me with such despicable means. Wu Miao yelled, and countless attacks rushed straight at Immortal Kawa Minoru. He frantically dodged, but the speed was still not as fast as Wu Miao's attack. Bang! The powerful impact fell directly on his neon wheel knife, and in just an instant, all the attacks followed. Breath of light, 7 shape, mystery flash. The light flashed, and in less than a second, the figure of Feng Yu and the figure of the Immortal Chuan Minoru appeared in the distance of the range of the immortal attack. The position where the Immortal Chuan Minoru was standing had turned into a deep pit at this time. Bastard, I don't need your help. I can handle it myself. I saw that the originally bright green Rylin knife had cracks and chips at this time. Obviously, the fierce attack just now made his Nichiwa knife unable to withstand it. At this time, don't cause them to be injured because you are alone. Wu Miao has overcome the weakness of the Nichirin knife to cut off his head, and only the sunlight is left to completely kill him. We are now just one word wait for the sun to come out. During this period, try not to let Wu Miao escape. Give him a little hope that he can deal with it. Don't push it too hard. I feel that there are other means that have not been used. Once you force Wu Miao, there may be a possibility that we will be injured. Feng Yu said faintly. Looking at the distance that almost fell into madness, the Immortal Kawa Minoru frowned, and said reluctantly, then what should I do? I guess the sunrise is coming soon, and Wu Miao seems to have been affected by something, and when he wanted to run away before, in an instant, that thought disappeared completely. This may be a good thing. Wu Miao devoured Zushi, and there is also a transformation medicine left in his body. We just have to wait for the transformation medicine to take effect and the sunrise. I'm worried that when the sun rises soon, I hope you can attract him with your blood. Feng Yu said. My blood, muttered Minoru Immortal, raising his arm, then looking at his own Nichiwa knife again. Yes. However, I didn't agree because of you. I did this to kill Mu Miao. Immortal Minoru Kawa's face was full of unconvinced. On the other side, the people who were retreated by the honey glass of Ganlu Temple also found the delivery house at this moment. Lord Sama. Great, Lord Sama is fine. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and Yeya was relieved to see that none of them were too seriously injured. After the report was finished, a smile appeared on the face of Yeyashiki. None of the villagers of Forging Knife Village were injured, thanks to you. I would like to say thank you to everyone here. He bowed deeply to everyone. Lord, by all means, this is what we should do, and we are ashamed to say that we can win so smoothly because of Lord Light Pillar. If it weren't for him, I don't know how many partners would die in the Forging Knife Village. As soon as the words fell, a crow flew in the distance, still holding a scroll at its feet. Yuzuru opened it and looked at it, and then told Yeya about it. Father Sama, the battle on the Asakusa side has also ended, and all the humans trapped by the demons have been rescued, and at the same time, the remaining swordsmen in Asakusa Castle are cleaning up the demons at the moment, and the Snake Pillar, Rock Pillar, and Sound Pillar are seriously injured because of the battle with Kami Koichi. But after the timely treatment of Lord Kazuko-sama and the killing of Kamaji, it is no longer a major problem. When everyone heard this, the shock in their eyes was even worse. They didn't expect that Feng Yu would go to Asakusa again after solving the Forging Knife Village. In the distant sky, there were vast fluctuations of battle, and the familiar aura of battle. It was obvious that they understood in their hearts that it was Feng Yu fighting. Lord Light Pillar is really powerful. Yes, it's our honor to have Lord Light Pillar in our Ghost Slayer team. If it weren't for him, the swordsmen of our Ghost Slayer team wouldn't know how much to sacrifice. Nanako and Maizuo on the side listened to them praise their master, and their hearts were also very proud, but at the same time, there was a trace of worry. With such strong battle fluctuations in the distance, I don't know what the situation is like for Wind Feather. But they knew that they couldn't help Feng Yu at this time, so they could only pray silently in their hearts. God, please bless Master Windfeather for defeating the demons. Chapter 223. After knowing the next battle plan, Immortal Kawa Minoru also separated the battle line from everyone and formed a four-corner encirclement posture. On the body of Wu Miao, the pipe whip stabbed the whip and rose into the air, preparing for the next round of attacks. It's just that every time he attacks, he will be blocked by Feng Yu and resist all the attacks that come one by one. Often at this time, other people will come forward to take the knife without misery. If it is Wu Miao's resistance, then Feng Yu will attack directly. Although this kind of combat method is not on the table, in order to be able to kill Wu Miao, even the most lowly method is worth it. Life is always more important than face. Bastard, bastard, you despicable and shameless people, if it weren't for this guy, the three of you would have been killed by me. Their physical strength is constantly being consumed, and the eyes they look at themselves are full of banter. He was extremely arrogant, and he was really annoyed. At this time, Feng Yu was also completely sure that Wu Miao had been affected by his sanity. If it were according to the original book, the miserable estimate at this moment would have already split and fled, but now I would really rather be pressed and beaten and ridiculed than want to escape. What is the origin of this guy? What do you want to do? The uneasiness in his heart was faintly amplified. This was the uneasiness of the unknown enemy. He didn't know if the Black Fox was doing this to help them or if there was another purpose. Gu Sen Donglei's power was devoured by the Black Fox, and Feng Yu didn't know. If he knew, maybe Feng Yu would be able to guess that he didn't know anything. Time passed little by little, and finally there was a hopeful day in the eastern sky. Everyone, hold on for another 10 minutes or so, the sky will soon dawn, and then it will be a miserable death. You must not let him run. Feng Yu used his mental power to transmit words in their heads. Hearing this, the eyes of the immortal Minoru and the others suddenly lit up, and the Hinakura knife in their hands was tightly held. Somewhere, a black fox was lying on a tree, leisurely looking at the fish white in the east in the distance. It's finally dawn. It's time for me to appear. This is the world. It's mine, ha ha ha. The black fox's face was full of joy, and Wu Miao was attacking indiscriminately like crazy at this time. Die, die, die. Give me death. Wu Miao shouted. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he froze for a second. Then the madness on his face vanished, replaced by fear. What's the matter? What am I doing? It's getting dawn. It turns out that these guys are trying to hold me back and wait for the sun to rise to kill me completely. Who the hell is it? Could it be Black Fox? You dare to calculate me? When I get out, I will make your life worse than death. Wu was furious, but at this moment he just wanted to escape from here and hide in the dark. It turned out to be a crisis of life and death that woke you up. But you still can't escape. The Black Fox smiled mysteriously, as if it didn't matter at all after he regained his senses. Wu Miao has regained his senses, he wants to escape, but now, drag him down, can't let him run. Feng Yu said. Immortal Chuan Minoru and the others glanced at each other, held their positions, and maintained the previous momentum of triangular encirclement. Get out of me. Wu Miao shouted angrily, and the pipe whip and thorn whip on his body frantically threw in all directions. Immortal Chuan Minoru and the others could only resist with all their might, but fortunately, Wu Miao had consumed too much of his body before, and his attack had slowed down. But Rao is like this, and the three of them are still very difficult to resist. Breath of light, Wu's hixing, light flash. Bang bang bang. Like the refracted light, it was a huge formation, and it rushed to the front of Wu Miao in an instant. Breath of light, type 9, Holy Light Realm. The intense life and death crisis made him extremely afraid, and he didn't care about the pain on his body, so he jumped up and fled behind him. Seeing this, everyone used their breathing method to block the back road of Wu Miao. Wind breath, 7 types, strong wind, Tengu wind. Love breath, 3 types, love cat shiu. Xia's breath, 7 shapes, hazy. Light breath, 10 types, light storm. Wind blade, Xia mist, whip, light blade, all fell on Wu Miao at once. The powerful attacks gathered together in an instant, like the power that annihilated all existence, and directly shattered Wu Miao's body in an instant. But in an instant, he returned to his original state. No, 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 I want to escape. If I don't leave, I will die, I will die. Wu Miao thought of splitting his body. Just as he wanted to split, a strange force came from his body that inhibited his ability to divide cells. This is damn Zushi. Wu Miao shouted. The sun in the east is gradually rising. Wu Miao is in a hurry. He can't care so much. He belongs to the survival instinct. He is directly alienated, and becomes a monster with a split face and mouth. Roar. It's not good. Everyone back off. Feng Yu shouted. But it was too late. The most powerful blood ghost technique that belonged to Wu Miao erupted, and the earth-destroying sound waves erupted from his body. Feng Yu and the others took the strongest blow at such a close distance. Under the sound waves, the immortal Minoru Kawa's original cracked Hinua knife instantly turned to pieces, and at the same time, the arm he held the knife also turned into nothingness with the Nichirin knife. They were directly blown away, their eardrums were shattered, and even their internal organs were greatly damaged, and scarlet blood flowed from the corners of their ears and mouths. Under the strong sense of dizziness and deafness, except for Feng Yu, the immortal Kawa Minoru and others all passed out. Feng Yu, who was still awake, quickly took out the healing pill and took it for himself and the immortal Kawa Minoru. The smell of blood in the air made Wu Miao stumble for a moment. It belonged to the immortal Kawa Minoru and other rare blood temptations, which made Wu Miao fall into a struggle. Wu Miao's strongest blow directly turned the surroundings into a clearing. All the trees turned into nothingness, and in an instant, even the ground under his feet turned into a big pit the size of a football field. Feng Yu vomited blood, and stood up with the support of the ghost cut, and his healing Dan and his special physique made his recovery power extremely amazing. Don't run. Seeing that Wu Miao was about to overcome the temptation of thin blood and flee from here, Feng Yu directly picked up the ghost cut, aimed at Wu Miao's back, and threw it hard. Tear and pull. Cut through the air like speed and directly penetrated Wu Miao's body. The huge Grim Reaper phantom appeared in an instant, and streams of black mist were continuously absorbed by it. Wu Miao's momentum also dropped rapidly. Roar. Wu Miao sensed that something was wrong, and one by one the tentacles wrapped around the hilt, pulling it out, and the scarlet blood black mist was wrapped and instantly absorbed. Just when Wu Miao lost the ghost cut, the sun in the east shone on the earth. Chapter 224. The sun is out, the sun is out, was shocked, and his body began to multiply rapidly, turning into a giant baby state. I don't care so much, and at this moment, I just want to hide underground and escape from the sun. Boom. The earth splattered, and the giant baby was digging into the ground quickly. Could it be? Do you really want him to escape? Feng Yu tried to stop him, but the damage to his body made him unable to move, and his only weapon, Oni Kiri, had been lost and thrown into the distance. No, I still have a way. Absolute purification. Reincarnation nightmare. A huge pillar of light fell from the sky, directly enveloping Wu Miao, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual force eroded his brain. The feeling of drunken life and dream of death swept through his body, and at the same time, Wu Miao's eyes changed, and the illusion fell. Feng Yu finally fainted to the ground. But what Feng Yu didn't expect was that the strong life and death crisis made Wu Miao break the skill of reincarnation nightmare in an instant. Just when Wu Miao wanted to continue digging a hole and escape, a butterfly-like figure appeared in the sky and fluttered and landed on Wu Miao's giant baby. Worm's breath, dragonfly dance, compound eyes hexagonal. The eyes of the giant baby were shattered instantly, and purple blood gushed out. Roar. The giant baby let out a riot, grabbed Butterfly Shinobi's feet directly, and threw it on the ground. Crazy clenched his fist and smashed at her. Rumble. The powerful force made the ground shake. Sister Shinobi. Ugly woman. Tanjiro shouted. At the three little ones, immediately rushed forward and used the breathing method to block the giant baby's attack. One blade after another, the giant baby was in pain, and began to turn to the three little ones as the target. No. Leave me alone. Drag. Hold him back. Don't let him escape. Butterfly Shinobi's legs had been smashed to pieces, even his hands, and the rich alien knife was held by her in the chest, and the powerful force made the Nari chakra directly embedded in her flesh and blood. Her body seemed to melt into the dirt, all blood, coughing up blood in her mouth, and the blood was mixed with her broken organs. Shanyi, Inashuk, you two go rescue Sister Shinobi, I'll drag him down. Tanjiro shouted. Shanyi and the two looked at each other, nodded, and rushed straight down, carefully digging out the Butterfly Shinobi from the dirt. No matter how careful you are, the flesh has already melted into the soil separates, the blood splashes, and the severe pain directly makes the butterfly faint. I don't know if it's dead or alive, but Shanyi and Inashuk know that she still has one breath left. As long as she gets timely treatment, then there will be salvation. I don't care so much, I can only take Butterfly Shinobu away from the battlefield first. Shanyi, heal Dan, feed Sister Shinobi, Tanjiro shouted, and directly threw the healing pill to Shanyi. Catch the healing pill, feed it to Butterfly Shinobi, and then flee the battlefield directly. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them go. Damn, no miserable. Everyone. Looking at the unconscious people lying on the ground in the distance, the anger in Tanjiro's heart soared to the sky. The god of fire, Kagura, burning bone. Red. Flames instantly wound out from the blade, and the vortex attack slashed at the giant baby. The violent burning sensation made the giant baby feel painful, and the wound was still smoking. The strong sense of fear made the Wu Miao hiding in the giant baby's body extremely frightened. Breath of the Sunday. It's the breath of the sun. No. Tragic horror. He controlled the giant baby to slap Tanjiro directly with his palm, and the speed of breaking through the sound barrier made Tanjiro have no time to react, and he was directly slapped into the distance. When the giant baby was still trying to dig a hole, the sun in the east finally rose completely, and the sun's light shone on the giant baby. The giant baby began to dig frantically in pain, but to no avail, and the huge body was completely irradiated by the sun. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Wu Miao fell into a frenzy, and he couldn't dig a hole, so he directly began to throw dirt into his body, trying to block out the sunlight. Is it finally over? So, no misery. Your strength and everything you have, you're welcome. The corners of the black fox's mouth rose, and then turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. He fell to the ground in pain, and at this moment he felt extremely frightened and helpless, just like the weak body when he was born. Flooding back with memories, he saw the people of the Sanyashiki family who had been killed by him for generations. Everything I have so strongly longed for has so far been fulfilled. It can also be put into practice. However, there is always a limit to what a single individual can do. Sanyashiki, I have to admit that your words are correct. Only the will is eternal and immortal. Everyone I killed didn't remember that the death of the flesh is the end. However, the will be passed down and never extinguished. Even I can defeat it. The memory flashed again, and he saw that countless swordsmen of the Demon Slayer team had swung their swords at him one by one. I saw this fact with my own eyes, and I trembled with emotion. My body will also die in this world like those I killed. But the giant infant turned into a miserable giant baby and looked at the 3 wind feathers who fell to the ground in the distance. My will is also immortal and eternal. I have decided, I will entrust my will, everything I have to that damn guy. Such a perfect body, like Chikokanike who almost killed me, is a monster. Eternal life, endless power. Sanyashiki. That guy is the strongest person in your Ghost Slayer team. Inject all my blood and strength. Create the strongest Ghost King in the world. Even if you are afraid of the sun like me, but I could see hope in him. Seeing the hope of being able to overcome the sun. Sanyashiki. I haven't lost yet. My will be inherited. The strongest Ghost King in the world. It's up to you to make my dream come true. The sun caused the entire giant baby to be half of the ashes, and so was the miserable one hiding inside. It's just that. His eyes exude a strong hope, and a powerful force wells up in his heart to support him step by step towards the comatose Fengyu. I'm not going to lose. My will. My everything. It won't go away. Wu Miao endured the pain of his body, like a dying man, trying his last bit of strength. But the moment he was about to touch Fengyu's body, a thick black mist erupted all over his body. Why don't you entrust me with everything you have? Chapter 225. Countless black mist poured out from Wu Miao's body, and finally condensed into a black fox. And Wu Miao only found out at this time that his whole body couldn't move. And the sun in the sky was still shining all the time, and the speed of turning into ashes was also accelerating. Black Fox, how dare you? How dare you plot against me? You should be damned, you are the most damned. I knew I should have killed you in the first place. Wu Miao recalled the scene when the Black Fox took the initiative to find him. You have been planning all this from the beginning, right? Starting from the source of my bloodline, I will control them little by little on the grounds of increasing my strength. Even me. Before the sun came out, you were the one who controlled my mind, didn't you? The Black Fox chuckled. My miserable lord. In fact, I didn't want to roleplay with you a long time ago. I'm really fed up with a moody BT like you who often wears women's clothes. But you are still very useful to me. After all, your bloodline, your men, and the pain of this world are the source of my strength. My strength is the most perfect. Only then can I have the confidence to become a god. The Black Fox directly put everything to a showdown at this moment, and then his eyes changed. Regardless of the miserable scolding, he directly wrapped all the little bit of his body that was left and integrated it into his body. Am I going to die? The will lives on forever. But I'm going to die now. My dream. I can't do it anymore. Sanyashiki. I've lost again. I really lost this time. Why do you want to do this to me? At this moment, Wu Miao looked at Fengyu, who was close at hand but untouchable like a mote. Through a glimmer of light, he cried, and his heart was afraid. He felt the power being stripped away, and he was getting weaker and weaker. This weakness is not caused by the sun's rays, but is a weakness at the level of the soul. The Black Fox is constantly absorbing the power in his body and the source of his bloodline in the depths of his soul. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The tragedy at this moment completely said the word I'm sorry to the human beings he had killed from the bottom of his heart. When these 3 words were finished, the traces of innocence in this world completely disappeared. Ha ha ha, power, that's power. This world. It's mine. The Black Fox was imposing, and the sun, which had originally belonged to the dawn and brought light to the world, was gradually obscured by a dark fog. Once again, the world turned into darkness. Click. A sound came from Black Mist's body, and his entire body seemed to have completed its transformation and stepped into another realm. Powerful coercion enveloped the whole world in an instant. Today, to become the only god in this world. The Black Fox shouted, and his entire body turned into a 100-meter-tall Black Fox, and the world was constantly undergoing drastic changes. The earth shook and the mountains shook, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, lightning, and huge waves as high as the sky engulfed the entire island nation. In just an instant, countless human lives were taken away by this earth-destroying force. Ha ha ha, pain, death, destruction. As more and more humans died in the changes of the world, the Black Fox's original 5 tails instantly became 6, 7. Under those 7 tails, there was also a strange red light, and it was obvious that it was the 8th tail that the Black Fox had not yet grown. The great changes in the world made all the people of the island country extremely panicked, and they thought that this was the god who was going to destroy the world. In their eyes, the huge 7-tailed Black Fox in the sky is the representative of God, the god of destruction who wants to destroy the world. At this moment, the eyes of countless people of the island country began to exude the seeds of madness and despicability in their blood. Burn, kill, and loot, kill and kill people when they see them, and at the same time see that it is a woman, whether it is young or old, or a young child. At that moment, they are like beasts that have lost their minds, frantically venting their inner desires, death, blood, chaos, madness, even. Though Sanyashiki commanded the swordsman to stop the chaos from erupting, it was to no avail. The power of a few hundred or thousands of people alone cannot save this country, and even the president of the country has already been killed by people who have lost their minds. Countless black chi emanated from these dead and chaotic people, and then floated towards the seven-tailed black fox in the sky. But there were also those who knelt on the ground, praying for the gods' forgiveness and for the gods to come down to the world and stop everything from happening. Dots of light that ordinary people could not see emanated from those who prayed and drifted into the distance. Xiaobai, who was hurrying, suddenly froze in place, and the countless points of light flew from all over the small island country and merged into its body. Oh dear God, help us. We humans already know that we are wrong. Stop your miracles. We are your most faithful servants. Pray that you will come and save us. Countless voices instantly sounded in Xiaobai's head, and severe pain followed, which made it cover its head and bear all this. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? The scales on the side shouted anxiously, but it was useless. I only saw that Xiaobai's body exuded a divine light, and the original 5 tails grew rapidly at this moment. From the original 5 tails, it has become 7 tails. At the same time, there is a tail that is about to grow and flashes. Name, Little. White race, White Fox. Divinity value, 0.7. Owner, Wind Feather. Exercise, Demon Beast Breathing Method, Out of Spirit. Awakening, Mental Power, Charm, Body Control, Please God, False Eye, Blessing, Divine Power, God Forbidden. The black fox who is thousands of miles away seems to have sensed something, and the huge body directly emitted a deafening sound. Looks like you've transformed. Also, your strength is mutual. I'm getting stronger, you're getting stronger. He. You seem to care about that lowly human being. The black fox laughed and then looked at Feng Yu lying on the ground. How would you react if I ate him? I'm looking forward to it. He. On the other side, on Xiaobai, who was suffering from pain, a 9-tailed white fox as huge as the black fox at this moment came, looking at the front with a worried face. This is Xiaobai's God-inviting skill. The 9-tailed white fox looked down at Xiaobai, muttering something in his mouth, and then Xiaobai came to his senses. The host. The master is in danger. Bai shouted, and then flew directly into the air. The 9-tailed phantom that he summoned quickly flew in one direction. Only the scales left stood in place in a daze. Chapter 226. I didn't expect humans to be able to polish their bodies to such an extent, said, as he stared at Feng Yu with huge eyes. But how can there be a power in your body that I can't see? It's okay, anyway, if it devours you, then everything is mine. The black fox laughed and grabbed Feng Yu directly with lightning speed. Under the giant claws, the wind feather is as small as an ant. What kind of monster is this? The smell of his body. It's worse than no misery. That sense of compulsion. It's scary. Can you really defeat such a monster? Tanjiro muttered, but soon felt extremely angry. No, senior brother. Kazuha. Tanjiro in the distance shouted angrily when he saw this, and at the same time picked up the Hinoa knife and ran forward with all his strength to save Kazuha. It's just that the height of 100 meters, Tanjiro can't reach it, and the black fox's body is like mist, and the Nichirin knife can't hurt him at all. Looking at Tanjiro jumping like a grasshopper, the black fox laughed, and then slapped him directly dozens of meters away. The power made Tanjiro feel like all the bones in his body were cracked. After squirting out a mouthful of blood, Tanjiro fell into a coma. Wind Feather, who was in a coma, woke up at this time. The terrifying eyes stared at him deadly, and suddenly startled Feng Yu. But it didn't take long to react. Is it a black fox? Although the black fox is now a monster, the extremely thick mist on his body can make it look through at a glance. Sure enough, my hunch wasn't wrong. It's all your calculations. No misery. Should have been killed by you. Or maybe it's devoured by you. Feng Yu said coldly. Odd, smart. But that doesn't make me spare your life, because you have a power in your body that I can't even understand. Feng Yu thought about it carefully, guessing that the black fox was talking about the system in his body. The skeleton of the whole body is broken, and the internal organs are also greatly damaged. It's really miserable this time. Feng Yu laughed bitterly. Can you let me tell me before I die, how did you do it? At least make me die a little bit clearer. The black fox looked at the wind feather in the palm of his hand as if he was explaining his last words, and said with a smile, GG, I just did a little bit of tricks and feed on Wu Miao's body. Those ghosts that you killed, their power is now in my body for my use. Soon, you will be reunited with them. Is it miserable? It seems that you are doing something in his bloodline. After all, the only thing that can make him undetectable is the source of the bloodline. Feng Yu looked at him coldly. Alright, lowly human, it's time to die. The black fox smiled, and in the palm of his hand, countless black mist poured out, eating away at Feng Yu's body little by little. As a party, Feng Yu clearly felt that the power of the black fox was constantly swimming in his body, but he couldn't do anything. Am I going to die? The past is repeated little by little, the past life and this life, starting from the blue star, to the ghost destroying the world. There are bitter and sweet, and there is joy in bitterness. I thought I was just a passerby in this world. I never thought that it would be the moment of parting. I'll be reluctant. Master Scales, Miso, Nanako, and everyone. I'm sorry. I closed my eyes, and my breath grew weaker and weaker. At this moment, in the system space, a doll woven by rice began to tremble. Detected that the host is about to die, the effect of the substitute death doll has been automatically triggered. The black fox, who was about to finish devouring, felt an irresistible force in his palm directly interrupt him. This is the power of God, turning life and death around. The black fox was shocked, but at the same time excited. It really didn't take any effort to get here, it turned out. You have the power of God in you. Eat you. Just eat you. I'll be able to unlock your secrets. The black fox shouted. But suddenly, a light knocked him away, and his huge body fell all the way back, cutting a 100-meter moat on the ground. And the wind feather was gently caught by a white and flawless tail. The host. I finally see you again. The owner of the tail is Xiaobai. At this moment it seems to have undergone a change, and there is no purity in its eyes. On the contrary, there is a trace of sorrow and joy. Are you Xiaobai, Fang? Yu raised his hand weakly. At this moment, he was sluggish, his physical strength was exhausted, and the little white god at this time was bright, and he couldn't see the things in front of him clearly for a while. Master. Xiaobai lowered his head affectionately, and pressed his forehead against Feng Yu's palm. Xiaobai, let's go. The black fox guy has no one to deal with him now. Take everyone with you and go away. Wind Feather said. No, master. I'm here to destroy him. And how dare he hurt you? Unforgivable. I didn't expect you to come. Just right, as long as it devours the two of you. So, I am the true god, I am now more powerful than you. Come on, merge with me, and become the god on high. The black fox said. Don't you think I'm going to kill you? As soon as the words fell, the nine-tailed fox phantom summoned by Xiaobai instantly rushed forward, one light and one dim, and the two giant beasts scuffled together. Mountains and rivers were broken, the earth was shattered. Powerful energy tore through the entire sky. Under this powerful momentum, the layers of black mist actually broke through directly. It was as if the sky had cracked. The long-lost sunlight fell to the earth through the cracked opening, bringing a glimmer of hope to mankind. God has heard our prayers and sent an angel to destroy the demons. We are saved. The two giant beasts tore wildly, but the nine-tailed fox was summoned by Xiaobai after all, and it quickly fell into battle. With a wail, the nine-tailed fox was directly torn to pieces by the black fox, turning into a piece of light and disappearing. At the same time, Xiaobai also spit out a mouthful of blood. Master, I'm so happy to see you again. Promise me. Certain. You must live. Xiao Bai's voice was extremely lonely, and then his entire body swelled rapidly, turning into a 100-meter giant beast as tall as a black fox. Countless starlights wrapped around its body, slowly forming a floating circle. Above the ring, people dare not look directly and dare not have any greed. The divine light lingers, and at this moment, Xiaobai represents justice, and the black fox is evil. You and I are one, but I don't have a divine ring. The black fox laughed, and then, countless black chi from all over the world converged behind its head, and it also formed a floating divine ring. Chapter 227. A powerful, terrifying aura swept the whole world in an instant. The two divine rings collided with each other. Xiaobai was the divine power, while the black fox was the opposite. His divine ring was full of despair, tyranny, and death. If you look closely, there are countless resentful spirits struggling and wailing in pain. It seems that the divine ring is a cage, imprisoning those countless souls in it. Everyone on the ground looked up at the two giant beasts confronting each other. The thunder flashed, the sky exploded, and black cracks pierced the sky. The earth trembled, and the void shook. How many people have you killed? Xiaobai scolded sharply. Kill, I didn't kill anyone. Killing these inferior creatures will defile my hands. All the negative energy in this world is my ration. As long as there is crazy killing in this world, then I am invincible. My power is inexhaustible. These souls are killed by humans themselves. This world is so dirty, I've had enough. I'm going to wipe out all the life in this world and create a new world. And I'll be the only true god. The black fox laughed, and then looked at Xiaobai with a playful look. Your strength depends on the power of the incense of those inferior creatures. Look at the humans who worship you, they are almost dead. Xiao Bai couldn't bear to look directly. He could feel that his followers were being harvested under the disasters of the world, but he couldn't do anything for them. Kill you, and it's all over. Xiaobai said. Hehe, kill me? Did you do it? We are one, your power is limited, and I am inexhaustible. What capital do you use to fight against me? Obediently let me devour you. As soon as the words fell, black energy burst out from the black fox's body, and 7 huge tails rose to the sky. Each tail was condensed with terrifying energy, and Xiaobai is the same. The 7 tails condense a powerful force, and at the same time, the 9-tailed fox phantom that was torn apart by the black fox before also slowly appeared, and the 100-meter giant beast stood on Xiaobai's side. Bang! The divine power and the dark power collided instantly, and the energy fluctuations generated by the explosion directly raised a radius of thousands of meters to the ground. 1 black and 2 white, confronting each other. Is it really something that we humans can compete with? Someone in the ghost-killing team said tremblingly. Looking at the figure like a demon god, human beings felt how small they were at this moment. At this time, Windfeather had been supported by Inashuk and Zenitsu, who had been sent away from the battlefield. At the same time, he also took back the ghost cuts scattered on the ground. Holding Oenikiri again, he could feel that even Oenikiri was terrified, and it was clear that the power of the Black Fox was so terrifying. What to do? What the hell am I going to do? Do you want me to watch Xiaobai fight alone and do nothing? The injuries all over his body have not recovered, and his mental power has been exhausted. It's been a long time since Feng Yu has felt this feeling of powerlessness. The battle between Xiaobai and the Black Fox became more and more intense, but at the same time, Xiaobai also became inferior. The power of the Black Fox is converging into black mist all over the world every moment, and the eighth tail is gathering and forming. Ha ha ha, you can't fight me, it's better to be obedient and let me devour it. Anyway, it's a matter of time before you devour it. The Black Fox said with a smile. He could feel that the divine power in Xiaobai's body was getting less and less. Xiaobai was covered in blood, and the originally white and flawless hair was now stained with black, and even the divine ring on the back of his head was also black, with black spots. Xiaobai didn't say anything in the face of the Black Fox's taunt, and its body was getting weaker and weaker, so he just glanced back at Feng Yu slightly. There is sadness and reluctance in his eyes. The host. Xiaobai may not be able to accompany you in the future. It knew that it couldn't beat the Black Fox at this moment, but when it thought that after it was defeated, not only would it die, but even Feng Yu would die. I'm not going to let you die. Even if this world is destroyed, even I'm going to die. But why can't I recover my memory sooner? In this way, I will be able to accompany my master a little more. Master, Xiaobai is really reluctant to let you go. It seemed that he felt Xiaobai's gaze, and Feng Yu's body trembled. I couldn't help but feel fear and sadness in my heart. How could it be? Divine power, the power of the gods, which can gather the divine rings belonging to the gods, has supreme power, and can destroy all evil in the world. God forbidden, smelt itself into a prison, eternal life, and eternal life cannot be escaped. It is the prison of the enemy and the cage of oneself. No, Xiaobai, don't, Feng Yu shouted. Only then did he know Xiaobai's intentions. Master, goodbye. Xiaobai's eyes filled with tears, and then a huge magic circle appeared under his body, and in the void, chains made of runes pierced through his body. Click. The divine ring was shattered, blood splashed, but at the same time, the divine light was dazzling, and Xiaobai's body was also being eaten away little by little. Only a big cage remains. You, what are you doing? What is this? No, you can't do this to me. Damn, you guy is going to die. Get out of here. Seeing this, the Black Fox panicked instantly. Obviously he knew what Xiaobai was going to do next. Rune chains wrapped around the Black Fox's body. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. It's not fair. It's not fair. The Black Fox struggled, the black mist erupted, and the divine ring behind him also bloomed with endless power at this moment. At the same time, countless human beings and creatures around the world seemed to have been stripped of their essence and turned into a withered corpse. In the end, it turned into a handful of Lois. The wisps of black chi gathered on the Black Fox's body, feeling the growth of strength in his body, and the Black Fox showed a smile on his face. Do you think you can trap me like this? It's ridiculous. I said that as long as there is killing and death in this world, my power will not be exhausted, but will continue to grow. Wait for me, wait for me. When I break the seal, it will be the end of this world. The Black Fox's resentful voice resounded throughout the world, but in the end, he was dragged into the cage by the rune chains, suspended in the air. The terrifying coercion disappeared in an instant, and everyone's hearts were relieved and they felt extremely comfortable. The black clouds in the sky also dissipated, and the long-lost sun fell on the ground, bringing new hope to life. But at this moment, the voice of the Black Fox came from the prison above the sky. Ha ha ha, I see, you are not complete. This is my chance. As long as I refine and devour you, then is he coming out? How could it be? Nothing like this can destroy him. This kind of existence. How have we humans ever fought? Some weep, some despair. Even the warmth and light brought by the sun in the sky could not stop the growth of despair. At this time, Feng Yu suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then a light appeared in his body, and he instantly flew into the air cage. No, how can it be? What is this? The Black Fox let out a scream, and the sound of the system sounded in Windfeather's body. Diddy, to the irresistible factor. The system automatically uses the designated world crossing function for the host. Windfeather's eyes widened, and he saw that after the light flew out of his body, his panel swing number instantly cleared. But before he could think about it, his consciousness began to become more and more blurry. Hey, bastard, what's wrong with you? I only hear the voices of Inashuk and Zenitsu in my ears, and finally the system. The specified number of world crossings has been used, and the world is being searched. The world search has been successful. Next world, Tokyo Foodie. World crossing function underway. The next second, Feng Yu opened his eyes on a bustling street. Chapter 228 detected that the host has arrived in the new world. The system is being restarted. Before Windfeather could come down, the system soon sent another prompt. The system has been restarted successfully, and the attribute panel has been updated for you. Characters, Nakagawa Windfeather. World origin, 500. Breathing method, water breath, transcendent, cannot be used, light breath, transcendent, cannot be used, martial arts, omit, constitution, ageless physique, pet, Zyobai, awakened, Zyahei, awakened, cannot be summoned. Quest 1, slay the seed dragon. Reward, world origin 1W, demon slayer world ownership. Quest failed, no. Quest 2, join a faction. Option 1, settle zone. Option 2, bronze tree. Option 3, joker. Option 10, CCG investigator. Profile, if you choose one faction, you can bind one party's luck and choose independently. Reward, world origin 100. Failed, no. This world. I didn't expect it to be such a world. The number of swings of the sword has become the origin of the world, the synthesis of exercises and the function of the shop are closed. Feng Yu muttered. He had already vaguely guessed the origin of the system in his mind. When the light points that were stripped from his body and integrated into Zyobai's body, the number of swings collected on the system panel was instantly cleared to 0, and it was a bit of a guess. Now it's the origin of the world again, and there is no doubt that the system has a lot to do with Zyobei. And in the eyes of the nine-tailed white fox phantom summoned by Zyobei at the beginning, it was obvious that he knew himself. Zyobei, I don't know what happened to them. Feng Yu sighed, forced to travel to this world. Although the injuries on his body had recovered, he couldn't resist the worried heart in his heart. In the world of Demon Slayer, you already have people and things you care about before you know it. Now separated by 2 realms, not to mention that the situation of the Demon Slayer world is so critical. Detected that the host's last mission slaying demon reward has not been claimed, and the reward is being replaced. The replacement is successful. Reward 1, you can choose one of them. Perfect Scales, evolvable. Perfect Feather Heroes, evolved. Perfect Kazuki, evolvable. Reward 2, SSS Kuink Vulcan. System, what's Perfect Kizuko? Perfect Kizuko possesses the ability to use seeds, does not need to use human flesh, and can use food just like ordinary humans. 2 rewards, corresponding to 2 choices, corresponding to task 2. Feng Yu stood in place, completely unaware that he was already surrounded by people. Who is this person? It's so strange. Why are the clothes on his body so old? I've never seen it. Idiot, it must be a cosplay enthusiast. This kind of clothes, it's obviously the clothes of a character in an anime. I don't know which anime. Hey, I have to say, this kid is quite handsome. The people around look like animals, pointing at the wind feathers and taking various pictures. There is no way, in this world where the Mu species coexists with humans, the two-dimensional development of human beings is limited, and more importantly, the wind feather is outstanding in appearance, and then matches that outfit. Is as outstanding as a handsome nobleman. Soon, Feng Yu came back to his senses, looking at the people around him, he felt the familiar modern society. Suddenly, his eyes shrank, and through the crowd, he saw 2 familiar figures. Ken Kaneki, and his good friend Ira Youngjin, the obedient young man Ken Kaneki and the lively and cheerful Ira Young. Although I used to watch anime and didn't have any special feelings, who would have thought that such a good boy would end up becoming the king of the seeds? It's a little damp though, Feng Yu muttered. Handsome guy, do you want to add a contact information? I'm still a 16-year-old girl. Looking at the woman in front of him whose eyes were full of lust for him, Feng Yu felt a chill. At this moment, his body seems to have been systematically transformed again, and his height has reached about 180, and his appearance has become more handsome. The tall body and handsome face are a great temptation for these women. I'm sorry. Please let me. Feng Yu's forehead was sweating, and when those women saw that he didn't reply, they actually started to get started. You're pulling me. Like a shrew snatching something. This handsome guy is mine. Get out of here, stinky woman. You fart. Obviously he likes me, you little slut. It's not good. Feng Yu directly shook it off, and disappeared into the crowd with a stroke of smoke. Only a few women were left in the same place, frantically tearing each other's hair. The people passing by had never seen such an exciting picture, and they all stopped in unison, and from time to time let out an exclamation. She's pink. She's white. Damn, it's so exciting. Soon, in a hidden alley, a man in a gorgeous aristocratic suit walked out slowly. This person is Feng Yu. It's so dangerous, these women are really scary. Fortunately, I bought some suits in the Demon Slayer world. Otherwise, I'm going to grab clothes. Looking at Kaneki Ken and Ira Youngjin in front of him, they walked into a cafe together. Windfeather then entered the coffee shop and sat down next to the 2 of them. I ordered a cup of coffee, took a sip, and the familiar taste rushed into my taste buds. It's not that funny, is it? Ha ha ha, because no one chooses a first date in a bookstore. Why, she might be happy. I assert that it's impossible. Dismissal. Kaneki Ken and Ira Nagajin are talking and laughing about Kaneki Ken's upcoming date. If Kaneki knew what was going on the date, I guess he doesn't dare to go, Feng Yu thought to himself. The comfortable environment, paired with coffee, makes people feel a sense of tranquility in their hearts. The news on television was also broadcasting killings near the coffee shop. Wow, seeds, muttered Windfeather, as she looked at the purple-haired girl at the front desk. Kiri's Hima. Dong Xiang seemed to be aware of Feng Yu's gaze. Dong Xiang turned around and just happened to meet Feng Yu's gaze. A scarlet blush appeared on her face. What's the matter with that guy? Staring at me all the time. Human, I'm a meow. That guy is quite handsome, Dong Xiang said secretly in his heart. At this time, Yang Yingliang began to greet Dong Xiang and made a joke about Jin Weian. Dong Xiang, who was originally a little secretly happy in her heart, was in an unhappy mood, but because of her work, she still swallowed the anger in her heart. It's just that when he left, he glared at Jin Weian and the two fiercely. At this time, a ripple appeared in Feng Yu's calm eyes. The world of Miao, the characters who caused the changes in Ken Kanaki's life. With a warm smile on his face, he nodded to Feng Yu, and then sat down behind Kanakaiken. Then, the familiar plot begins. Yongjin Hydra leaves Kaneki, takes out the book written by Takatsuki Izumi. The Black Goat's Egg is the same as Toshi. The two of them looked at each other, and their respective crimson colors appeared on their cheeks. Chapter 229. Looking at Kanakaiken, who went out with Lishi, Feng Yu didn't make any other moves, just silently tasted the coffee. Looking at the coin stored in his system space, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This money, it should be able to be used in this era, Feng Yu muttered. Until dusk, Feng Yu was still sitting in that position, and the coffee in the cup had already been drunk, and at this moment, he was very similar to the feeling he had when he drank milk tea and rubbed Wi-Fi in his previous life. Another few hours passed, and in the coffee shop, all the customers left one after another, leaving only Feng Yu alone. I'm sorry sir, we're closing. Dong Xiang walked over and said, well, time flies, that. Can I accept this? Feng Yu embarrassedly handed the money in the Ghost Slayer world to Dong Xiang. Huh. Dong Xiang looked at it seriously, and suddenly let out an exclamation. What's wrong, Dong Xiang? The others in the coffee shop hurriedly asked. Why are you still using such old money? Are you an ancient? Dong Xiang stared at Feng Yu tightly, and the distance between the two became closer and closer. The ancient suit style. Suddenly, Dong Xiang's face instantly turned red. Ahem, I'll ask the store manager if you accept it. Hey, let me see what it is. It's really a very old coin. Guest, I'm sorry, Dong Xiang's kid is not very sensible, I hope you don't mind. Iromi Xian said to Feng Yu. That one. Can I be a waitress here? I don't have a place to live right now, said Windfeather. This guest. Excuse me, we're not hiring people here. Iromi Xian directly refused. In her heart, Feng Yu is a human being, a human working in this coffee shop full of seeds. Wouldn't that be a sheep's mouth? I know you're a meow, said Windfeather unhurriedly. In an instant, the temperature in the entire store cooled down, except for Fang Kun Gongshan frowning slightly. Everyone else was as wary of Feng Yu as if they were facing a great enemy. Who the hell are you, a breed or a white pigeon? Said Iromi Xian in an unkind tone. Ha ha ha, don't get me wrong, I'm also a meow. It's just that I don't have a place to go, and the competition between the mews is fierce, and I just want to find a stable place to live. With that, Feng Yu's eyes turned into Hien. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the coffee shop eased. Kid, come here. At this time, Fang Kun Gongshan motioned for Feng Yu to pass. Poor boy, can you tell me where you're from? And then, Feng Yu made up a fool's errand, saying that he had been evading the pursuit of the CCG all along, and fled all the way here, because he heard that other mews had told him that there was a coffee shop in Anding district that would take in mews, so he found this place. For this reason, Feng Yu also deliberately showed his Katsuko in front of everyone. Feeling the weak aura coming from Feng Yu's body, Fang Kun Gongshan nodded, and then told Feng Yu about the rules of the stability zone. Feng Yu, who didn't need to eat human flesh, directly agreed. Later, a series of contracts were signed to draw a series of bets, and Feng Yu also successfully joined the Anding district. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and getting the reward World Origin 100. Attention, the World Origin can be used to evolve Kazuko and other functions. The World Origin can be obtained from the characters in the story. Because the host chooses the Meow Camp, the Kazuko store has been opened. After completing the entry procedures, Dong Xiang on the side stared at him deadly. I said, Dong Xiang, you won't say that you have a crush on him. Iromi Xian whispered in her ear. Just. It's not this kind of guy. It's very rigid at first glance. Seeing the second daughter whispering over there, Feng Yu suddenly remembered the picture of being pulled by that group of women on the street during the day. Being handsome is also a nuisance. When he was temporarily arranged to live on the second floor of the coffee shop, Feng Yu slowly checked out Kazuko's store. The store is full of different kinds of Katsuko. After the purchase, am I going to be a doer, too? It's just. The system is produced, and people must be killed. I completed a task only 100 world origins. This black-hearted store has 1000 world origin for one has a system, evolve scales. After deducting 200 world origins, the evolution will be successful. The next evolution will require 500 world origins. Feeling the changes in his body, Feng Yu released his own scales. It's become too hazy. The two red scales are like their own hands, and they control them at will. Hey, what is the speed of time flow between the system, the Demon Slayer world and the Mew world? Seeing that the system did not react for a long time, Feng Yu thought that the system would ignore him as before. But this time it was unexpected and received a systematic reply. The Demon Slayer world is the same strength as the Tokyo Mew world, so the world passes the same. Is it the same? That's how long I'll be here. How long has it been since the Demon Slayer world? After staying in the Demon Slayer world for so long, and suddenly returning to modern society, Feng Yu always felt a trace of discomfort. With worry, I fell asleep. The night is just under this bustling neon light, there is a group of human beings being preyed on, chaotic and peaceful and orderly. This is destined to be an unquiet night, and it is also the beginning of the plot of Tokyo. The next day, the news really broadcast what happened last night. A college student and a woman fell on a steel frame. The woman died on the spot, and the college student was out of danger and was in the hospital for treatment. Feng Yu didn't care much. He knew that it was Jin Muyan and Li Shi, and calculated the time. Jin Muyan had successfully transformed into a Mu under Dr. Jianna's surgery at this time. This also indicates that the plan between Yashimura-ite and Arimagisho has officially begun. The dark tide was surging, but Feng Yu felt the tranquility that he had not seen for a long time. It's better to live a peaceful life. Dang Chang, Nakagawa Feng Yu, this is the first time you have broken the dish. This time it will be deducted from your salary. Kiri's Hima Dong Xiang immediately caught him and scolded. Feng Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm very sorry, I'll definitely be careful. In this way, on this day, Feng Yu broke an unknown number of plates, but he didn't expect that he, a strong man at the level of a ghost-killing team, would be defeated on the plate. Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh that he had regressed, and he couldn't even do well as a waiter. The catering waiter really didn't make it by people. Until the evening, Feng Yu's ears were still the voice of Dong Xiang's reprimand. Although the spiritual power is limited in this world, it does not prevent Windfeather from having an intuition that a battle between hunters and prey is taking place in that direction. Chapter 230. After another 3 days, Feng Yu had fully adapted to life in the coffee shop. At the same time, it has also been recognized by the store manager and others. Anding District is not only a shop, but also a meeting place for the 20 district meows. Everyone is a partner, and of course there will be human guests. I know, store manager. Feng Yu, if we want to survive in human society, we must disguise ourselves. Human beings are living textbooks for us, and I like human beings. I can feel that your child does not show contempt for humans, which means that you are a kind child. Nakagawa Fenjayu, welcome to officially join the family in Anding District. If you don't have anything to do in the future, you can move around freely. If you encounter a species of human hunting, you can stop it or let us know. You have to remember one thing, humans are the best disguise for us, said Yashimura. Feng Yu could feel that he was heartfelt, and he also gave a smile and shook his hand. Manager, I will. Feng and Gongshan nodded, and then Feng Yu was hugged by the ancient Mar on the side. Feng Yu, welcome to join us in the Anding Zone. In the future, with me covering you, no one will bully you. Irumi Xian on the side nodded with a smile, but Dong Xiang had an arrogant expression on her face. But in my heart, I have also accepted the addition of Feng Yu. This may be the sympathy of the same kind. In the evening, Feng Yu saw Dong Xiang leave the store, and calculated the time. It seemed that it was the day when Dong Xiang and Jin Mu met again. Store manager, I'll go out and buy something. Feng Yu said. Yashimura nodded. A bustling city, under the neon lights, even if it is late, the city still has a very large number of people on the streets. Some couples join the team in pairs, some are social animals, all kinds of people, this is life. Hiding in the crowd and following behind Dong Xiang, sure enough, after a while, he saw that in the dark alley, Xiao Jinmu was being tyrannized by Nishio Jin. On the ground beside him lay a meow and a dead human. After a while, Dong Xiang jumped down directly, with a heroic posture, and said domineeringly, when did this place become your playground? Dong Xiang, I already know. That gluttonous girl is dead. Nishio Nishiki said as he let go of Kanaki's neck and turned his head. So, this has become your mirror. The mirrors of the Lishi robbery are used to distribute to those weak mews, and the 20 districts are managed by our Anding district. Dong Xiang said, but the murderous aura in his eyes was already boiling. As far as a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people in your Anding district are qualified to judge me. This was originally my field, before the arrival of Lishi. The blue tail slowly emerged, but Dong Xiang was not afraid. Being looked down upon by a young stinky imp is really infuriating. Is it? The two walked towards each other, and their momentum collided, and in a minute, every second. At the beginning of the battle, just a face, a large number of wounds appeared on Nishio Nishiki's body. Blood splattered. Do you need me to add more emphasis next time? Dong Xiang said indifferently as he looked at Nishio Jin. Seeing that he was invincible, Nishio Nishiki also ran away with great interest. Take the corpse away, bean sprouts. Watching Nishio Nishiki escape, Dong Xiang didn't plan to catch up, but looked at Kaneki, who was still struggling to suppress his desires. It's time for the store manager to come in a minute. Muttered Windfeather on the roof, then put on the Grim Reaper mask and disappeared in place. Somewhere in a corner. Bang! A figure was kicked and slammed into the trash can with a powerful force. Damn it, who the hell are you? The man stood up in pain, his eyes red, and it was clear that he was a meow. This is my yard, if you want to hunt. That human is for you, can you spare me? The man said. Don't worry, I just want to do an experiment. In the darkness, a young man wearing a mask of death walked out, and a strong sense of oppression hit, making the legs of the man not far away tremble uncontrollably. Two scarlet scales rose behind Feng Yu. It's the first time I've fought with Kazuko. I'm sorry, let's be my sparring partner first. The night was long, and I didn't notice that a one-sided crushing battle was going on in this dark alley. After a few minutes, congratulations on getting the world origin 1. So kill the meow to get the world origin. It's like slaying a ghost, you get the number of swings. Feng Yu muttered. Glancing indifferently at the man lying on the ground without breath, Wind Feather left the place. People are dying every day in the noisy city, and soon the next day, the unknown Mew that was killed by Wind Feather last night is on the news. Feng Yu-kun, someone will come and take you to a place tonight. Furuma Matsuko leaned over and said. Well, where are you going? Asked Feng Yu with a smile. You'll know about this at night. Furuma Madoko smiled mysteriously. In the evening, after the coffee shop closed, a tall man slowly walked into the coffee shop. Jingle bell. The doorbell shook. And when he saw someone coming, Feng Yu knew who it was. Silver white hair, indifferent face. Sifang Lian, the uncle of Kiri's Hima Dongxiang's 2 siblings? Follow me. Sifang Lian said expressionlessly. Then he motioned for Feng Yu to follow. And through the flow of people, he gradually came to a speakeasy, and finally came to a small shop with strange masks all over the walls. In the dimly lit room, a man with red pupils raised his head with a smile and said, "AHH. Okay, the mask will be delivered to you in 3 days," she said with a smile. Later, he introduced his profession and the origin of the mask. After saying goodbye, Sifang Lianxi took Feng Yu to an abandoned factory. In order for you to survive better in this world, I will give you special training next, said Sifang Lian as he took off his coat and began to stretch his muscles. Feng Yu was at a loss. Is this a weak boy like Jin Mu? Followed by Sifang Lianxiu practicing actor Feng Yu. It wasn't until Feng Yu felt that he had enough time and lay down directly on the ground to indicate that he was tired and lay down, that the Sifang Lian showed that he stopped the movements in his hand. You. Very good. Hearing the praise of the Quartet Lotus, Feng Yu barely squeezed out a smile. Mr. Quartet is really amazing. Chapter 231. Another day passed, and Feng Yu finally waited for the little angel of Jinmu. Looking at this shy and scared teenager in front of him, Feng Yu also began to soar in his acting skills again. Soon, inside the cafe, Kanaki's joining ceremony was held. When he was free, Feng Yu looked at his attribute panel, and then looked at the crowded street outside. It's time to elevate Kazuko first. Under the indifferent appearance, killing intent surged. Night fell, and killed more than this moment. And in the 20th district, there was an additional Mew codenamed Grim Reaper, frantically hunting meows. As more and more Mew species died, it also attracted the attention of Yashimura Kozen. Death. Square. You ask them to pay attention to the trajectory of this kind of me, and if they can persuade them, they can persuade them, and if they can't persuade them, then you can make up your own mind. At the same time, let Dong Xiang and them be careful when they travel. The purpose of this Grim Reaper's hunting of meows is unclear, and the surviving meows have never seen the Grim Reaper eat together, which means that he may have simply hunted Mew seeds. Yashimura said unhurriedly. Yes. Sifang Lian nodded and left the coffee shop. System, improve the scales. 500 World Origin Deduction. Has successfully evolved and obtained the perfect scale, 3rd order. Feng Yu immediately felt that the hebeo on his body had changed drastically, and the blood-red tentacles had changed from 2 to 3. The next stage needs the World Origin 1000. It seems that we need to be busy for a while. I remember that not long after, Yueshan Shi would bring Jin Mu to a gourmet banquet full of meanders. If you kill them all. Feng Yu's eyes flickered, and he said CAO will arrive. The doorbell rang, and the elegant gentleman Yueshan Shi appeared, and as soon as he entered the door, he spread his arms, took a sharp breath, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. It's good. The taste, sure enough, it can be relaxing here. Oh, the waiter with an eye patch. You're a newcomer, aren't you? Said Tsukiyama as he walked up to Kaneki. That's that. Obviously, Jin Mu was frightened by Tsukiyama Shi's initiative, and the whole person spoke in a hesitant manner. What's your name? Kim. Kaneki-kun. Tsukiyama Shi's whole body leaned into Kaneki's face, and they could feel each other's exhaled snorts. AHH. What a magical fragrance. The residual smell of gold wood in the air attracted Yueshan Shi's attention. Hey, you guy is disturbing other people's work and it's disgusting, hurry back. Dong Xiang on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and said directly, without giving face at all. You guy, you really don't understand the amorous feelings. Next time I'll have a good coffee, only when Fang-kun is there. Goodbye, Kaneki. There will be a period later. Yueshan Shi, who turned around, showed a hint of a hunter's expression when he saw his prey. Feng Yu on the side just quietly watched Yueshan Shi leave. He was waiting for Yueshan Shi to bring Jin Mu to his Mu restaurant, and then he could harvest the origin of the world. That's. Who is that person? Kaneki asked quickly. He's a trouble in District 20, you have to be careful of that guy. Dong Xiang said. Is Area 20 in trouble? Kaneki muttered. Another 2 days passed, and finally Jin Mu was fooled by Yueshan Shi to go to the 7th district, that is, Yueshan Shi's food restaurant. Looking at the distant vehicle, Feng Yu silently followed closely. After arriving at the place, Feng Yu also sneaked into a corner of the restaurant, quietly waiting for the arrival of the protagonist. There are more and more Mew varieties in the restaurant, and they are all invited to come here for food tasting. As for the food, that's the human race. The living human beings. These meows are the origin of the walking world in Feng Yu's eyes. He wondered if he should just kill these meows, and he didn't have to wait for Jin Mew to come out. Anyway, the mask on his face has become the white fox mask that Scales Zo gave away at that time, and he is not afraid of being recognized. In the bathroom, Yueshan Shi was frantically sniffing the handkerchief that Jin Mew wiped blood during the day. Tsukiyama Shi, just a little patience is enough. Yueshan Shi held a handkerchief stained with the blood of Jin Mew in both hands, trembling all over, his eyes full of greed. The handkerchief covered his nose, and Yueshan Shi couldn't wait to suck all the flavor on it into his body. This soft sweetness is perfectly tuned with the mellow. His eyes widened, as if he had seen the love of his life, and let out an exclamation. The happiness that discovering a new meal brings me is far above the discovery of a new planet. Mr. Su Wenlin, as you say. On the other side, Feng Yu's side was already full of mews at this time, each holding wine glasses in their hands, but it was not wine, but scarlet human blood. As soon as the lights went out, Feng Yu could see into the underground square, and Jin Mew was pulled up, and all the lights were gathered on Jin Mew, which made him extremely confused and panicked. After a while, Tsukiyama Shi also appeared. The white suit and dress shined on the stage with the support of two maids. Clan. It's Clan. Ladies and gentlemen, the meat of the meow is not worth paying for at all, and those of you who have a unique opinion on food should also know it. What I fancy is his smell. Although he is a meow, he has the smell of a human. Then he took out the handkerchief stained with the blood of gold and wood and threw it down, and the mew seeds under it instantly surged, sniffing the smell on it frantically. Indeed, so fragrant. It's addictive. Are you interested in him? What kind of meow smell is it that exudes the smell of humans? Tsukiyama Shi's passionate speech instantly made all the meows in the entire venue excited, and the golden wood underneath was weakly kneeling on the ground. It's all a trap. Almost. I really can't stand this pervert, muttered Windfeather. When all the meows were attracted to Jin Mew's attention, the white fox mask on his face turned into a grim reaper. The killing begins. The scales rioted, instantly penetrating the bodies of the surrounding meows. Congratulations on obtaining the world origin 2. Congratulations on obtaining the world origin 5. Different strengths of the meow species, the world origin obtained is also different. In just a moment's effort, 6 meows have been killed by Feng Yu. The mews on the scene swarmed up. The killing did not stop. And the battle continued. The 3 scales frantically harvested the lives of the weak chickens. Just like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Rows and rows, all the ground was full of killed meows. I know. This guy. It's an A-grade mew species. Death. One of the mews recognized the mask on Windfeather's face and shouted in horror. Is it only A-grade? Don't underestimate me. A bunch of miscellaneous people. Feng Yu's eyes were indifferent and full of oppression, and when he looked at these meows, it was like a god of death judging their life and death. Some weak mews even knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 232. Mrs. A, I don't think the situation is good. It's actually an A-class mew death. That guy has killed a lot of meows in District 20, said the man in the clown mask as he approached the girl with the pill head. Master B, are you afraid that we won't be able to defeat the Grim Reaper? Although he is an A-grade mew species, we are too, and now the master, Mr. Tsukiyama, has not done it yet. Don't you want to taste the taste of the meow with the fragrance of human beings? If you miss it, you will never have a chance. This kind of high-end ingredient is hard to find. MRS. A smiled with a folding fan, waving a folding fan in her hand. And today I brought my favorite child, Kotaro. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does, said Master B. Bastard, 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 all the guys who ruined my gourmet feast are unforgivable. Tsukiyama Shi had a crazy expression on his face, and one hand changed into the form of a sword. The guys who spoil the food should all go to hell. Yueshan Shi laughed wildly, and then rushed straight up, wanting to kill Feng Yu with one blow. Boring. Feng Yu said indifferently. The 3 scales were like big snakes, stirring wildly, countless blood spilled in the air. The restaurant shook, the floor cracked, and the grooves turned the previously gorgeous restaurant into ruins. Yueshan Shi's Kazuko is Jiahe, and although he has a strong defense, he is so heavy that his attack was directly dodged by him sideways before it even touched Feng Yu's body. Die, 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 dare to destroy my restaurant, unforgivable, unforgivable. Tsukiyama Shi shouted frantically while waving his armor. Looking at Yueshan Shi's perverted expression, Feng Yu felt a trace of disgust. Disgusting guy. With a jump, the 3 scales all smashed into Yueshan Shi's body in an instant. A huge collision sounded, thick smoke billowed out, and then Yueshan Shi's entire body was directly knocked out by the powerful force, and the jiahe in his hand disappeared. Bang! Tsukiyama Shi's body was smashed into the wall, blood stained his white suit, and he passed out. Congratulations on obtaining the world origin 100. Huh, isn't that Yueshan Shi still dead? How did he get the world origin? Feng Yu was shocked in his heart, but before he had time to think, the meow presence saw that Yueshan Shi was stunned by Feng Yu's blow, and then they realized that they had underestimated this mew with the code name of death. Horror and wails filled the entire narrow 3-story square. Don't try to escape. Feng Yu said, and then his speed was very fast, and the effect of the martial arts learned in the Demon Slayer world was not limited. In the entire Mew restaurant, only Kaneki fell to the ground alone, looking at the wind feather flying in the air in horror. It's horrible. Am I going to die? Will he kill me? Jin Mew was already in a state of brain stupor. The whole meow was full of corpses and limbs. Stumps and legs were broken. There was a river of blood. This was Anshura field and a slaughterhouse. The thick smell of blood in the air made Kaneki vomit. Looking at the world origin in the system panel, Kazifa put away Kazuko, because Kaneki was the only one left on the scene. Yueshin Shi, who was knocked out by him, has long since disappeared. However, Feng Yu knew that Yueshin Shi had been rescued by someone. Step by step, as if death was coming to harvest. Stepping on the air, he came to Jin Mew. An even stronger smell of blood came to his nose, and in Jin Mew's eyes, the tall body in front of him Feng Yu was like a hellish ghost, carrying a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I saw Feng Yu slowly raise his hand. Jin Mew thought that Feng Yu was going to attack him, and closed his eyes directly. It fell like lightning. Kaneki fell directly to the ground and passed out. It's time to leave. Wind Feather muttered, as he keenly sensed that someone was coming. The mask disappeared, and Wind Feather's figure disappeared into the darkness. I didn't know that Feng Yu had been here and slaughtered the Mew Seed party of Yueshin Shi. And this night, the code name of the Grim Reaper was completely famous in the 7th district. And it caught the attention of the CCG. Mr. Motto, this is the information of the recently active Grim Reaper. Take a look. Wearing a suit, with an inch of hair, and a righteous face, Kotaro Yaman handed the information in his hand to Mato Wusu. Oh, I actually ran to the 7th district. Mato Wusu looked at the information in his hand and praised it in unison. At first, it appeared in District 20, and now it is in District 7. Yaman, you look at the list of meows in District 20, and compare whether they have existed. Slaughter Foodie Restaurant. I can't rule out that it's a coordination. Amen Kotaro, adjust the danger level of the God of Death to S-Class. The Komyu is very dangerous. Not only is the brain confused, but also the murderous intent is very strong. It's just right. Our goal is also related to District 20, so we'll have a good time meeting this Grim Reaper for a while. Well, Mr. Motto, hasn't Death already run to Ward 7? Why do you say you want to go to District 20 to find Death? Asked Kotaro. Amen. Gangtaro, if you look carefully at the traces of the Grim Reaper's appearance, all of them are hunting meows. What does this mean? It means that the Grim Reaper is looking for meows, and the gourmet's restaurant has gathered a large number of meows, and this has become his target. Guntaro, when hunting down the Mew seeds, we have to learn to empathize and detect the ideas of the meows. There are still a lot of places you need to learn, and the next training will be a little harder, although the 20th area is calm on the surface, but there is a hidden danger, said Mato Wusu. Then a perverted smile appeared on his face. Death, I don't know what the kuink made by you is. After cleaning up the bloodstains on his body, Feng Yu returned to the coffee shop, and at this time, Kaneki also happened to be escorted back with the help of Kiri's Himadanka. Miss Dong Xiang, what's wrong with Jin Mew? Feng Yu asked with a solemn face. This stupid guy has said not to have anything to do with that pervert of Yueshin Shi. I don't believe it. Now it's okay. I was abducted by that pervert to the Mew restaurant. Fortunately, nothing happened, but it was Yueshin Shi's Mew restaurant that seemed to have experienced a battle. I don't know if it was made by the white pigeon or the Mew seed. All the meows on the scene were killed, except for this stupid guy. And the body of Tsukiyama Shi was not found either. I guess I ran away, that guy. Dong Xiang directly threw the Jin Mew on his back onto the sofa and scolded. The store manager on the side frowned when he heard this, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 234. It seems that I have been restless lately. Such a large-scale hunt must attract the attention of the white pigeons. And the Grim Reaper first appeared in Area 20. I'm sure I'll find out here. Dong Xiang, you guys should be careful when you go out during this time, and tell them at the same time. Yashimura said with squinted eyes. It's the store manager. I knew that this stupid guy would cause trouble. Dong Xiang said indignantly, and then glanced at Feng Yu, who also had a serious face. Compared to that bastard, this stupid guy is still a bastard. Dong Xiang sighed in his heart, but he didn't know that Feng Yu had already decided to immediately coffee shop and go to other districts to hunt and kill the seeds. Another day later, the days returned to normal, and Jin Mew accepted the training of the Four Directions Lotus Show, while Tsukiyama Shi was as BT as always. The white handkerchief was stained with Kaneki's blood, and his BT-like expression was frantically sucking on the residual smell on it. Gorgeous manner. Put more and more delicious gold wood. At last. In the end, let me eat him. Jin Mew. Yueshin Shi's legs were incontinent and slumped on the ground. Jin Mew, you are mine alone. I will never let anyone touch you, It can only be mine alone. In the dimly lit church, Yueshin Shi's eyes flashed with a strange red light, as if he was crazy and in a low mood. But the Grim Reaper. That guy. If I let me know that he hurt my lovely Kaneki, I must make him disappear from this world. No, I must get Kaneki. Definitely. In the silent church, only the crazy whispering of Yueshin Shi was in stark contrast to the sacred church. The sun was shining, the wind was beautiful, and Jin Mew, who had just finished receiving the Safang Lotus show, walked on the abandoned factory road with his faintly aching arms. Then, he heard a wail. What's going on? Kaneki searched for a voice and found Nishio Nishiki, who was being knocked to the ground by a few meows. Nishio-senpai. Yo, let's start with this arm, said one of them. Kaneki hid behind them, and then he remembered a few days ago, when Nishio Nishiki wanted to eat Hidara Nagakin. Senior Nishio, I want to put Ying and me. But Kaneki thought about it and decided to help him. I'm sorry, aren't you going a little too far? The frail Nishio Nishiki saw that it was Kaneki-ken, and his eyes also showed disbelief. Kim, are you a friend of Stinky Brocade? One of the tall Mews walked towards Kaneki in an unkind tone, and the threat struck, and Kaneki couldn't help but take a few steps back. No, Kaneki said. Then can you please don't come to hinder us, our long-awaited cooperation. Suddenly, the Mew in front of him shot directly and punched towards Jin Mew. Altogether, after the practice of the Quartet Lotus show, Jin Mew's reaction speed has obviously improved a lot, and he easily dodges the fist in front of him. Seeing that Kaneki actually dodged, the tall man said, "You kid is ready to do it, aren't you?" Then another fist struck. But Kaneki easily dodged, and the fist landed on the iron door, and it was instantly smashed and dented. Fists, whip legs, but Kaneki dodged. This person is slower than Mr. Safang, is this the result of training? Feeling that the Mew in front of him was not a threat to him, Jin Mew also quickly counterattacked, and before the tall Mew could react, he punched him directly in the face. It hurts. Feeling the pain from his fist, Jin Mew was shocked, but the tall man fainted directly. And then, there are the remaining 3 Mews. As the sun sets over the bustling city of Tokyo, Kaneki carries the injured Nishio Nishiki back to his residence, and at this time, Kaneki discovers that Nishio's girlfriend is actually a human. I'm hungry. I'm almost hungry, Nishio Nishiki said as she collapsed into the arms of her girlfriend Takasu. At this time, Gamo looked at Jin Mew vigilantly. This person. Don't be like this, Gamo. Seeing Gamo's vigilance, Nishio Nishiki said. But him. Before Gamo finished speaking, Nishio Nishiki said, "That's right, it's this guy who opened a hole in my stomach." Kaneki stood at the door in shock, looking at them for a long time. After the wounds on Nishio Nishiki's body were treated, Kaneki, who was extremely puzzled in his heart, also spoke. "Miss Gamo, you're human, aren't you? Why, I want to be with Mincho, because of love, even if Nishio-senpai kills someone." Kaneki and Kimo came to the park seats, and only the incandescent street lamp was left in the silent park. If it were me, as long as it wasn't my parents or brother who were killed, I would have pretended not to know about it. After all, he needs corpses. A sad Guillermo said with his head bowed. Really? Kaneki said. Kaneki, can you tell me how I can save Jin? Said Gamo suddenly and excitedly. Now, there is no other way but to let him eat meat. Kaneki turned his head away, he couldn't bear to look at Gamo. What the hell? What are you going to do? Gamo covered her face and began to cry, she was so worried about Nishio Nishiki, worried that he would die like this. Kaneki stood from the sidelines and looked at her, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Miss Gamo, I'll figure it out. Thanks. Thank you. The conversation between the two is to let the moon mountain she hidden in the shadows have a full view. Just after the two separated, Gamo had just bought something from a convenience store and was kidnapped by Tsukiyamashi. At the same time, Kaneki received an envelope with red roses in it after giving Nishio Nishiki meat. This is, Miss Gamo. Kaneki secretly felt bad in his heart. Gamo, haven't come back yet. Nishio Nishiki shouted as he rushed out, and then saw the envelope in Kaneki's hand. Damn, it's that bastard of Tsukiyamashi. I must go and rescue Gamo. Nishio Nishiki's eyes were resolute, which shocked Kaneki on the side. So the two of them set off together, towards the address on the envelope. When the door of the church was opened, under the bright candlelight, Yueshin-shi was dressed in a gorgeous suit and played the beautiful piano like a noble son. The altar under the statue of the church god is placed with the precious powder tied into a rice dumpling. Seeing the arrival of Jin Mew, Tsukiyamashi was extremely excited. Good evening, Kaneki-kun. Chapter 235. Yueshin-shi got up slowly, like an elegant gentleman, with a smile on his face. Kaneki-kun, do you like Beethoven? Seeing that Kaneki was silent, he immediately looked at Nishio Nishiki on the side. Nishio, I don't remember inviting you over, it's very rude to disturb my date with Kaneki-kun. Give me back the precious one. Nishio Nishiki shouted angrily. Unfortunately, that's impossible, this woman is the spice for tonight's dinner, so that Kaneki can taste her in the most delicious state. Tsukiyamashi opened his arms as if introducing a beautiful gift. What the hell are you talking about? Nishio Nishiki was very angry at the moment, but he didn't dare to make a move. To be exact, I want to eat Kaneki at the same time as Kaneki eats her. Tsukiyamashi had a perverted smile on his face, his arms outstretched, and his eyes were extremely reverent. Bastard. Perverted. Kaneki and Nishio Nishiki said in unison. Pervert, Jin Mew-kun, you make me sad like this. I did all this because of you. You have to take responsibility, Jin Mew-kun. You had better recognize the fact that you are very delicious. Just in an instant, Yueshin-shi came directly to Jin Mew. His eyes were staring at Jin Mew, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Bastard. Nishio Nishiki shouted, raising his fist and slamming it into Tsukiyamashi, but he dodged it sideways, and then kicked it a few meters away. The seats in the church shattered directly under the impact, and a mouthful of blood spat out from Nishio Nishiki's mouth. Nishio-senpai! Kaneki hurriedly shouted, but was stopped by Tsukiyamashi. Kaneki-kun, the guy who disturbed our dinner is gone, and then it's our time. The smile on Ueshinshi's face made Jinmu feel a chill, and his eyes couldn't help but open. Under the bustling city, a pretty and vigorous figure is shuttling rapidly between high-rise buildings. Feng Yu, who was in the coffee shop, looked up at the bustling city in the distance. Jinmu, Little Angel and Dong Xiang are not in the store. Think about it. It seems that the current plot has developed to the point where Kaneki has been kidnapped by Tsukiyamashi again. When Kaneki and the others come back, it will be time to fight the White Pigeon. There is no time. You must become stronger as soon as possible, Feng Yu muttered. Although the atmosphere here really makes me reluctant. The next time it may be time for this store to be destroyed. I'm sorry everyone. I have more important things to do. There are many more people waiting for my return. Feng Yu slowly took off his clothes from the coffee shop, put on his own clothes, and was about to leave, but he bumped into Yashimura Gongsun head-on. Are you leaving here? Feng Kun's face was still as kind as ever. Feng Yu nodded. Child, pay attention to safety outside. If you are tired, or encounter something that you can't handle, you can come back here. The door of the coffee shop will always be open to you. You'll always be waiting for you to come back. Feng Kun Gongshan said. I thought I was hiding. I didn't expect to be discovered by the store manager. Feng Yu smiled bitterly. The identity of the god of death had obviously been known by Feng Kun Gongshan, but what he said reminded Feng Yu of the taciturn but kind-hearted white-haired old man in another world. Master Scales. How come you are still in the other world? Feng Yu, who was standing on the top of the building, looked at this bustling city and muttered. Then it disappeared into the darkness. Do you want to pay more attention to his whereabouts? No, there are a lot of things hidden in that child's eyes. I can feel the pain in his heart. Maybe he deceived us, but he didn't violate the rules of the stable area. On the contrary, he also punished those disobedient meows. Maybe Dong Xiang will need his help in the future. Soon after, Dong Xiang and Jinmu were covered in blood and helped into the coffee shop, but there was a trace of strangeness in the eyes of both sides looking at each other. Stupid, let's see if you dare to associate with that pervert of Yueshin next time, Dong Xiang said angrily. Jinmu felt aggrieved, and there was dodging in his eyes, but when he thought about what Yueshin had said before, it was because of his own reasons that Yueshin did these things. Imbued Nishio Nishiki's human girlfriend, Gamo. The guilt in his heart is even worse. He didn't dare to imagine that a human being would be able to accept a Mew as his girlfriend, and that he would also be able to accept Nishio Nishiki eating people. Endure the pain of gnawing for Nishio Nishiki. Perhaps. This is love, isn't it? Kaneki sighed in his heart. Jingle bell. The doorbell shook, and when Dong Xiang and the two entered the house, they saw Fangkan Gongshan standing on the floor-to-ceiling window looking into the distance. Store manager, why are you still in the store? Dong Xiang asked as he threw Jinmu onto the sofa. Oh, you're back. Just come back safely. Feng Mura said in a kind tone. But Dong Xiang soon noticed something unusual. Manager, is there something going on? Feng Yu, that kid left. Yashimura Kozen said as he looked into the distance, but quickly turned around and grinned at a cup of coffee, added some other things to it, and handed it to Kaneki. That guy, so weak. I'm really looking for death. Dong Xiang gritted his teeth and said, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yashimura just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Dong Xiang, Jinmu, remember to clean the sofa, otherwise it won't be good for the guests to see it tomorrow. Then, he left. Yes, store manager. The next day was sunny, the streets were full of people, and the coffee shop was calm again, and there was no bad effect on the departure of Feng Yu. On the contrary, a new member has been added to the cafe. Nishio Nishiki. After this time, Nishio Nishiki has officially become Kaneki's friend. The two of them, who were together some time ago, are now able to deliver life and death. In the alley of the dark night, of half a moon, a man in a black cloak was firmly grasping the red-eyed Mew with one hand. No, don't kill me. Lord Death. Please, don't kill me. The man pleaded bitterly, but was met with death. Torn. The skull was split open, and the blood flowed like watermelon juice. Windfeather gave him an indifferent look, and then threw the corpse of the meow into the trash can like garbage. The black figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving only blood and corpses all over the floor. Chapter 236 Wind. Feather, who had disappeared into the alley, suddenly raised his head and looked at the roof of a certain building. Was it my delusion or did I get their attention? Windfeather muttered. Nana, Tatara, he seems to have killed a lot of our people. Do you want to kill him or recruit him? Said a man on the roof of the building, who had wrapped himself tightly in white bandages all over his body, and was covered with a wide red cloak and a flower silk scarf around his neck. Next to him stood a tall man in a white coat and a half-red mask on his face. The man had white hair, and there was no movement in his eyes. If Feng Yu saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize that these were the two leaders of the Bronze Tree, Izumi Tatsuki and Tatara. Replied Tatara. Hearing the answer, Izumi Takatsuki swung his feet, like an innocent little girl, took out a notebook from his bosom, and wrote some words on it. Then let Xiaosundu and the bottle go and have a good time with him. If he's dead, and if he's not dead, bring him in. Feng Yu, who was resting in a hotel, didn't know that he had been targeted by the two leaders of the Bronze Tree at this moment. System, exchange for Yuhi. After deducting the world origin 1000, the exchange is successful. As soon as the system prompt fell, Feng Yu felt that something seemed to grow on his back. As soon as the thought fell, the crimson Katsuko grew out of her back. When he walked to the mirror, Feng Yu saw that his appearance was like the wings of a swallow. Characters, Nakagawa Wind. Feather World Origin, 23. Breathing Method, Water. Breath, Transcendent, Unusable, Light Breath, Transcendent, Unusable Martial Arts, Omitted. Constitution, Ageless Physique Pets. Zyobai, Awakened. Zyahei, Awakened, Unsummonable. Katsuko, Perfect Scales, Ultimate, Perfect Feather, Level 1. Task 1, Kill the Seed Dragon. Reward, World Origin 1W, Ghost Slayer World Ownership. Mission Failure, 4. Half a month, Wind Feather can be said to be hunting the seed all the time, of course. The hard work has also been rewarded. Not only was he upgraded to the top level by using the origin of the world, but he also exchanged for Yuhi at this moment. After reaching the top level, Wind Feather gained the form of a half-herd, and at the same time, the shape and color of scales changed. The original crimson scales are covered with a piece of fast white scales on the surface, which is released like white bones, and at the same time, countless barbs have grown on the edges of the scales. The form of the half-herd has not only increased its speed, but also has damage. Maybe it's because it's all produced by the system. When you open the half-herd, the Grim Reaper mask on your face will resonate with the Hertzi in your body, making the Grim Reaper mask stay on your face, as if you have come to life. Not only will it appear with the change of Feng Yu's expression, but at the same time, the death phantom behind him is also covered with a layer of white matter. It seems that we are going to continue to earn the origin of the world again. Is it a complete Hercules form? I'm looking forward to it. When Feng Yu upgraded the scale to the ultimate, the system gave a hint, and if both Heze reached the half-herd level, then they could have a complete Hercule form. Looking back at the original book, whether it is Yashimura Kozen or his daughter Takatsuki Izumi, the two of them have a lot of Hebeo is simply outrageous. The normal Mew species usually have 1 or 2 packets. The acquisition of Hebeo Feng Yu vaguely remembers that it is possible to regrow Hebeo on his body by Komedo method. In the original work, Kaneki is like this, constantly co-cultivating, bursting the seed step by step, and the Hebeo who had once co-mewed the seed will appear in the form of Heze after its own RC cells reach a certain level. In the later stage, the dense fog spewed out by the Golden Wood transformation dragon caused ordinary people to become Mew seeds, and the same principle is true, and if the RC cells in the human body are raised, then they can be transformed into Mew seeds. The higher the concentration of RC cells, the stronger the strength of the Mew seed. At this moment, the concentration of RC cells on Feng Yu's body has reached a very dense state, and when he released Katsuko, his body was filled with red gas. That's the momentum generated by RC cells? On the other side, under the bustling city, I know, death. Hehe, I don't know where it came from. After Kirishima Ayato hung up the phone, the disdain on his face overflowed. On the other side, 2 men wearing blue cloaks and white masks with the letters P and X respectively looked at each other and then ran in one direction. As the day passed, the night shrouded in darkness and the killing machines appeared, including Wind Feather, wearing the cloak of the Ghost Slayer and wearing the Grim Reaper mask on his face. With his keen perception, Wind Feather found a large gathering place for the Meow seeds. The scene below was like a big feast, and the air was filled with the smell of blood that made the Meows lose their minds. Roughly counted, 12 Meows. The killing began. As soon as the words fell, the wind feathers fell straight down like a kite with a broken string. Bang! The loud sound of landing startled the Meows, who were still immersed in the feast. Bastard, scare me, who the hell are you? There was a shout of scolding from the crowd, and it was clear that the sudden arrival of Wind Feather made them feel extremely angry. Boy, are you looking for death? How dare you disturb us eating? Believe it or not, we killed you. All kinds of threats and curses continued, but Feng Yu only slowly put on the mask of death and said softly only one thing that he could hear. Big, eldest brother. How do I feel that something is wrong with that guy? The face on his face has. It's a bit like the recent rumor of the Grim Reaper who has been hunting the Mew seed. As soon as the words fell, he saw a huge white Heze directly penetrate the big brother in his mouth. Blood splattered, and the majestic big brother of the Mew seed just now was killed directly. A huge panic appeared in his heart. Death. Death. It's him. He's come to hunt us. Fast. Run. As soon as the words fell, countless feather orders flew down. The Heze attack unleashed by the huge Fei and Yuhi was like a locust covering the sky, with a buzzing sound, piercing the sky and rushing towards them. Feather orders and white scales were constantly harvesting the Meows present. This is a crushing slaughterhouse, and in the face of absolute power, this group of Meows cannot resist at all. The feather order flew away, blocking the retreat of the Mew seeds, and the scales were used as harvesting machines. In less than a few minutes, the 12 Meows were all killed by the wind feathers. The rich smell of blood, accompanied by the stumps and broken legs on the ground that could no longer distinguish whose it was, and the eyes of the corpses with wide eyes and full of fear never disappeared on the faces of these dead Mew seeds. Just as Windfeather was about to go hunting for other people's meows, two huge blue tails suddenly appeared in the sky and headed straight at him. Bang! A large crater was smashed into the ground, and Windfeather easily took a few steps back, easily dodging the attack. Two blue figures fell, standing in front of Feng Yu. Chapter 237. Hearing Feng Yu's words, the two Bottle brothers were stunned for a moment, but quickly regained their indifference. This guy actually knows us, and our merge skills were actually dodged by him. It seems that the strength is not weak. Looks like I've killed too many Mews lately, and I've caught the attention of your bronze tree. Do you really think you can kill me? Blue Tail surrounded Windfeather with a flanking attack on the left and right, but they were easily dodged by Windfeather. In his eyes, the attack speed of the two Bottle brothers was so slow, even if they took their blows head-on with their bodies, it was estimated that they would not be too seriously injured. Windfeather kept moving back flexibly, observing the surroundings and whether there were any hidden people. On the head. Windfeather flipped back and jumped into the distance. Countless red arrow feathers fell, and Windfeather also saw the person who came, blue hair, black clothes. Hey, you're the Grim Reaper, aren't you? Remember, the person who killed you was S-rank. Kirishima Ayato. Kirishima Ayato. Feng Yu looked at him with strange eyes and muttered. It seems that it's just you. Feng Yu slowly stood up and exhaled a breath of turbidity. The white bone scales were released, and a huge sense of oppression instantly enveloped the three of them. Sure enough, the leveled Mews are completely different from the ones I killed before, but it also happens to make me familiar with the attack methods of the Meows. Na, Tatara, Brother Bottle, and Ayato seem to be losing, said Izumi Tatsuki, who was on the top of the building in the distance, to Tatara beside him. Well, he seems to still have hidden strength. And the previous information said that his Katsuko didn't look like this, and it seems that he had a collusion during this time. Tatara said. Oh, that's great, huh. Hee, that's funny, I'd like to go and have fun with him, Tatara. The combined attack of the three of them on Windfeather's side was quickly defeated by Windfeather, and the two Bottle brothers' masks were shattered, blood kept falling from their chests, and they were lying on the ground dying. And the gorgeous capital is even more miserable. The black cloak has been shattered, the cloak is scattered, and there is no previous arrogant appearance at all. His eyes had drifted away, and the weakness of his body made his memories begin to flood back in his heart. Father, I really don't want to be able to protect that stupid guy who is obviously weak and wants to die, and has to be strong. I didn't expect to die here. Sister. Ayato Kirishima muttered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the World Origin 300. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the World Origin 300. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the World Origin 300. The three system prompts sounded, and it was obvious that the Bottle brothers and Aya had lost their combat capabilities. Windfeather walked over and checked on them, and found that they were not dead, but just faint and unconscious. But if you don't replenish your energy for a long time, then you really die. Just as Windfeather was about to feed them the uneaten human flesh on the ground before, a voice sounded behind him. "Na, how about letting them go? Is it finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Windfeather under the mask smiled, and then slowly turned around. "You're really funny, and you seem to know me. Have we met there?" Izumi tilted his head, wrapped in bandages all over his body, and jumped up in front of Kazuha. "Your mask seems to be a little different. I can see the power hidden in your body. I don't know why you want to kill those meows, but it's not good to kill people at will." Then, like a little girl, she jumped up and down, so happy. "It's weird, you don't have the smell of cannibalism and cannibalism on your body at all. Then how did you get stronger? It's really weird." Izumi Takatsuki muttered. "I thought about it. Why don't you join us and let us create a peaceful world?" Izumi Takatsuki suddenly turned his head and tilted his head and smiled. "Okay, but you have to beat me, or I'm not convinced, and it's not convenient to fight here. Let's go to a place where no one is around, and practice well. After all, I also want to know what the world's top strength is. Then come with me." With that, a pair of wing-like feathers grew behind Izumi Takatsuki, and he leaped into the air. Seeing this, Feng Yu knew that this was Izumi Takatsuki testing his strength, and the swallow's wing-like feather unfolded, and soon caught up with Izumi Takatsuki. "It's funny, it's really fun. I didn't expect you to have other Katsuko. No wonder you are so confident." Seeing that Feng Yu has Yuhi, she gave Takatsuki Izumi a surprise. Originally she thought that Feng Yu would catch up on the ground, but she didn't expect it to fly directly over. "I'm really getting more and more interested in you." After a while, the two of them came to the outskirts of an abandoned factory. Then, "Mr. Death, I'm here." With that, Takatsuki's entire body began to alienate, and a huge Katsuko wrapped his whole body. A powerful sense of oppression spread from her body, the red mist filled the ground trembled, and the entire ground was pressed by her powerful force to appear one after another. "Hey, you don't look surprised. What the hell is going on with you? Why are you looking at me with those nonchalant eyes? Boy, if you're careless, you're going to die." With that, countless red arrow feathers fell, attacking towards Windfeather, and the arrow feathers pierced the sky, making a burst of chirps. Wind Feather kept dodging, and every time he landed, an arrow feather attacked. Ah, it's coming. The white bone scales were released in an instant, and in the midst of the fire, Takatsuki Izumi's huge figure had already rushed in front of Feng Yu. Die, die, die. Izumi. Takatsuki's use of the armor released by the armor to launch a frantic assault. Bang bang bang. White bone scales resisted her attack, but soon Feng Yu felt the struggle. Takatsuki Izumi is worthy of being an SSS level Meow species, tyrannical, chaotic and powerful with superb combat skills. In the final analysis, Kazuha's Heze has only reached the half-herd level at best, while Takatsuki Izumi is in the Hercule form. For a moment, Feng Yu was like being pressed and beaten, and he could only defend passively. Tear up. Izumi Takatsuki's attacks kept falling on one point, and Feng Yu's white bone scales were directly penetrated. Bang. Hey, what a pity, I almost killed you. I have to say, your reaction is so fast. Listening to Izumi Takatsuki's laughter, Feng Yu also secretly sighed that it was dangerous just now. Only a few centimeters away, her head would be directly penetrated by her. The abrasions on her face quickly healed on her own, and while Takatsuki Izumi was stunned, she directly released the white bone scale again and struck hard, shaking her huge body, and at the same time, she quickly turned over and jumped to distance herself from her. The warm-up is over, then I'm going to start getting serious. Chapter 238. Are you finally going to get serious? It's so exciting and fun. Seeing Feng Yu's momentum soaring, the white bone scales and feather he were strange, and the white skeletons began to spread and intertwine behind him, forming a pair of white bone outer skeletons, but they were incomplete. The Grim Reaper mask on his face began to squirm, as if he had come back to life, and just one glance made Izumi Takatsuki's heart feel a little throbbing. This kind of throbbing belongs to the throbbing of the soul, and it belongs to the suppression of the life level. How many years? I'm really getting more and more interested in you. What is your face like under this mask? Hihi, let me reveal the secret myself. As soon as the words fell, Takatsuki Izumi's huge body rushed directly in front of Feng Yu. Jiahe, scale he, attack Shiji, like a fierce beast, attack frantically. Feng Yu is not to be outdone, full of momentum. Because it is a scale, it is very flexible. A few white-boned Kazuko were like pythons, winding and assaulting. But every assault could be blocked by Izumi Takatsuki. The flames rose into the sky, and the earth was clearly trembling under the battle between the two, and cracks spread outward like spider webs. Izumi Takatsuki's attack was very fierce, and she didn't have to put too much effort into defense, but took the attack first. But Wind Feather is the opposite of her. He has to dodge the powerful Kahayak attack while also counter-attacking. While fighting, he retreats backwards with his nimble scales. Look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. On the other side of the abandoned factory, Tatara and Nora are standing there, watching the battle between the two. It's good, said Tatara. Next to him, Nora was like an unconscious guard, staring at the battle between Takatsuki Izumi. As if he saw Yalu's intentions, Taduo Liang said lightly, Yalu, let her have a good time. Feng Yu's side was still suffering from a fierce attack like a torrential rain. Damn, it really deserves to be an SSS level Meow species. All aspects of the attributes have reached the top state, and in the original book, Jin Mu, who was turned into a black god of death, lazily cut off her waist with a blow. She simply put the water of the entire Pacific Ocean. Looking at the devastation caused by his own evasion all the way to his heart, he was even more shocked. It was originally a deserted factory, but now a large pit has been affected by the battle. The strength of the world is basically the same as that of the Ghost Slayer, and the high combat power is the same. The setting of the Mew is the same as the Ghost, but it is better than the Ghost, although the Ghost has a variety of Blood Ghost techniques, but the Heze of the Mew is also able to evolve a variety of attack methods. The breathing method and the Nichirin knife in the Demon Slayer world are the same as the Kuink in the CCG. It can be said that the two worlds have specific rules. I kind of understand why the system teleported me to the world of the Mew species. Wind Feather said darkly. Ah, you're stunned, shouted Izumi Takatsuki, and the two sharp Kazuko arms and claws on the left and right shoulder blades instantly grabbed this 1 second gap and grabbed directly at Feng Yu's head. Before he could resist, the white bone scales were pierced by a claw, and a powerful force passed through Feng Yu's shoulder blades. With a gravitational flick, Wind Feathers was in the air, her back began to squirm and bulge, and huge red spikes appeared. Hee, annoying bug, it's over. The stormy attack landed on Feng Yu's body, directly scattering his white bone scales and Yuhi, and then slapped into the air again. Sharp red arrow feathers appeared from her back, cutting through the sky and also through Feng Yu's skin. Aha! The successive attacks injured Feng Yu, but before he had time to think, a more powerful crisis surged into his heart. I saw that. Izumi Takatsuki on the ground opened his big mouth, and a powerful energy was constantly gathering. Goodbye. Bang. The ground shattered, and the sky trembled. The clouds that originally covered the sky and the sun were directly penetrated by this powerful energy wave, resounding throughout the universe. After the fluctuations calmed down, the huge Katsuko monster that Takatsuki Izumi turned into was squinting his scarlet eyes and looking around. Suddenly, a huge white bone scale struck directly from behind her and pierced her body. Blood splattered. This sneak attack directly shattered Takatsuki Izumi's Katsuko shell, but she quickly reacted, and with a wave of her claws, The white light broke in an instant. Ah, ha, sure enough, the half-herd can't beat the full former. Not to mention the one-eyed owl. At this time, Feng Yu's clothes were in tatters, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and the originally tightly wrapped ghost-killing team Haori. At this time, the part of his arms had been completely wiped out in the laser cannon attack released by Takatsuki Izumi just now. Although Feng Yu still has the strength and whole cards to compete with Takatsuki Izumi, as soon as he saw the figures of Yella and Tatara not far away, he smiled helplessly, waved his hand and said, "I'll join you. But I have one condition. That's, when I need to challenge and kill, you can't restrain my behavior. Of course, since I have joined the organization, I will definitely do my best, and if there is anything I need to do, just do it." Feng Yu said this in order to be able to obtain the world origin. Whether it was to defeat the opponent or kill it, it was enough to obtain a certain world origin. Of course, you also need to give yourself a reason. To join, it's nothing more than to become stronger. And set up a character for them, that is, they like to kill and challenge the strong. Nana, you're welcome to join us. Katsuko's shell faded away, revealing Takatsuki Izumi wrapped in bandages inside, and she Pang jumped to Feng Yu's side and gently took her hand. "Your strength is really good, I had a lot of fun this time. What's your name?" said Izumi Takatsuki. "Nakagawa." "Wind Feather," replied Wind Feather. Kazuha-kun, this is Tatara and Nora, we will be our own people in the future, but can you show me what you look like under your mask?" Takatsuki Izumi looked at Kazuha's face curiously, his eyes full of antiquity. If it weren't for the ravages of Izumi Takatsuki, he might have been deceived by the innocence in her eyes. There's really no way, since the leader asks for it, I can only reluctantly do it. With that, he took off the mask of death. It's amazing, obviously the mask is so terrifying, but I didn't expect the real person to be so handsome. The four people in front of the abandoned factory walked side by side in the hazy darkness under the night, and gradually disappeared. Chapter 239. The Bronze Tree Headquarters. Liudeo. Fenjiao stood beside Tatara and the others with his eyes closed, and the high-level cotters of the various bronze trees were below. Black Rabbit Kiri's Hima Ayato, Three Blades Miza, Bottle Brothers, etc. They can't help but have their own thoughts about the new addition of Wind Feather. After all, the strength to be able to stand next to Tatara without making humble moves is extremely powerful. Only Kiri's Hima Ayato and the Bottle Brothers know what Wind Feather's strength is. Kiri's Hima Ayaya couldn't help but clench her fists, her face full of unwillingness. Feeling Sundu's gaze, Feng Yu smiled slightly, and then closed his eyes again. And in Sundu's eyes, Feng Yu was wearing the mask of death, and he didn't open his eyes to look at him from beginning to end. "Damn. Na, since you've arrived, let's take back District 11. Takatsuki said with his hands clapped. "Yes." The crowd responded. "Well, let's start using District 11 as a stage location. Let's open the curtain on a new world." Izumi Takatsuki jumped and spread his hands, his blood-red eyes emitting an eerie glow. This night, hundreds of Mews wearing red cloaks swept through the 11th district with a crushing momentum. Because of the previous Lishi, the high combat power of this area was slaughtered, and only one force composed of 10,000 Zhong was left. Feng Yu stood on the roof of a building in District 11, looking down on the bustling city. Killings and screams are happening all the time, and it seems to add a wonderful musical score to the city. The Bronze Tree is led by Sundu and the Bottle Brothers, and if they encounter disobedience, they will be directly wiped out, and the rest will be subdued and forced to join the Bronze Tree. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Soon, each of the Meows hidden in Area 11 was given a place by the former so-called partners, either died or joined the Bronze Tree. For the good old man of Wanzangshi, Sundu is also unilaterally crushed, and his subordinates are even more vulnerable. In the original book, one of the thousands of Zhong is a person who has a very strong love for Li Shi, and at the same time wants to follow her side. But he was rejected by Li Shi, and because the powerful Meow in District 11 was killed by Li Shi, only the old, weak, sick, and disabled remained, and out of his own nature he wanted to shelter the weak, and began to collect the Meow in District 11. This also makes him the new leader of District 11, Lord Wanzang. Several of his subordinates couldn't help shouting when they saw that Wanzangshi was knocked to the ground by Ayato's blow, and kept vomiting blood. You guys, who the hell is it?" asked Wanzangshu with a look of despair. "Qingtong Tree, there are two paths in front of you now, one is to surrender to us, and the other is that I will kill you all. I count to 3, surrender or die, you decide. 1, 2, wait. I surrender. Don't kill them." Looking at the former subordinates who had all been detained, he knelt down in front of Sundu and said, "You're interested?" Said this, and Ayuto turned to leave, continuing to sweep the remaining area. After seeing Sundu leave, his subordinates dared to come over and help Wanzangshi and said, "Lord Wanzang, are you okay?" "I'm sorry. It's all because I'm too weak. I didn't be able to protect you." Man's Hangshu showed guilt. "Manzang-sama, you don't have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you, we would have died a long time ago. On the contrary, we are very grateful to Manzang-sama for being able to take us in. Everyone, thank you." And everyone hugged each other and cried. Throughout the whole process, Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart. The law of every world is the same. The law of the jungle is the strong. The weak are dominated by the strong, and only the strong will not be bullied. Soon the night passed, and the entire 11th district was completely occupied by the Bronze Tree Order, which also heralded that the stage for the protagonist had been set up. All you need is the appearance of the main character and the role of the supporting characters. Tatara, do you believe that we can create a world where the Mew and humans understand each other? Said Izumi Tatsuki at the headquarters of the Bronze Tree on Ryushima to Tatara beside him. Well, if it's you, I think it's okay. And aren't we working on this path? Said Tatara. So we need to kill more people for our goal. In Anding District, Kaneki in the antique coffee shop didn't know that a conspiracy against him was rapidly approaching. On this day, Kaneki was cleaning the dinner plates. The doorbell rang suddenly, and Wan Zhangshou walked in with a fierce face, followed by 3 little brothers wearing gas masks. Is the store manager there? He said in an unkind tone as he walked to the front desk. That. I asked if the store manager was there. Wan Zhangshou saw the stumbling Kaneki, and directly grabbed his collar and said, Wait a minute. The store manager is not here now. I asked where you went. Wan Zhang continued to ask Jin Mu, but at this time, Dong Xiang on the side spoke. You guy, why did you break in suddenly? If you have something, at least order a cup of coffee. What are you talking about? After a while, a steaming cup of coffee was brought to Wan Zhang, and Jin Mu and Dong Xiang sat opposite him. Well, if you have something to do with the store manager, I can convey it to you, Kaneki said. After taking a sip of coffee, he began to inquire about the news of the gods. After talking for a while, Wan Zhangshi also knew the smell of the world on Jin Mu's body, and at the same time thought that Jin Mu was Li Shi's boyfriend. In a fit of rage, he was accidentally knocked unconscious to the ground by Kaneki. It wasn't until the evening that I woke up quietly. Looking at Jin Mu's face, he was relieved, and then explained his purpose and origin to Jin Mu and Dong Xiang. But at this moment, a figure directly broke the glass of the coffee shop, jumped in, and kicked it away. Wan Zhang, what are you grinding around here? Do you want to be beaten by me again until you vomit blood? Said Ayakto indifferently. Wan Zhang just wanted to explain, but a figure directly skipped him and went straight to Sundo. Yo, long time no see, idiot old lady. Ayato had a disdainful expression on his face. Where have you been hanging out, stupid? Social studies, I'm different from you who worship peace and nest here. You little kid doesn't talk big. You're a child, stupid. The two of them talked back to each other, and the doorbell rang again. It's already okay, Ayato, can you let me disturb me? The S-class gecko walked in with a strange smile on his face. Geckos, how do you know this place? Ayato was shocked. I came with your men. This place is really full of disgusting smells. The gecko put his hands in his pockets, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Oh, I didn't expect Sundo to have a sister, both of them are so handsome, it's really enviable. Nicole, behind the gecko fiddled with her bewitching posture and slowly flipped over the open sign of the coffee shop. Chapter 240. Half an hour later, the originally clean and tidy coffee shop was in shambles, with pools of blood on the walls and on the ground. Dong Xiang clutched his stomach and leaned weakly against the door. Gecko, Sundu, and the others had already left, and Jin Mu was also leaving. On the huge square under the Bronzewood headquarters, on the outlying island, all the surrounding areas were surrounded by bronze trees, and Feng Yu stood in the center of the square. The feeling of oppression belonging to the strong makes all the meows excited. Death Sama, I love you. Death Sama, come on. Death Sama is the most powerful. All kinds of cheers resounded throughout the square, and behind Feng Yu were the meows who were defeated by his challenge. No matter what the strength is, in the eyes of Feng Yu, you can gather wool. After all, you don't need to take the life of the seed, you only need to defeat the other party, and you can get the origin of the world. And what does the Bronze Tree organization say? It does not massacre humans and cause killing. On the contrary, it will adopt some orphans and raise them to adulthood. After getting along, Feng Yu does not reject it, and at the same time does not dislike these Mew species. These meow species are just like ordinary people, they just want to be able to survive in this world. It is not them who are wrong, but this world. Whether it is a Mew or a human, their birth cannot be chosen independently, and humans hate meows, and they feed on humans. But no one wants to be hostile to each other. The atmosphere in the square was still getting high, and, for Feng Yu's behavior, the Bronze Tree at first expressed his incomprehension, and even felt ashamed of his behavior. But after being trained by Wind Feather, it is called true fragrance. After all, after being defeated, Wind Feather will also find out the opponent's more points and will teach the other party how to become stronger. In this regard, because of the Wind Feather, the strength of the entire Bronze Tree has risen to a higher level. These meows also completely recognized Feng Yu in their hearts, although they were called Lord Death on the surface, but secretly they called Feng Yu a teacher. Tall body, strong strength, and superb combat skills. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Yu has always been wearing a hideous mask of death, he may have already gained a lot of fan sisters and little brothers. But no matter how terrifying the death mask was, after all this time of getting along, they also found that Wind Feather did not have a lofty posture like other powerful meows, but was approachable and amiable. Is Lord Death going to challenge Lord Tatara today? Lord Death is really handsome. If only I could follow Lord Death. That's right, Lord Death's strength is really strong, and yesterday even Lord Nora was defeated. I see, Lord Tatara is no match for Lord Death. Ah. Da-da-da. Tall Yang's figure slowly walked out from the opposite side of Feng Yu, and at the same time, the white coat that he had been wearing on his body had been taken off by him, revealing his tall figure, strong physique, well-developed muscles, especially the lumpy chest muscles and abdominal muscles, which looked like the first feeling was strong, tall, and powerful. It's just this move that directly brought the atmosphere on the field to the highest point. Awesome, amazing. It's really interesting. Feng Yu-kun, you're really getting more and more interested in me. Izumi Takatsuki sat on the fence of the square, covered in bandages, and couldn't help but applaud as he watched the battle between Kazeba and Tatara below. Half an hour later, under the eyes of everyone, Feng Yu successfully defeated Tattaliang, although he was defeated, but both of them were on point. Tatara looked at the white bone scales that could penetrate his head with only a centimeter left, and he knew that he had lost. Although neither of them showed their full strength, it was clear that Feng Yu was superior to him in terms of combat skills. Above the square, all the Miaos held their breath and did not make a sound until, in this duel, Lord Death wins, shouted a middle-aged man in a white suit. Promise. Feng Yu smiled, and then Katsuko harvested, and the cheers on the square shattered the sky. Lord Death, I want to give you a monkey. Lord Death is mine. Lord Death is really handsome, I don't know if he likes men or not, said a young man with a look of adoration, but soon he felt a chill all over his body, and a pair of blood-red eyes around him stared at him maliciously. Hehe, Lord Death is ours, and you are a man who has come over to join in the fun. That's, in fact, I'm still looking forward to the picture of the Grim Reaper teacher with the boy. What should I do? What to do? I feel that the Grim Reaper teacher is a little bit of a match for Lord Tattaliang. An unknown female, blushing shyly, and from time to time she sneaked a few glances at the figures of Feng Yu and Tatara, and she didn't know what indescribable things were in her mind. Duoliang didn't say much about the victory or defeat, but when he looked at Feng Yu in his eyes, he had a little more respect. Soon, the challenge was over, and Feng Yu accepted it when he saw it, and did not continue to challenge it. After all, in the entire bronze tree, except for some Miaos that were on a mission outside, only the last Takatsuki Izumi remained. Thinking of a fight with Izumi Takatsuki not long ago, Feng Yu felt that it would be better to do this kind of thing in the future. After returning to the residence, Feng Yu also looked at his attribute panel. Raise the scales. After deducting the 5,000 world origin, the perfect scales will be promoted to the ultimate. I have noticed that the two types of hosts have been promoted to the level of the half-herd, and they are being fused. Hint, every time you get an ultimate level Hercule, you can fuse and improve your Hercular form. Feeling the continuous energy fluctuations in his body, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile. It's not in vain for my efforts over this period of time. However, is the form of the Hexer also hierarchical, or is it only available to the Heze exchanged by the system? If it is divided according to the system, the level of the Heze of Takatsuki Izumi should be very high. After all, that guy has a lot of Heze on his body. Recalling the description of Izumi Takatsuki in the original book, Feng Yu could only sigh, metamorphosis. Now that the here form has come out, then you can start the follow-up plan. The night was hazy, and Feng Yu looked into the distance and muttered. Chapter 241. After returning to the coffee shop in Anding District, Feng Gongshan and Sifang Lianxi saw the scene of the coffee shop, and recalled the occupation of the bronze tree in District 11 investigated today, and their faces looked very solemn. Quartet, help me gather everyone, Anding District is going to be closed for a while, Feng Gongshan said. Regarding the occupation of District 11 by the Mu groups, their actions are somewhat organized. Although I want to send a team to attack them now, I have to be patient, and the operation is scheduled for a week, during which time the residents of District 11 must be safely evacuated, and this will be handed over to the police. On the media side, I'll take care of it, and the above will be disbanded, said Meredisai. After the meeting was disbanded, Meredisai also saw Ria, looking at the thin and weirdly shaped Ria in front of him. Meredisai couldn't help but make a joke about him. Are you Ria, a very thin little guy? Have you eaten well? Do you want to take a handle below? Seeing that the situation was not right, Shinohara Yukiki on the side hurriedly came over and said, forget it, Amaru, Ria is definitely tired when he just came, so you can go with him. What? I'm just talking to him for a while. Okay, I know. Looking at the background of the two leaving, a hint of strangeness flashed in Ria's eyes. Feng Yu, who was far away from the Bronze Tree headquarters on the outlying island, also received an order at this time, that is, to organize the members of the Bronze Tree to start stationing in the dome of Area 11. At the same time, new members are welcomed. Hearing this, Feng Yu knew that the so-called new member was Kaneki Ken after the transformation. Now Kaneki Ken is estimated to have begun to be forced to ask what 1007 is. Recalling the scene in the original book, Feng Yu could only sigh slightly, and expressed sympathy for Jin Mu. Feng Yu expressed sympathy. After all, that kind of perverted torture method makes people dare not look directly. Although I really want to help him, for the sake of the system task, to be able to return to the world of Ghost Slayer as soon as possible, the plot of Kaneki's blackening must happen. And if he rashly tried to stop the blackening of Kaneki, then it would not only be the influence of the world line, but more importantly, the plan between Izumi Takatsuki and Arima Gisho. After a night, the people of the Bronze Tree had begun to move to the 11th area one after another, and a solemn atmosphere gradually condensed, like a sharp blade, hanging over the heads of those weak meows. The collision of the four top forces of the CCG, and the clown organization hidden in the shadows, doomed it to be a war with countless casualties. The strong can't protect themselves, let alone play tricks. Feng Yu stood on the roof of a building in District 11, and the city streets that were originally bright and green were now far from people. Under the guidance of the police, the humans everywhere are evacuated in an orderly manner, and the advertising screens on the street are also playing on a loop as the CCG Grand Merit Isai explains the process of the mission. Lost to human habitation, the city was plunged into endless darkness. Nana, Kazuha-kun, what do you think of the world now? Said Izumi Takatsuki on the side. Knowing that this was Takazaki Izumi wanting to guide himself, Feng Yu replied after a while, humans, Mew species, two hostile species, the Meow species feed on humans, and humans hate Mew species and slaughter Mew species, but human beings have families, and they also have Mew species, feelings, family affection, etc. Human beings have it, and there are Mew species. But this world is destined to be separated from humans from birth and become a hostile camp. Killing, death, chaos, sin. What I see is the sorrow of the weak in this world, the pain of countless children. This world is not right, it is distorted. Takatsuki Izumi stared at him tightly, as if he didn't expect Windfeather to say such a thing. After all, judging from Windfeather's performance of adding the bronze tree, she thought that Windfeather was different from other meows, whether it was temperament or spirit. After staring at it for a while, Izumi Takatsuki laughed. Interesting, really interesting. So, Fenjayu-kun, do you want to change the world? All the coffee shops in Anding district at this time were all gathered together by Fank and Gongzan, except for the Safang Lotus Shi, who also had other tasks outside. Nishio Nishiki, Furuma Uener, Iruma Xian, and other core figures in Anding district were all present. But everyone's faces were extremely heavy. The bronze tree is a species that survives to fight, and we need to be prepared that we will never see Kaneki, and it will not be easy to infiltrate their base and rescue Kaneki. What's more, we can't ignore the CCG's movements. They will soon send a special force to sweep the bronze tree to District 11. Even if we go to rescue him, it is more likely that our entire army will be destroyed. Hearing this, the heavy hearts of everyone became extremely uncomfortable. Hey, are we going to save him if we die? Nishio Nishiki on the side said, in his heart, Jin Mew has become his best friend, and he wants to rescue Jin Mew. I'm going to save him. What is the purpose of our store, if the store manager doesn't go? I'll go alone. Dong Xiang stood up, his eyes revealing firmness. I'll go too, after all, I still owe that guy a favor. Dong Xiang will go too, because I am always helped by my big brother, and if Hinamai can do anything, I will do anything. Dong Xiang and Nishio Nishiki responded together. In order not to cause misunderstanding among everyone, let me say first, I originally planned to rescue Kaneki, but I hope you can understand that I can't guarantee your life. I have fully understood your intentions. If you want to rescue Kaneki, please block your life. At the same time, the quartet and I will do our best to protect you, because mutual assistance is the purpose of our stability zone. By the way, there is another person who wants to save Kaneki. Come in. As soon as Fang Mura's words fell, the door was opened, and with it, the elegantly and nobly dressed Yueshin Shi walked in. You guy. Dong Xiang and Nishio Nishiki looked hostile, but Tsukiyama Shi didn't care at all. My beloved, it's really heartbreaking. My only friend Jin Mew actually fell into the hands of an unknown enemy. Life and death are unknown. Don't joke. The CCG side did not idle police cars and transport vehicles into Area 11 to cordon the entire igloo in a surround posture. The helicopters in the air were also circling constantly, as if to observe the surrounding situation, or to check whether there were any missing humans who had not been evacuated. At this time, Kaneki was tied to a chair in the igloo, and in front of him was a gecko with a vice in his hand. Bang! Chapter 242. The mobilization and evacuation of the entire 11th district was lively, and in the domed house with lattice tiles, there was a dead silence. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the pools of blood that had not had time to be cleaned and coagulated were mixed with countless blood clots, fingernails and other parts of human tissue. Jin Mew on the chair in the center was already covered in blood and lowered his head, and after a while, he was woken up by the movement of someone who came. He slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was two meow couples who had been arranged by geckos to clean and mop the floor. The two mews were wearing red cloaks, and the two of them gently wiped the blood stains on their bodies for Jin Mew, and they couldn't bear to look at them everywhere they looked. They couldn't believe what kind of pain Kaneki had suffered, and they couldn't understand it. Inject stimulants, pull out nails while awake, smash hands and feet, etc. They wanted to rescue Kaneki, but they felt extremely powerless. It's just two ordinary meows, how can they compare to the S-class Mew geckos? The only thing that can be done is to give gentle care to the best of your ability. Gently flick the towel in his hand to wipe off the blood stains and dirt on Jin Mew's body, for fear that one accidentally will cause Jin Mew to be hurt a second time. Thanks. Thank you. Kaneki felt someone wipe his body for him, and although he was tortured, he did not forget his politeness as a human being. The hoarse voice also seemed to hint at how painful the injuries he had suffered in the past few days. Screams rang out throughout the igloo. Mr. Kaneki, Mr. Manshang has asked us to pass on a message to you. We're going to come to your rescue, and I'm going to ask you to be well. Stay alive. The couple said. Then, Mr. Kaneki, we will come again. The reluctance in their eyes made the two of them turn back frequently. We must. I will definitely rescue you. At this moment, the door behind him was opened, and the strong sense of oppression made the two of them tremble, and they didn't dare to have other strange expressions, so they could only bow their heads and make way for the gecko to pass. And they stood respectfully on both sides. The sound of didida echoed in the domed room, and when the gecko passed by the two of them, a perverted smile appeared on its face. On the other side, on the roof of a building, Kazuha, Izumi Tatsuki, and Tadera and others looked down on the armed forces that had already begun to move the CCG. They're so fast. Izumi Takatsuki said. Yes, replied Tadera, and began to arrange for manpower to deal with it. Brother Bottle is in charge of the main building, and Ayato is in charge of the annex. Let's go. Ide still has wind feather. I'll leave the rest to Nora. Yes, replied both Ayato and the Bottle brothers. After the three of them left, there were only Ayato, Nora, Brother Bottle, and Nicole left on the scene. What about the gecko? Who knows where he's gone? Nicole said, waving her hand, and left alone. That guy. At this time, Sundu seemed to vaguely guess what the gecko was doing, so he could only curse secretly. At this time, all the people in the CCG and Anding district were already in full array, waiting for only one order, that is, the army rushed into the occupied 11th District CCG administration branch. The members of the Bronze Tree have also arranged defenses, and everyone has guns in their hands, as if they are fighting, but it is the Bronze Tree that occupies the high point and waits for the breakthrough of the White Doves. The oppressive atmosphere was so intense that no one dared to act rashly. Silence and death were generally silent. Suddenly, in the darkness of the night, a signal flare pierced the sky, and finally bloomed as light as day. A great battle was about to break out. Chaos began, and both sides opened fire at the same time. In the midst of the rain of bullets, people kept falling down after being shot. Meradisai, who was sitting in the monitoring room, looked at his own team members who kept falling on the screen, and asked puzzledly, why don't our people have an advantage in shooting? The enemy has Katsuko's shield and scope. It's the original mercenaries' mesh. Damn, what are you kidding? Give me the gun. Meradisai kicked the car door open with a kick in anger, grabbed a team member's gun, and went into battle himself. Da-da-da. Rows of bullets landed, and, after a while, the defense that the minions couldn't break through was directly killed by him. Boys, hurry up and kill that insidious sniper team for me. Then he returned the gun directly to the previous soldier, and turned back to the command room in a dashing manner. Well, it's amazing. The little soldiers couldn't help but marvel as they watched the operation of Meradisai. Just as Meradisai wanted to check on the people behind him, he saw a thin figure riding his beloved black motorcycle. That's your motorcycle, Mr. Merit. The adjutant said with a smile in response to Maruetse's question. Wait, what are you going to do on my motorcycle? Borrow it. With that, the motorcycle flew out directly, starting with the help of the ramp at the fastest speed, and floated into the air one by one. And then Ryushizeo stepped on the motorcycle and jumped directly, and when he was about to jump into the building full of meows, he pulled out the submachine gun on his waist. Ryushizeo is like a wolf entering a flock, reaping the lives of the meows. The people below only saw the sound and flashes of fire in the pitch-black building, and after a while, the figure of Ryushizeo appeared on the window, and made a love gesture to everyone. Meradisai burst into tears. I don't know if it was because Rhea had solved the sniper or if he was distressed that his motorcycle had been scrapped. Assault! Maruete shouted, and the small soldiers behind him all advanced quickly like a tide. The real decisive battle began, and it also heralded the arrival of an even more chaotic moment. The CCG soldiers attacked the building in several directions with a siege momentum, but there were a large number of bronze trees stationed in each direction of attack to ambush. For a while, the exchange of fire between the men and horses on both sides was even worse. Explosions, gunfire, and screams resounded throughout the precinct. Seeing that the CCG launched a general attack, everyone in Anding district also began to act. It started. Xian, what's going on over there in the CCG? Asked Yoshimura Kozen. The CCG is divided into 3 teams, and they have begun to gradually occupy the offensive lane, and they have sent search officers, and the bronze tree is at a disadvantage at the moment, said Iromi Xian. This is also helpless, it seems that it needs to be delayed a little longer. Xian, Hinamai, please take care of you. Yoshimura got up and opened his scarlet eyes, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yes. Looking at Yoshimura Gongshan who was walking forward step by step, Iromi Xian's face was also full of worry. Under the dim light, Fankin's figure seemed so small and great. Chapter 243 The Dead City was under fire at this time, with constant roars and various gunfire duels. Feng Yu stood on the building not far away, wearing a mask of death, looking at the purpose of CCG's trip. A vigorous figure on the main hall kept shuttling in the dark night, and Feng Yu knew that it was Dong Xiang who had come to rescue Jin Mu. However, just like in the original book, she ran into Kotaro Yaman, who cleaned up the seeds in the main museum. The enemies were very red when they saw each other. As soon as Kotaro Yaman saw the rabbit mask on Dong Xiang's face, his brain was filled with anger. Recalling the death of Mado Wusu, Kotaro Yaman directly pursued Dong Xiang at the door. He didn't care what Dong Xiang's purpose was, there was only one voice in his heart, and that was to kill her and avenge Mado. Stop! Why are you here, rabbit? Gangtaro Yaman shouted angrily. This guy. It's at that time. Dong Xiang looked back and said secretly in his heart. The branch library, as well as the central place, also encountered the CCG investigator accordingly. As soon as the people of the CCG on the roof of the branch library saw Sundu, they raised their guns and opened fire. The dense bullets hit Sundu's body, but they did not cause any damage. Like a black and red protective suit, his feather wrapped his whole person, and all the bullets were resisted. The jingle bell. Bullet fell to the ground. And then, Sundu's body moved, and the whole person jumped up and jumped into the air. The scarlet feathers spread their wings, the arrow feathers were released. In a short time, the entire CCG team fell in a pool of blood. Their bodies were covered in wounds from arrow feathers, and their bodies were still dripping with undried blood. Several CCG teams in the center were even more miserable, and they encountered Yelu. In less than a few minutes, they all died at the hands of Yelu, and rows of corpses fell to the ground, like purgatory on earth. You, who is it? Ha ha ha, I came here after the smell of the strongest person, but I didn't expect to eat with you, Mr. Don't be careless, he doesn't look like an ordinary species. Ah, Yueshan Shi, and Sifang Lotus Shiba Yellow surrounded him. Yo, what a charming mouth, then let me give you a kiss elegantly. It's on. Tsukiyama Shi and Sifang Renshi had already released their own heze and rushed directly towards Yero. Yelu didn't make any other moves, but let the attacks of the three fall on his body, tear, and pull. Bei took the lead in clasping his hands and directly penetrating Yelu's body, and soon he noticed that something was wrong. Yelu's body was like a slime's, and it quickly healed. Looking at Yueshan Shi, who kept using heze to make Yelu feel cold, he said, it's really strange, it's obviously all in the body, but there is nothing to do. It's just that Yelu didn't pay attention to them, but walked straight past them. Dong Xiang is still desperately chasing after Kotaro Amen, and she also noticed that Kotaro Yaman's strength has improved a lot compared to before. But with his own advantages, Yaman still couldn't hurt Dong Xiang in the slightest, until the two came to the iron bridge, and the two tails that intertwined with each other were like snakes, staggering each other to form an X-shaped attack in front of Yaman Kotaro. Seeing this, Dong Xiang jumped directly onto the iron bridge and quickly fled the scene. Who was that guy just now? Who knows, I haven't seen it. He has Kuink in his hand, it's a white pigeon. Well, but even our combined skills didn't hurt him, so we can't be underestimated. The figure of the Bottle Brother appeared from a distance. What? It turned out to be the S-Class Bottle Brother. Am I facing the S-Class alone? Seeing that it was the S-Class, Kotaro Amen's heart was shocked, but he didn't have time to think about it. The attack of the two Bottle Brothers had arrived. The temperature is a little low tonight. The cold wind blows the city, and at the same time, it makes people feel emotional, and they can't help but sigh in their hearts. I don't know what happened to them now. Feng Yu muttered. Gotta wait for me. Wait until I'll get back. But I'm going to have to work harder. This is also an opportunity. The opportunity to harvest the origin of the world. Then he jumped straight and surged on his body, and the feather and scales came out together, and a huge 10-meter-high white bone hezishal wrapped the wind feather like a killing god. The whole body showed white scale armor, and the back had huge white wings like swallow wings, and the head was even more with the mask of death as the appearance, and the blue-faced fangs were extremely terrifying. The white feather flapped the fan, allowing the whole person of the wind feather to glide in the air. This is the form of the here. It's such a powerful force. No wonder the difference in strength between the half-hatch and the half-hatch is so big. If the strength of the previous half-hatch is taken as a unit, then the complete hatch form at this time is the strength of the three half-hatchers combined. The strength has increased by as much as 3 times, whether it is destructive power or defensive power. Feng Yu can feel that his spiritual power suppression seal is a little gap. According to the huge spiritual power in the Demon Slayer world, it is very applicable to only reveal a part of it. The rules of the two worlds are different, and in the Demon Slayer, you can practice spiritual power to break through to a special realm. But the world of Miao is different. It's all about relying on external forces to fight, whether it's Kazuko of Mu or Kuink of CCG, it's all an external force. One group of reports, the first floor of the main library has been cleared. 2 groups of reports, the first floor of the branch library has been cleaned up. The teams sent out came with news of the victory, and Merit Isai didn't feel a trace of joy because several teams had already lost contact. Losing contact at this juncture means all killed. Damn. Meritije scolded with a punch on the car. But soon he received reports from others. On the roof of the CCG branch, the people led by Yuki Shinohara and Kuro Panuwa originally thought that there would be high-level personnel from the bronze tree on it, but they didn't think about it but pounced. Nobody. Black Rock and Shinohara Yukiki glanced at each other. Wait, what is that? A member of the team behind him looked at the sky in horror and shouted. Everyone saw a terrifying figure coming straight towards them. Bang. The powerful force made the entire building tremble, and the floor was centered under the feet of the wind feather, constantly spreading outward and cracking. On the battlefield ahead, it is not appropriate to have many people. Chapter 244 Terrifying, powerful, is the synonym of Feng Yu at this moment. This is special. This seems to be the A-class Grim Reaper that appeared in the 20th area before. A-class. It seems that our people have underestimated the strength of this meow in their eyes. This powerful sense of oppression, I can only feel in that monster. Amaru, we have met a big guy here, and now we are starting to carry out a crusade against the SS-class Mu Seed Reaper. Yuki Shinohara said into the walkie-talkie, the solemnity on his face overflowing. Hey, wait, what's going on? Why did an SS-class Reaper pop up again? Meridisai roared angrily, but the thought of the name Reaper vaguely felt a little familiar. Give me the information on Mu Seed Reaper immediately. I want it completely. Yes, the adjutant replied, and soon. A stack of materials was placed in front of Meridisai. The meow species that first appeared in Area 20 did not hunt humans, but instead kept hunting meows, suspected of being collaborators. The strength is unknown, Katsuko is a scale, and the tentative strength is A level. The second appearance is in District 11, and it's the same purpose, hunting and killing the meow species. Bastard, why is this guy's information so little? That stupid person submitted. Serious mistake. Serious mistake. Meridisai scolded, but quickly calmed down. After all, there are special level powerhouses such as Black Rock and Shinohara Yukari on the side of the Grim Reaper. It's not enough to change the overall situation. Squad 1, Squad 2, quickly support the other squads. Others, quickly sweep up the remnants. An order came out of his mouth, and the team members under his command quickly moved towards their goal. But soon, Meridisai was not calm. Just like the original book, after Yaman Gangtaro exploded, he successfully killed the Bottle brothers, but just when he was about to continue tracking down the Mu Seed Rabbit Dong Xiang, he was stopped by a tall figure. At this moment, on the roof of the building, Feng Yurin and Shinohara Yukaki and his subordinates were fighting together. Black Painyan and Shinohara Yukaki were wearing SS-level armor Kuink, and the two CCG superpowerhouses attacked each other on the left and right, and the other was a mediocre passerby face Hiruk. The three of them besieged, full of tacit understanding. Every blow was a must-kill, and their eyes were like torches. They were experienced, and every time the knife fell, they were attacking with weak points. At first, Feng Yu still felt a little struggling. After all, the strength of the three of them was not weak, but under the faint strengthening of spiritual power, he gradually became familiar with their routines and attack methods. While Black Rock and Shinohara's new Kuink in the initial stage made them much stronger and faster, Kazifa wasn't a vegetarian either. Scales and feathers were originally the most advantageous in terms of speed, and when they were familiar with their routines, they had already lost. When the three of them attacked again, the back of the Death Reaper shell that Wind Feather White Bone Scales turned into surged for a while, and then three python-like Heze instantly sent out and rushed towards them. He's jumping to the left. He's jumping to the right. Cross the double blade. There. Next move was directly predicted by Wind Feather, and just as they dodged the attack as Wind Feather said, the huge white bone scale directly soared into the air at the landing point. Well, it's not good. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly cursed, but the huge white bone scales did not give them a chance, and gave them a heart-piercing cool. The hard, sharp white bones and the new in the initial stage of full defense collided. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. But after a while, the sound of click sounded, and cracks appeared on the shell of the new, and the situation of Pingzi, who did not have new armor, was even worse. Just one blow, he was directly destroyed by the big sword Kuink in his hand, and his entire body was also slapped by the white bone scale, and flew out upside down. Bang! A loud noise came, and when I looked again, Hiriko was already lying unconscious in a pool of blood. Hiriko, Black Rock and Shinohara Yukaki shouted anxiously. The movements in their hands couldn't help but slow down for a second. Feng Yu seized the opportunity, didn't give them time to breathe, and controlled the white bone scale to directly flip upside down, wrap around their bodies, and hang the two of them into the air. The powerful binding force made them feel that the bones in their whole body were rattling, and blood was dripping down their toes to the ground. At the same time, the white bone scale is also devouring the new Heze on their bodies. Looking at the two of them from painful expressions to coma, Feng Yu's face was happy, because at this time he had already heard the prompt from the system. This wave of blood earning. In a good mood, plus Feng Yu didn't want to do anything to them in the first place. The three of them have lost their ability to fight at this moment, so their goal has also been achieved. Immediately, the two of them fell to the ground heavily, just like Pingzi, and passed out. For the advanced level of medical care and technology in this world, Feng Yu is not worried about the irreversible damage that such an injury will bring to them. After all, he also avoided the key point. Kuroban and Shinohara, we've been defeated by the Grim Reaper. Oh my god, we're done. Quick, hurry up and ask for support. Request for support from headquarters. Kuroban and Shinohara's Grand Class have been defeated by the Shinigami, and the situation is very critical. What, bastard, why didn't anyone tell me about the situation? What the hell is going on? Meridisai shouted angrily. 5th class, retreat quickly, and raise the level of the Grim Reaper to SSS level, just like the one-eyed owl. All retreat. All retreat. Merit Isai lowered his head, tears streaming down his eyes, and shouted orders to all the teams in the main building. Merit, Kuraban, and Shinohara, they are still there. We can't retreat, go and save them. We must rescue Kuraban and others. Bastard, give me all back. If anyone doesn't listen to the order, they will all be dismissed after they come back. Besides, even they can't beat them. Are you going to go up and send them to death? Hearing this, there was silence in the walkie-talkie. You retreat first. About Hippan and Shinohara, I have already applied to the headquarters for rescue. You now, come back to me immediately. Merit Isai's voice was trembling, and he looked somewhere, his eyes full of sadness and reluctance. I'm sorry, I can't let them die in vain. Soon, the CCG members in the building began to evacuate. But the roof of the building was a different scene. A figure that followed Feng Yu in the form of a hither fell heavily in front of him. Manager, long time no see. Chapter 245. Yashimura Kozen's sense of oppression is not inferior to that of his daughter Takatsuki Izumi, and the Hithuization between the two is about the same, which is why the people of CCG mistakenly believe that Yashimura Kozen and Takatsuki Izumi are the illusion that they are the same person. Although in the original book, Kurapaniwa and Shinohara, Yuki, realized that there might be two one-eyed owls, but in order not to demoralize the soldiers of the CCG, they still acquiesced to the idea that there was only one one-eyed owl in this world. Are you? Asked Yashimura Kozen, looking at Kuro Rock lying at the feet of Kazuha, and the three of them Yukihara and Hirako. Feng Yu didn't say anything, but slowly removed the head Katsuko shell, revealing his face, but was soon wrapped in Kazuko's shell again. Feng Kun Gongshan looked at him and was silent for a while, and slowly spit out, I know. I see anxiety in your eyes, little friend of Windfeather, you seem to be worried about something, can you tell me? We have also looked for you before, and we never thought that you joined the Bronze Tree organization. If you have any problems, you can tell me, we can help you. Store manager, I'm sorry, only I can solve the things I am carrying, and I have something to do. Excuse me, please fight with me. I need to fight you and defeat you. Feng Yu said resolutely. I know, then you have to be careful, said Yashimura Kozen with squinted eyes. His tone was extremely gentle, but in the next second, the attack roared. Thank you, sighed secretly in his heart, and Feng Yu also came up and scuffled with him. The two fought back and forth, and the two sides kept colliding with each other, and each blow contained great power. In the middle of every blow, a powerful airflow buffer was generated around them, and a powerful aura burst out on the two of them. The building, which had already had countless cracks, collapsed under the battle between the two of them at this time. And Feng Yu also noticed that when the building collapsed, the figure of Gangtaro Amen flashed by, rescued Kuro Iwa, Yukiki Shinohara, and Hirako in time. The building collapsed, causing a strong tremor throughout the area. In the distance, Merit Isai hurriedly shouted, What's going on? Can anyone come and tell me what's going on, bastard? The angry voice was drowned out by the collapse of the building. Retreat now, immediately. Retreat for me. Merit Isai shouted into the walkie-talkie, and then, the whole person was stunned. In the billowing smoke, two tall figures collided with each other, and between the lightning and flint, the things that affected the surroundings were already shattered. Let's go, everyone let me go. Seeing this, Merit Isai rushed out of the command room and shouted at everyone, Bastard! Why are these two guys here, and they are still fighting? This feeling is really aggrieved. The battle between Feng Yu and Yashimura Kozen became more and more intense. It was originally just a trick between the two, but as time passed, the moves and attacks became more and more fierce. The scope of the battle was also greatly increased. Looking at the danger that those personnel in the CCG who had not had time to evacuate were about to be in danger, the two looked at each other and seemed to have reached a consensus. Led by the wind feathers, He spread, huge swallow-shaped wings spread out from his back, and then another momentum, the ground sank, and the air vibrated with Yuhi's vibration. After a while, it had already flown into the air, like a grim reaper from hell, staring at the people on the ground. The scarlet eyes of death made people dare not look directly in the dark night. And there were keen CCG soldiers looking at each other, and suddenly it was as if they had seen something terrible, and they directly covered their heads and groaned in pain. Seeing this, Fangkan Gongshan was not ambiguous, and he also jumped up directly, and disappeared into the sky with Feng Yu. Nana, Tatara. What kind of person do you think Mr. Death is? It's so strange, his strength has become so strong, do you think he will be a threat to our plans? What to do, whether to kill him or not, but I seem to like him a little. On the top of a certain building, Izumi Takatsuki said excitedly as he looked at the wind feather flying away. Tatara didn't speak, just kept staring at the direction where Feng Yu disappeared, thinking about some of the once black-haired Kaneki in the dome. But now with his head down, his hair had turned white. In front of him, the bodies of a man and a woman fell in a pool of blood, and Jin Mu lowered his head and closed his eyes. And there were tears and blood stains on his face, and tears and blood mixed together, drying up his cheeks. Both hands and feet were firmly locked in handcuffs and tied to a stool. Beside him were blood-stained knives and tools. I'm not wrong, it's the world that's wrong. In this world of the jungle, this is the law of survival. Kaneki, who is immersed in the world of his own consciousness, is frantically gnawing at the body of the pearl world. Kaneki-kun, the rare and pleasant time is coming to an end. The white dove has broken into here. My task is to fight them, and all the guys who hinder the bronze tree from achieving its goal must be destroyed. Not to mention the human race, but also the meow species, which is contrary to the principles of the bronze tree, such as the place where you once worked. It seems to be called the antique house, where the bronze tree is also located, and the target is annihilated. Kaneki, Jinmu, let me plunder? Finally, let me eat and eat all of yours. The gecko was holding a large vice, and his face was gradually crazy, but Jinmu moved slightly, and the gecko was stunned. His eyes widened, and on Jinmu's body, he saw the figure of Li Shi. But soon, the gecko became even more excited, and pressed his thumb tightly on his index finger, clicking. Sure enough, it's still you, let me plunder. Directly dodge the gecko's attack, and at the same time break free from the restraint on his body. In the smoke and dust, Jinmu jumped up, jumped onto the gecko's back, and locked his throat with the broken iron chain on his hand, and whispered in the gecko's ear, then try it. The gecko was shocked and wanted to grab Jinmu with his backhand, but he easily jumped not far in front of him. It's unpalatable, said Kaneki, wiping the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, the gecko's forehead was bleeding and sliding down his cheeks. Anger, incomparably angry, welled up in his heart. You ate me. It's like a rotting fish intestine, it's disgusting. Then the two scuffled together. Fists to flesh, feet and feet to bones. Geckos are powerful but bulky, while Kaneki is small and nimble. Kaneki kept attacking. Whip leg sweeping, kicking. The offensive was swift and rapid, hitting the vital point. The two of them fought back and forth. Bang bang, bang. In the igloo, the sound of the two of them fighting kept coming. The gecko was worthy of being an experienced species, and soon grabbed the kick that Kaneki swept over. I won't let you go, Gecko shouted. He thought that he would be able to grasp the nimble Kaneki, but he never thought that in the next second, Kaneki directly twisted his ankle, blood splattered, and the other foot swept over, and the gecko's whole person was kicked a few meters away by this sudden blow. Do you think I will still feel pain at this point? Kaneki said expressionlessly. The ankle that had just been twisted had now been restored to its original state by relying on the strong resilience of the Mew species. Kill you, kill you, kill you. The smoke cleared, and the gecko slowly stood up, and Kazuko spread, her head and right arm covered by Kazuko. This is his half-Herculed form. Watch me crush you, bite you to death. The gecko shouted frantically. The terrifying momentum erupted on him, and his whole body squatted on the ground like a cheetah, ready to attack. Then he jumped out, and the huge heza did not affect his speed at all, and the speed was not inferior to Kaneki. Kaneki, Kaneki. Listening to the howl of the gecko, Kaneki did not change his expression at all, but on the contrary, he gently broke his fingers. Chapter 246. The gecko's body is tall, and compared to Jinmu, it is small and exquisite. The gecko's face is perverted, shouting to kill Jinmu and eat Jinmu, let me eat you, let me eat you. Jinmu is constantly dodging and counterattacking, and with every step of dodging, he can quickly counterattack. And the combat skills in his mind are becoming more and more skillful. The cold frost on his face is condensed, as if he has looked down on the world. There is not a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, just like the deep-water dead pool, without a single ripple. The gecko, with full fire, continues to launch fierce attacks, but it does not hurt Jinmu, and the anger in his heart has already soared to the sky. The attack moves also gradually became crazy and chaotic. Bang, bang, bang. The entire igloo continued to tremble from the battle between the two. Time passed little by little, and the whole igloo was already in a mess, with smoke and dust billowing out, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. The four scales flew in unison in the smoke and dust, and Kaneki used Kazuko to constantly attack the gecko on the ground in the air. Swift and murderous. The gecko had always been in a passive state, which made him have to defend, but how could Kaneki give him a chance? Seizing the opportunity, in an instant, Kaneki's four scales were side by side and smashed into the gecko. The powerful force caused the cracks in the ground of the entire dome to survive, and the ground also sank into a big crater. When the dust cleared, there was a scarred gecko lying in this pit. At this moment, he was extremely embarrassed. His body was seriously injured by Kaneki's blow just now, and he couldn't move, and the corners of his mouth were still vomiting blood. His eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. I'll ask you, how much is 1007? Kaneki said coldly. There was fear in the gecko's eyes, but before he could answer, Kaneki's torture did not stop. The scales suddenly fell, pierced his ankle like a nail, nailing him to the ground. Let me ask again, how much is 1007? How much is 1007? How much is 1007? Every time a word fell, the gecko's body was punctured. Without giving him a chance to recover, the scales kept falling, and the gecko continued to feel severe pain and torture. Kaneki was like an executioner, looking at all this indifferently. 993, 986, 970, 972. Gecko replied fearfully and weakly, but at this time, Kaneki had already sat on the gecko's body, and the four scales were nailed to his limbs, so that he couldn't move. Listening to the gecko's answer, Kaneki patted his head, took out the centipede that the gecko had put into his ears before from one ear, and snapped his fingers lightly. Originally, you were going to eat me, so now it's helpless to be eaten by me. It was as if the words from the demon from hell sounded in the ears of the gecko, which made the fear in his heart soar to the extreme. No, don't, please let me go, please. The gecko tried to break free, but Kaneki's Katsuko nailed him firmly, and no matter how hard he tried and screamed, he was indifferent. Kaneki's eyes were like ice, and he slowly opened his mouth and bit the gecko's body. A piece of flesh and blood slid into his stomach, and the blood stimulated his sense of taste, which made Kaneki lose his rationality and began to gnaw on it. The screams of geckos and the sound of munching food are intertwined and echo throughout the igloo. At this moment, the retreating CCG troops were attacked again, and one by one the meows wearing clown masks appeared from all directions and began to kill the injured CCG members frantically. At the same time, the Muse of the Bronze Tree also joined the battle, and for a while, the artillery fire began again. Death, killing, chaos, and more deaths continue to be made, and more corpses are falling, but even though the CCG forces have suffered trauma before, they have also been able to face the overwhelming slaughter of the Bronze Tree and the Clown Gang under the attack of the Bronze Tree and the Clown Gang at the same time. The explosions continued, and the surrounding houses continued to collapse. And after eating half of the gecko's hebeo, Kaneki in the dome felt keenly that someone was approaching. So he quickly jumped out and disappeared into the thick smoke. Just as Kaneki left on the front foot, a thin figure appeared on the back foot, which was none other than Suzuya Shizo, who had been exploring the depths. At this time, he looked disappointed. What the hell, I was run away. However, this guy should be able to let me have a quink of my own. Humming a little tune, a smile spread across his face, as if the explosions around him didn't exist. After Jinmu came out of the dome, he kept running in one direction, and at this time, Xiandu, who had eaten Dong Xiang's bag in a roof in the direction of Jinmu's advance, was about to leave. But he heard Dong Xiang, who was about to die at this time, still muttering in his mouth. Father, father. Xiandu stopped, and the anger in his heart ignited again. I'm still thinking about daddy, he's no longer here. Dong Xiang shouted, and the feather on his body exploded instantly, and countless arrows and feathers shot towards Dong Xiang. Just as the arrow feather was about to touch her body, a figure flashed quickly, picked up Dong Xiang and jumped aside. Kim. Jinmu? Dong Xiang looked at Jinmu, and Jinmu also looked at her. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. You want stupid eggs. Dong Xiang fainted, and the Ayado behind him released arrow feathers to attack Kaneki, but was blocked by his Hezu one by one. Kaneki. Nishio Nishiki said. Senior, it's okay. Jinmu gently placed Dong Xiang in front of Nishio Jin, and then the whole person flashed quickly like a centipede. It's changed a lot, blindfolded man? I thought you had ascended to heaven. Countless arrow feathers attacked Kaneki, but his speed was so fast, his steps were like ghosts, and he only dodged the arrow feathers in an instant and rushed in front of Ayado. Sundu didn't seem to expect Jinmu to change so much, and he was stunned for a while. You are Dong Xiang's only younger brother, so I won't hurt you, Jinmu said lightly. That's why I said that all of you are guts waste. As soon as the words fell, the two scuffled together. Fists and fists collided, and Ayado's attacks were taken by Kaneki one by one. Damn. The battle between the two of them was watched by Izumi Takatsuki and Tadara on a bridge in the distance. He's getting stronger. It's almost time. Chapter 247. The battle between Kaneki and Kaneki continued, but it was overwhelming. Kaneki didn't fight back, just kept dodging Ayanta's dry attacks. Whether it was melee combat or Yuhi's attack, it didn't hurt Kaneki at all, and even if it was injured, Kaneki's wounds quickly grew granulations and kept wriggling, and then recovered as before. Let me tell you your secret. Huh, what are you talking nonsense? What the hell are you trying to do in the Bronze Tree? Kaneki said lightly, but it also made Ayaka feel angry or afraid. How can you understand? Another large number of arrow feathers were released and shot at Kaneki, but Kaneki flexibly dodged, staring at the dense arrow feathers and rushing in front of Ayado, and a knee raised and fell heavily on his abdomen. Shut up and listen to me, I'm talking. Kaneki made a silent gesture as he spoke. Bastard. Ayado yelled, slamming his fist into Kaneki's body, who was also active and landed a few meters in front of him. The sky was dark and oppressive, and the atmosphere was incomparably solidified. In order to protect what you cherish, you are very powerful. If you want to kill her just now, you can do it at any time. You don't hesitate to add the Bronze Tree to get something. What is it? I'm going to kill you. Ayado lowered his head, his voice deep as that of a beast in a state of rage. But at this time, a huge Kazuko tentacle fell heavily between the two. Yellow. The smoke cleared, and before Ayado could react, Kazuko tentacles grabbed him and left. The violent shaking also came at this moment. And Jinmu knew that it was an explosion that had spread, so he didn't care about Sundu, and with the help of Nishio Jin, he picked up Dong Xiang and left here. By the time Nishio Nishiki returned to Iromi Xian and the others with the unconscious Dong Xiang on his back, Kaneki had already come to another place. The originally dense buildings have now become a ruin, full of ruins. Kaneki walked barefoot above the ruins and glanced at Kotaro Amen, his figure disappearing into the smoke. At the same time, Kaneki also saw Izumi Takatsuki following behind him, and the two met their eyes, and Izumi Takatsuki just smiled lightly. The snowflakes falling like goose feathers seemed to be the end of the curtain for the lives that died tonight, and the farewell to the ruins. Jin Mu also came to Dong Xiang, who had already woken up, and Hinata and the others saw Jin Mu, and they also gave up the space to the two of them very interestingly. Let's find a way to deal with your gray hair when you go back, it's a bit too conspicuous to work in the way you look now, Dong Xiang said, but she didn't feel the change in Jin Mu. Dong Xiang, I won't go back to Anding district. Kaneki said. What do you mean by that? I'm going to join the bronze tree. Without waiting for Dong Xiang to come back to his senses, Jin Mu didn't look at her, step by step in this dim path, and finally gradually disappeared. Only the snowflakes falling from the sky remained. Dong Xiang wanted to stop him, but he felt so powerless, he sat on the ground, looking at the direction in which Jin Mu disappeared in confusion and pain. Kaneki walked on the ruins, looking at the countless corpses in the ruins, and a ripple flashed in Kaneki's eyes. Then he went straight to Takatsuki Izumi and joined this organization that could protect the precious people and things in his heart. Do your best to protect what you have in your heart, just like Ayato, and throw yourself into the darkness to protect the light. At this time, Windfeather had also returned to the Bronze Tree stronghold on Liudao. Regarding Feng Yu's departure with Yashimura Gongzan before, Takatsuki Izumi and Tadara didn't ask much. The two of them didn't ask, but Feng Yu was so relaxed that he didn't even have an excuse to prepare, but he still kept a little guard in his heart. Although the Bronze Tree organization is relatively free, it is difficult not to doubt that it has one-on-one contact with the target person. Seeing the Golden Wood Cherub join the Bronze Tree, Feng Yu only smiled, and then found that the number of people in the entire stronghold had been reduced by more than half, and at the same time, there were many injured people with sadness in their eyes. Among the dead are their friends and loved ones. For these people, Feng Yu also felt a pity. After all, there is kindness in some people's hearts, but because of the survival laws of this world, all this tragedy happened. It's okay, the wound will heal after a while, don't worry. Feng Yu walked over to the group of people who were licking their wounds, comforting and caring for them. The gentle voice of these people's hearts constantly pounds into their last psychological defense. Lord Death, woo-woo, Ada is dead, Ada is dead. Suppressed emotions feel the concern instantly broke through the embankment. From birth is a Mu seed, all the way to escape, hiding from humans, living in no fixed place, living in fear all day long. Like a rat in the sewer, he doesn't dare to embrace the light. It was dark all the way, and they had never felt the warmth of strangers, and they had already forged a cold heart, but they broke their defenses in Feng Yu's words. The faint crying spread, causing the surrounding Mus to do the same. Emotions are contagious, and so is the atmosphere. In the distance, Kaneki couldn't help but look sideways at Feng Yu, only feeling that there seemed to be some familiar feeling on his body, but under the mask of death, he couldn't see what kind of face it was. He simply looked away and continued to empty his mind. In this battle, it all revolves around Kaneki, who is the protagonist, and he suffers too much on the stage this time. From an ordinary college student, to today's SS class Mu eye patch, suffering inhuman abuse, seeing through the cruelty of the world, all of which made him physically and mentally exhausted. At CCG headquarters, Kazumi Shuji was looking at the list of data under his hand, and the casualties on each front this time. There was no sadness in his eyes, but rather disdain, as if the list of the dead members was just a string of numbers in front of him. Cold, without a hint of emotion. But it was the information about the Meow next to him that made him a little interested. SSS class Meows. Death, Scales, Feathers, and False Heroes. Defeat the half-finished new Kuroriwa and Shinohara Yukiki and Hiriko and others on their own. Hishukichi muttered. One hand holds information about the Grim Reaper, and the other hand taps the table with slender fingers. Knock knock. The strength is good, but you can invite in. Chapter 248. Another 2 months passed, during which the Bronze Tree did not sit idle and recuperate, but quickly formed an eye patch detachment composed of Kaneki, and quickly occupied sectors 9 and 10 while the CCG was heavily damaged in the last battle. Perhaps the advantage of the Mu species is this: as long as there is enough energy supply, it can quickly heal its injuries and form a variety of Mu troops that are no less than well-trained humans. At this time, the CCG headquarters was very busy. For the last battle of Area 11, their personnel losses were too serious. Area 11 was not recaptured, and now they have lost Area 9 and Area 10. That's a slap in the face. It can be said that 9, 10, and 11 have now become the paradise of the Bronze Tree organization. As a result, the CCG had to start sending additional personnel from all districts to discuss the next strategic actions. Hishiaji indifferently opened the round hall of the conference room, which was already full except for the White Grim Reaper of CCG, Erimagui, and the rest of the special investigators were in place one by one. Now let's start the special meeting, said Hishiaji coldly. In addition to Shinohara Yuki, Kuro Panawa, and Merit Isai, who participated in the battle last time, there are also Tanaka Maru Nobumoto with a conspicuous mustache, Fukame Ashigazaka with long white hair, and Kyoko Yasuura, the CCG Valkyrie in the original book. Because in this battle, Shinohara Yukiki and Black Rock were not too seriously injured as in the original book because of the wind feather. Starting with the Battle of Area 11, Regions 9 and 10 were also occupied by Bronze Tree, and the reason why these areas were captured was because of the Great War of Region 11, and our combat power was greatly reduced. Hearing this, Meredisai was also upset. The Bronze Tree detachment centered on the blindfold species is occupied, and this blindfold species is also involved in the murder of the investigator of the 20th District Meido Wusu. Could it be that there is also a Bronze Tree organization in Area 20? Said Shizaki Fukame. Several people looked at each other, and when he saw this, he and Shiaji also continued, well, I also want Shinohara and Hippantera to investigate that clue together. Okay. Shinohara, Yuki, and Black Rock responded in unison. Okay, then let's talk about SSS level. Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper appeared in Area 20 from the beginning, and because the Blindfold also appeared in Area 20, both of them now belong to the Bronze Tree organization, so two special officials need to investigate together. From the first battle in District 11, the strength of the Grim Reaper has been rated to SSS level, the same as the One-Eyed Owl, and now we suspect that the One-Eyed Owl and the Grim Reaper know each other. The Grim Reaper has seriously affected the safety of the human masses, so I will also leave the task of investigating the Grim Reaper to Arimat and others. The entire special meeting lasted for several hours, not only to report on the current situation, but also to predict the next action goals of the Bronze Tree. Reinforcements from various divisions are also on the way, including the daughter of Wusu, Mato. Feng Yu, who was still lying flat on the island of Flowing, didn't know that he had been assigned to the side of the noble General Arima at this moment. He didn't participate in the rapid attack of the Bronze Tree to occupy the 9th and 10th districts. On the contrary, during this period, he harvested the wool of these meows, and the origin of the world also soared rapidly, among which the people of the Golden Wood and the Clown Organization contributed 1/3 of the origin of the world to Wind Feather. For the people of the Clown Organization, Feng Yu also clearly knows that their group of people is working hard for the strongest organization V in the world. It can be said that he is the big boss behind the scenes, and his members start at the SS level, so when the members of the Clown Organization find Feng Yu, he does not show mercy to his subordinates, but quickly suppresses and kills them. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Hishiaji changed his mind to win over Feng Yu, and hereby sent Arima Gui to deal with him. The origin of the world obtained. Feng Yu is not stingy. He still needs to upgrade once to reach the ultimate stage, and when the time comes, as soon as it is fused, the entire He's form will rise to another stage. Kazuha looked at Izumi Takatsuki and Tadara through the window, grinning, and then remembered what had happened after the battle with Yashimura Kozen. From the quarantine time to the present, Feng Yu has not left Liudeo too much, although the Bronze Tree organization is extremely free when there is no task. But Feng Yu himself is weak, and more importantly, staying here can not only cut leaks every day, but also improve his reputation. The current Wind Feather has a high reputation in the Bronze Tree organization, and it is unanimously praised. Once surpassed Tadara and Takatsuki Izumi, but this also made Feng Yu feel a little inappropriate, although if he had a showdown, Tadara and Takatsuki Izumi would be able to get out of the way together, but such a good leak field is not uncommon. The salty smell of the sea breeze rushes into the nose, and the gentle sunlight shines on the face, making it warm in the cold winter. Suddenly, a handball rolled down next to Feng Yu. Lord Death, please throw the ball over. A group of children shouted at Feng Yu with happy smiles on their faces. Okay, Xiao Yazi, take it. The handball arced through the air, which carried the happiness and joy of these children who were born to be meows. Although the Bronze Tree is an evil organization in the eyes of the CCG and ordinary people, they are sheltering those weak mews. Different positions, good and evil, are evaluated differently. In short, Feng Yu thinks that except for some extreme species, the Bronze Tree is still very good, just like the stable area. Lord Death, do you want to play with us? Okay. After playing with them for a while, Feng Yu left. Standing on the bustling city street, the bustling crowd, the bustling lights. In a trance, Feng Yu remembered when he first came to this world. Calculating the time, it had been almost half a year. Ziobai. The figure disappeared again, and soon came to the antique cafe, and before entering the door, he smelled a strong aroma of coffee. Gently pushing the door, the familiar face came into view, and just like the original book, Nishio Nishiki joined the Anding district and worked part-time here. You are Zhongchuan Fenjiu. A trace of surprise flashed in Dong Xiang's eyes, but he soon changed to another tsundere. You kid, where did you run during this time? You still know how to come back. Why didn't you die outside, you stupid? It seemed that he saw someone on Feng Yu's body, and Dong Xiang couldn't help but get excited. Ha ha ha, I'm very sorry, because of some things during this time, I went to the field to do business, and I came back this time to come and see you, and I also want to drink coffee. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to be able to taste the coffee you brewed again. Feng Yu smiled slightly, then sat down, his thoughts drifting into the distance. Chapter 249. Savoring the brewed coffee, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel happy. A cup of light coffee, slowly tasted. Its taste is infiltrated with the aftertaste of sugar and the vivid special taste brought by coffee, bitter and sweet, sweet and bitter. The flavors of life are dissolved in this. Take a sip, and your taste buds explode instantly, with an extremely good temperature and aroma. Soon, a cup of coffee was consumed. Thank you for your hospitality. Miss Dongxiang's coffee is delicious, said, with a smile, and then ordered a sandwich and a new book by Izumi Takatsuki, The Black Goat's Egg. Throughout the anime, Izumi Takatsuki is mixed with human beings, and relies on literary works to convey the thoughts of the Mu to humans, wanting to change their thoughts about the meander, which is a spiritual baptism, and it is also a way that CCG can't find on the surface. After all, who would have thought that a Mu would become a famous writer in human society, putting himself in danger of being exposed at any time? In the eyes of the people of CCG, the Mu species are all hidden in the crowd and dare not expose themselves. Therefore, Takatsuki Izumi's approach is that the most dangerous place is the safest. Looking at Feng Yu slowly eating human food sandwiches, Dong Xiang couldn't help frowning. At this time, there were only a few of them in the store, and there were no human customers. Dong Xiang was puzzled, why Feng Yu still pretended to be a human and ate food. What is this bastard doing? Why are you pretending to be a human and eating unpalatable food here? Hey, you bastard, there are no humans here, why do you still eat this food? Dong Xiang sat opposite Feng Yu and stared at him. Didn't Miss Dong Xiang say that I was tasting the food? You see, how well and delicately this sandwich is, and you can have an appetite when you bite into it. As he spoke, Feng Yu gave her a demonstration. Don't you feel disgusted? Why are you able to eat food normally like a human? I'm probably different from ordinary meows. Feng Yu's face showed thought. Just like that stupid guy. Looking at Feng Yu like this, he subconsciously only felt that he was pretending to be a human. After all, there are many people like Feng Yu in the meow species. Looking at Dong Xiang's background, Feng Yu shook his head, and at the same time, he was grateful to the system for not letting him be like ordinary mews and not being able to eat human food. Next, Feng Yu saw Fang Kun Gongshan again, and when he saw him again, Feng Yu felt that he seemed to be a little older. However, there was still a kind smile on his face, and his cloudy eyes seemed to see through all kinds of life. I'm back. The dim sun shone on his face. Feng Yu pulled the clothes on his body, with a trace of regret in his eyes, and then disappeared into the street. Looking at the direction that Feng Yu left, Fang Kun Gongshan didn't know what he was thinking. What should come will definitely come. I just hope that they will be able to live without me at that time. By the time Windfeather returned to Liudeo, the bronze tree had already begun to assign Jin Mu to go out to do business again. And this time, their target is the S-Class Mu Naki. As night falls, the city begins its nightlife again, with bright lights and bustling vehicles. An escort van was surrounded by several police cars and helicopters speeding down the highway in the middle of the night. But they didn't know that it was Kaneki and his party who had been waiting for a long time to greet them. The driver looked at the viaduct building that suddenly fell in front of him, and hurriedly slammed the steering wheel, and the wheels sparked. But Kaneki did not give them a chance but jumped down, and the scales flashed and slapped directly on the escort car. The powerful force directly caused the escort car that had not yet stabilized to roll over to the side of the highway. And Sunjo was not idle. Following closely, he launched Yuhi and fired arrows at the police car. A violent explosion occurred, and suddenly the flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed out. The remaining police cars and helicopters that followed were also eliminated by Kaneki one by one, and the police officers immediately defended themselves, but they were all solved by the members of the Bronze Tree one by one. Kaneki just wanted to come forward to rescue Naki, but was stopped by two mysterious men wearing black and white masks standing on a street lamp in front of him. The two of them didn't say a word and directly resorted to Kazuko, and Jin Mu scuffled together. The two of them were the same as Jin Mu. They were both scales. The speed was amazing, and the cooperation between the two was also very high. But after Jin Mu blackened, his strength rose sharply, and the two of them combined to attack him one by one, and even made a counterattack. Seeing this, Kurona and Bainai slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing the same single eye as Kaneki. And the two scarlet eyes looked at him calmly, and the breeze gently blew on his face, stirring the black and white Shuangne's hair. Really, it's the same as Dad said. He's really strong. Jin Mu was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that there were one-eyed Mews like him in this world, but at this time, the police car on the side exploded violently, attracting the attention of everyone present. Turning his head again, Heinai and Bainai were already gone. One-eyed. It's hot, 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 shouted from the overturned escort car, and then, the imprisoned S-Class Mu Naki broke out, and as soon as he came out to see someone, he hit him, shouting Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother Gecko. Naki was very fast, not to mention that Aodo didn't expect this situation, so he could only keep dodging his attacks. Hey, you bastard, we're here to save you. Then he pressed down, dodging Naki's whip and kicking him straight away. Bang! Naki slammed into the fence and stopped for a moment, but it hurts, Big Brother, my emotions, my fiery emotions for my big brother have overturned the car, what's the use of that? Looking at Naki lying on the ground like a child, Ayato only thought he was a psychopath. What kind of guy did you think it would come out? It turned out to be just a stupid person. You say I'm stupid, only Big Gecko can say I'm stupid, you bastards, be careful I crush you into meat sauce. In the distance, He could see what was happening on the side of Kaneki on the roof of the building, and at the same time, he saw the direction in which the black and white Shuangne fled, and a trace of strangeness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 250 Who the hell are you? Why are you following us? The two of them looked vigilantly at the person wearing the mask of death in front of them, and the Heza behind them stared like poisonous snakes, as if as long as the person in front of them stepped forward, they would immediately attack. Don't get me wrong, I just want to meet your dad. Well, that's Dr. Garner, Feng Yu said with a smile. No way, Black, this guy must have bad intentions towards Daddy, let's kill him. Be careful, Shiro, I feel a terrible aura on him. We can't beat him. Bye, I'll hold him back, you hurry up and find Dad to save me. Impossible, Black, let's go together if we want to go, I will never leave you, and Dad said that our strength is not weak. Hey. Nai's face was extremely solemn, and he wanted to say something, but Nai Bai on the side had already taken the lead in attacking. A black and white figure released scales, like two late-night spiders, one left and one right, surrounding the wind feathers. In the next second, the attack poured down like a shower, and the ground cracked, and the resulting air wave directly shattered the glass windows on the side. But suddenly, without waiting for the two of them to react, in the thick smoke, a pair of big hands directly choked their necks, and a strong sense of suffocation hit, and the scales behind him attacked more violently, but they were all blocked by Feng Yu with Heza one by one. Don't move, just take me to your father, I won't hurt you. Feng Yu's voice was low and magnetic, especially his eyes, bright and deep, like a whirlpool, and you would be firmly attracted at a glance. Tirla, the white bone scales flashed, a touch of red swayed in the air, and the black nano-white Heza was instantly scattered. In the days when the bronze tree cut leaks, he also studied the weaknesses of the Mu seed very thoroughly. He clearly knew where to make the Miao lose its combat effectiveness in an instant. White, what's wrong with you? Black, I'm fine. It looks like the two of us are going to die here. I'm sorry, bye. I didn't protect you well. Hey, I'm sorry for you, it's me who didn't protect you. The two of them were like two little sheep, struggling under the obscenity of the big bad wolf Feng Yu. Feng Yu felt a little headache. He wanted to discuss it with the two of them. Obviously he was the first to attack, and now he was a victim of this appearance. What's more, an injury like Shoko would not be fatal to the Miao at all, and Feng Yu couldn't guess what the two of them were thinking. If I wanted to kill them, I would have solved them a long time ago. I said, you two, look me in the eye. A deep, magnetic voice suddenly focused both of them on Wind Feather. A glimmer of light flashed in a pair of eyes, and after a while, Kuro Nanabai's expression slowly changed from the original anger, pain, and resentment to a blurry trance. Take me to Dr. Garner. Seeing that the two of them were already confused, Wind Feather asked them to lead the way in a commanding tone. As soon as the words fell, Kuro Nanabai began to run quickly in one direction. Feng Yu followed closely behind, hiding into the darkness, and Hei Nanabai's figure shuttled quickly in the darkness, but both of them were watched by Feng Yu in their every move. Whether it is the movement or the change of expression, the spiritual power link conveys the perspective, like a blazing flame under this cold neon light. Soon, Hei Nanabai came to a hidden corner. Dad, I'm back, I look like I've seen your brother. An old man with white hair and a kind face came out of the darkness. It's hard to imagine that such a person who looks kind and amiable on the outside is doing crazy and inhumane experiments behind his back. A normal human being, through his hands, has turned into a cannibal seed, torturing the flesh and destroying the spiritual will. In the original book, a powerful Mu was created in the later stage. Since your excellency has made the two of them like this, why do you want to hide it? Why don't you come out and see it? Kana Mingbo saw Kuro Nanabai's appearance, and his face instantly turned cold. It's you, Dr. Gianna. Stomp and stomp. Crisp and loud footsteps sounded in the darkness, and then Feng Yu appeared in front of him. Under the dim light, the two looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually solidified. Mr. Death, what is there to find a useless doctor like me? Jana. Mingbo's voice was low, but he clearly knew how strong the person in front of him was. However, although there were doubts in his heart as to why Feng Yu wanted to find him, he was more interested in Feng Yu's body. There was a hint of madness in his eyes, and he was proficient in the medical field, and he could tell at a glance how powerful the power was hidden in Feng Yu's flesh. Feeling Gianna Mingbo's gaze, Feng Yu exuded a terrifying aura and rushed straight towards him. Suddenly, Gianna's eyes froze, a frightened expression appeared on his face, and his originally ruddy cheeks turned pale in an instant. With a muffled snort, Gianna Mingbo directly collapsed on the ground and kept panting. Just in an instant, he felt his soul trembling. Thinking of this, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. What is that? Said Kana Mingbo, horrified. Suddenly, Feng Yu put his hands on his shoulders, a ripple flashed in his eyes, and Jana Mingbo's gaze began to become dull like the previous black Nanabai. Half an hour later, Feng Yu left the place, and Kana Mingbo and Kuro Nanabai also left the place, but when they left, their eyes were still in a dull state, and when the three of them returned to the research room, a sound of bubbles breaking sounded in their heads. Suddenly, the eyes of the three of them began to focus, but they didn't feel the slightest bit wrong. Strange, how do you feel like your body is scared? Muttered Gana Mingbo. and the black nanabai on the side stood respectfully aside, obviously forgetting everything that had just happened, although there was a faint pain on the body, but there was nothing wrong with the memory. Chapter 251. By the time Feng Yu returned to Liudao, the atmosphere of the entire bronze tree was relatively depressed and solidified, as if something big was about to happen. Glancing at Naki in a white suit not far away, and several of his men. Calculate the time, it seems that the attack on CCG's Quaqulia will start at this time. Before leaving, Jin Mu in the distance also turned his head to look at Feng Yu. He always felt that the death of this bronze tree coincided with the figure of a person in his memory. As soon as he entered the house, the steward of the bronze tree looked at him, his eyes were burning, and his eyes showed a different look. Under the night of Area 11, countless red figures moved rapidly in one direction in the darkness. Soon, the detachment led by Kaneki as a charge quickly broke into Quaqulia. Of course, the CCG also quickly discovered the anomaly, quickly made defensive measures, and assigned members to garrison one pass after another, and closed important checkpoints at the same time. Although the Quaqulia siege shelter is heavily guarded, it also has a big drawback. That is, the exhaust vents, and its internal structure. The whole of Quaqulia resembles a giant cylinder, with a huge opening connected to an elevator in the middle that leads to the bottom of the Mu detention cell. Although there is a huge door in the middle to block the attack of the meows, the closing speed is too slow, and the shortcomings of this door are obvious for some powerful meows. Countless bronze tree seeds jumped down from the top of the rooftop exhaust outlet, dense red dots, like a shower, although the CCG members below were ready. As soon as they saw the bronze tree seeds, they immediately began to gather fire to attack, and for a while, the grass seeds that had not yet landed became a moving target, and were directly beaten into a sieve. Scarlet blood rushed down into the sky, and a strong smell of blood suddenly filled the air. The bronze tree kept dying and the corpses fell straight down, but soon, the bronze tree relied on the numerical advantage to quickly land and slaughter the CCG garrison members. The rain of bullets was mixed with blood and death, and as soon as the seeds landed, the battle became one-sided. There were rivers of blood on the ground, mountains of corpses, and there were meows and humans. Boom. In the command room, Shishizaki saw this, and hurriedly closed the door of the entire Quaqulia ground and the bottom of the Mu cell. A loud bang was accompanied by a strong vibration, and as in the original book, Kaneki released Katsuko at the last moment, directly blocking the gate that was about to close. Leave it to me below. Seeing this, Eudo on the side jumped directly from the crack in the gate. A new he unfolded, and countless scarlet arrow feathers fell into the sky, harvesting the guards who had not yet reacted. Standing on a high place, Feng Yu watched all this quietly, not that he didn't want to do something, but that Izumi Takatsuki was looking at him with a weird smile. Hehe, Fenjayo-kan, do you think this world is perfect? Look at how powerful the Mu species is, but why are they forced by humans to not even have a place to live, and every day is like a rat in the sewer, only living in a dark corner. There is no compatibility between the meow and the human, and the other is the same between the meow and the meow. There is constant fighting, death, and chaos every day. Because of the lack of a leader, the king of the meows. And it has to be one-eyed, somewhere between a human and a meow, to achieve a perfect balance, belonging to both the meow and the human. Do you want to make a king? As soon as the voice fell, the temperature around her dropped suddenly, and when she thought that Takatsuki Izumi would make some move next, she sneered. Feng Yu-kan, you guessed it, I know that you have a connection with Kaneki-kan and that old guy in District 20, but I have seen too many deaths, and I have also witnessed this world being manipulated by people. They can kill whoever they want, whether it is you or me, or everyone in CCG is a chess piece. The organization, said Feng Yu lightly. Interesting, it's really interesting. It seems that Feng Yu-kan knows a lot. If I didn't know that you have a relationship with that old man, I would almost think that you are the person created by those guys. Takatsuki Izumi hid his face and laughed. Feng Yu-kan, who are you? In just a few months, he has gone from obscurity to the current SSS level Grim Reaper. I'm from the East, I just want to get what I want. I will leave Japan one day and return to my hometown, and our interests will not conflict. You do your thing, I do my thing. We don't interfere with each other. On the contrary, I can still give you help and help you achieve your goals. Feng Yu's eyes were scorching, and there was a hint of helplessness and anger in his tone. Feng Yu was not wrong. His soul belonged to the mysterious country of the East, and what he wanted was nothing more than the origin of the world. As long as he has collected enough world origins, then he can return to the Demon Slayer world. Helplessness and anger are for their own weakness, failing to protect the people and things they care about. I know. On Tataliang's side, Shizaki Fukame thought that Tatara had been killed by his own Kuink, and couldn't help but step forward to collect his body. Unexpectedly, Kuink, who he trusted, couldn't do any harm to Tatara. And when Ashizaki Fukame stepped forward, he broke through directly, and a hand pierced his body like a sharp blade. Tear. The blood slid down, and Asasaka Fukame's face was full of disbelief, but as his body gradually weakened, he finally died, and he realized that he was going to die. Kuink, who is a man-eating flower, will wrap the enemy inside the flower and trap it, and will harvest life while trapping. After settling the remaining garrisons, Tatara met with the special search officer Hoji Siengsuk who had arrived. The enemy's eyes were red when he saw him, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked, "Long time no see, Fa Temple, give me back Fei and Yan. I see. You are also a member of the Bronze Tree, but I'm sorry, that's impossible. As soon as the words fell, the kuink in his hand was already wearing it on his hand, which was shaped like a cannon barrel and could fire powerful Yuhi bullets. The battle was about to break out, not to mention that Hoji still had Takaizawa Masai by his side, and in his hand he was holding a kuink made of Tata's good friend Fei Heze. This made Tatara even more angry. The two also started a battle. Takaizawa Masai on the side could not help much, so he could only keep using kuink in his hand to interfere with Tataliang's attack. The artillery fire was continuous, and the flames were everywhere. Fighting is taking place throughout Quake area, and with Kaneki getting deeper and releasing the imprisoned muse, the CCG is already at a disadvantage, and now it is even more one-sided. Chapter 252. At this moment, after the meows held in the upper floor were released, the whole bottom was extremely quiet, and the sound of Kaneki's footsteps continued to surround under the dim bottom, and finally stopped in front of a closed cell. Is this here? Kaneki said secretly, and then opened the cell door. Is it Mr. Shark? I'm here to let you out. Kaneki said, but his eyes swept but he didn't see the figure of Shark, and at this moment, a man's voice came from above Kaneki's head. Little ghost, why do you smell like the world? Looking up, it was the target this time, Kamade Rishi's father, Kamiyo Chiai, who was also an SSS-class Shark. At this moment, he was standing upside down on the ceiling, and Katsuko was firmly inserted into the wall, and a pair of scarlet dead nails were nailed to Kaneki. Jumping down, and glancing at Jinmu lightly, a strong sense of oppression swept in. The muscles of the whole body showed perfect traces, and every piece of flesh and blood contained powerful power, which made Jinmu tremble between breathing and breathing. Tell me. Kamiyo Chiai scolded, and then Kaneki was blasted out by a powerful force. Kaneki slowly ran up, ripped off the coat he was draped on, and stared at the terrible man in front of him with scarlet eyes. So fast. Kaneki said secretly, but had to make a defense. I saw a fist with a powerful force roaring towards the door of the head. Jinmu subconsciously raised his hands to block. Shendai Karong's body leaned slightly, and the huge fist went straight to the door of the head. Knock knock. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch carried a powerful lethality. Jinmu only felt that the bones on his arm were broken. The body couldn't help but take a few steps back slightly. Raising his hand again, he looked at the place where the fist of the god was just touched, and the flesh sprouts kept squirming, obviously injured. Seeing this, Kaneki knew that he couldn't beat him with physical skills alone, so the scarlet Kazuko bloomed from the lumbar vertebrae. Lishi. Kamiyo Karong looked at Kaneki with a calm face. He was very curious that the young man in front of him not only had a good smell on him, but even Katsuko was also good for him. Since he can't ask, he will fight until the truth is told. Kaneki, who released Kazuko, has more than doubled his speed. He is like a cheetah that is hunting. And Kazuko is his weapon? The 4 Kazuko Halong struck Kamiyo Karong with one blow, and at the same time quickly circled to the back of his body. Tirla. The sharp scales pierced directly into his body. This undoubtedly made Kamade Karong extremely angry. The milky imp hasn't dried up. Then he shouted, and Katsuko, who was in the shape of a whale's tail, instantly appeared, and then his whole body relied on Katsuko to spin itself in the air, easily breaking free. The wound that was originally caused by Jinmu also healed quickly in the air, and by the time it landed, the wound had already recovered as before, and Shendai Karong looked at Jinmu with disdainful eyes. Jinmu was enraged, and in the next second, Kazuko rushed towards Kamade Karong like a poisonous snake, but in the eyes of Kamade Karong, Kaneki's Katsuko's speed was so slow, and the powerful strength in the eyes of others was not enough for him to see, only to see Kamade Karong's figure turn into afterimages, and easily dodged Kaneki's stormy attack. Even while dodging Kaneki's attack, he said disdainfully, too slow, too slow, too slow. Boom. Every time the blow fell, the powerful force made the entire ground crack, and between the flying sand and rocks, Kamade Karong quickly rushed out of the attack, and the next second it appeared in front of Kaneki. It's too weak. A flick of the body, the whale's tail-shaped Kazuko fell heavily on Kaneki. Bang. In the next second, Kaneki's body flew out like a cannonball, knocking a big hole in the dungeon wall. Feng Yu, who was watching all this from above, knew that it was time for him to end, and it was also at this time in the original book that Izumi Takatsuki stopped Kamade from continuing to attack Kaneki. Jumping down, Shendai Karong seemed to feel it, and couldn't help but look up, and quickly jumped a few meters away. Bang! The powerful impact caused the entire floor to crack and form a big crater. Who are you? Shendai Karong said vigilantly. The person in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling, which was a feeling that he had never felt before. This boy is one of our people, and I ask Mr. Kamade to let him go. And if you want to know the whereabouts of Lishi, then come and fight with me. Whether you win or lose, I will tell you the answer you want. Feng Yu said calmly. Kamade Karong didn't agree for a while, but was thinking, looking at the death mask on Feng Yu's face, trying to remember if he had been in contact with that organization. I see, said Kamade, and then his momentum changed, and there was a huge difference between his appearance just now. If it was a little cat when he fought with Jinmu just now, then it is a fierce giant beast now. Seeing this, Feng Yu slowly took off his coat and stretched out his arms, and suddenly the muscles and bones in his body clicked, and at the same time, the aura on his body became more and more powerful. The powerful power contained in the pieces of flesh and blood awakened and exploded. At this moment, the powerful momentum even caused an air pressure area to form around the body. Amazing, this is the first time I've seen someone who can delve into this kind of realm. If we are not enemies at this moment, I will definitely discuss martial arts with you. Shen Dai Kurong looked at the strong martial arts will on Feng Yu's body, and his own momentum confrontation was lost, and he lost in the martial arts field that he was most proud of. He didn't dare to underestimate it. On the contrary, a strange color flashed in his eyes. His martial arts had become a bottleneck, and now that he encountered an opponent who was stronger than himself, he might be able to break through to a higher level. This made him excited and frightened. The momentum of the martial artist was fully opened, and in the next second, he rushed out directly and attacked towards Feng Yu. Rumble. Every punch and every kick was accompanied by a strong wind whistling. Shen Dai Kurong deserved to be a top martial artist. All kinds of fighting skills were frequent, and this became more and more violent and fast. Feng Yu's face did not change, and the whole person's movements turned into an afterimage, and he could always easily block the change of moves at the critical moment. It's so strong, it's strong, it's strong, shouted excitedly, the joy in his eyes overflowing. A few more sets of combos, it seems that Feng Yu felt a trace of impatience. The white jade hand in the air, I clenched my fingers into a fist. His movements were very slow in the eyes of Shen Dai Kurong, but he couldn't dodge it at all. Bang, bang, a punch went down. Shen Dai Kurong's chest was visibly dented, and then his body flew out directly upside down and hit the wall and kept vomiting blood. Chapter 253. It's so strong, it's so strong. Kamiyo Kurong slowly stood up, his chest that had just been dented by a blow had recovered, and after spitting a mouthful of blood, his eyes gradually turned scarlet. A huge whale tail like Kazuko appeared, and at the same time, the battle intent on his body continued to rise. If he can't beat it in combat, he will return to the exclusive weapon of the Mew species, Kazuko. In the original book, Komadechi's strength is between SS and SSS, and the Meows think he is SS level, and CCG is rated SSS level for him. But in Feng Yu's opinion, if the strength of Takatsuki Izumi is SSS level, then the Kamade Kurong in front of him can't compare. Although he has fighting skills comparable to SS-level Meows, he poses no threat to a true SSS-level powerhouse. On the contrary, his Hez's strength is not up to the 3's level at all, and he is not qualified after all without the Heze form. This is also the reason why in the original book, he will be easily killed by the Arima Oni in the end. Although he has strong enough fighting skills, Arima Ghost General is not weak, and his skills are amazing, because the combination of humans and Mews has stronger physical skills and abilities than all of them. Natural fighting is also top-notch. So in the face of Arima, who is no less than his own fighting skills, Kamade Kurong has no strength to resist at all. Looking at the approaching Shen Dai Kurong, Feng Yu couldn't see any change in expression. On his face, the moment his attack fell, Feng Yu slowly raised his right hand. Bang! The powerful power burst out instantly, and Shen Dai Kurong only felt that his attack fell on the steel plate. And when he came back to his senses, his eyes were full of disbelief. And someone was able to block the blow he was fighting hard with his bare hands. Feng Yu's eyes were cold, he slowly covered his arm. And suddenly a strong life and death crisis swept through his body. Shen Dai Kurong wanted to stay away from Feng Yu, but how could he be as he wished? But Feng Yu grabbed Shen Dai Kurong's Heze and shook it hard. He was like a kite with a broken string, thrown into the air. Click. The floor under Feng Yu's feet cracked, forming a deep depression. Then, the whole person jumped up, turned into an afterimage, and in an instant he arrived at the side of Kamade Kurong. And then, raised his foot and slowly stepped on Kamade Kurong's body. Bang! Boom! The ground shook, the entire bottom was cracked, and the ground was in shambles, and the originally solid floor and walls were all in ruins. From afar, Jin Mu looked at all this in horror. The god who could kill him casually had no backhand in front of death, as if he was beating himself. But at this moment, it was changed. A trace of bitterness and despair appeared in his heart. Such a powerful enemy, how could he deal with it? Soon, Feng Yu put the unconscious Shen Dai Kurong on his shoulder, and glanced at Jin Mu who was still doubting himself before leaving. Kaneki, this kid is going to start hanging up again. Recalling that in the original book, Kaneki fell into deep self-doubt after being violently beaten by the god of Kurong, and then took on the form of a half-herd. At this time, although there is a little bit of a small error in the participation of Feng Yu, it is still similar to that in the original book. The aura on Kaneki's body is getting stronger and stronger, and the RC cells on his body are also growing wildly, and Heze has also changed from the original scarlet to dark red, and a half-herdzer mask has also appeared on his face. But the strength of this growth is unstable. Kaneki covered his head in pain, and his consciousness was gradually confused. Feng Yu didn't interrupt his strength transformation. For him, this was something that Jin Mu had to go through, and it would not be good to be too dry. At the same time, it is also confirmed that the RC cells in the Mew species will change due to the host's mood. Wonderful, so exciting. Feng Yu-kun, your strength has increased again. I really want to know your secret. Takatsuki Izumi looked at Feng Yu and couldn't help but dance excitedly, with a sickly look on his face. Jumping up in front of Feng Yu, he stretched out a hand and stroked his death mask. I'm kind of tempted to change my mind. Izumi looked up to meet Kazuha's gaze, and for a moment, the air suddenly froze. I'm not the person you're looking for, your goal is below, he will do better than me, Feng Yu said lightly. He knows what Izumi Takatsuki means, but he doesn't belong to this world and will leave sooner or later, and Meccan needs a leader, and this leader is the one who is crowned by the two kings and can be recognized by both humans and meows. The old king has fallen, and the new king has ascended the throne. Mission accomplished, the rest will be left to you. Feng Yu's tone cooled, and now he just wanted to disappear in front of Izumi Takatsuki so that she could focus on Kaneki again. If it is because of his own reasons, the final dragon cannot be born, then this is not allowed by Windfeather. Without waiting for Takatsuki Izumi to speak, Feng Yu directly threw Kamedekarong at her feet, turned around and ran away. Izumi Takatsuki looked at the departing Kazuha and smiled. As for the Kamiyochi-ai on the ground, she woke him up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, Kamiyochi-ai immediately became alert, and quickly moved away from Takatsuki Izumi a few meters away. Hehe, Mr. Kamade, if you want to know about the world, come with me, Takatsuki said with a smile, and then stretched out a hand and motioned for him to pull it up. In just a few minutes, Jin Mu had successfully transformed into a half-herd form. The dark red Katsuko, like a centipede, not only doubled in strength, but also in speed. I saw that her entire body turned into a centipede-like golden wood and moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, she jumped onto the battlefield of Kirishima Ayato. At this time, he was beaten violently by the black rock that rushed over, and he was covered in blood, extremely miserable. Black Rock looked at the Sundu in front of him, who was still holding on even though he had no strength, and seemed to understand something. The big knife in his hand was about to fall slowly, and at this moment, he lost consciousness, and only the obsessed half-herd Jinmu was left, and he directly hit the Black Rock with Heze. So fast, is this the here? It's a half-herd. Black Rock's eyes shrank, and the golden wood in the distance exuded a terrifying aura, which was a kind of chaos, despair, tyranny, and so on. As if sensing something, Jinmu instantly rushed to the front of Black Rock, and the dark centipede-like Heze rose into the sky, constantly attacking towards Black Rock. Bang bang bang. Kaneki's speed is so fast that Black Rock can't fight back at all, so he can only keep defending passively, but he can barely hurt Kaneki at close range. But it is precisely because of this that under the stimulation of injury, Kaneki's attack is even more violent, and one by one Heze is like a highly poisonous centipede. As long as it bites, it can kill people. Gradually, the Black Rock began to completely fall into the wind. The large knife-type coinker in his hand had cracked, the knife edge was notched, and the new he was wearing had also been damaged to a certain extent. What's worse is that the longer he wears the new, the more serious the backlash becomes. Black Rock is covered in blood, and the new on his body is also squirming rapidly and eating his flesh. Seeing Kaneki's next wave of fierce attacks falling, at this moment, the entire Quiculia began to spray unknown gas. Some weak mews directly became sour and weak after coming into contact with the gas, and fell to the ground without any resistance. At this time, the counterattack belonging to CCG began. This is RC cell inhibitors. Chapter 254. Although the RC inhibitor is a deadly poison for ordinary meows, it has no effect on the current Kaneki. On the contrary, it makes him even more violent. The attack was even more terrifying, and the means became more ferocious. Just by taking a look at the face, Black Rock was injured, and even the new ones on his body were shattered. And the blood stained the floor red. And the smell of blood mixed with RC cell inhibitors made Jinmu's eating instinct reach its highest point. Jinmu pounced on Black Rock's body and began to gnaw on the new flesh and blood on Black Rock one bite at a time. The rich RC inhibitor covered the entire surroundings with a thick layer of mist, blurring the view around the surroundings. The battle between the two ended. And in the fog, only the sound of gnawing and chewing remained. Because the entire Quiculia was filled with RC cell inhibitors, and the outside CCG support forces were coming, the bronze tree species, which had a great advantage, began to collapse. Without Katsuko's strong physical fitness, these meows are lambs to the slaughter. Kaneki was still gnawing frantically, completely unaware of the fact that someone was already coming in the distance. Blindfold. Amen. Kotaro's eyes widened. He originally said that he wanted to come over here to see if there were any other mews that had not been killed, but he never expected to see the scene in front of him. Jinmu's whole body was lying on the body of the Black Rock, like a wild beast, losing his mind, and only his hunting instinct remained. Black Rock fell to the ground motionless, and the scarlet blood under him constantly stimulated Kotaro Amen's nerves. Infinite anger erupted, which also reminded Kotaro of the first time he met Kaneki. At that time, Kaneki not only let him go, but also gave him a kind of mew that he could also have the same desire to have survival and hope as humans. At that time, he saw a different color in Kaneki's eyes. But now, Kotaro Amen only felt that Kaneki had betrayed him. He was a liar, a monster like other mews, killing innocent people indiscriminately. Kaneki, who was immersed in the world of eating, did not realize that Kotaro Yaman had released his own kuink. Perhaps because of his anger, Kotaro Amen's speed and strength have skyrocketed. Kotaro Amen's kuink is a relic left behind by Gumato, and it is also a weapon that can be split into two hands. The strong killing intent was detected when it was about to slash at Kaneki's body. and the dark centipede-like Kazuko instantly blocked it. Kaneki slowly stood up, and Kazuko began to squirm and counterattack. Sitsaize. Kazuko slid in the air, making the sound of a centipede crawling, like the magic sound of hell, which made people tremble and be frightened. Kotaro Amen, who dodged the attack, continued to attack towards Kaneki, but he was still blocked. But it seemed that seeing Kotaro Amen, Kaneki, who was in a state of rage, hesitated, and did not continue to attack him, but defended against Kotaro Amen's attack. Blindfold, I want to talk to you, why didn't you kill me at that time? That night. You're crying, aren't you? Your tears too. Is it a lie? Amen, Kotaro shouted. Kuink's hand waved vigorously. Tear la. Kaneki's Katsuko was cut off, and the severe pain made the rampaging Kaneki continue to wail. Amen, Kotaro watched all this, and said bitterly while separating his Kuink into a double knife mode, I thought I could get it from you. He had no reason to kill me, if you also let me live. Gangtaro Amen, who unlocked the double knife mode, seemed to be like a bamboo, or the rampage Kaneki fell into a memory, and easily cut off Kaneki's dark red Katsuko like a centipede. In just a few rounds, Kaneki's Katsuko was all cut off, and he lay on the ground weakly. That's fine, just make a mu seed, so it's good. Kuink, who was in his hand, pointed at Kaneki and roared, wanting to vent all the anger and confusion in his heart. When Kaneki, who was covered in blood, heard this roar, tears appeared in his originally godless eyes. Tears slid down her cheeks, and the Katsuko on her body began to dissipate. I don't want to eat it. Yaman Kotaro looked at Kaneki in front of him, and after all, he still didn't have the heart to kill Kaneki immediately, and the Kuink in his hand slowly put it down. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from above, and when he looked up, the corpses of humans and Muse fell like raindrops, and a pair of giant hands stained with countless blood opened the level of the Jedi cell in the middle of the partition. The terrifying Katsuko monster poked its head out, and then rushed straight down. Bang! The powerful body made a loud noise the moment it landed. Yaman is superior. After seeing the person clearly, Mado's eyes widened, and anger welled up in his heart. One-eyed owl. She held Kuink in her hand, but she couldn't do anything. The one-eyed owl's Katsuko began to swell wildly, and the white spikes of Heihi and Ihyuk swelled from their backs, and two huge arms appeared. A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the surroundings. Then, in front of Amen Kotaro and Mado Akira, he directly grabbed Kaneki and Kiri's Hima Ayato who was leaning aside, and then jumped up. But before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Amen Kotaro and Mado Aki. The two of them didn't dare to act rashly, so they could only let Kaneki and Ayato be taken away. Blindfold. Looking at Kaneki who was taken away, Kotaro Yaman muttered, not knowing what he was thinking. With Izumi Takatsuki taking Kaneki and Ayato, the battle to capture Quikulia came to an end. CCG is another huge loss, and it is also due to the Bronze Tree organization. This time, not only did many members and the powerful and vicious Muse who were imprisoned escape, but even the special investigator also died. The entire CCG was shrouded in a depressive atmosphere, although it was said that he had already been ready to sacrifice at any time, but now that so many partners had died, it was inevitable that he would not be sad in his heart. On the other hand, the Bronze Tree was a middle and high-level combat power that had improved a lot. Most of the imprisoned Meows rescued this time were forced to join the Bronze Tree, except for a few individuals with strong strength who escaped from the Bronze Tree and returned to the organization they once belonged to. After this time, it's time to clean up the settling area. Fankin Gongshan. The coffee you make is really delicious. I will keep my promise. The sky is overcast, and the snowflakes are the embellishment of the end, like the end of a tragedy and the beginning of a tragedy. Chapter 255. After a while, both the Bronze Tree and the CCG have begun to resume normal operation. What should have happened in the original book still happened, such as the fact that Kuro, Nana, and Bai were killed by Suzuya Shizo. And this also made Amen Kotaro fall into deep suspicion, and his worldview was shocked when he saw the two of them who had become one-eyed Muse. After CCG sorted out the summary of this campaign, the information on Black Nana and Bai was also adjusted to the surface. From the beginning of joining the CCG investigator school, to the disappearance of the corpse and the determination of sacrifice, and now to the current begging of the species. In their bodies, Kotaro Yaman remembered the situation when Kaneki was in tears. If only humans could become Meows. Bowing his head and holding a large stack of materials about this battle, Kotaro Yaman just walked out of the data room when he bumped into a teenager. The information in his hand also fell to the ground. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Ira hurriedly apologized, and then quickly helped to pick up the materials that had fallen to the ground. Forever, said Kotaro Amen. Mr. Yaman, I didn't see you, I'm sorry, you're not hurt. And Yaman began to gather his papers. No, let me do this, said Ira quickly. But at this moment, a piece of information about the eye patch came into view, and Yangjin Yingliang picked it up and looked at it. Amen noticed something strange and asked, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just think I've been hearing the name Blindfold lately, and I always think it's scary. Ira Nagajin said with his head down. Yaman didn't feel the change in Yangjin Yingliang. And soon, the two of them packed up the information. It's hard work, Mr. Yaman, then I'll go first. Well, it's hard work. After the two said goodbye, Yaman stared at the information about the blindfold in his hand and muttered, I hope I didn't think too much. The rain was majestic, the thunder and lightning roared. In District 11, in an abandoned building, there was a constant sound of rumbling, and at the same time, there was a painful roar, which made people feel a chill when they heard it, and they shuddered. This is the consequence of the opening, on the roof of the building in the distance. Feng Yu muttered as he looked in the direction of Jin Mu. He knew that the heart-rending wail of pain was Kanaki's voice, and he knew why it was happening. The strength of the Mu depends on the strength of the Hezit, the number of Hebeo, but at the same time, the more important point is the number of RC cells in the body. RC cells are also found in the human body, and as long as they do not exceed a certain threshold, they will not become meows. In the ending of the original book, the gas released by the Kazuko monster born in the giant Heza shell centipede is the RC cell attractant. It can make the RC cells in the body of ordinary people skyrocket, breaking through the threshold between humans and the Mew species, thus becoming a man-eating meow seed. Of course, RC cells can also be improved in other ways, but they are unstable and chaotic. There is the host's emotions. When the host of RC cells is emotionally confused, desperate and other negative emotions, then the RC cells in the body will riot and increase their strength. While this can increase strength in a short period of time, there are too many constraints. First of all, there must be luck against the sky, and secondly, there must be a joint rebellion, plunder other kinds of Kazuko to strengthen one's body. Finally, there are side effects. Just like Kaneki is now, he is suffering from mental torture and is also rioting, and he is out of control. Windfeather's eyes were scorching, and there was no expression on his face. And after a while, Windfeather slowly put on the mask of death, his tall body and black cloak, like a night ghost. Dada. The footsteps approached, and Kaneki, who had fallen into confusion, was immediately alert, and his scarlet eyes stared at the direction from which the footsteps came. It's just that there is no response in the dark. Jin Mu is desperate to clench his teeth, trying to calm himself down. It's just that the sharp pain in his head and the sound of footsteps in the darkness make him extremely irritable. The huge dark red Heza flew out in an instant, like a giant python, with a crazy intention to strangle the person who came in the dark. Just in an instant, Kaneki felt a powerful force directly grab his Kazuko, and, no matter how he struggled, he was grabbed by the dead, as if he was inlaid with it. Kaneki was shocked in his heart, but before he had time to think, the existence that grabbed him in the dark began to exert force. He could feel his Kazuko being torn off alive. Bang! The terrifying presence in the darkness threw away the torn Katsuko, which made Kaneki extremely shocked. Who the hell are you? Shouted Kaneki. There are not many such powerful forces in this world, except for the leader of the bronze tree, Izumi Takatsuki, who may not be able to do it. Because the existence in the darkness did not use Katsuko, but only the power of the flesh. Kaneki didn't dare to wonder who it was, but fortunately he could sense that the other party had no killing intent. Otherwise, with this kind of strength, it is estimated that the other party has already started to kill him. The sound of dark footsteps continued, and it was getting closer and closer, and the strong palpitations also made Katsuko regain his composure after he was in a violent state. Death. Mr. Death. Kaneki's eyes widened. He was more than 1 meter 8 meters tall, wearing a blue-faced fanged death mask, wearing a black cloak, and there was a strong sense of oppression between every step. In particular, the eyes of the Grim Reaper mask seem to have a special power that can captivate people's hearts. Just being watched for a while, you can feel your scalp tingle, and a chill hits. Kaneki took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Mr. Death, did you come to me for something? Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. There was a sudden silence in the air, except for the roar of the storm, lightning, and thunder outside. Seeing that Feng Yu didn't speak, Kaneki also carefully observed the legendary Mr. Death in front of him at this time. Although the two have met several times after joining the Bronze Tree, they have not been as close as they are now. He's definitely someone I knew before. I felt a strong sense of familiarity when I saw Death before, and even more so when I look at it now. Isn't it? Wind. Feather nodded. However, I can't let you see my face just yet. I'm here to help you. Wind. Feather's voice was deep and hoarse. Of course it was processed. As long as it was a masked Mew, it would deliberately change its voice. Your current situation is because of Katsuko's sudden riot, but it's because your body can't bear it. I'm here to help you control the power. Chapter 256. A night passed. The fish white in the east lit up. Jin Mu's whole body was already lying on the ground with a sour body. But Feng Yu's figure had already left, and he didn't know where he went. Jin Mu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His breath had returned to calm, and he could no longer find the slightest possibility of rioting. It was obvious how much Feng Yu helped him in one night. Thank you, Mr. Death. Kaneki seemed to think of something, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. In the end, it was originally an ordinary college student, but after a series of horrific tortures, he became a killing machine that seemed to have no feelings. A night of training brought clarity back to Kaneki's eyes, and since he became a white-haired Kaneki, he hadn't felt so at ease for a long time. The tense nerves were released at this moment. He closed his eyes and began to enjoy the release of his nerves. This night, he slept very soundly and steadily, no longer closing his eyes and seeing many negative emotions such as killing, cannibalism, torture, etc., but dreaming back to life in the human period. Family, friendship, and the ignorant and sweet love that belongs to adolescence. To be honest, every time Feng Yu looks at Tokyo Muse, he feels that Kaneki is both pitiful and lucky. It's a pity that people are calculated to become a meow, and then all kinds of torture become like that. Fortunately, he met those Muse in the Anding district, and at the same time had people who silently guarded him. Maybe many people feel very enthusiastic and cool when they watch Tokyo Mew, but there are very few people who can really understand the pain of Kaneki. It's not me that's wrong, it's the world. Whew, it's still the luxury of modern life. This damn beautiful scenery. Feng Yu wiped his nose silently, although there was nothing there. Dear sir, it only takes a little money to choose a welfare lady to accompany you to eat, drink and be merry all day. All you need to do is buy our package and become a member. You can enjoy a free private hot spring pool. You can do anything there. In front of Feng Yu, at this moment, a mother in a kimono, Sang Zheng, was selling her own packages and products with a charming face, and the flower girls behind her. The wiring on these girls was simply pitiful, and Bai Huahua's thighs were like a river of spring water flowing eastward, which made people want to stop. Not to mention that these girls are all petite, but the big place is amazingly big. Windfeather was a little skeptical if this was artificial. These girls have their own styles, with different makeup, and they stand there together, like a beautiful scenery. Looking at them, Feng Yu swallowed his saliva, and then said righteously, "No, I'm not that kind of person." Then he turned around and left directly into a hot spring shop opposite. Phew, in this world, there is such a place that violates customs. It's better to destroy the world by ghosts, at least you can enjoy the warmth of the hot springs quietly and won't be disturbed. Then, there was another sigh. It's been more and more time since I've been in the world of the Meow Seed, and the situation in the world of Ghost Slayer can't do anything about it. This sense of uncertainty and worry makes Feng Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. In the next few days, after the CCG was renovated, it began to broadcast news on the TV news about the recent frequent crimes of the cult and let the ever-bright people take the initiative to report the cult cluster, and the entire Quiquelia began to be rebuilt. In response to the frequent armed attacks of the Mew Seed Group, the Countermeasures Bureau of the Mew species proposed that the top priority is to find out the hidden base of the Mew species, and at this stage we are looking for more relevant information, hoping that the ever-bright people can actively report it. Are you ready to start? Standing on the crowded street, Feng Yu looked in the direction of District 20 and muttered. Then he went to a bookstore, and he also managed to buy the latest books published by Izumi Takatsuki. It's worthy of Takatsuki Izumi, but it's quite interesting. Feng Yu closed the book and let the sun shine on his face to enjoy the warmth for a moment. Big brother, do you want to buy a bouquet of flowers? Feng Yu opened her eyes, and what caught her eyes was a little girl with a sweet smile, and she was looking at Feng Yu innocently at the moment. At a glance, the cart was filled with common flowers, such as roses, lilies, and stars. However, let Feng Yu's side purpose is that there are still Osmanthus sellers. Feng Yu picked up a small stick, and inhaled a faint fragrance into his nose. Is this an Osmanthus? Big brother, this is another variety of Osmanthus flowers, named Jinmurino, produced in the country of the East, which means modesty and love. Big brother, do you want to buy flowers for friends or love? I can recommend it to you. The little girl said with a smile, it looks so harmless to humans and animals under this gentle sun. Well, send a friend. Feng Yu said lightly. And then the little girl recommended several flowers to Feng Yu and successfully sold them. Looking at the little girl's departing figure, a trace of strangeness flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. The little girl continued to sell flowers to the people around her. Perhaps it was because the flowers sold by the little girl were so good and fragrant that the cart full of flowers was soon sold out. The little girl who finished selling the flowers walked away in one direction, while Feng Yu followed silently not far away. All the way twists and turns, and soon, Feng Yu followed the little girl to a suburb. At the same time, you can smell the fragrance of flowers in the distance, and at the same time, a greenhouse stands in front of it. Feng Yu understood that this should be the flower garden planting place behind the little girl. I'm back, the little girl shouted as she walked to an old building. Squeak. The door slowly opened, and a strong smell of blood dispersed at this time. Mom and Dad, why are you stealing food behind my back, and you said that you will eat it together when I come back, seemed to be stimulated by the smell of blood, and the little girl's eyes instantly turned scarlet. This also indicates that she is a meander. My lovely daughter Huaji is back, how is it? Are today's flowers sold out? Inside the house, a man covered in blood showed his figure, and then smiled innocently and touched the hair of the girl named Huaji. 2 humans have come today, and we have more food. Good girl, go and eat, your mother has reserved a large fat part for you to eat, said the man. Great, mom is the best for me, A hint of greed flashed in Hanaji's eyes, and then quickly walked into the house. The man who was called his father by Huaji looked around vigilantly, and then closed the door, and the strong smell of blood began to dissipate slowly without a source. Feng Yu's eyes were cold, as if he had thought of something. A handful tore open the barrier of the greenhouse and entered it. The rich fragrance of flowers came to the nose, and after Feng Yu glanced around, he landed on the tree that resembled Osmanthus. The flowers in the whole greenhouse are extremely good, and they are ready to bloom, like fairies, exuding a faint fragrance. It's just that in this fragrance, it is mixed with other flavors. The smell of blood, the smell of rancidity. Feng Yu gently picked up the dirt underneath. And sure enough, the white bones of Sen Sen suddenly appeared. Feng Yu's face was cold, and he silently picked up the dirt next to him, and there were white bones in his eyes. White bones, or white bones. Under the flowers of this whole greenhouse, there are all white bones, which makes people shudder. Chapter 257. A wave of anger surged into his heart. This family actually used human flesh and bones to grow flowers. No wonder Feng Yu smelled the smell of blood and rancid smell in the fragrance of flowers at that time. The flower beds are huge, and they are full of renovated earth. It is not known how many lives are buried in such a large area. Feng Yu's face was pale, and the sound of laughter and chewing could still be heard from time to time in the dilapidated house not far away. Windfeather didn't know why this place hadn't been discovered by the CCG people, but now he just wanted to kill them. Bang! Kicked open the door, and the smell of blood that had just been masked instantly hit his nose. Who? In the darkness, 3 pairs of scarlet eyes looked at Windfeather in unison with hostility. Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at them coldly. Damn bastard, it's unforgivable for you to disturb our family eating, the middle-aged man scolded. Wait, kid and his father, ask him for his purpose first. I always feel that this person is very dangerous. The woman whispered, but the released Heze behind her was obviously ready to kill with one blow. Hey, isn't this the big brother who bought flowers today, said the girl. Huaji tilted her head, her face was covered with blood at the moment, and with that dark smile, she looked like a hellish ghost. Humph, whoever disturbs us eating, damn it. The man unleashed his own Katsuko, a huge shield-shaped Kazu, and his scarlet eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. There was blood all over the ground, there were pieces of flesh scattered everywhere, and in the darkness, he could faintly see a woman with her breath staring at her eyes wide, and she couldn't bat at a glance. This was killed by their family, and Feng Yu faintly felt that there were still many humans imprisoned in this old house. The anger in his eyes was even worse, although he knew that it was natural to eat humans, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't stand idly by. The man's attack was about to fall on his body. Feng Yu's body moved, slightly sideways, easily dodged the attack, and at the same time, in an instant, his hands were on the man's shoulders, and with a powerful press, he hit the raised leg head-on. Bastard! How dare you hurt my husband, give me death! The woman saw the man fall to the ground, and instantly attacked. Her Heze was a tail like a wriggling python, and wanted to strangle. But Feng Yu only frowned slightly, because she found out that this woman would even separate Heze. I saw that the walls on both sides of Feng Yu instantly burst when the woman's Heze attacked, attacking in a posture of forming an encirclement. It's just that this kind of attack is so slow in Feng Yu's eyes, just a step, and he can easily dodge the attack. Huaji, hurry up, I'll drag him. The woman shouted, and then the whole person rushed forward, trying to block Feng Yu with her own body so that her daughter could escape. Humph. Feng Yu snorted, and moved directly behind the woman, so fast that the woman couldn't react at all. By the time he reacted, Feng Yu's palm had already slashed into his neck. The woman also lost consciousness in an instant and fainted. For the Mu species, in fact, the body is still similar to that of humans, but it has Heze and the attribute recovery power that is stronger than the human body. The weakness is still very obvious. Seeing this, the girl laughed instead. Big brother, are you going to kill me? Hua Ji had already wiped the blood off his face at this time, revealing his fair and delicate skin. Coupled with his pitiful appearance now, he couldn't help but feel pity at a glance. I can see that the big brother is very powerful. I definitely can't beat you, and I don't know if the big brother is a meow or a human, but if you kill me, you might as well give it a try. Rumble. The wall skin on Hua Ji's body opened instantly, and a foul smell hit. Seeing this, Feng Yu secretly guessed well, and the family really locked up the human race. Big brother, what about me? I don't want to talk nonsense. Do you want to save these people or say no? After that, Hua Ji's eyes had turned scarlet, and behind her were several humans who had lost the color in their eyes. There were men and women, more young people and children. They hugged each other naked in the open air, and the whole huge iron cage could only be described as a dirty mess, with blood stains that had not yet dried up, mixed with all kinds of excrement, and it became a paradise for flies, but also a hell for this group of humans. Their spirits have been tortured and lost their will, like corpses, at the mercy of others. Separate Kazuko, Feng Yu muttered. In the perception, Feng Yu could clearly see that Kazuko was buried in the iron cage, and just now he was a little puzzled that the woman would separate Kazuko, but her strength was so weak, but now she understands. The girl in front of her is the owner of the separation, and at this moment, she is actually using it to threaten Windfeather. Do you think you can threaten me in this way? Windfeather's eyes slowly turned scarlet, and the girl waved her hand indifferently when she saw this. What? It's also a meow seed. I thought it was some annoying white dove. However, since you are a meander, why did you attack us? We don't seem to have provoked you. Or is it because of these humans? Seeing that Feng Yu's face remained unchanged, Hua Ji sneered. It seems that it is really because of these human beings? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. As a meow species, you would care about these humans who are supposed to be food. Ha ha ha, I am really laughing to death. Soon, however, the flower branch seemed to be stuck, and the laughter came to an abrupt end. Her gaze began to be drawn to the eyes of the god of death on Feng Yu's face, and the scarlet eyes exuded a strange power, making her eyes gradually blur. The mental power combined with the specificity of the Grim Reaper's mask caused Huaji to be mentally disturbed. Wind Feather passed by her, but she didn't react at all, instead stood aside, like a guard, standing still. With a slight stroke, the huge iron cage burst open. It's just that the people inside didn't react at all. Seeing this, Wind Feather began to release spiritual power and began to interfere with their will. Mental power to heal nerve trauma in the brain? By the time all the humans regained consciousness, they had forgotten the memories of being tortured by the Heinda family, and only remembered that they had been imprisoned by the Meow Seed at that time. Looking at the clean ceiling overhead, one of the young men asked, "Officer, weren't we locked up by Mews? Why are we here?" "It was someone who called the police, and the CCG investigators went to rescue you, and when we went to the scene, meows, and you were in a coma. I guess it was the guy who called the police who saved you. However, your memory seems to be lost. Think about it and remember anything. We need to make a confession." Oh. The young man nodded hurriedly, but he couldn't remember what had happened during this time. Chapter 258. After this case was handled, it immediately attracted the attention of CCG. After all, there are countless white bones buried under the entire flower garden, which shows how many humans this family has killed. At the same time, it is also because during this period of time, the CCG side has been attacked by the bronze tree one after another, and it has also failed miserably, and it needs a little merit to inspire. CCG's press conference soon covered the incident, and we are grateful to those who helped with the report. Finally, the head of the CCG also called on the general public to actively report clues about the meow. As soon as the news came out, it quickly received a lot of support, and CCG's whistleblower phone rang non-stop. Some of the absconding and newly wanted mews have all become coinks in the hands of the investigators because they have been reported by humans. Looking at the good news of CCG constantly coming from the TV, Feng Yu's heart is complicated. In the end, both mews and humans are here to survive, but there are a few mews who want to live peacefully with humans, but now CCG's philosophy is to kill 1,000 by mistake rather than let one go. As long as it's a meow seed, whether you say it's good or bad, arrest them all. Could it be that Izumi Takatsuki has already started planning? Looking along Feng Yu's line of sight, in a car in the distance, Yuki Shinohara and Shizo Suzuya got out of the car in unison, and their eyes were looking at the antique coffee house. "Looks like this is it," Yuki Shinohara said. It's amazing, this shop looks so beautiful," said Suzuya Shizuo on the side, his eyes widened. Hearing this, Yuki Shinohara smiled helplessly, and then the two walked into the store. Jingle bell. The doorbell rang. "Welcome." At this time, only Irumi Xian was in the coffee house, and when he saw the two of them, his pupils instantly contracted. But he soon calmed down. The strong psychological quality made Irumi Xian not show a trace of abnormality, and just like receiving ordinary guests, he ordered food for Shinohara Yuki. "Okay, sir, your coffee and sandwiches will be coming soon, please wait a moment," Irumi said with a smile before turning around and leaving to make coffee. "Wait, beautiful young lady, can you call your store manager?" Shinohara Yukiki said with a smile, and the Ryu Shizuo on the side was lying on the floor-to-ceiling window and constantly watching the bystanders passing by on the road. "Okay sir, wait a minute." Irumi Xian's tone was very gentle, but the moment he turned around, his face became extremely solemn. "Store manager, the white pigeon is here," said Irumi Xian heavily. "I see." Fankin Gongshan just responded lightly, and Irumi Xian didn't say anything when he saw this. "Just leave this kind of thing to the old man in front of him. Just like many years ago, I gave my life to him. This is a trust from the heart, and it is also an unswerving protection until death." After a while, Yashimura Kozen personally brought the sandwich and coffee to Shinohara Yuki's table. "Wow, it looks delicious," Suzuya exclaimed. "It's such a beautiful shop." "Thank you for the compliment. May I ask, what are you looking for me?" asked Yashimura Kozen. "Oh, that's right, Kaneki. Ken Kaneki, he used to work here." Yuki Shinohara, taking a sip of coffee, said. "Yes. Then do you know his whereabouts now? We couldn't contact him 2 months ago, and we haven't seen him since. I don't know if it helps you. I heard that he has just undergone an internal organ transplant and is not in very good health." Fankin Gongshan said slowly. It's just that Yuki Shinohara, who is staring at him. "Well, have we met elsewhere before?" Hearing this, Yashimura Kozen opened his half-squinted eyes and said, "What's the matter, have we met?" Obviously, Yuki Shinohara didn't believe it. "I'm very sorry, it seems that I recognized the wrong person. Thank you for your cooperation, let's go." Shizuo took the money from his wallet and put it on the table, and beckoned Suzuya Shizuo to leave. "Thank you for your patronage," shouted Suzuya Shizuo and hurriedly followed. "It's just that when leaving," Yuki Shinohara said meaningfully, "the coffee is delicious." Then he left, and when he got out of the door, Shinohara Yukiki breathed a sigh of relief, and then secretly said, "I'll come again." Although Shizuo was puzzled, he didn't say anything, and left happily with his pace. In his heart, there are not so many twists and turns, and it can be said that he is innocent. Watching Shinohara, Koyashi knew what they had guessed, and his face was extremely solemn. All kinds of past events have also begun to emerge, from the young life of fighting to the current shelter party. But now with the arrival of Yuki Shinohara, all this will soon be shattered, and the members of this family are so that he can't let go. I sighed deeply, and my thoughts were full of thoughts. Although I had expected such a day and was ready for it, it was just that when this day came, I couldn't let go of it for a long time. In this way, 2 days later, Fang and Gongshan contacted Kaneki and Fenjiao successively, but the content of the conversation between the two was different. For Kaneki, Yashimura only hopes that he can live well, and that he can one day pull Yashimura-ite, who is now the leader of the Bronze Tree organization, out of the quagmire and give her redemption. In this regard, he also told Kaneki about his whole life. However, he was not told that CCG had begun to investigate the Anding Zone. As for Feng Yu, Yashimura hopes that he can fulfill his promise and protect the members of the cafe when he dies. Feng Yu felt that Fang and Gongshan was confessing his last words, but this was indeed the case. You can't do anything. Fang and Gongshan must die on the surface, so that the next plot direction will not collapse. Feng Yu also mentioned whether he wanted to save him at that time, but in exchange for Fang and Gongshan shook his head and refused. He said that this time it was to pay for the sins he had created when he was young, and it no longer mattered whether he lived or died. The only thing that matters is the members of this coffee shop. The sky was hazy, it was the middle of winter, and the snowflakes were falling like goose down. On the CCG side, after Yuki Shinohara's return, he began to report. And in his heart, he had already determined that Yashimura Koishi was a mere seed. And the crusade plan for the coffee shop also began to be formulated at this moment. Chapter 259 The hazy sky, the falling snowflakes, the walking passersby. Sure enough, it's still snowing, but luckily I brought an umbrella. Let's go, Hinamai. After purchasing supplies, Roma looked up at the sky, then opened her umbrella and headed back towards the coffee shop. But what they didn't know was that 2 people in white appeared behind them, watching their every move. The person who is watching is none other than the CCG's investigators, and due to the crusade against the stability zone launched after the last return of Yuki Shinohara, the whereabouts of the entire cafe are under their surveillance. The cafe is deserted on weekdays, but it is also full of customers during this time. Fang Kun Gongshan, who noticed this abnormality, also sighed slightly in his heart. He didn't want this day to come so soon, because there are still people in this big family who need to be protected, and the feelings between everyone have long been closely connected, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is family. That night, Fang and Gongshan gathered everyone together, and even Sifang Lianji, who was out on errands, returned to the coffee house. Looking at the Quartet Lotus show, everyone looked at each other. Is it the final weapon of the Anding district? Well, it's true. Looking at everyone's surprised faces, a smile appeared on Fang and Gongshan's face. It's unbelievable that Mr. Quartet used to work in Anding district or something. He's very good at making coffee. Yes, but receiving guests just. Furuma Madoko smiled. Oh, I see, understand. Everyone looked at the Sifang Lotus with an expression that I understand. It's just that at this time, the Sifang Lian show interrupted everyone's joke. Dong Xiang, have you packed your luggage? It's still a little close. Dong Xiang hurriedly said. It's okay, go pack your bags, we'll take care of the rest. Irumi said. Thanks, let's go, Hinamai. Because Dong Xiang was in college, he needed to pack up his things and move to a place close to the school during this time. Perhaps this time Dong Xiang left for the last time we met. But it's okay, everyone's life is different, and it is best if Dong Xiang, the child, can get the life he wants. Fang and Gongshan said secretly in his heart. Late at night, Fang and Gongshan and Sifang Lian sat face to face. They have noticed this, I want to hand them over to you. Fang and Gongshan said. Is there no room for redemption? Said Sifang Lianji. And Yashimura shook his head, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. I see. The night is long, and how many people's hearts are placed on the clouds. The snowflakes were still falling in the sky, and it seemed that they wouldn't stop until a certain point. In the middle of the night, Dong Xiang packed her luggage, and under the dim street lamp, Dong Xiang did not notice the strangeness of Fang and Gongshan and Sifang Lotus. The 2 of them just silently looked at Dong Xiang, who was full of laughter. Sister Dong Xiang, it's still snowing. Hinamai said. Yes, it's a beautiful view. Dong Xiang sighed. So, they'll be handed over to you. Fang and Gongshan said. Good. Sifang Lian nodded silently, and then began to beckon Dong Xiang and Hinamai to leave together. Store manager, I'll definitely come back to help when I have time. It's the same with Hinamai. Goodbye, store manager. Dong Xiang and Hinamai waved goodbye, while Fang and Gongshan silently watched them leave, and sighed in his heart. At this moment, the figures around the coffee shop flashed, lurking in the shadows around them. With a slight glance, Yashimura seemed to understand something, and turned back to the store. A short time later, Yuki Shinohara, dressed as an investigator, walked into the coffee shop. Oh, there's going to be snow tonight. Looking at Yuki Shinohara, Yashimura smiled slightly, as if he had already expected this scene. Welcome. The strong aroma of the coffee wafts through the pouring of hot water, without any other smell, only the original aroma of the coffee remains. Can I drink with you? Said Yashimura. Of course. Yuki Shinohara nodded. The coffee was served, and Yashimura Kozen also sat next to Yuki Shinohara, and the two talked freely as if they had been friends for many years. It's delicious. Thank you for the compliment. Is this due to the different varieties of coffee beans that make them so fragrant? Of course, this is one of the reasons, plus the degree of roasting, the way of preparation, and different water will also affect the taste. Although this is my opinion, I think the most important thing is the way the different coffee beans are prepared compared to the place of origin. Brewing. Yes, different coffee beans are brewed in different ways. Even if the expensive coffee beans are mixed with impurities, it will not taste good, and vice versa. Even if it is a cheap coffee bean, as long as it is carefully brewed with its characteristics, the brewed coffee is not inferior to expensive coffee. Listening to Yashimura's words, Yuki Shinohara fell into deep thought. After a long while, he nodded and said, I see, it's so profound. Thank you for your hospitality, then. It's okay. Shinohara Yuki felt that the time was almost up, and he was about to leave. Seeing this, Yashimura Kozen also got up to send him off. Maybe out of this door, the relationship between the two would become enemies. The expensive and cheap coffee beans brewing method that Fankin Gongshan said just now is not a secret indication that there are good and bad coffee beans in the seeds. It's just that one of the two is a Mu and the other is a CCG investigator, and they are destined to become friends. There is no greater sorrow in life than this. Yuki Shinohara, who wanted to take out his wallet to pay, was rejected by Yashimura Kozen. Looking at Yashimura's meritorious eyes, Yuki Shinohara seemed to understand something, and smiled helplessly. Then I'll be respectful and obedient. Thank you for your hospitality. It's okay. When Yuki Shinohara, he walked onto the road, and the lights of the coffee shop behind him were also extinguished at this moment. Walking under the dim street lamp, Yuki Shinohara sighed slightly. Looking at the scenery outside the window, at this moment, Fankin Gongshan was relieved in his heart. Knock knock, I've done a good job of cleaning up the store. Me too, store manager. Furuma Madoko and Iroma Shien said. Thank you. Eventually, Yashimura made coffee for the two of them, and perhaps it was the last time he brewed coffee for the two of them. Just like when we met. From that time to the end of this time. Well, I've been waiting. Thank you, manager. The two looked at each other and smiled, then drank their coffee. It tastes the same as it did at the beginning. That's what I said. I really miss the beginning. Ha ha ha. Fang. Mura Gongshan walked to the window and said lightly, tonight. It's so lonely. Chapter 260T was destined to be a sleepless night, whether it was the Miaos who cared about the stable district or the CCG investigators who participated in this crusade, their hearts were disturbed. On one side it is a last resort, and on the other side it is for protection. They are all ready for life and death, two camps, and no one is right or wrong. Just the day before, in the CCG Supreme Conference Hall. Please pass this one-eyed crusade plan. Merit. Sai followed Kajusho to the top leader of the founding CCG to hand over the plan execution. Have you determined where the other party is hiding? It's confirmed, it's in a coffee shop in Area 20, and all the people around it have been evacuated, and they can attack with your permission. Well, let's start the crusade, and may you all return safely. In every war, the investigators who participated in the battle would write a suicide note in advance, in order to prevent accidents during the battle and not be able to do what they wanted, and also to give the last comfort to those who cared about them. As soon as the plan was passed, the personnel who had already surrounded the landing zone quickly received the news, and the operation began at this moment. At the front were heavily armed soldiers, all with guns and ammunition in their hands, and they pressed towards the door of the coffee shop step by step, but they didn't move too much. Just as they were about to reach the top of the building, a sound of footsteps slowly approached. Seeing this, the soldier squad leader also felt nervous, and it was obvious that the person who went downstairs was the target tonight. The people who went downstairs were none other than Midoko Furuma and Shien Irumi, and as they went downstairs, the sign of the coffee shop was lit up at this moment. It's just that at this moment, they are not called by this name, but have become the demon ape and black dog that once terrified the entire CCG. One black, one white, one fat, and one thin. The only thing they have in common is the concept, guarding the man who took them out of the fight in their hearts, and guarding this hard-won small family. The two stood side by side, exuding terror. The soldiers were startled by the breath of the two of them and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Welcome, the two laughed, then attacked. A black and white figure kept shuttling around the soldiers, and every time they crossed, the soldiers fell. They are like the Grim Reaper in the night, reaping life. Da-da-da. The fire caused by the gun flickered continuously, and the bullet casings fell to the ground ding, 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 and the dense firepower was like a shower. But the demon ape and the black dog were not ordinary mews, their speed was so fast that in the eyes of others, it was just an afterimage, and the dense rain of bullets did not hurt a single bit. On the contrary, the number of soldiers in the squad is decreasing. Don't worry, there's only two of them, shouted the soldier squad leader, trying to restore confidence to the chaotic team. It's just that the next moment he was dumbfounded. There are only two, what a stupidity. I haven't even noticed it. The demon ape and the black dog looked at each other and smiled, and then Alib stood under the roof in front of the soldier. The ape snapped his fingers, and a group of mews dressed in the same clothes appeared behind them. Isn't there more than one enemy? That's demon ape. And the black dog. They're supposed to be hostile to each other. How could it be now? The captain of the soldiers was shocked and immediately began to report on the situation here. Little ones, the bones can still move. You will give your lives for me. Yes. Ha ha ha, let's do a big job. The demon ape laughed loudly, and the little brother behind him, as well as the black dogs, jumped down one after another. The fight began. The narrow street suddenly became extremely noisy. Kilometers away, Windfeather watched the flames of the coffee shop and knew that the battle had begun. It's just that there is no expression on his face, he just looks at all this coldly, full of emotion. Suddenly, his face turned cold and he frowned slightly. What are you doing here? The tone was cold, like this dead winter. He, of course I miss you, my Lord Death. The person who came was Takatsuki Izumi. She was still the same appearance, wrapped in bandages. In the face of Feng Yu's indifference, she didn't seem to feel a trace of wrongness, and jumped up to his side and gently took his hand. Izumi Takatsuki sat next to Kazuha, smiling even more as he watched the battle in the direction of the coffee shop. The show has begun. I'm really looking forward to the most beautiful fireworks blooming. N.A., Feng Yu-kun, are you looking forward to the show I planned tonight? Feng Yu shook his head, frowned and said, does he really have to die? He is your father, your only relative. Hearing the word relative, Takatsuki Izumi turned his head and met Feng Yu's eyes. Relatives. Kazuha-kun, I think you're a little ridiculous, and besides, how do you know he's my father? Takatsuki Izumi's scarlet eyes stared at him playfully, but it didn't make Kazuha feel a little timid. Do you hate him? Feng Yu looked at her directly, and as soon as the words fell, Feng Yu could clearly feel the change in Takatsuki Izumi's mood, and the air suddenly fell silent. After a while, Takatsuki Izumi snorted. Kazuha-kun, this world is unfair, someone always needs to sacrifice something in exchange for something, even if you need to kill more people. I don't hesitate for you to ask me if I hate him, my answer is, you're such a boring man, but I feel like I like you more and more. After speaking, Izumi Takatsuki stretched out his pink tongue and gently swiped it over his earlobe. This action made Feng Yu really stunned, and at this time, Izumi Takatsuki fell straight back, and his body fell straight down, but his eyes were full of tenderness. This woman is getting more and more abnormal. Feng Yu wiped his wet earlobes and said in disgust. Then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this time, the demon ape and the black dog have been separated from the battlefield, and the once famous demon ape and black dog organization are now left with only two people, Furuma Yuener and Iromi Xian. The ground was littered with corpses, black and pressed, undried bloodstains, and muzzles still spitting white smoke. The battle is not over yet. Feng Yu knew that these two people would not be able to hold out for long. It's just that Feng Yu noticed that Jin Mu was quickly breaking through the blockade and rushing in the direction of the battle between the two. After the help of Feng Yu last time, Kanaki's strength has increased very much. Layers of defense were easily broken through by him. His figure was like a ghost in the night, and all kinds of gun attacks did not touch him even if they were intensive. Kaneki didn't go on a killing spree, but used Katsuko to destroy their weapons one by one. The red light swept through, and the kuink in their hands suddenly turned into a pile of scrap metal. It's just that the once bustling streets have long since become dead silent. Chapter 261. By the time Kaneki arrived, the demon ape and the black dog had fallen to the ground and were dying. Seeing that he was about to suffer the final blow, Kaneki couldn't hold back any longer, and Heze waved behind him. His body was like a ghost, and he shuttled to the investigator's side in an instant. Katsuko flashed, and the high-raised kuink suddenly broke and shattered. Damn, it's an eye patch. Someone shouted, and then everyone's eyes turned to Kaneki. I saw that I gently put down the demon ape and the black dog, and there was a trace of tenderness in my eyes. I didn't expect you to become so strong. Kaneki said. Irumi Xian with emotion. Kaneki didn't speak, just silently turned around, fingers wrenched, and then his figure turned into an afterimage again, and where he passed, the CCG investigator lost his threat and fell to the ground weakly, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even the special and quasi-special classes who are CCGs were shocked by the terrifying speed of Kaneki. This guy is so strong. Kang Yuan and Kiki's eyes shrank. The two of them could clearly feel the strength of Kaneki, while Bakuin Tadashi on the side had a look of disdain. It's ridiculous that it was sent to the door. It seems that the black dog is in league with you, so let's send you to hell today. Damn meow. Hagawa showed his hideous chin. This really made Jin Mu's heart tremble, but there were more important things to do at the moment, and he had already made up his mind to quickly solve the few people in front of him. Scarlet Heze spread, and several people were ready. In the next second, Kaneki instantly turned into an afterimage, the scarlet Katsuko flashed, and before Kuramoto and Kiki could resist, kuink in his hand suddenly exploded, and at the same time, he was kicked in the abdomen by Kaneki, flying upside down a few meters away. The intense pain caused the two of them to fall to the ground weakly, incapacitated by the fight. The rest are Hirokawa and Captain Hiroko, who has no sense of presence. But Kaneki did not underestimate the inconspicuous Hiroko. On the contrary, among these people, the biggest threat to him was Hiroko. Just standing there is a faint sense of oppression. Tadashi Hagawa's kuink is a spiral kuink wrapped around his arm, a long-range attack type, and a certain defensive ability in close combat. It's just that speed is a big drawback, and Kaneki also seized this point and attacked quickly, even if Hosokawa and Heiko were on the same level. With the help of Feng Yu, Kaneki is much more proficient in controlling Katsuko than in the original book, and his natural strength has also improved a lot. I saw his 4 heze flying, turning into 4 tentacles, and the whole person was like a spider, moving quickly. Hagawa kept attacking, but Kaneki's speed was so fast that the lightning released by his kuink couldn't touch Kaneki at all. Pingzi on the side was holding a big knife, and his eyes were flat looking at the fast-moving Kaneki. In the next moment, the figure disappeared, and less than a second after Kaneki landed on the ground, Hiriko's broadsword suddenly came. Bang! Katsuko and Hiriko's kuink collided, resisting this attack. Also taking advantage of this gap, Kaneki and Hiriko quickly distanced themselves, frowning slightly. He could feel how dangerous the blow just now was, and as long as he slowed down for a second, then his body would probably be cut off by Hiriko. Pingzi on the opposite side looked at kuink in his hand, and already had the next ending in his heart. Bochuan's attack continued. Kaneki planned to kill Bochuan first, but as soon as the thought moved, his body turned into a ghost again, and the afterimage passed by, and the kuink wrapped in Bochuan's hand was suddenly broken and damaged, and at the same time, it was just like Kuramoto and Kiki before, and was punched in the stomach by Kaneki, losing the ability to fight. Kuramoto, Kiki, you take Hashuan to retreat first, this guy's attack, your kuink can't withstand it. Pingzi said lightly. Captain Hiriko, but Kuramoto was interrupted by Hiriko before he could finish speaking. Your kuink has been damaged, and staying here will only be a burden to me, so, please, for your safety, please take Mr. Harukawa away. Although Hiriko was dissatisfied with Hakawa's hatred for the Mu and disregard for human lives, for now he could only let them retreat first. Seeing this, Kang Yuan and the others also hurriedly helped Bakuan to quickly leave the battlefield, and Kaneki looked at them and didn't stop them. After all, he didn't have the intention of killing people, and along the way, he destroyed the weapons of the people who hindered him, and he hadn't taken a single life. Seeing that Kaneki didn't make a move, Pingzi was also relieved, and then didn't talk nonsense, and rushed directly to scuffle with Kaneki. The speed of both of them is very fast, and Hiriko is even faster and more accurate, and every time he swings his knife, he is staring at the trend of being sure to hit, but Kaneki doesn't want to entangle with him too much. 4 scales flew, and the whole body jumped up and jumped into the air, 1 heze as a support, and the rest fell like poisonous snakes. Each blow smashed into the ground and broke a big hole. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook, flying sand and rocks, and the scene was suddenly covered in dust and fog. Hiriko's figure quickly shuttled to dodge attacks, but Kaneki, who was hanging in midair, could see his figure clearly. Even though he was very fast, he was knocked to the ground by Kaneki's blow. At the same time, taking advantage of this gap, Kaneki directly turned into an afterimage, quickly teleported to Pingzi's side, and destroyed the weapon in his hand with 1 blow. After another loud bang, Pingzi had already flown upside down a few meters away, and the big knife in his hand had broken into 2 pieces. Kaneki, what a cute child. Irumi Xian in the distance looked at Kaneki with relief and pity in her eyes. Can improve his strength so quickly in such a short period of time, and he must suffer as much. Kaneki placed Furuma Ener and Irumi Xian in a hidden corner. Both of them were seriously injured and incapacitated, but because they were mere species, they were not in danger of their lives. Are you still going? Asked Irumi Xian. Kaneki didn't answer, but walked straight in one direction. Looking at Jinmu's distant back, Gu Mayu Ener didn't feel anything, but he was full of emotion in his heart. This kid has surpassed us, really, I don't know how this guy did it. As soon as the words fell, there was silence again, and finally he looked in a certain direction, and finally only a sigh remained. The sky is still snowflakes of goose down, but there are no more people to admire. Kaneki kept breaking through the defensive line, and at the same time, the supreme leader of the crusade and the cultivator also knew about Kaneki's situation. The news came that the defense line had been broken through, and soon he began to take countermeasures. After all, today's protagonist can't let him be disturbed. The first team of the crusade has retreated. The second team of the crusade has retreated. The fourth team went to support the third team. Don't let the blindfolds break through the defense. Yes, Roger, Roger, Roger. Yaman Kotaro muttered with a frown. Blindfold, Chapter 262. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Knights _stay. Kaneki's whereabouts are under the surveillance of the CCG at all times, and it is clear what he has done when he arrives at that position. After receiving the order from Waizasa, Yaman Gangtaro was ready for battle. At the same time, he also knew that Jinmu had not killed a single person in his breakthrough along the way, which made him feel another throbbing in his heart. Although the previous scenes in the Battle of Quikulia had taken place, he could feel the grief and regret in Kaneki's heart converging. Kotaro Amen didn't know how to define Kaneki. Soon, his eyes froze, and a white-haired figure was already reflected in his pupils. It was Kaneki who came in a hurry. And at this time, he also saw Kotaro Amen, and his figure was stunned. Blindfold, I won't let you pass, shouted Yaman Kotaro, sword in both hands, fighting and waving his hands, ready to attack. Please, please let me pass. Kaneki lowered his head, his eyes hidden with endless sadness, and he didn't dare to look at the burning eyes of Kotaro Aman. On the other side, Fankin Gongshan was not in a good situation at this time, and he was besieged by 5 people and was in a state of being beaten all the time. Kuro Rock and Yuki Shinohara as strikers, with the new generation of suits new, both of them can be said to have reached the peak of speed and defense, constantly interfering with the attention of Yashimura Kozen. The other 3 are Suzuya Shizo, Uigan, and Fahi. Holding a scythe kuink, Suzuya is like a god of death who harvests life, and with his petite body and reflexes, every blow that falls can inflict a lot of damage on Yashimura Kozen. What's more, Suzuya Shizo's style of play is not organized at all, and his attack is more like a crazy man's toy to see a fun toy, and every hit can be guessed. Even Kuro Rock and Shinohara Yuki felt a headache when they saw it, but they remembered what Mato Wusu once said. Some people are suitable for irregular play, as long as they can defeat the enemy, then it is the only way to play. At the same time, Uigan was also armed with a broadsword, and cooperated with several people to attack at the same time. Faisai is simple, his kuink is like a gun, and he can be regarded as responsible for interfering with Fang Village's attack on the side. The battle between several people fluctuated very much, and loud explosions and the sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. Suzuya laughed maniacally. Aha, if you don't know Suzuya Shizo, you will probably subconsciously think that he is a madman, holding a huge scythe, constantly slashing. Even the terrifying Katsuko shell as a one-eyed owl can be cut off. Perhaps because of Yashimura Kozen's old age, he was able to easily cope with the combination of 5 at first, but as the battle continued to lengthen, he began to gradually lose the upper hand. The terrifying red arrow feathers erupted from him, but they were all blocked by Black Rock and Shinohara Yuki, and it was also at the moment of dumb fire that Suzuya made a bold move. She jumped directly onto Yuki Shinohara's shoulder, and the excitement on her face was palpable. Shizeo, don't, you'll get hurt this way. Yuki. Shinohara seemed to sense Suzuya Shizeo's thoughts, and hurriedly stopped. But Suzuya Shizo didn't pay attention to it, but shouted excitedly, quick, quick, just like that, throw me over. Shinohara Yuki wanted to say something, but was stopped by the Black Rock on the side. We have to believe him. Black Rock moved Shinohara Yuki's firm eyes, and after being stunned for a second, he gritted his teeth, grabbed Suzuya Shizo's ankle directly, and threw it in the direction of Yashimura Gongzen in his hand. Suddenly, Suzuya Shizeo was thrown out like a javelin. That's it, ahahaha. Suzuya Shizeo shouted excitedly, holding the scythe kuink tightly in his hand, and his figure quickly arrived in front of Yashimura Kozen, and at the same time quickly waved the sickle. Tear and tear. When the red light fell, it was a piece of blood. The more blood there is, the more excited Ryu Shizeo becomes, and the faster his attack speed becomes. The long battle made the old man, who had most of his body in the dirt, weak, and he was already out of breath under Katsuko's shell. Although he has a strong self-healing power, but when the 5 of them join forces, there are more and more wounds on his body, and each person's attack can cause him great physical trauma. At the moment when Yashimura Kozen repelled Suzuya Shizo, the cannonball fired by Hoji fell, and a violent explosion broke out instantly. The shell of Katsuko, which was as hard as iron, shattered, but soon began to heal, only to be under the surprised gaze of everyone at this time. A black figure rushed out, like a ghost, holding a crimson broadsword and slashing at Fankin Gongshan. He subconsciously resisted, but this blow was directly cut off along with his armor. Tear-la, blood, spilled all over the ground, white claws fell, and then a few red lights flashed. And Yashimura Gongzen's body fell weakly, and Ui County thought about continuing to make a few more knives, but it was rotted by the Black Rock. Obviously, at this time, Fankin Gongshan no longer has the ability to resist. Goose-down snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and the Katsuko shell on Yashimura Kozen's body began to shatter little by little, and as the shell shattered, his face was also exposed to the air. The once gentle old man was now in disarray, blood sliding across his cheeks and leaving bright red marks, and the neat silver threads had become messy. His exhausted body made him gasp constantly, and his faint breath turned into a white mist as soon as he exhaled. He dragged his injured body forward step by step, as if something was constantly attracting him in front of him. Scenes from the past began to replay in his mind, and the people he never forgot in his heart also appeared at this moment. Everyone present just watched as Yashimura staggered and stretched out a hand, as if someone was there to greet him. Alas! Seeing this scene, Hei Peinan was also touched in his heart, and couldn't help but close his eyes. At the moment when Yashimura Gongshan was about to fall, he kept his hand on him. The store manager. I'm sorry. I also have to go to the last resort. The person who came was Feng Yu, and Feng Kun Gongshan looked at Feng Yu with a weak smile on his face. Child, my fate should be like this. I don't have to blame myself, and now I am atoning for my sins. They're just. I'll leave it to you. He closed his eyes, but there was a smile on his face, as if he was truly liberated at the moment of losing his life. Store manager. It's not good, it's death. The moment everyone at CCG saw Feng Yu, a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped their hearts. Amaru, I'm Kurapan. The one-eyed owl is over. Black Rock immediately began to report the battle situation, and Meridisai was instantly excited when he heard it, and he couldn't wait to cheer loudly, but the next moment he poured a basin of cold water on him. Now the crusade begins. SSS Class Grim Reaper. Chapter 263. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Knights _stay. What? Death? What's wrong with that guy? Merit. Roared, and the joy of defeating the one-eyed owl who had been enveloping CCG for many years was instantly gone, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. The Supreme Commander and Shiuji also frowned slightly at this time, and their fingers kept tapping on the table. From the monitoring screen, the situation at the scene could be clearly seen, and Shiuji looked at several other blockade checkpoints and the situation of each team. I had secretly made a decision in my heart, and even if I didn't defeat the Grim Reaper, it would be worth sacrificing all of these team members just by killing the one-eyed owl. His eyes gradually became indifferent, and then he spoke, Amaru, let them block the whole field and go all out to defeat the Grim Reaper. But Kuroban has just consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle with the one-eyed owl, and they won't be able to hold it if they wear the new on their bodies. Maruate retorted. It's an order. Even if they sacrifice, they are honorable, as long as they can get rid of the meow that endangers humanity, then they are worthy. And, there's a horse that's already on the way. With Shuji's indifferent voice, Marutige suddenly felt a chill welling up in his heart, and then recalled the previous scene. He knew what this man did. Damn. Marutige felt a sense of powerlessness and slammed his fist against the wall, venting his inner dissatisfaction. But I quickly collected my emotions. Kuroban, I'm Merit, and the mission to defeat the Grim Reaper has begun, but I hope you must save your lives. Arima is already on the way over, you just need to hold on. The crusade against the Reaper is a mission, and I asked you to protect your own lives is also a mission, got it, Kuroban said. Merit with tears in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Amaru, it's not that serious, but we'll definitely come back safely, after all, we agreed to drink together. But soon the smile disappeared, and he said in a dull voice, everyone, let's start the crusade against this guy in front of you. Amaru said, Arima is already on the way, we just need to drag him down. Several people looked at each other and said they understood, but it was nothing but a thing. His face was still as crazy as ever, and the moment he saw Feng Yu, the battle intent kept coming. This made his breathing rapid. Ho ha ho ha, it looks so powerful, I want to hack him to death. Kuro Rock and Shinohara Yukiki on the side felt a slight pain in their temples. Shizeo, this guy's strength is not weak, don't act rashly, Shinohara Yukiki said. Hearing his words, Suzuya Shizo showed a thoughtful look. Suzuya, you're going to get up, follow us, we'll cover you up. The new sound on Kuro's and Shinohara's bodies spread out with a faint flash, this is the new gnawing at their flesh. Hearing this, Uigun and Fahi are also ready to fight. Up. Black. Painyan shouted, and rushed directly to the front with Shinohara Yuki. The two of them were side by side, with the momentum of being a husband and a man, and a Jingun was also close behind, and Fahi was standing in place, staring at Feng Yu. The kuink in his hand was already ready, and he believed that as long as Feng Yu showed a flaw, then he would be greeted by cannon fodder bombardment. Seeing that they were still using the tactical style they had just arrived, Feng Yu looked sideways slightly, and unhurriedly picked up the corpse of Fang Kun Gongshan and put it aside. Just stay here for a while. Windfeather muttered softly. Then the figure turned into an afterimage, and both hands appeared. Bang! The attacks of Kurorock and Shinohara Yuki were directly blocked by him with one hand, while the other hand was blocking the attacks of Uigun and Suzuya Shizo who were hiding behind them and erupted together. Do you think a sneak attack will hurt me? Wind. Feather's voice rang in their ears, which gave Black Rock a sense of foreboding. I saw that the surface of the giant hand formed by the scarlet armor began to wriggle, and thin threads visible to the naked eye began to wrap around their kuink. It's not good, disperse. Black Rock shouted, quickly trying to get away from Windfeather. It's just that the four of them feel that the kuinker in their hands is like being embedded in the giant claws of the Windfeather, and they can't move no matter how much they struggle. In the distance, the Fa-Si seemed to have noticed that something was wrong, and kuink in his hand began to store energy. Seeing this, the corners of Feng Yu's mouth rose slightly. I saw him shake it hard, and by the time he let go of the weapons in his hands, the bodies of the four people had already taken off. Before he could react, a whip kick directly kicked the four people out. The priest cursed, pulled the trigger, and a powerful energy shot out. In the dark night, it swept through like a gorgeous meteor. The flames rose into the sky, and for a moment they could not reflect the figure of Feng Yu. Fahi was still searching for Feng Yu's figure, but he heard the shouts of Yuki Shinohara in the distance. Face-eye, be careful, that guy is behind you. When he turned his head sharply, he was greeted by Feng Yu's fist. A strong fist wind whistled past his ears. Fa-Si subconsciously shot to meet it, but in an instant, Feng Yu grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger at the moment. Directly turning the direction of the gun, the huge energy turned into a blue light and shot out towards the sky, and then turned into fireworks to bloom, embellishing the battle. Click. Kuink of the Fa division was suddenly scrapped, and he himself was kicked away by Windfeather. Looking at the scrapped Fa-Scu Inky in his hand, Windfeather threw it into the distance like garbage. This guy's strength has become stronger again. Black Painyan looked at Feng Yu's back and said secretly. He couldn't believe it, but just by looking at his face, several people were knocked to the ground. The plan can be said to be very good. The two of them will charge and open the way for Ui and Shizo to relay the sneak attack. I never thought that the attack of the 4 people didn't even cut off the shell of Kazuko on his body. On the contrary, Kazuko also had strange abilities. If he had made a decision at that time and let go of his weapons earlier, he would not have been afraid of the safety of a few people and would not have shot in time. But now, the Kunk of the Fa division has been scrapped, which proves that one of them has lost the ability to fight. The situation is even more embarrassing. Later, after Feng Yu destroyed several people one by one, he saw that he had no power to resist. So he slowly walked to the side of Fang Gongxian's corpse, slowly picked it up. Snowflakes flew in the sky, and he walked forward step by step. Several people watched him take away Fang Gongxian's corpse like this, but they couldn't do anything. Damn, seems to be Ui Gun's words for Kazuha to hear or something. Wind Feather stopped and looked into the distance. I saw a figure slowly flying from a distance. It was Nora, the guard of Takatsuki Springs. He stopped in front of Feng Yu to pick up Fang Kun's corpse, and then slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. It was at this moment that the entire 20th district began to riot, and countless members of the Bronze Tree who had already been ambushed appeared from all corners. Chapter 264. All of a sudden, countless buildings collapsed with a bang, centering on the cafe, and smashed towards the CCG members on the ground who had not yet reacted. Confusion, screaming, death. Countless CCG members who didn't come and took refuge were smashed into flesh by collapsed houses. Bronze trees also appeared in various defense lines. They were all in unison, wearing red cloaks and white ghost masks, except for the leaders. The rest were all dressed in this costume. Although several of the CCG squads have previously had a decrease in personnel after fighting with the Black Dog and Demon Ape organizations. However, the CCG side still formed a close match with the Bronze Tree organization with its strong firepower output. Even the strength of the middle and upper echelons is the same, although a few quasi-special Kuinks were damaged before, but soon new Kuinks were replaced, but the power was not as good as before. Strong combat awareness and skills make it as easy for the middle and upper echelons of the CCG to face the lower level of the Bronze Tree as easily as cutting melons. Although the strength of the Bronze Tree has increased a little, it has not undergone orthodox training after all, and ordinary guns and ammunition can easily kill. In the final analysis, the Mu Seed is just more heze as a weapon, and the attributes and self-healing ability of the entire body have been enhanced several times. Inherently as fragile as a normal human. After Feng Yu defeated Black Rock and them in a few faces, he sat quietly to the side, which made Black Rock and them puzzled. Kurabon, what do you mean by this guy? Why didn't he kill us? Asked Shinohara Yukiki. I don't know, but I feel like he's waiting for someone. Black Rock said with a frown. At this time, several people lost Kuink, and there was no chance of victory at all, so they could only report to the group to recover their strength and stabilize their injuries. Especially the two of them, Black Rock and Shinohara Yuki, because they knew when they were fighting, no matter how strong their bodies were, they couldn't withstand the devouring of Nu for a long time. As soon as the Nu was liberated, the devastated body was revealed in front of everyone. Covered in blood, under the clothes, there are even more mouths one by one. It's as if some monster has eaten it, and it's shocking to watch. Ahem. Just a little tugging, Black Rock and Shinohara Yukiki felt a sharp pain from their bodies, and scarlet blood began to flow from the corners of their mouths. In this battle, the two acted as strikers and tanks, always under maximum pressure, giving their teammates room to output. Of course, all kinds of attacks naturally come to them. Just like which blow of Wind Feather just now, most of the power was taken over by the two of them. No matter how strong the increase of the Nu was, it could not withstand the frontal blow of Wind Feather. Mr. Shinohara. Seeing Yuki Shinohara coughing up blood, Suzuya Shizo couldn't help but worry. A teenager who has never experienced being valued and protected by others, in the relationship between Yuki Shinohara, the lost emotion and tenderness are gradually being regained. I'm fine, Shizo, thanks to you this time, we can successfully defeat the one-eyed owl. Putting you in such a dangerous situation. Yuki Shinohara's eyes were filled with relief and pride, as well as shame and self-blame. Relief and pride are due to the fact that he has cultivated such an excellent junior, and shame and self-reproach are to put him in such a dangerous situation. In their opinion, Wind Feather didn't kill them, but because he treated them as prisoners and life and death were in his hands. Mr. Shinohara. I'm going to kill him, Haze flashed in Suzuya's eyes, and his body moved little by little to the damaged scythe Kuink. The same goes for Uigun and Hoji, and although they have secretly informed Meredisai to send a new Kuink, they can't sit still here. Black Rock and Shinohara Yukiki glanced at each other, and the tacit understanding between the two of them for many years made them understand. Enduring the pain in his body, he stared at Feng Yu and waited for a period at the same time. Feng Yu, who was sitting in the distance, looked at the stable area where there was smoke everywhere, and only sighed slightly in his heart. For Black Rock, their small movements have long been noticed by Feng Yu. I saw him say flatly, I don't want to kill you, so can you please sit quietly on the side. This made them shiver in their hearts. Suzuya Shizo just wanted to secretly pick up the scythe, but Kuink's hand couldn't help but tremble a few times after the voice fell, and finally put it down silently. At the same time, after this, there was a trace of fear in the eyes of several people looking at Feng Yu. Feng Yu just sat there quietly, but he could feel that he exuded a terrifying via all over his body, just like a mortal meeting a god, and he couldn't resist at all. Goose down and white snow dotted the darkness, but under the darkness was the Grim Reaper mask on Feng Yu's face that kept expanding, and they even saw the Grim Reaper phantom standing behind Windfeather staring at them. Fear also seemed to carry a hint of loneliness and sadness, as if the young man sitting in front of him did not belong to this world. The battle continues, but as time goes on, the CCG's rescue finally arrives, and they begin to gain the upper hand. There were corpses, blood, and ruins all over the place. The whole battlefield was no longer known how many people had died, or how many species had died. The battle between Kaneki and Kotaro Yaman has also reached a fever pitch. "Let me pass. Is it okay?" said Kaneki's eyes darkened, with a hint of pleading in his tone. "I'm sorry, no, I won't let you pass." Kotaro Yaman decisively refused, and then the kuink in his hand split into a double knife. Maybe even he didn't know that his strength had unknowingly been raised to another level, and on him, a familiar shadow could be faintly seen. The battle between the two was very fierce, and even though the smoke on the scene drowned out the sight, they could feel the battle fluctuations coming from the smoke. Gangtaro Yaman has a determination to kill in every move, and Tsuyoshi Kaneki seems to be constantly dodging, not wanting to hurt anyone. And this also gave Kotaro Yaman a chance, only to see him change his combat strategy, from the original must-kill fight, to the combat method of exchanging injuries for injuries. This made Kaneki suddenly unnoticed, and after dodging the stab of Kotaro Amen, he hurriedly counterattacked Katsuko. But the next moment, Kaneki's eyes widened, and a touch of warm blood splashed on his face, and at the same time, the mask on his face also split in half in an instant the moment of red light. Then came a sharp pain in Hebeo's position. "I've had enough. I'm going to kill you here, even if it's my life." "Amen." Gangtaro shouted with blood in his mouth, holding a knife in both hands, half kneeling on the ground, the wound in his abdomen still bleeding. With just one blow, he was directly penetrated by the scale and rushed to the front of Jin Mu, slashed it with a knife, and then quickly cut off the scale that was inserted into his body, and turned around and slashed at the location of Jin Mu's hebao. It has to be said that this blow caused both of them to suffer fatal injuries, and the large amount of blood flowed made Kotaro Yaman's body weaker, and finally fell to the ground. And Kaneki's situation is not good. Hebeo is the source of all the abilities of the Mu Seed, and it is also the Achilles heel of the Mu Seed, and the destruction of Hebeo means the loss of combat ability. Jin Mu covered his face, and a small knife mark fell on his face, just a blow. If he hadn't reacted a second faster, he was afraid that his entire head would have been cut in half. At the same time as the heart palpitated, a strong sense of weakness struck. Chapter 265. The firepower battle on the entire battlefield continued, but the bronze tree had begun to gradually retreat with the arrival of the CCG rescue team. Feng Yu, whose spiritual power had recovered to a certain extent, sensed that in some of the more chaotic battlefields, the people of the bronze tree were secretly picking up corpses. Yes, it was picking up corpses. They took advantage of the chaos of artillery fire to hold the weak and injured CCG investigators hostage one by one and secretly transfer the battlefield. After each successful transfer, an explosion breaks out in the area to cover up. Among them are Kotaro Amen, who was seriously injured by Kaneki, and Takaizawa Masao, the SS-class owl in the original book. He was not injured by Kaneki, but was captured by Tatara, who came to take revenge. The white spear-shaped kuink was also captured by Tatara, and the moment it was captured, Feng Yu could feel the grief emanating from Tatara's body. "Fei, I've got you back." After Tatara muttered, he began to beckon his men to begin to retreat. On the other hand, Feng Yu was here. He was still sitting in front of the black rock and never left, until an armored car began to stop not far away. It was also at this moment that a smile finally appeared on Feng Yu's face, and he stood up with a smile and looked at the person who got out of the car. "You're finally here, Erima Noble." The snow was falling, and Erima Gaijiang just got out of the car, as if he noticed something, and his eyes immediately met Feng Yu. The indifferent expression that had not changed for thousands of years was a little more puzzled at this time, but it quickly disappeared. He raised his glasses, had white hair, and was dressed in a white robe, like a white death in the night. Just standing there makes one feel a powerful sense of oppression. But for Feng Yu, he didn't care. For the actor in this original book, the stronger Erima Gui will be, the happier he will be. In this way, the more world origin you will gain by defeating him. Feng Yu has self-confidence. If he is full of firepower, Erima Gaijiang will definitely not be able to compare with himself. But let's try the water first. After all, he is the ceiling of this world's strength. Not only is the peak of combat power, but even the strategy and combat skills are the top. And his kuink is not simple at all. All of them are made of SS and above Mu Seed Kazuko, which is very powerful and has special characteristics that other kuink does not have. With the arrival of Erima Gaijiang, all the people of CCG felt as if they had found the backbone, and their momentum continued to rise. "Has it finally arrived?" muttered from afar, looking at the noble General Erima in the smoke. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, CCG's undefeated Grim Reaper, Erima Gijan. I just don't know who is stronger with me." General Erima didn't speak, but just glanced lightly at the people of Heipanyan, who had lost their ability to fight, and saw that they were not too seriously injured, so they motioned for a few people to leave. Black Rock also realized instantly, so he urged them to leave quickly. And Suzuya Shizo is curious, and he can clearly feel the emotional changes of others. And as soon as Arima Gijan appeared, he could cause everyone present to launch a huge change, which made him extremely curious in his heart, wanting to understand what was going on. His eyes were full of longing. Shinohara Yukiki sensed Suzuya's intentions, and hurriedly persuaded, Suzu, let's go first, don't hinder the battle of Yamato and the others here. When it's over, I'll tell you who he is, now let's go first, okay. Shinohara Yuki touched Suzuya Shizo's head, and Suzuya Shizo also nodded thoughtfully, and then a few people stayed away from Arima and Kazuha. Standing in the distance, Feng Yu was dressed in a black robe, and Arima Gijun was dressed in a white robe, one black and one white. One is the SSS level Grim Reaper, and the other is the CCG White Grim Reaper. The Black Rock clan, who had seen the strength of Wind Feather, was also nervous in their hearts. This was not just a confrontation between the top strength of the Mu species and CCG, but it was more like a battle on face. Once Arima Gaijiang loses, then it means that CCG's strength is inferior to the Mu breed, which is what everyone does not want to see. Feng Yu was wearing a death mask on his face, and he couldn't see the change in his expression, but Arima Gijun could feel the pure battle intent emanating from him. There is no war intent mixed with other thoughts, as if the person in front of him just wants to fight with himself. Before that, he had also read the information about this kind of death. And when he met face to face, Arima Noble General already had a judgment in his heart. The person in front of him was very strong, and his strength was stronger than that of Izumi Takatsuki, and it could be said that he was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. This made him frown. Originally the situation between the Mu and the CCG was evenly matched. The Mu had the SSS level one-eyed owl Takatsuki Izumi, and the CCG had his White Death. But now there is an opponent who is stronger than Izumi Takatsuki, which means that the situation has been broken. The breeze gently brushed the tips of their hair, and the goose down snow fell. The shell of Kazuko's body began to emerge, white bone scale armor covered his body, and a tall and incomparably tall Grim Reaper appeared. An unprecedented sense of oppression swept through. The momentum soared into the sky, stirring the air currents in all directions, and above the skeleton shell, the snowflakes turned into a white mist and evaporated into the sky before they could touch it. The mask of death also seemed to come to life, and the blood-colored mist began to converge behind him, and a phantom larger than the shell of Kazuha Katsuko appeared, and his scarlet eyes stared at the noble General Arima in front of him. That guy. I didn't use all my strength just now. Seeing such a scene, Hei Peinan said helplessly. Arima Gaijiang's face did not change, and he opened the briefcase in his hand unhurriedly. Click. The box opened, and a white sword was held in his hand. Conk Narijin, this weapon is not simple, there are 3 forms. The first mode is to change Narijin into a cannon-like form, and release electricity from a long distance and a large area. The second mode is to change Narigami to a pincer-like form, releasing many small balls of electricity. The third mode is to change Narigami to a sword-like form, and the power is concentrated in one point. It has a very high electrical effect tracking ability, and it is very difficult to avoid its blows. As if sensing that one kuink was not enough, Arimagisho took out a briefcase again, and soon, a new kuink appeared in his other hand. Kuink, IXA, can be transformed into a spear as an attack, a shield as a means of defense, and a multi-segment spiral spike to strike enemies. With 2 weapons in hand, the battle spirit has reached the extreme. Wind Feather took the lead in attacking. His huge body was like a driving mecha, fast into lightning, turning into a ghost, and stabbing at Arimagui General with both hands in a cone. Woo woo. Everyone only saw that Wind Feather's waving arm turned into an afterimage, cutting through the air and causing shocks all around. Arimagui will continue to dodge, and the white coat will be taken off between jumps, revealing the black combat uniform inside, and the muscular mass is bulging. He was light on his feet, dodging the attack of the Wind Feather like a dragonfly, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, he went to the other side. While dodging, he kept waving Kunk Narijin in his hand. A yellow ball of lightning shot out, landing on Feng Yu's body and making a sound of tsitsaize. Lightning fell on his body, and a crispy tingling sensation swept through his body, but it did not cause any damage. Chapter 266. Arimagisho also seemed to have discovered this, so the Narijin in his hand suddenly began to deform, from the original gun type to a sword. The blade is dazzling, with a hint of sharpness. Wind Feather's huge body is like a moving target, and Arima's strength and speed are the top. Every time Wind Feather fell, he could skillfully dodge or resist it. Seeing this, Feng Yu also said that he would change his attack method, and the white bone scales on his body and Jiahe were used together, and the scales were used to control and interfere, and Jiahe was the main attack. As soon as the shield was blocked, Narijin in the other hand immediately cut down, and the sword light flashed, and both the scales and the armor could be easily cut off by him. He was like a Western knight, armed with a shield and a sword. The attack is elegant. It's worthy of being a noble general. However, do you think this is my real strength? As soon as the words fell, the shell of Kazuko on Feng Yu's body changed again. Rows of red feather like Kazuko covered his back, and his entire body exuded a trace of red mist, and the Grim Reaper phantom behind him squirmed for a while, and then a pair of armor appeared on his body. His eyes widened angrily. Arima Gaijiang frowned slightly, but he quickly disappeared, and also took advantage of this gap. He instantly rushed in front of Feng Yu, waving the Nichirin and Kunk Ixa in his hand, and directly cut the shell of Kazuko, who didn't have time to resist. Tear and pull. Sitsaize. The sound of flesh separation and electric shock therapy sounded in his ears, followed by severe pain. Humph. Feng Yu snorted, his eyes emitted red light, and he smashed down with a punch. The next second, the sounds of dang and click sounded, and the surrounding area suddenly flew in dust and mist because of the fluctuation of the battle between the two, blocking the sight of others. The others couldn't see what was happening, only to see a flash of red and white light in the mist, followed by a violent explosion. When the dust and mist cleared, Feng Yu's huge body was the first to come into view, and in the distance was the noble General Arima standing calmly. A large crater appeared around him, and it was clear that the blow had just exploded at his place. Arima raised his eyes and glanced at the conch in his hand, Ixa, and obvious cracks had appeared on it. But before he could think for a moment, Wind Feather had already rushed up again and scuffled with him. After the liberation of his strength just now, Feng Yu's strength increased again, his fist strength was like the wind, and his figure was like a ghost. The speed and power of each blow increased a lot compared to just now. Because of this, Wind Feather's attack was finally able to keep up with Arima's dodge, which forced Arima to continue to use Quink Ixa to resist. The two fought back and forth, but they were miserable to the people watching around them. The fluctuation of the battle between the two caused explosions to occur within 50 meters of each other, and the building collapsed, and the flames soared into the sky. The baptism of night and war, the embellishment of snowflakes and death. This made everyone want to stay away from the two of them, and they didn't want to be affected. As the two of them fought, some of the high-level combat forces that had already ended the battle also began to look at this place. While lamenting the strength of Arima's noble general, he resented that he couldn't come forward to help. This also inspired the fighting spirit of everyone at CCG. After all, there is no one who does not want to become stronger. Mr. Arima is really powerful? Yes, if only I had a third of Mr. Arima's strength. That damn Mew is so strong. I don't know if Mr. Arima can kill him here. Damn the world, I just killed a one-eyed owl, and now there is another Grim Reaper. We humans are so miserable. When will our CCG be able to have another special class like Arima's noble? As the battle dragged on, more and more people were concerned, and even Tadera and Izumi Tatsuki, who had already evacuated, were watching. Nah, Tadera, Feng Yu is really powerful, he can even fight with CCG's White Death. But Tadera didn't answer, but frowned. He felt a threat to Feng Yu's strength. If Wind Feather was loyal to the Bronze Tree, then the plan for them would be the icing on the cake. But he could usually feel that Wind Feather was more in a state of vacillation for the Bronze Tree organization, only joining temporarily, and being able to leave at any time. And inside the Bronze Tree, there is no one who can fight against him except Izumi Takatsuki. Uneasiness welled up in my heart. Feng Yu already had a follow-up plan in his heart, so at this moment he knew that the state of Hezi could only be 5 or 5 for Arima Gaijiang, and after the two collided again and opened the distance, Feng Yu dispersed Hezi's shell. However, the fighting spirit on his body and the phantom of death did not disappear. Seeing the Wind Feather disperse Kazuko's shell, Arima and everyone on the lookers didn't understand what it meant. What do you mean by this meander? Is it about to surrender? Sure enough, Matt and others are the strongest. Idiot, your eye sees that Miao is going to surrender. Just when everyone was talking, General Arima also had doubts in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change, and he was still indifferent. Raising his glasses, Arima Gaijiang looked at Feng Yu calmly. Arima, you are really strong, even my Hercules form can only be equal to you, so, I have decided, use my best strength to defeat you. As soon as the words fell, a blood-red knife appeared out of thin air in Feng Yu's hand. What is that? It seems to be a knife, it's so scary, just looking at that knife I feel a threat of death coming. When did that guy take out the knife, did you see it? Interesting, Kazuha-kun, I don't know how many secrets you have. Izumi Takatsuki was extremely excited at the moment, his scarlet eyes matched with a crazy smile. It made her look like a sick girl. The ghost cut in his hand, making a buzzing sound, as if expressing joy, a blood-red sword chi surrounded, and the death phantom behind him also began to condense a blood-red giant sword in his hand. Feeling the familiar power and companionship, Feng Yu looked at Arima Gisho and smiled, this is all my strength. Are you ready? Chapter 267. That guy is really too strange, powerful, surrounded by a strange phantom, a strange sword appeared out of thin air. Is it possible that the sword is Quink? The people outside the arena have already begun to get anxious, because the oppression on Feng Yu's body at this moment is really too terrifying. And they noticed that even Arima's expression changed. A chill swept through their bodies, and some of the legs with weak psychological defenses had begun to tremble. Gotta win, Matt wait. Come on, Matt wait, give this damn Mew a little color, and let them see how good our CCG is. Some people have already begun to shout and cheer to dispel the fear in their bodies. And even Hizayuchen's face is extremely dignified. Then, be careful, there is a noble general. Feng Yu said. The ghost cut the blood-colored sword chi, and his figure had already turned into an afterimage, so fast that people outside the field only saw a red light scattering. A huge death crisis surged in the heart of Arima Gaijiang, and he felt a chill in his neck. Instinctively reacting, twin Quink Nerijin and Ixa changed into sword and shield forms to block in front, and their bodies quickly dodged. It's just that at this time, Arima Gaijiang felt that everything around him had slowed down, including wind speed, sound time, etc., and his body was as heavy as lead, and the blood-colored blade in his eyes was getting closer and closer. He understood that it was not that the flow speed around him had slowed down, but that his enemy's sword moves were too fast, so fast that he couldn't dodge, so fast that he couldn't dodge. Arima Gaijiang's eyes widened, and the people outside the arena only saw that Feng Yu disappeared, while Arima Gaijiang was stunned in place, and spread his defensive posture. The red light flashed, and Arimagi felt a chill on his neck, and then the sound of click sounded in his ears. You've lost, you're a noble general. Wind Feather's voice rang in his ears, and he turned his head to look. Wind Feather had already sliced the ghost into the scabbard, leaving a back for him to stop and look up. I actually lost. Hehe, I didn't expect me to lose. Arimagui General muttered distractedly. The two quinks in his hand had already broken in two. This scene suddenly shocked everyone's hearts, and there seemed to be a click in their minds as Arimagui turned quink in half and fell to the ground. Arimagi was defeated and lost to a Miao seed. From today on, the name of the undefeated god of death has completely disappeared. How can this be? How did Matt and others lose? It's not true. This must not be true. How can Matt and others lose to a mere Miao? You tell me it's not true. I must be dreaming. The investigator in CCG, who has always idolized Takashi Arima, is also in a trance at this time, and he can't believe what he sees. Their beliefs and worldview are shattered. That guy is really too powerful. Yuki Shinohara sighed. Alas, this is happening, and these juniors who have always believed in Arima don't know how to comfort them. Arima Gaijiang did not speak, but raised his glasses, and gently wiped the faint blood marks on his neck with his fingers as if nothing happened. Let's start cleaning up the scene. The cold wind was cold, and the snowflakes were flying, and Arimagui kept swaying his white hair in the air. Arima's voice reached the ears of Mari Tate, who was crying, and it immediately startled him. It's okay to have Matt waiting for you. Great, you're okay. I thought. Meridisai wiped away tears excitedly. Those damn boys, one by one don't speak. I thought you had. Meridisai scolded a few times, and then directly took out a loudspeaker and scolded, you stinky boys, there are Matt and others and nothing happens. What are you doing one by one? Who didn't fail at the moment? The one-eyed owl is dead. Is there still a Grim Reaper? It all cheered me up. Don't step on the horse and forget your original intention of joining CCG. Our predecessors didn't teach you to rely on others. Only if you are strong are you really strong. It's not shameful to lose once. Shameful is to die if you lose once. Think about your past. Look at your comrades who have died on the battlefield. What reason do you have to lose your fighting spirit here? If there is no us, what will we humans do? Do you want to live up to everyone's hopes? The more Merutzai scolded him, the more excited he became, and of course it became more and more unpleasant. But it did work, and those who lost their minds heard Merutzai's words, as if they had taken a tranquilizer, and began to regain their fighting spirit. Blackrock and Shinohara Yukiki glanced at each other and smiled helplessly. Amaru, this kid is really... But he's right. Although Matt and others have lost this time, but we can't lose the fighting spirit in our hearts, otherwise we'll let those Demiaos laugh. Everyone, follow the arrangement and quickly clean up the battlefield. Find a live Mew and quickly suppress it. The people of the detachments acted quickly, and the ringing of police cars began to pierce the sky, and the entire Anding district was completely closed. However, in a small shop, just like in the original book, Kaneki, who was injured and on the verge of death, was rescued by a young man who was hiding in the dark corners. Looking at his former best friend, Kaneki shed tears of grief. But Yangjin Yingliang is a smile and care. After a few words of greeting between the two, Yangjin Yingliang did not answer why Jin Mu appeared here, but looked at him in a daze and said, Jin Mu, eat me. I know that as long as you eat human flesh, then your injuries will be able to recover. No, I can't. Ying, you go quickly. Leave me alone. Let me atone for the sins of this world. Kaneki suppressed the bloodthirsty desires deep in his heart, and turned his eyes away from him. But Yangjin Yingliang said directly and gently, we are best friends. How can I watch you die? Kaneki, do you remember that we once agreed to always be good friends? Wen Yan, the last line of defense in Jin Mu's heart completely collapsed, and all the grievances he had received from becoming a seed to the present were all vented out of control with tears. He was like a child, hiding in the arms of Yangjin Yingliang for comfort. I don't know how long it took, but Kaneki's vision became blurred, and then he fell asleep. When he regained consciousness, Kaneki fell to his knees. Chapter 268. Jin Mu stared blankly at Yangjin Yingliang, who was already blurred in flesh and blood, and was speechless for a while. Feeling the familiar taste remaining in the corners of his mouth, a wave of grief and despair welled up in his heart. Ying, no, don't leave me. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. It's all because of me. If I wasn't a Miao, it wouldn't have become like this. Ying, what should I do without your world? Kaneki knelt on the ground. Tears had already wet his cheeks, and the memories of the past appeared in his mind one by one. The hand outstretched by the yellow-haired boy was so gentle and warm. And in a world full of coldness and malice, it was the boy who gave him warmth and sunshine to get out of the dark world. But now, because he fell to the ground, the boy didn't respond. Kanaki's heart was extremely painful. It was a heartrending pain of falling into the abyss. Anding district is gone, the store manager is gone, and now my best friend Yongjin Yingliang is gone. Kanaki's spiritual world collapsed, and the last remnants of nostalgia disappeared completely. He gently wiped Yongjin Yingliang's cheeks, slowly covered a white cloth, and carried him out of the shop. The sky was overcast, as if something was being felt, the cold wind was bleak, and the snowflakes were flying. He just like that, with his head down, he walked towards the people of CCG step by step. It's an eye patch, everyone be careful. Alert. Everyone turned their eyes to Kaneki, not knowing what he meant, let alone what he was holding in his arms. The white cloth shook gently under the cold wind, and it was vaguely clear that it was a person. There was an investigator who wanted to attack, but was stopped by Black Rock and the others. Kaneki approached step by step, and the people of CCG made away and consciously stood in 2 rows, watching his every move. Kaneki came to a distance of less than 2 meters from Arima Gisho, gently put down Yongjin Hydra, and himself knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Please, save Ying." The CCG people formed a circle around Kaneki and kept approaching him. But he never looked up, but kept pleading. General Arimagui walked up to him, and after letting Yongjin Yingliang be carried away, he looked at his head quietly, without a trace of ripples in his eyes. "Kill me, I'm a sinner. Only when I die can I atone for my sins." Kaneki looked up, tears streaming down his face, and his face was relieved to see that Ira Nagajin had been treated by CCG. Then he opened his hands directly, fell back on his back, and quietly waited for Arimagui to end his life. After watching like this for a minute, Arimagui will make a move, and the previous conch has been damaged and is being transported back to CCG's headquarters. But in his hands, there are other quinks, just like in the original books, and they are also the same appearance as conch, Ixa. Tear up. Arima's hand pressed down heavily, and the blood under Kaneki's body stained red with snowflakes. After the battle in the Anding zone, CCG can be regarded as a small victory or a big defeat. The small victory was due to the successful defeat of their first target, the one-eyed owl, and the big defeat was due to Wind Feather. The loss of the strongest in CCG to the Mew is a shame and a collapse of faith. Public opinion also hit the CCG headquarters, and news was broadcast on TV, and newspapers flew across the streets. CCG's headquarters is also in shambles. At this time, they have to calculate not only the number of people who died in this battle, but also the cost of various building damage, etc. A series of events have put CCG's management in a state of extreme busyness. The side of the bronze tree also fell silent after getting the body of Feng and Gongshan. However, there is no figure of Feng Yu. After another period of precipitation, CCG processed the data, and the bronze tree was also carrying out various human experiments day and night. A muscular body soaked in the nutrient solution, Kana Mingbo was extremely excited. In the middle of the laboratory lay a tall corpse in a huge petri dish, which had begun to become inhuman. Its organs had been cut off with sharp weapons, and the flat incision was clearly shaking, but no one mourned for the owner of the corpse. The one-eyed owl who used to be famous for his murder has now become like this, which is also embarrassing. In the laboratory, there is also a dark dungeon that is screaming and wailing. The owner of the voice seems to be suffering endlessly, just as Kaneki was treated by a gecko inside the dome in the first place. Well, that's right, the data of the test subject owl is normal, and the adaptability is very high, so you can continue to increase the dose. Test subject 1 has collapsed and has lost its vital signs. Another failure. Jana Mingbo recorded the data of the various test subjects in the dungeon through the glass. If the CCG people were here, they might be able to recognize how familiar the faces of these subjects were. The personnel who were captured by the bronze tree at the beginning were all transformed into Meows by Jiana Mingbo at this time. Perhaps because he saw the strength of Jin Mew, Bronze Tree wanted to create a Mew army as powerful as Jin Mew. It's just that it backfired, and the strength of the transplanted Kazuko host mainly depends on the strength of the original owner of Kazuko. The strength of the transformed Miyako of the ordinary Mew seed is also low, and it can't achieve the same effect as Jin Mew at all. However, Katsuko, who is good at Fankin, is extremely powerful, and the physical fitness requirements for the transplanted host are too high. All the rest died, and only one failed but was still alive. After the Battle of Anding District, Feng Yu did not return to the Bronze Tree organization, but disappeared alone in the crowd. Now he has changed his face. He was not very old, he was at the age of a young man, under the magic of disguise. His current identity is a transfer student from a university in China. With the ability to control minds, an identity is a breeze for him. During this period of disappearance, he secretly protected the safety of Kiri's Hima Dongxiang and his party. After they were all settled, he also began his next action. CCG headquarters is different, grand enough, I hope to be successful. Feng Yu pressed the cap on the head and strode into the door of CCG. Perhaps because of the large number of people lost in the previous Battle of Anding District, the CCG also began to recruit people to become search officers. Even the RC cell detector in the CCG gate can't detect the identity of the wind feather species. Following the instructions, Feng Yu quickly touched the place of the interview. It was also under a series of physical fitness tests that Feng Yu successfully passed the interview, and was also informed that he would be arranged to study in CCG's investigator school next, and only after graduation could he officially go to work. Chapter 269. 2 months went by in a flash. Because of Feng Yu's excellent physical training and various tests, he graduated early. Whether it is the fighting technique or cultural output in the Inquisitor Training School, or the spiritual recognition of CCG, they all received the best scores in the summary. He even gave the title of the next Erima nobleman, causing a sensation at the top of the entire CCG. During this period, all of Feng Yu's identity information was presented on the table of CCG's senior management. From birth to now, however, these Feng Yu had already expected that the information that could not be faulted and could not be seen to be fake had already been forged by people with their mental control ability, and what they saw was what Feng Yu wanted them to see. Sure enough, everything went in the direction that Feng Yu expected. Standing on the rostrum of the investigators' conference room, Feng Yu talked eloquently. He was not as cold as some other excellent graduates, on the contrary, he was approachable and amiable, and he treated others very well. This gave him a large following within the investigator school. If a person is so good, and has a good personality, and his appearance is also outstanding, he can naturally get the favor of others. Thank you leaders, thank you seniors, thank you for your partners who get along day and night. In the past few months, I have gained a lot. I graduated today, and I will personally go to crusade against those cannibalistic species in the future. Here, I vow to protect our human beings, and at the same time welcome the partners who have not yet graduated to cheer hard and contribute to the protection of mankind. Thank you. After Feng Yu bowed, applause in the auditorium rang out like a thunderstorm. Brother Chuanfeng, I love you. Mr. Chuanfeng is really handsome, I'm going to give you a monkey. Brother Chuanfeng, you must remember me, I will try my best to catch up with you. All kinds of cheers were mixed with the sound of hiding their faces and crying, and the teachers who trained were also full of pride when they saw this. Such an excellent junior has been cultivated by their hands. You must know that the original Erima Gaijiang is a legend of CCG, not to mention how proud the people who trained the Erima Gaijiang at the beginning. What an exciting time to personally handle and witness a future that is no less than that of a noble general. Hearing them call the name Chuanfeng, Feng Yu also nodded with a smile, and then slowly left the table under the eyes of everyone. And the name Chuanfeng was changed by Feng Yu in order to prevent the old acquaintances in the Bronze Tree organization from recognizing it, and now the name is different from before, so there is no need to worry about being recognized. Soon, the next day, Feng Yu stepped into the gate of CCG headquarters again, but this time not for an interview, but for registration. Perhaps because Feng Yu's information was too amazing, he was assigned to work under Black Rock. The injuries they received during the first battle in the Anding district before Black Rock and they have also recovered. After all, although Feng Yu injured them at that time, it did not make them suffer very serious injuries like in the original book. Looking at the information in his hand, He Peiниan couldn't help but be extremely shocked in his heart. The young man with a beautiful face in front of him had such powerful strength and wisdom. In just 2 months, it got the highest rating of all the tests. Especially the last marking, the young man's future achievements are not inferior to those of Erima Gijun. These words are too heavy, just staring at Feng Yu but not seeing anything. However, He Peinian saw the figure of Erima Gijun in Feng Yu, with the same confidence and calmness. That kind of self-confidence in mastering everything, he has only seen it in Erima Gijun. He also understood at this moment why Feng Yu was marked as the second Erima nobleman. That's Chuanfenjun, you will follow me in the future. My name is He Peinian, please give me more advice in the future. He Peinian smiled innocently, and then stretched out a hand towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu also smiled slightly, please take care of Mr. He Peinian in the future. After the two shook hands, He Peinian hurriedly received a phone call signaling him to go to the meeting. Black Rock, who originally wanted to take Windfeather to get familiar with the entire building, was a little embarrassed, so he called someone else to bring Windfeather to familiarize himself with the place. Soon, a girl with glasses and neat short hair appeared in front of Feng Yu. As soon as the girl saw Feng Yu, she immediately flushed and lowered her head, and said hesitantly, Chuanfenjun, you. Hello, I'm Sakura. Well, hello. After a brief introduction, Feng Yu frowned slightly. He didn't know what was going on with the girl in front of him, and in the face of him, he couldn't even say what he was nervous about. It's over. Is Chuanfenjun angry? Blame me for making him angry. But Chuanfenjun is so good looking. Hehe. I didn't expect me to have the opportunity to be alone with Chuanfenjun. Now I must be able to envy the dead Yingze and them. Sakurako thought of this and secretly glanced at Feng Yu, and her face immediately flushed even more. When Feng Yu came to the CCG headquarters, his name had already spread among the ordinary investigators of CCG, although he did not see a real person, but the rumored handsome face, coupled with the potential comparable to the noble general of Erima, this can't help but make people reverie. Ahem, okay, Miss Sakurako, have you seen enough? It's time to take me to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. Feng Yu coughed lightly and interrupted Sakurako's brain. No. Sakurako replied subconsciously, but quickly reacted, and quickly covered her mouth. Her whole face was like a red apple, and it was steaming. Hey, I knew I wouldn't be so handsome at the time, and sure enough, being handsome is really a trouble. Windfeather holds his forehead. In the end, it was Feng Yu who pretended to be angry, which calmed Sakura's throbbing thoughts. At the end of the day, Feng Yu felt more tired than going to the battlefield to deal with women. Because Wind Feather has just joined the CCG, there is no exclusive Kuink, so you can only go and get an ordinary Kuink later. Wind Feather chooses a Kuink sword, and Black Rock tells him that if he wants to have a powerful Kuink, he can only rely on his own hunting and obtaining their Hebeo craft. At the same time, merit can be obtained by defeating the quest, and merit represents money and position. To put it simply, as long as you kill more seeds, the more money, and the faster you will be promoted. It is undeniable that many people who join CCG do so because of life and hatred for Muse. It is precisely because of the high welfare package that CCG has more and more employees. Chapter 270. The next day, Feng Yu was called to his side by He Peiyan. Chuan Fengjian, good morning, we need to go out today, this is the information, you take a closer look, and we will be ready to leave in a while. Black Rock handed the information to Wind Feather, and then his eyes remained on Wind Feather, as if he was thinking about something. Feng Yu took a closer look, and instantly understood what he was going to do today. After a long while, Feng Yu replied lightly, I'm ready to go. Well, yes, let's go, maybe this is your chance to get your hands on Kuink. After that, the two of them drove through the lively modern streets. The weather was fine today, the sky was clear. Feng Yu leaned against the window, looking at the bustling crowd, full of thoughts. As if sensing something, Black Rock couldn't help but say, everyone is like this for the first time on a mission, and I feel uneasy about what will happen next. I suggest that you take a proper rest for a while, and I will wake you up when you get there. Black Rock thought that Wind Feather, like the other trainee investigators, was too nervous about going on a mission for the first time, so he said this. It's just that he doesn't know, but what Feng Yu thinks is not like this. Feng Yu smiled slightly, nodded, and then squinted, wandering out of the world. Soon, the two reached their destination. Oh, two gentlemen, are you here to soak in the hot springs or drink flower wine? Seeing Feng Yu and the two get out of the car, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup twisted her waist and smiled and asked. Aha, I've heard that the geisha Otome in our store has the best service, and the two of us came for her. Boss, money is not a problem, I just hope to be able to kiss Otome's fangs. Black Rock smiled, and then the two followed the woman into the store. The inside of the store is very quiet, and there is no such chaotic situation, on the contrary, there is a charm of blending into nature. From time to time, a few singing voices were heard accompanied by the Hukin. Entering the store, there is a courtyard with a cobblestone path and a small stream with crystal clear water and schools of fish. The trees are lush, the rockeries are towering, and the curved wooden bridge spans the creek, so you can't help but stop and stop. Two officials, you wait a while, I'll call Otome to come over and drink with the guest officer. The woman lit the sandalwood and withdrew. Quiet sandalwood, mountain trees show glory. Soon, a very young man, wearing a white and gorgeous kimono, could not hide his slender body. Snow-white cheeks were hazy with tears, his eyebrows and eyes were surprisingly handsome, and his thin lips were all revealing the beautiful posture and face of the woman in front of him. It's just that the moment this woman entered the door, Feng Yu knew that she was a Mii. And it's not an ordinary Mew. No matter how much perfume you use on your body, you can't hide the smell of blood. Moreover, Wind Feather also noticed that this meow species had obviously just eaten. It means that it has entered her stomach among their last guests. As if sensing that Wind Feather had been staring at her, Otome smiled softly with her hand. The little girl's name is Otome, and today I will accompany the two gentlemen to drink. Alligado, Miss Otome, but by the way, Miss Otome is really beautiful. Black Rock smiled innocently, and then began to pour wine. The strings also sounded at this moment, and Otome slowly got up and began to twist her body, and intentionally or unintentionally kept approaching Feng Yu's side. Delicate jade hand, Kin's thin fingers pretended to touch Feng Yu's body from time to time. Feng Yu only smiled at this, took the wine poured by Black Rock, and drank it all. Each of them has his own thoughts. Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Otome's dance is also finished. She tapped her lips slightly, her eyes revealing longing, as if she was expecting Feng Yu's evaluation. Miss Otome is the best geisha in the entire flower street, and she has been deeply attracted to it. Feng Yu smiled, and the Black Rock on the side said, then it's almost time, Chuan Feng boy, we should leave. After settling the account, Otome reluctantly stood at the door to say goodbye to the two. Halfway through, Black Peiyan's face, which had been smiling, suddenly sank. Kawafukan, what do you think of that Miss Otome? I think it's pretty good, she's very beautiful, and her dancing is great, but... Feng Yu pretended to be suspicious. Just what? Asked Black Rock. It's just that she's not a meow. I could smell a faint smell of blood on her body, and the lipstick she put on her lips didn't seem to be ordinary lipstick, but drugged. It seems that the humans she hunted were all because of the drugs on her lips that didn't make a big fuss. Feng Yu said. It's amazing, it's worthy of being called the successor of Matt and others, and this kind of observation is really amazing. So what do we need to do next? Black Rock praised without hesitation. He didn't expect Wind Feather to be able to capture so much information in the first mission, even he was deficient. Feng Yu knew that he was testing himself, so he said without thinking, first, block the scene and carry out arrest operations to prevent ordinary people from being affected, and second, follow her, check where she lives, and do it secretly. Black Rock nodded, looking at Feng Yu, and the recognition of Feng Yu in his heart was even higher. When night fell, the Two had been waiting across the road for a long time, and women in beautiful clothes walked out of the geisha halls, while Feng Yu and the two were secretly watching. It wasn't until the girl named Otome walked out during the day that the two of them were moved and began to follow her unhurriedly. From the time she left the store to the present, Otome has been talking and laughing with a girl in the same store, and the relationship between the two seems to be very good, and she didn't notice the two of them not far behind her. Seiko, then I'll be separated from you here. I'll see you tomorrow, remember to be safe. Otome smiled and waved goodbye to the girl next to her. The girl walked away, and the smile on Otome's face cooled at this moment. Two gentlemen, after following me for so long, do you want to do something to people? Otome turned around, showing a scared expression. Tears are in his eyes, and his jade hands are brushing his face, so pitiful. Marunaka Otome, SS Class Mere Enchantress, please come with us. Chapter 271 Giggles, little brother, you're really joking, but sister, I'm really excited to see you look at me like those stinky men today, and I'm so excited to taste your blood, your flesh, and your internal organs. Otome covered her face with her hands and trembled, her eyes were red, and her mouth let out a sickly laugh from time to time. She no longer had the graceful posture she had just now, but instead had changed into a different look, her hair falling 3,000 feet, and the blood-colored feather behind her, which made her look like a blood-colored angel who had fallen into the world. Yuhi, no, it turned out to be a double hezicide. Hey, Painyan, who was standing behind Feng Yu, said expressionlessly, as if he was 100 hearts about Feng Yu, and he was not worried that he would be hurt at all. Otome's feather protected her body like an angel's wings, and her right hand released Kahi, like an awl, extremely sharp. Chuan Fengboy, be careful, this woman doesn't feel simple. As soon as He Painyan finished speaking, the suitcase in Feng Yu's hand had already been opened, and a burst of mist dissipated, and he already held a white long sword in his hand. This is the Kuink weapon that Windfeather asked Black Rock to apply for him before, the original S-Class Mu Seed Jiahe. Ordinary investigator newcomers will not have this right to touch this kind of Kuink, and can only rely on merit or their own crusade, which shows how much CCG attaches importance to Windfeather. Giggles, it's so fierce, I can't wait, let my sister and I spoil you well. With that, Otome attacked directly, her angelic wings fluttered, and the next second she turned into an afterimage, only to hear a whoosh, as if cutting through the air, straight to the location of the wind feather. Feng Yu's face did not change, since he got the long sword in his hand, his momentum has changed, and it is not an exaggeration for a generation of grandmasters. Although Otome's speed was very fast, he only turned sideways slightly and dodged Otome's attack directly. The powerful wave of chi generated by Otome's attack caused a trail to blow on the ground behind Feng Yu. It's amazing, you can dodge my attack, little brother, you're really amazing. It's okay. Feng Yu responded lightly, but in the next second, Otome's face changed and became extremely hideous. Die, die, all men deserve to die. Otome suddenly burst out, and the long cone in his hand that Jiahe turned into released a stormy attack. Even the black rock in the distance was shocked. From the current point of view, this Otome's strength is already in the middle of the SS level Mu species. Black Rock's hands tightened slightly, ready to rescue Windfeather at any time. Aha, die, die, Otome shouted frantically, and Windfeather was constantly dodging, but it was impossible for the S-rank Kuink to resist Otome's attack. If you use the long sword in your hand to block, I'm afraid you will be poked into a sieve in the next second. He kept retreating, releasing his mental power, observing Otome's physical condition, and at the same time waiting for the opportunity. Although it is said that the physical strength of the Mu seed is more abundant than that of ordinary people, there will be a moment when it will be consumed after all. Sure enough, under this high-intensity attack, Otome gradually began to lose her physical strength, and her originally steady breathing began to become rapid. This also allowed Feng Yu to seize the opportunity, only to see that after he calmly dodged the fatal blow, the long sword in his hand cut a bloody mark directly on Otome's body from the bottom to the top. Poof. Blood splashed, and the severe pain made Otome involuntarily take a few steps back. After standing firm, the wound on Otome's body immediately returned to its original state. Yagabaga, you stinky man actually hurt me, I must kill you, peel off the skin and cramp, tear off the bones and drink blood. As if wanting to see the expression on Feng Yu's face change, Otome cursed him with the most vicious words. But looking at Feng Yu's relaxed expression, Otome felt that he was playing tricks on himself. This made her extremely angry, and painful memories of the past began to flood back in her heart. Unforgivable. Give me death. Everyone who wants to bully me will die, give me death. The smell of blood in the air skyrocketed, and the feather behind the Otome began to change. Pieces of black armor appeared on her body. The original blood-red angel Yuhi became extremely black, like a demon crawling out of hell, and the armor on his body has also changed. If it was a short all before, then now it is a spear form. Feng Yu frowned slightly. He felt that the Otome spirit was rampant, just like the protagonist Kaneki, who could always trigger the rampaging form at a critical moment. It's just that he didn't know what the conditions for Otome to trigger were. Kid Chuanfeng, this guy is actually a half-herd? I'll deal with her with you. Black Rock opened his mouth to remind. After all, he was a newcomer, and he had never experienced battlefield battles, and the half-herd was already extremely dangerous. He just wanted to release his Kuink and knew, but was stopped by Windfeather. Hey Pinyin-senpai, I think I can handle it. Fang Yu said. Die. Otome's momentum skyrocketed, and her face had been wrapped in Katsuko to form a bewitching crying and laughing female ghost mask. Without waiting for Otome to attack, Fang Yu was the first to attack. His speed was very fast, and the long sword in his hand began to change, starting to split from the middle of the sword body, and the lasers began to accumulate. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded in the silent night, and when the fog cleared, a huge figure stood in front of her. It was Otome. It seemed that it was Windfeather's attack that angered her, and those blood-red eyes stared at Windfeather. Countless arrow feathers fell from the sky, and the Windfeather also jumped back to avoid the attack at the moment when the arrow feather landed on the body, but before it landed, the arrow feather attack struck again. At the same time, the figure of Otome also rushed straight forward. This time her speed was faster, and the black rock in the distance just wanted to open her mouth to remind, and the next second, only to hear a ding, and then a powerful wave of chi burst out from the direction of the Windfeather. The sound of iron shattering and flesh splitting was heard. Windfeather also jumped to the side of black rock in the next second. Looking at the cracked long sword, Fang Yu showed an expression that was indeed so. If I hadn't resisted with a long sword just now, I'm afraid it would have cracked my own head. It's cracked, but the battle is over. Windfeather muttered. Kid Chuanfang, are you alright? Asked He Pinyin with concern. Windfeather shook her head, and by the time the smoke cleared, Otome was already lying in a pool of blood and dying. Chapter 272. The night was dark, but a glimmer of moonlight fell and shone on Otome's face. At this moment, she has regained her senses, and she feels that her body is getting weaker and weaker, and she understands that she is going to end her life here today, and the tears in the corners of her eyes are mixed with unwillingness, sliding down her delicate cheeks. That's fine. I can finally get a good night's sleep, Otome muttered as she looked at the waning moon in the sky. Windfeather and Black Rock walked up to her and looked at her quietly. As if she hadn't seen them, Otome was talking to herself. Human beings, Mu species are unique existence in this world. Why do human beings hunt Mu species, and why do Mu species need human flesh and blood? Human beings are not wrong, and there is nothing wrong with Mu seeds. I'm not wrong. It's all the men who are wrong, the men who look at me with disgusting eyes. When Otome said this, her eyes suddenly became fierce, and she stared at Feng Yu, wanting to kill him, but the weakness of her body made her unable to move. I'm an orphan. I've been wandering since I was a child. I forgot what my mom and dad looked like. I knew they might have been killed by you humans. It was my grandmother who took me in. She didn't dislike me for being a meow, but gave me the warmth of home. Let me eat well, wear nice clothes, and go to school. Originally, I thought that the two of us would always live happily like this, until one day. Otome couldn't cry at this time. Feng Yu could feel the pain in her heart, and gently took out a tissue from her arms to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Otome was stunned for a moment, and then tears gushed out even more, and at the same time, a small sobbing turned into a loud cry, like a girl who has been wronged and suddenly receives the care of a stranger. Alas! Feng Yu sighed lightly, and after crying for a while, she calmed down. She first said thank you to Feng Yu, not caring at all that the injuries on her body were done by the person who thanked her. That day, the man wanted to plot against me when he saw that I was good looking, and he followed me to the house and pushed me to the ground. I fought back, but his strength was great. His fist landed on me. I screamed. I wailed. Grandma heard it. She rushed in, trying to stop the man, but I can't wake up again. Grandma often told me not to reveal my identity, but when I saw the blood under my grandmother, I released my Kazuko for the first time. I killed the man and ate all of his body. I avenged my grandmother, but she never came back. From that moment on, I swore that I would eat all the men who had thoughts about me. I did it. I ate all the men. Grandma, I can protect myself. Windfeather and Black Rock didn't expect Otome to have such an experience. No wonder she looked at him so naked and disgusted in the store at that time. Otome looked at Feng Yu gently. I don't blame you. I don't want to live in this world anymore. As a meow, I am already satisfied to be able to get Grandma's love. May I ask you something? When I die, I hope you can help me pay homage to my grandmother. My favorite food is Osmanthus crisp. Otome begged. Windfeather nodded. And Otome saw Windfeather nodding with a smile on her lips, and then closed her eyes and lost her breath. Feng Yu looked at her silently, and the Black Rock on the side patted him on the shoulder. That's the job of our investigator. There are bad people among the human race, and there are good people among the meows, but we must be vigilant against all the meows, and we can't look at him as a child or an old man or have a tragic background and feel pity. If that's the case, then it will be the people who will suffer. In the end, this time, the merit of your solo crusade against the SS-class Mu is enough to make your position rise to the rank of first-class search officer, and when you return to the headquarters, you can carry out the honor ceremony. Then leave it to them to clean up the scene. With that, Black Rock waved his hand in a certain direction, and a group of armed men suddenly appeared, quickly cleaning up the traces of the scene. When he left, Feng Yu didn't speak, just stared at the waning moon in the sky by the window. The next day, the news of Windfeather's success in defeating the SS-class Mu alone suddenly spread throughout the CCG headquarters, and even the most mysterious leader of the V organization was shocked. Chuan Feng. Is that kid obedient? According to He Peignan's account, Xuan Feng is still in the stage of transformation, and I don't know what his philosophy is for the time being. Instill in him the concept of the organization as soon as possible, since he has such potential, then the task should first take him into account in the future, and at the same time try to win him over. If he does not agree, then, yes, my lordship. A bald man in a black suit bowed respectfully and then retreated, leaving only Arima and a young man with a smile on his face. At the CCG headquarters, Windfeather followed Black Rock to the place where Kuink's weapons were made, and all kinds of advanced instruments and equipment really made Windfeather secretly frightened. After all, in the world of Demon Slayer, it was impossible to contact this kind of place, even in the previous life. The laws of the world are fair, giving the Mu the power to surpass ordinary people, and also giving ordinary people the power to fight against Mu. Feng Yu said secretly. Just when Feng Yu was still surprised by these devices, a man with instant noodles walked over. This is the legendary successor such as Mat, Xuan Fengjian. Sure enough, the hero is a young man. Even if there is a Magui general, at your age, you don't have the ability to crusade against the half-herd alone. A sword. Feng Yu said lightly. For him, the sword was the most convenient to use. Sword. Yes, I'll give you a surprise when it's ready, said Jixing Jiyi. After explaining the matter of Kuink's weapon, Windfeather went directly to the headquarters and began to accept the promotion. Medals of honor were pasted on their clothes, and everyone under the seat cheered. For Feng Yu, they were envious and jealous, but more than that, they worshipped. From today on, Xuan Feng will officially become a first-class investigator, and after that, the organization will arrange for him to officially become the leader of the team. Xuan Fengjian, congratulations. Thank you. Feng Yu nodded in thanks, and then a series of celebrations followed, especially the members of the Black Rock team, who had to drag Feng Yu to the tavern for dinner and drinking. By the end of the day, it was late at night. Bidding farewell to everyone, Feng Yu got the Osmanthus cake that he had booked during the day, and walked alone in the direction of a cemetery. Chapter 273. The night is dark, and the whole cemetery is forested, only the dim street lamps are guiding the direction. Thinking back to the introduction of Otome in the information, Feng Yu soon came to a tombstone that was very clean. A kind black and white photo of an old man looks so happy, and there are fresh-looking Osmanthus cakes and flowers on the table in front of him. Feng Yu put down the Osmanthus crisp and flowers, and was about to turn to leave, but was stopped by a voice. Young man, are you the girl's family? Feng Yu turned around and saw that the person who came was the caretaker of the cemetery. A little old man wearing a hat, a large cotton jacket, and a small flashlight that emits a faint light on his hands. No, I'm her friend, and she probably won't be here again, Feng Yu said. That's right. She must have been apprehended by your CCG investigators. The little old man said with a sigh. That little girl is also a poor person, but although she is a meander, she has not harmed innocent people. The girl came to see her grandmother every few days, and she became acquainted with each other. I have no children or daughters under my knees, and it is good to have someone to talk to me, and the girl will bring me a lot of food and clothes every time she comes. You see my hat, this dress is bought for me by the child. The old man's face was filled with a happy smile, but his eyes slowly dimmed. As for why I know that she is a meander, it's actually very simple. That child didn't clean up the scene every time and left evidence for himself. How could I, who already regarded her as my own daughter, sit idly by? Actually, like us humans, they also have feelings, they have pain. This world. It's too bad for meows. After the old man sighed, he felt a lot older, and looking at the waning moon in the sky, he shook his head and left. The dim light of the flashlight faded away in the darkness, and finally only the silent darkness remained. Feng Yu stood in place, looking in the direction of the old man's departure, not knowing what he was thinking. After that, Feng Yu often came to the cemetery to sweep the grave of Otome's grandmother, but he never saw the old man that night again. After inquiry, I learned that the old man left his job the next day, and there was no news after that. Another half a month has passed, and Windfeather's exclusive Kuink has been completed, and even the team has been officially established. 1 man and 2 women. The man's name is Fujinomi Yatorinobu, and the other 2 girls are named Kanamiko and Misaki. Bird Letter has neat short hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and it belongs to the kind of appearance that makes people feel safe at a glance. And Kanamiko is a royal sister style, with a small glasses, wearing a women's suit all day long, and she handles the big and small affairs of the team. Misaki is the complete opposite of Kanamiko, a complete foodie, with a lollipop in her mouth every moment and a rose baby fat on her cheeks. The combat power of the 3 has also been tested, among which Misaki is the strongest, and Toraishin and Kanamiko are comparable. The 3 of them are also just graduated CCG investigator students, and they can be regarded as Feng Yu's younger brothers. The 3 of them were very happy about the team assigned to Windfeather. After all, Windfeather's name was like thunder, and now it was the first time that they had defeated the Meow species was SS level. And it's a one-man head-to-head. How can this kind of strength not convince them? Another half a year has passed, and during this period, the Windfeather team has also made many meritorious contributions, not only destroying many small organizations that don't know how to breed, but even destroying several strongholds of the Bronze Tree. However, he also intends to let his team members get credit. Unless they encounter a Mew that they can't handle, Windfeather will not take action. The squad is becoming more and more famous, and the limelight is getting stronger and stronger. Windfeather was also promoted to another position, and successfully became a second-class search officer. That's all for the special investigator. Climbing to this position, Windfeather can be regarded as entering the edge of the CCG's upper level. I also know the current situation of Kaneki. Since the One-Eyed Owl Crusade, Kaneki is bent on death, but he was pierced through the head by General Arima and lost his memory. Since then, he has been secretly training under Admiral Arima. At the same time, Kaneki has also become an experimental material for CCG. For Kaneki, who was an ordinary person before, he became an SS-level strength existence in just a few months after transplanting Kizuko, which gave CCG an idea. That is to artificially create the existence of a half-human, half-breed like Kaneki, and improve the strength of CCG. That is, the Q-span in the original book. The plan to transform ordinary people into meanders has made waves throughout the CCG hierarchy. Whether it is from the perspective of human ethics or the purpose of CCG, it is not permissible to transform ordinary people into meanders. Moreover, CCG has been fighting against the Mew since its establishment, and if one day the Mew can become its own partner, then what is the point of the CCG? What's more, is the transformed person really still a human being? Referring to Kaneki, he can't eat ordinary people's food, just like the Meow Seed. He needs to eat people, and he is unstable. If, in the middle of the battle, the reformed person is in a state of rage, then how can his own safety be guaranteed, and whether he should aim his weapon at his teammates who are fighting side by side? Feng Yu didn't support or oppose it, so he quietly watched those high-level personnel jump like thunder, angry verbal battles, and put himself out of the matter. The heated discussion lasted for several days, and in the end, just like the original book, a few people were reformed to observe and see if the plan worked. And the people who transformed it also had to set up a team, with Ken Kaneki as the captain. Arimagui will be the guarantor and manage all the reformers. In this way, the plan for the transformation of the Mew was carried out secretly in the CCG. In another half a year, the people who have successfully transformed have also successfully joined the team led by Ken Kaneki, and officially established the Kunks class under the inculcation of the CCG spirit. Everyone in the CCG knows that this is a small group of meanders, and for them, the CCG's top management is extremely important, and basically their every move is monitored. The other investigators also disapproved of them, and they would talk about them every time they saw them. The members of Windfeather's team saw that Windfeather maintained a friendly attitude towards Kunkspan, and the original incomprehension in their hearts also disappeared. Although the Windfeather team has been established for a relatively short time, the three of them all have extreme trust in Windfeather. As long as Windfeather points there, they will move in the direction without hesitation. Chapter 274. Good morning, Mr. Kawakaze. Good morning, Scarlet. The person who came was Kaneki Ken after amnesia, which is now Sasaki Scarlet. At this moment he has long forgotten everything in the past, and has become like a little sheep again, with white and black hair and a sunny smile on his face. Just like Ken Kaneki, who was not blackened before, he is full of hope for the future. Because of the establishment of the Koinkos class, they have attracted much attention, and at the same time, it is indispensable that someone choose the root of the tongue behind them. Windfeather's attitude towards them like normal people made Sasaki's favorability skyrocket. And Feng Yu treats others gently, and teaches others martial arts and swordsmanship from time to time. Even the members of the Scarlet team do not refuse. Mr. Chuan Feng, can you help me instruct me on combat skills today? After what you taught us last time, we have achieved very great results according to your instructions. I hope you can teach us again, please. It's a small thing, it's just that there is nothing to do today, so let's see what progress you all have. Feng Yu said lightly. When the Scarlet World heard this, his face suddenly smiled even brighter. Scarlet, Chuan Feng, you two stinky boys, it's the two of you every time, it's just the two of you, don't come in for a meeting soon. Meridisai walked out of the door of the conference room and gave Scarlet a violent buckle. Hiss, it hurts, Mr. Merit. Scarlet covered his head and only cried out in pain, with a look of grievance. Feng Yu looked at the two of them, and chuckled, maybe because Scarlet was Kaneki Yan, in the entire CCG. In fact, everyone was on strong guard against him. Meridisai also saw the grievances suffered by the Scarlet World, and protected him again and again as a senior. I have to say that Meridisai is a good leader. After all, when the transformation plan was first implemented, Meridisai was the most strongly opposed, and if it wasn't for the final vote, it is estimated that he would not have agreed to this plan until now. To this day, Meridisai treats their members of Kunkspan with surprisingly good attitudes, and I don't know whether he worries them out of control or feels that he owes them something in his heart. Since being promoted to Quasi Special, Windfeather has attended more and more meetings, especially after the establishment of Kunkspan. Basically, every meeting was devoted to a discussion about the situation of the members of the Qinjespan. And because Windfeather has taught them combat skills a few times, Windfeather is often talked about by them. All in all, the members of Kunkspan are still in the experimental stage, and they can't let their strength improve too quickly, so as not to have unnecessary consequences. After all, the original intention of realizing the plan was to create a strong person like Kanekaiken. Be loyal to the CCG, don't lose control, be obedient, and treat the Miao as if it were an enemy. No, this time the meeting was still the same discussion about Kuingkei's ban. There are a few questions that come and go, and Feng Yu sometimes sees the scene of the school leaders holding a meeting in his previous life in a trance. There was a fierce discussion in his ears, and Scarlet lowered his head and looked embarrassed, because what they were discussing was that Kunkspan had not gone out of the task now, and had been lying flat, wasting public accounts and making ends meet. Scarlet wanted to refute, but when he thought of a certain girl, he lost his confidence. Feng Yu was already wandering in the world, his left ear in and out of his right ear, with a serious face, and no one could see that he was deserting. If you look at it for yourself, now just the weekly inspection fees of the people in Kuinjespan, as well as living expenses, inspection of various instruments, etc., have also assigned them special training indicators, but now they can't see the results. There are 4 people, Gui Hisashi, Ignorant Yinshi, Jun Tho, and Yanibayashi Keizi. Only Gui Hisashi and Ignorant Yinshi have obvious growth and can easily release Katsuko. Jun Toru hasn't been able to release Kazuko until now, and all the efforts he has made in the past few months have been in vain. What kind of Mew is not a Mew that can't release Kazuko? They are not Meows, they are also humans. And our partner, Tsuruta. Seeing that the man named Tsuruta became more and more presumptuous, Marutsai shouted loudly. It's my fault, but the last me Lin Genius is even more outrageous, hiding in the room all day and playing games, not even training. She is the most potential existence among these people, and now she looks like this. It's a complete waste of talent. I'm very sorry, I didn't manage them well. This time I go back, I will definitely teach them well, and strive to let Toru release Kazuko as soon as possible and let Keiko out of the room. Scarlet stood up and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Tsuruta didn't want to say anything. After all, Scarlet took the initiative to admit his mistake, and then looked at Meridisai and quietly listened to what he said next. Meridisai also felt a headache. He had always been against the plan at the beginning, but now he let himself be responsible. He also felt that his head was big. So, his eyes looked at the silent wind feather in a corner. It doesn't matter if you look at this, the more you look at the fire, the bigger it gets. Feng Yu's eyes don't blink. He just stays there in a daze. As an old man who has been fighting in the workplace all year round, Meridisai can easily say that Feng Yu is in a daze. Chuan Feng, tell me how to solve this matter. Meridisai's face was very serious, but he was smiling in his heart. Good boy, I'll let you be in a daze. Such an important meeting. You actually gave me a daze? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, then don't blame me for opening a small stove for you. Hearing Meridisai calling himself, and the way the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time, Feng Yu knew that this old boy was digging a hole for himself. I think you should first test the combat effectiveness of the members of Kunkspan, and then arrange the difficulty of the task. You can't one-sidedly think that the combat effectiveness of the entire squad is due to someone's personal reasons. Since it is a team, then cooperation and coordination are the most important. I have been in contact with them. Each of them has their own advantages and disadvantages. As long as everyone's strengths are magnified, then their team has succeeded. As for the merits, I'm sure that Mr. Meridisai's considerate subordinate leaders must know the merits of each of them. Feng Yu said without changing his face, and everyone nodded, and then looked at Meridisai again. Scarlet looked at Feng Yu with admiration. Ahem. Regarding this issue, I think. After that, Meridisai didn't care about Kazuha anymore, and the meeting ended quickly, and Meridisai also adopted Kazuha's suggestion, first testing the combat effectiveness of the members of the Kunkspan, and finally the ability to excel. After testing it, I realized that the advantages of these people can indeed complement the various positions of a team. Just like Jun though, this person is thoughtful and more serious in his work, but he is not confident enough. Mirin Keiza broke out with strong combat power, but he chose to put it badly. Guajiangju's hung and don't know that Yinshi is still relatively normal at present. As for the Scarlet World, Meridisai thinks it's okay not to mention it. After all, it is the apprentice of Arimagi-jun, so naturally he is teaching. Chapter 275 I'm very sorry, Chuan Feng Sr., I'm going to go. Sasaki Scarlet looked serious and prepared to attack, and in the next second, he rushed straight forward. Feng Yu stood in place, looking at his improved speed and attack methods compared to last time, but he was a little disappointed in his heart. Kaneki, who has lost his memory, is a completely different person, and everything he once had is gone, whether it is martial arts or Katsuko. In the face of Scarlet's endless attacks, Feng Yu didn't even move his position, and the moment he raised his hand, Scarlet felt that his attack had fallen on the iron plate. And every move of his own seemed to be seen through, and before he could be stunned, he was greeted by a whip leg kicking him out. Scarlet couldn't believe it. This was all his strength. Even the strongest man in the CCG, Eri Magui, he could pass a move or two, but in the face of Feng Yu, he felt like he was facing an abyss, and he couldn't see the depth clearly. Just like now, Feng Yu can block all his attacks just by raising his hand. Chuan Feng Sr., I'm going to use Kazuko. Seeing that simple martial arts are useless, Scarlet released his Kazuko. Does not have the RC cell richness of the original Kaneki Kazuko, and the degree of Kazuko at this moment can only be regarded as an A-level Mu Hezi. The Scarlet Kazuko cut through the air, and there was a sound of swish. Feng Yu closed his eyes, and he didn't raise his eyes, just a sideways way to easily dodge Kazuko's attack. With the help of Kazuko's cover, Scarlet clenched his fists and rushed straight towards Feng Yu. The speed is too slow. Scarlet World. Scarlet World's fist was about to fall on Wind Feather, he said lightly. Smack. Boom. Before Scarlet could react, he was pressed to the ground by an irresistible force and couldn't move. The strong force backlash made him temporarily unconscious. The dust and smoke dissipated. Feng Yu grabbed Scarlet World's neck with one hand, and Scarlet World fell to the ground, and a large pit appeared under him. Mom. Brother Zo. Scarlet World. Teacher. Several people in the distance screamed, and hurriedly rushed over to check Scarlet's situation in a hurry. Don't worry, he's fine, just fainted. Feng Yu said lightly. Perhaps because of Feng Yu's intervention, the previous relationship between Scarlet and several people became more intimate. Looking at the anxiety and concern on the faces of several people, Feng Yu seemed to see Tanjiro and the others on them in a trance. It's been more than a year since the calculation of time. Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart, and then squatted down and pressed down towards the Scarlet people. Aha. Scarlet closed his eyes and frowned slightly, and soon woke up. I'm here. Scarlet World's head was confused, and before he could figure out the situation, he only felt a burst of pain coming from the back of his head. Mom. Brother Zo. Scarlet. Teacher. Woo woo, Mom, you're fine, I almost thought you were dead. Was stunned for a moment, and only then did the Scarlet World remember everything. I'm very sorry, Chuan Feng Sr., it's me who is too weak. Scarlet looked at Feng Yu with an apologetic expression. Well, it's okay, it's a big improvement from last time. Then, you're the only ones left, especially the talents. Feng Yu looked at the Mylan geniuses. Named by Feng Yu's eyes, Lin Kazi only felt that his scalp was numb. Ahoo, it's great that Mom is fine, I was really scared to death just now. Just threw herself into Scarlet World's arms and sobbed just to avoid Feng Yu's attention. After all, she would get Feng Yu's special attention every time. Then this time you can go together. Half an hour later, all four of them were lying on the ground, rolling their eyes and twitching slightly. It's too strong. This man, I must be able to become as strong as him. Chuanfan's predecessor is too powerful. If I have his strength, maybe my sister's medical expenses will be enough. You're already very good, at least this time you were able to move me half a pace, and I have improved a lot. As long as you can become more proficient in the tacit understanding between you, then your team can be regarded as a knife, a sharp knife. Feng Yu said. Juzhong, no one's strength is improved all at once, some things are not in a hurry, as long as you lay your own foundation, then you can meet more powerful forces. And this power is implanted in your body. Why is it so strong and ordinary people? It is precisely because of the power of Heze that their bodies are far stronger than ordinary people. Your current level of development is still very low, only the power that you can really grasp is your power. Don't rush to gain power, because that kind of power your will can't withstand it. Don't let the power control you, lest it cause something that you will regret for the rest of your life. Minstrels, I believe that one day you will become very powerful, but death and rebirth coexist, and you have to break through that level in your heart. Feng Yu commented on the shortcomings of the two. Ah, what level? I don't know the bard's bewildered face. You'll understand later. Feng Yu smiled mysteriously. Then he looked at Jun Tioyu and Mibayashi Kazi. Jun, you are the same, you need to break through the defense in your heart. Instead of hiding the secret in your heart, it is better to open your heart and truly integrate yourself into this family and become a member of it. Jun Tioyu lowered his head and clenched his fists, silent for a long time. Looking at the gentle eyes of the Scarlet World, Jun turned red, and his heart chuckled, and at the same time, his body seemed to release something, and he lost his strength in an instant. Teacher. Everyone. Jun muttered. Kaze, it's your turn. You're just too lazy. Your Heze's potential is better than theirs, and now you're staying at home every day, and your talent is wasted. You said, if your strength becomes the strongest, wouldn't it be a lot of money? You can watch whatever you want, you can buy whatever game you want, it's not good. Feng Yu smiled. The talent is not wasted, and I am also working very hard. Okay. Work hard to play the electric and watch small action movies. Didn't have it? The talent didn't watch the movie. Me. Lin shouted with a blushing face. In this way, it seems that the talented man didn't work hard, so this new street fighting game machine will be lost. Feng Yu shook in the air with a very new box in his hand, with a look of pity. Wait, the genius works hard, the genius must work hard. Chuan Feng Sr., give it to me, give it to me, I want it. Me. Lin Kei's eyes lit up when he saw the game console in Feng Yu's hand. In this case, the corners of Feng Yu's mouth smiled slightly, but the few people in the Scarlet World on the side covered their faces in embarrassment. Chapter 276. After commenting on a few people, Feng Yu left. For Sasaki Scarlet, Feng Yu didn't plan to say anything. His road had been arranged for him, and he didn't need to intervene too much. Walking out of the door of the CCG building, Feng Yu let out a long breath. Is there something to do with me? There's Matt waiting. Feng Yu turned his head, and what caught his eye was the white-haired Arima's noble general rising with the wind. He wore glasses and a black coat, and stood in the sunlight when a powerful sense of oppression hit him. Like a god of war. Arima Gaijiang said lightly, there was no trace of expression change on his face, just like a person who saw through everything in the world, without desire or desire, nothing could make him have a ripple. That's fine. Windfeather nodded. Then the two went to a more classic coffee shop. The two of them were silent for a while, just quietly sipping the steaming coffee, and the gentle sunlight shone on their faces through the window. Xuanfang, an exchange student from the eastern country. Arima Gisho muttered. As the strongest man in CCG, he can easily obtain Feng Yu's information. At this time, he looked at Feng Yu indifferently, and after looking at it for a while, he slowly said, "You are a bit like a friend I know." "Oh, it's really rare to be a friend of Arimat. It must be a big shot. Mr. Arima would not mind telling me his story." As soon as he heard Arima Gaijiang say this, Feng Yu wanted to see if Arima Gaijiang saw something. "Well, it's a big guy indeed, and his strength is so strong that even I can't be amazed. His martial arts, his fighting skills, and his strength are all top-notch. I've carefully observed your martial arts fighting skills, and they're very similar to him. But he's a Miao, and you're a human, a real human, and there's nothing unusual about it." If it were an ordinary person, it is estimated that he would have begun to panic, but Feng Yu would not. According to this situation, he would have already confirmed his identity, but he didn't know that he recognized himself as the Grim Reaper or someone who knew him. But looking at Arima Gaijiang's appearance, he didn't plan to debunk Feng Yu's identity. "He's..." Feng Yu smiled. "Death," Arima Gaijiang said softly, and the air suddenly became cold. "Ha ha ha, don't dare. My martial arts were learned in my country, and I've seen the previous information on that guy from the Grim Reaper. That guy is very dangerous, even more terrifying than the one-eyed owl. There's Matt and the others. You said that my martial arts are similar to that guy. Do you think he is also from the eastern country?" Arima Gaijiang frowned slightly when he heard this. He stared at Feng Yu's face, wanting to see a hint of other changes in expression, but he was disappointed. And Feng Yu's words seemed to wake him up. For the origin of the Grim Reaper, he was like a character who suddenly appeared, and there was no trace of the past to be queried. And he has never seen the Muse from the eastern countries, and now the CCG leader has crusaded against the Muse from the eastern countries. In this way, it may be necessary to update the information for the Grim Reaper. Still, there was a hint of doubt in his heart. But seeing the expression on Feng Yu's face, he didn't dare to define it. After all, the future of the person in front of him was immeasurable, and his plan was still in the initial stage, and it was still a question of whether his plan would succeed. If he failed, the person in front of him might be the only hope. After all, he himself was going to die. Arima Gui looked at the people coming and going outside the window, and the happy smiling face hung on the face of the pedestrian, and he sighed slightly in his heart. Feng Yu noticed the changes in Arima Gaijiang's body. The last second was fine, but the next second he looked so lonely. "Xuanfang, what do you think of today's Mu species and CCG?" Arima Gui swept away the loneliness on his body and returned to the previous cold male god again. The Miao species want to live in space, and the human race wants to protect its own safety. Not to mention that the Miao and the human race are originally the antagonists of the food chain. The Miao species need to eat people, and the human race wants to resist. Feng Yu shook his head, pretending to be a fledgling expression. "Have you ever thought that human beings and Mu species can also coexist in this world? And every species has its own value for existence, but Mu species and human beings need a turning point, or a leader who is both human and mere. Moreover, the Mu and CCG are not as simple as you think. In this country, there is a group of people who have been silently controlling everything. They are the most powerful existence in the world. No one dares to resist. The one-eyed owl who died that day is one of them. I don't want to see you on the list one day." Arima got up and left. Looking at the back of General Arima's departure, Feng Yu fell into deep thought. What does Arima Gaijiang mean by this situation now? From wanting to find out his identity at the beginning, to now telling himself that there is a group of people who are controlling everything. Feng Yu knew who the group of people Arima was talking about, but according to his words, he had been targeted by the V organization, and told himself that there might be an eyeline around the V organization that had been monitoring him. "Are you courting me or do you want to pull me into a team?" Feng Yu knew that the current Arima Gijun's body was not as good as before, and as a half-human, the premise of having great strength was the short lifespan. In the original book, it was precisely because he sensed the gradual decay of his body that he and Izumi Takatsuki joined forces to make Kaneki the One-Eyed King to rectify all the Miaos to rebel against the mysterious V organization. "V organization, I haven't looked for you yet. You guys are eyeing me first. Hee hee. If it weren't for the fact that I can't startle the snake now, I would have already served you in a pot." After a while, Windfeather walked out of the coffee shop and disappeared into the crowd, and the man in the suit who had been watching Windfeather from a distance disappeared without a trace. "My lord, doppelganger number 78 has disappeared. Somewhere." At the top of the building, a man half knelt on the ground said respectfully to the man sitting in front of him, "I remember that number 78 was sent to monitor Kawakaze. In this way, it seems that he has already noticed something, and he will notify him to pause for a while to avoid being noticed by him." "Yes, my lord, but now that he is qualified enough to be one of us, why don't we woo him?" asked the kneeling man, confused. "There's no hurry, because there's more important things to do now, and I've heard that the clowns have found One-Eye's hiding place." Chapter 277. Another month has passed, and after the guidance of the last Windfeather, the QS class has officially begun to devote itself to the crusade against the Miao species. This time, the name of the Mu is Torso, and it is an extreme partial eater. He likes to play with the torso of the human body, and he likes to play with the female body, and the heads and feet of all the murdered women are taken off and thrown away. The common denominator of the women who have been victims is that they have undergone surgery due to illness or accidents, and they have scars on their bodies. The initial judgment of strength is A level. Gua. Zhang Juzhong looked at the information in his hand and was straight into attention. This was the first task of their QS class, although because of Feng Yu's intervention, the relationship between several of them was more intimate than in the original book, but as soon as he thought of someone's figure in his mind, the anger in his heart ignited. He wanted to complete this task alone, get merit, and make that person look at him differently. Several people looked at each other, and Sasaki, as the squad leader, naturally wanted to make a good plan to ensure everyone's safety. Mom, it's good that you can complete this task. I'm so sleepy and hungry, I'll go back to eat and sleep. You pay attention to safety. Mirin. Kei's eyes were tired, and the dark circles under her eyes were imprinted, and it was obvious that last night was an all-nighter. Jun Toru nodded in agreement with Sasaki Scarlet. After all, she couldn't release Katsuko, and her combat effectiveness was very weak. I don't know that the mind looked at the bonus stated on the mission, and showed a meaningful look. I must make more money so that I can make enough money for my sister's medical expenses. At the same time, he also noticed the desire in Guojiang Jushin's eyes. Several people have their own thoughts, coping with the plan made by Sasaki Saki. After waiting for the end, Gui Hisashi looked at the location where the victim was found, and a bold inference was made in his mind. Maybe Torso is just a taxi driver, so that he can dump corpses in different places. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and Guojiang Hisashi went to the street alone to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, there was a man following him in the distance. For several days, Guojiang Juzhong didn't get good clues, which made him feel a sense of frustration. No, I chose the wrong time. The last time those people disappeared was in the middle of the night, and I have been investigating at the most crowded time these days. Torso definitely doesn't dare to act rashly. Soon, a taxi slowly stopped in front of him. Little brother, are you in a car? The window rolled down, and a middle-aged man with a simple face asked. Guojiang Juzhong looked at the man, slowly said yes and got into the car. When the driver saw Guojiang Juzhong getting into the car, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After getting into the car, Guojiang Juzhong closed his eyes and pretended to be very tired. Beautiful music sounded in the car, and green taxis drove slowly on the deserted streets in the middle of the night. Seemed to be a little bored, and the driver began to talk to Guojiang Juzhong without a word. Little brother, did you just get off work? That's really hard. It's not hard, but the driver, have you paid attention to a recent female homicide? I suspect that the murderer is a taxi. You say yes, Torso. Guojiang Juzhong said lightly. Ha ha ha, how can I be a murderer? Little brother, I'm a good person. The driver's forehead was a little cold sweat, but there was a simple smile on his face. It's just that in the next second, what Guojiang Juzhong said made him not calm. Really, late at night, from the moment you opened the window, I could smell the disgusting smell of blood on your body and the smell of disinfectant water in the car to wash the blood. The car stopped suddenly. What, are you going to start doing it to me? Guojiang Juzhong said indifferently. Seeing that it had been demolished, the driver did not pretend, and threatened, you are in my car now, no one can help you, obediently become my food. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a white pigeon, but just you are a stinky brat is not qualified, obediently let me die. The driver launched a fierce attack again, he jumped up, and the tail behind him instantly stabbed out. Guojiang Juzhong also reacted instantly. Kuing's box opened, a long knife was held in his hand, and the next moment, with a sound of blocking, the powerful force directly knocked him out a few meters. Boy, I'm an A-level strength, not those miscellaneous fish. The driver immediately sneered when he saw that Guojiang Juzhong was repelled by his own attack a few meters, and the Kuing long knife that Guojiang Hisashi held in his hand was also damaged in the blow he had just arrived. He frowned slightly, but fortunately threw the long knife aside. Oh, are you going to give up resistance? The driver laughed. Huh. Facing the driver's ridicule, Guojiang Juzhong sneered, and in the next second, one of his eyes quickly turned scarlet, and his right hand also turned into a scarlet longsword. Wait, you are a Mu seed. The driver was taken aback. After all, he had never seen a white pigeon with a Mu seed in it. But don't think about it, Guojiang Juzhong has already taken the initiative to attack. It's just that the driver is not a vegetarian, and Guojiang Jushin's strength at this time has improved a lot compared to the original book, but maybe it is because of the lack of real fighting experience. He was easily dodged by the driver, and he was also hit away in this gap. It doesn't matter if you're a human or a meander, give me death. The driver rushed to Guojiang Juzhong with angry eyes, wanting to kill him immediately, but at this moment, the roar of a motorcycle sounded in the distance. Guojiang, it's not good for you to eat alone. A ghost-fire motorcycle took off and crashed into the driver, which had to keep him away from Guojiang Juzhong and take a few steps back, but before he stopped asking, one after another hezek cannonballs pierced the air and fell with a bang. Cut. I don't need your help. Guojiang Juzhong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately cooperated with the unknown minstrel who came over. The driver kept dodging the shells, and Guozhang Hisashi attacked, taking advantage of the driver's failure to react, and sliced through his bag with one blow. It's amazing. Looking at the driver, who had lost his ability to fight, the minstrel sighed. How do you know I'm here? Zhang Juzheng asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha, I guessed that your kid would act alone. Tell Brother Zhou about it, he is almost worried about you. The minstrel laughed and came to the driver's side. After questioning, it was learned that the driver was not the target they were looking for at all. The two were a little disappointed, and the driver died quickly, and the clues that were finally obtained were interrupted. On the other side, Feng Yu was in an underground laboratory admiring the operation performed by Jianna in the distance. Chapter 278 Kana Mingbo was concentrating on the experiment, while Kurona stood by and waited quietly. Windfeather sat behind them wearing a white fox mask, and they were already used to it, and there was nothing uncomfortable with them. On the operating table was a naked man, with cleanly shaved hair all over his body, and his strong muscles clearly showed that this man usually exercised. As time passed, the operation was nearing its end, and the internal organs that did not belong to the man were stuffed into it and finally sutured. With a ding, the operation is officially over. Kuana consciously began to bandage the wound that had just been stitched up by the man on the operating table. After the bandaging was finished, Feng Yu walked over. A pair of deep eyes stared straight at the man on the operating table, and an invisible force directly enveloped the whole man, and the man on the operating table snorted, and then regained his calm. Okay, let's keep cultivating. Feng Yu said lightly. Yes, sir. Jana Mingbo and Hina replied at the same time. Kurina pressed a button, and the man on the operating table was immediately transported away by the machine, just like the assembly line of a factory, constantly moving towards a container. Kana Mingbo and Kurona lowered their heads, not daring to look at Feng Yu head-on. After a few days of observation, Feng Yu also discovered the method used by Jianna Mingbo to control the transformation of people in the original book. And he didn't stop it, but instead used the same method as he did with Kana Mingbo and Kurone, giving them long-term mental interference and making them respect themselves. This kind of mental interference will not affect their lives, but it will slowly amplify their shadows in a subtle way, which can be regarded as planting a spiritual seed. Once the seed of the person who has been planted with the spiritual seed has blossomed, then only the person who has been planted will see the wind feather, then he will be the master. It can also be regarded as a means of mental slavery. In the laboratory in front of them, each of them was planted with spiritual seeds by Feng Yu. As long as they waited for a while, then they would be an army under their hands that were not afraid of death. Of course, these are also the CCG investigators who were captured by the Bronze Tree during the Battle of the One-Eyed Owl. The names of the fallen are vividly in the CCG, but I don't know that they are all collected here at the moment. People are not ghosts, they have become puppets. Feng Yu also wanted to save them all, but the spiritual seed had a shortcoming, that is, after he rescued the person, the spiritual seed planted in the body of Gana Mingbo would be cracked, and only by obeying the will of the person being planted, the spiritual seed would be deeply rooted in their body. To put it simply, Feng Yu is just an intervener, and he can't affect their wishes, he can only be regarded as a spectator. When he was done, Feng Yu left Jana Mingbo's laboratory, but he also kept his hand to prepare. From the original book, Gana Mingbo cloned himself, and even when he committed suicide in the end, it was not clearly stated whether it was an ontology or a clone. If Gana Mingbo clones himself, then the clone will not be controlled by Windfeather's mind and will be a completely independent entity. Having copied the information on his follow-up plans and the locations of the various new labs, he was back at CCG headquarters in a short time. Chuan Fengzun is a special class, welcome back. As soon as Kana Maiko saw Feng Yu, her originally cold face instantly softened. It's snowing outside, Mr. Chuan Feng, let me tidy up your clothes for you. As soon as the words fell, Feng Yu smelled a faint fragrance coming to his face. And it was Kana Maiko, who was blushing, who came over and gently brushed the snowflakes from the suit with both hands. The movements of the two seemed so intimate that Feng Yu could even hear Kanamiko's gasp. Warm and fragrant. Okay, Sister Maiko, you actually attacked the boss, I'm going to tell Mr. Merritt and ask him to transfer you, a woman who has BT thoughts about the boss, away. Boss, I won't let this woman harm you. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the best boss, said Misaki, puffing out her cheeks at Kana Maiko. This is my business, it's not your turn to take care of it. Kana Maiko was not to be outdone, and went back with a straight face. Seeing that the two of them were in a tense posture, Tori Shin, who was watching the play, knew that it was time for him to appear. Ahem, you guys are going to make Mr. Chuan Feng annoyed. Bird. Xian hurriedly spoke to dissuade under the pressure of being targeted by two women at the same time. After all, it was impossible for Feng Yu to come forward to stop it. Sure enough, when the two of them heard this, their faces changed instantly, and they returned to their usual appearance again. Kana Maiko Iceberg Goddess, Misaki's cute girl. It's as if it wasn't the two of them. Okay, you two don't make trouble, if there is something to be solved in private, don't show it in front of me, and, Maiko, don't get so close next time, I don't like people getting too close to me. Feng Yu's tone was extremely flat, but to Maiko's ears, this was dissatisfaction with her, and a sense of grievance suddenly swept through her body, and the tears in her eyes kept ringing. Feng Yu spoke again, and Maiko's emotions disappeared in an instant, and then skillfully took out the information and showed it to Feng Yu. Mr. Chuanfeng, you have an update on the situation in Kungban. They have been tracking down the A-class Torso for the past few days, and they have also deduced that Torso is a taxi driver, and there was a fight with last night, and a Miao was captured, but it was not Torso. Listening to Maiko's report, Feng Yu showed a thoughtful expression, and her slender fingers kept tapping on the table. Anything else? Asked Windfeather. Maiko shook her head. How's your Kuink weapon? Asked Kazifa again. It's all ready, and now it's ready to join the battle. Very well, for the next period of time, you will train according to the training plan I have assigned to you, and soon I will be able to make you shine. If you don't understand anything about training, don't hesitate to ask me, then break up. Yes. After the three of them walked out of the office, Windfeather looked at the three of them's Kuink weapons on the table. Kanamiko's Kuink is a cannon-shaped weapon made from an A-class Yuhi species, just like the weapon of a certain glory Sun Shangxiang in the previous life, and needs to carry and fire cannonballs when fighting. Kimomiai is 2 large hammers, and the prototype is made of B-grade Jiahe. Feng Yu thought of a cute girl waving a double hammer during the battle, shouting little hammer 40, big hammer 80 while smashing, and the picture hurt his brain. It's just that in the next second, Feng Yu's has even more headaches. If the weapons of the first 2 people can barely be accepted, but Toraishin, a big man of the simple and straight type, the weapon of Kuink turned into a whip. A man with a strong body does not fight with a big knife, but wields a small whip. This picture is somewhat inconsistent. The strange combination of the 3 made Feng Yu's temples beat wildly. How strange my team is. Chapter 279. Torso has reappeared. Another girl has been killed. The body has been found in the eastern suburbs, and it is suspected that she was tortured before she died. Sasaki Scarlet frowned, although a few days ago, Gui Hisashi and Ignorant Yinshi captured an A-class Mu seed, which was considered a smooth departure, but the ultimate goal of the team, Torso, did not see anyone, and now let him continue to commit crimes, which made several of them have angry and worried expressions on their faces. Based on the location where the body was found this time, it is certain that Torso was a taxi driver, and his scope of crime was centered on this gynecological hospital, radiating all directions, and it was determined that all the victims had cesarean sections or other trauma on their bodies before their deaths. Sasaki Shio analyzed. So this time we have to do a good job here in this hospital, and if we find suspicious characters, we can't act alone. This is a contact device, there is a positioning in it. As long as anyone meets Torso, then notify everyone as soon as possible, and we can't be ambiguous. For a moment. Guajiang, I don't know, this is a prop for women's clothing, and the 3 of us need to wear it too. Yes, teacher. Brother Zo. Mom. Squad leader. After everyone was ready, the time was already dusk, and several people had a clear division of labor, stationed at several exits of the hospital. On the other side, Feng Yu also knew the battle plan of Kaneki and the others today. Standing in the high-rise building, he looked at the city through the glass window. It's time to meet an old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, his face gradually changed, and finally returned to his original appearance. When he came to the top of the building, he spread out behind him, and his scarlet wings were like death in the night, carrying killing and death between the collection and release. Then, he jumped and disappeared into the bustling city. The dim sun shone down at the entrance of the hospital, and the leaves on the roadside made a salsa sound in the evening breeze. Jun Tioyu's face was not very good-looking, but had a sad expression. Thinking back to yesterday's test, she was the only one in the entire team who couldn't release Katsuko. The strength is at the bottom. Touching the hidden scar on his body with his hand, Jun couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Torso. Do you like women with physical impairments? Muttered Jun Tioyu, bowing his head. Suddenly, she suddenly woke up. A taxi slowly stopped at the entrance of the hospital, and there happened to be a woman holding a slightly bulging belly and wanting to take it, and a strong sixth sense told Jun Tioyu that this taxi was definitely not simple. So the moment the woman opened the car door, she immediately sat down, and then closed the car door heavily. Torso saw someone get into the car, and the corners of his mouth also rose slightly. He didn't care that Jun Tioyu was robbing the car, the big deal was just a change of prey. The thought of the woman he had killed before revealed a hint of madness and excitement in his eyes. The car moved slowly, and Jun Tioyu also secretly sent a signal. Soon, the people who were observing around the hospital received a distress signal from Jun though. Oh no, Jun is in Torso's car. Guozhang, I don't know, let's go and support her. Sasaki shout, and Guozhang and Shivyu Yinshi also drove their motorcycles quickly in the direction of the location for the first time. Night is slowly falling, perhaps because there have been many recent homicides in this area, and there are few people on the streets at this time. The car stopped at the traffic light intersection, and Jun Tioyu's expression tightened, and her sixth sense told her that Torso in the front seat might be about to start. Sure enough, Torso's expression darkened, but the corners of her mouth were even more crazy. I said, Miss. As soon as the words fell, Torso directly grabbed Jun Tioyu's neck, and the powerful hand strength made her feel almost out of breath. You. What are you going to do? Jun To's face turned red from breathlessness, and she wanted to struggle, but Torso didn't give her a chance, and the whole person pounced on her. Get out of here. shouted Jun Tou, struggling to kick Torso in the face, which also caused her to break free, and then pulled the kuink weapon from her waist. Two short blades, red light flashed, and Torso only felt a strong pain in his eyes. You're a white dove. Torso was shocked, but soon, an even stronger sense of excitement came over her. Humph. June snorted, shuddering, the scarlet that reminded her of her past when she had just stabbed Torso. But before she could react, Torso slapped her in the face again. The powerful force made her stunned for a moment. The white skin is also instantly red, and June only feels like gold stars in his eyes. But Torso wouldn't give her a breath, and the heavy fists kept falling on top of her, laughing maniacally while abusing him. You are mine, you are the most perfect woman, I love you so much, let's get married, let's become one. Bang bang bang. The taxi kept shaking, and Jun Tiou's consciousness was gradually dissipating. Despite his strong resilience, Torso's attacks never stopped. I don't know how long it took, but after Torso noticed that June had lost her movement and was completely unconscious, he just wanted to pick off her clothes. In the distance, there was a roar and a strong light illumination. Hurry up and let go of June, Guozhang shouted, and the accelerator of the motorcycle was also pulled to the top. Torso's eyes were indifferent, and the momentary gaffe recovered instantly, and when he stepped on the accelerator, the car was like an arrow pulling the string, and he rushed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Guozhang and the unknown Yinshi were in hot pursuit, a taxi and a motorcycle were racing wildly on this lonely road. The traffic police stationed on the side of the road also discovered them, and immediately drove a police car to let them stop on the side of the road. It's troublesome. Guozhang scolded secretly, and then drove directly with one hand, and with the other hand took out the ID of the search officer. As soon as they saw the documents, the two traffic policemen instantly understood what was going on with the taxi in front of them. The two exchanged glances, and the police car quickly caught up with Torso's car. Please stop immediately for inspection. Please stop immediately for inspection. Please stop immediately for inspection. The police car kept approaching Torso's car, but did not get any response. On the contrary, Torso looked ahead and sneered, turned the steering wheel quickly with both hands. The throttle was full, and Heze appeared behind him. At the moment of passing by a street lamp, Heze flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the police car rolled over, and then there was a big explosion. Seeing the explosion of the police car, Guozhang couldn't bear it. I don't know, can you hit his car? I don't know, the mind nodded, and then the eyes of the cannonball appeared, and there was a cannonball like Kazuko behind him. Seeing that Torso was about to flee, but in the next second, Guozhang and they were overjoyed, because the road ahead was already surrounded and impassable. Torso's car slowly stopped, and Gui and ignorant Yinshi also got out of the car. It's up to you how you run, Torso. Hand over June. Chapter 280. The police car honked, and the policemen blocking the front were holding shields and guns and aimed at Torso's taxi. Kui Hisashi and Shurangshi were even more ready to fight, and the two released Kazuko, full of fighting spirit. Guozhang Juzhong turned his right hand into a sword and walked towards Torso's car step by step, while the minstrel was ready to support Guozhang at any time. Give us back June, Guozhang shouted. The solace of his feet exerted force, and he rushed up directly, and Heze's long sword slashed lightly. Boom. Torso's car door was cut open by Guozhang's sword in an instant. June, Guozhang shouted. The door opened, revealing June though, who was already in tattered clothes and covered in wounds, and it was clear that there had been a fierce battle before they arrived. Guozhang just wanted to reach out and pick up June. A deadly crisis struck, so he had to take a few steps back. Don't touch my lover. Torso roared angrily at Guozhang, and Heze also attacked quickly. Ding ding. Guozhang immediately used Heze's long sword to resist, the sword light and sword shadow, the fire was shining. Torso's attack was swift, falling on Guozhang Hisashi's Kazuko like a storm. No, lure Torso away first, or you'll hurt June, Guozhang said secretly. At the same time, Torso also deliberately didn't want to hurt June, and the battle between the two gradually began to move away from the taxi. Torso was wearing a gas mask, making it impossible to see his appearance, but the messy hair and thin eyes suddenly made everyone's hearts tremble. Obviously, this guy is like a knock, and his mental state is a little abnormal. But when you think of it, it's normal to be mentally abnormal. Bang bang bang. As Torso and Guozhang moved away from the taxi, the officers blocking the front began fire support. And I don't know that the minstrel also took the opportunity to sneak to the taxi, and quickly picked up the unconscious June though, and at the same time saw the shocking scars on Jun Tiou's body. This inevitably distressed the minstrels. He took off his coat, put it on Jun Thou's body, and quickly retreated to the rear. And the battle between Guozhang and Torso was also at a climax. From the beginning of the draw, Guozhang gradually began to gain the upper hand, constantly suppressing Torso. Especially when the minstrel rescued Jun Thou, his face showed anxiety and anger. At the same time, it was accompanied by sadness, as if he had lost his beloved. This also allowed Guozhang to seize the opportunity, directly slashed through Torso's abdomen, and then continued to draw the sword. The sword flashed, and Torso had fallen in a pool of blood. My love, don't leave me. Woo. It's over. Torso. Gui Hisashi's eyes were indifferent, looking down at the embarrassed Torso. Just as he was about to continue to step forward to do something, a roar sounded. Buzz. Then a huge black scale fell from the sky and smashed directly into Guojiangju's hung. Guojiangju's hung didn't expect that there were other Mews there, thinking that it was Torso's companion, and couldn't help but retreat a few meters away. The dust was flying, and the whole road was smashed into a big crater by the sudden attack. Torso is my prey. The dust cleared, and a man wearing a black snake mask and a cloak stood on the overhead bridge and stared coldly at everyone. A-class snake seed. Guozhang, be careful. I didn't know what the bard shouted, but as soon as the words fell, the figure of the big snake disappeared, and it was just in front of Guozhang in an instant. Kicked Guojiangju's hung, who hadn't reacted yet, a few meters away. So fast, so strong. Gua. Jiang's eyes contracted. You must know that after they experienced Feng Yu's training, their strength has improved a lot. But what they don't know is that the seed of the bronze tree is no longer the strength in the original book. Because Feng Yu would give combat guidance to other weak Mews before, his strength has improved a lot. This also made Tadera and Takatsuki realize that maybe they could set up a steering department for their entire organization. Over there, it is to train the weak Meows, teach them combat skills, and develop Katsuko's abilities to improve their combat effectiveness. Now, although Windfeather is no longer in the Bronze Tree, his influence has profoundly changed the Bronze Tree organization. After the Battle of the Stability Zone, Nishio Nishiki joined the Bronze Tree with Hinamai Fugakai. The current status of the two is already the middle and upper echelons of the Bronze Tree, and they are always receiving training from stronger strength. The strength is growing day by day. Bang bang bang. Countless Heze bombs struck, and the scene was even more chaotic. Guojiang, are you okay? Asked the minstrel anxiously. He had already entered the battle state at this moment, and he also released the Heze bomb just now. Hehe, it seems that you are the half-breed made by CCG. It's the same as Kaneki. It's one-eyed. Nishio Nishiki's figure jumped out of the smoke and stood on the viaduct unharmed. I didn't expect the self-proclaimed righteous CCG to cooperate with the Meanders. It's disgusting. Shut up, we're not Meows, we're real humans, you damn Mews, give me death. Gui. Hisashi was furious when he heard Nishio Nishiki's words, completely ignoring the strength that had just been subdued by Nishio Nishiki's move, and rushed straight forward. Don't, Guojiang. I don't know if the minstrel tried to stop it, but it was too late. Guojiangju's hung, who was angry, only had the big snake in his mind at the moment left to kill the big snake in front of him. Hehe, you will only be a fool who is only worthy of anger. Nishio Nishiki sneered, and the next moment, his body moved, turning into an afterimage. Heze behind him was like a huge python attacking towards Guojiangju's hung, and his speed was so fast that Guojiang who was angry couldn't react at all, and it could even be said that he had no intention of dodging at all. Facing the terrifying big snake Heze, Guojiangju's hung turned his right hand into a giant sword and plunged into the soil with a bang. The next moment, he regretted it. An incomparably powerful force collided with it, and the powerful tremor directly made the ground tremble. The foot under which he was dented even more. The strength is still increasing, and Guojiangju's hung slowly began to be unable to resist. Click, click. Guojiang Hisashi's eyes widened. How is this possible? The next second, he let out a miserable scream, and flew out upside down like a kite with a broken string. Why am I still so weak? My sword. It was shattered. Looking at Nishio Nishiki's disdainful gaze, a sense of frustration arose in Guojiang Jushin's heart. At this moment, a pair of warm and powerful hands caught him steadily. It's okay, you've done a good job, leave it to me. Sasaki Shio gently put down Gui Hisashi, then turned around and walked towards the big snake. Guojiang, are you okay? I don't know that the minstrel ran over and asked with concern, along with Jun Toru who had woken up and Mirin Keiko who came with Sasaki Scarlet. All the members of the Kuingspan arrived, and the next second their eyes were attracted by two figures not far away. Ken Kaneki. Chapter 281. Hearing Nishio Nishiki say the three words Kaneki Ken, Sasaki Scarlet was stunned for a moment, and there were huge waves in his heart, as if a white-haired young man covered in scars was sitting on a chair and looking at himself gently. Sasaki was shocked, and although he didn't understand why he was like this, he quickly adjusted his emotions back, and politely said to Nishio Nishiki, I'm sorry, I don't know Mr. Kaneki-kun that Mr. Orakai said. With that, he rushed forward directly with a knife-shaped kuink weapon, and at the same time, the four scales behind him also manifested. The two scuffled together in an instant. It's amazing, the squad leader was able to use the kuink weapon and Katsuko to fight at the same time. The battle between the two of them was very fierce, but those with vision saw that the big snake didn't use all his strength at all, and every blow of Sasaki Scarlet was easily dodged by the big snake and gave a counterattack. Sasaki Scarlet also felt the gap between the two, and the familiarity in Orakai's body became stronger and stronger. Who the hell is this guy? Why, I'm going to be like this. Just as Sasaki was thinking about it, a voice in his head shouted, Scarlet. This moment made Kaneki tremble. Nishio Nishiki also seized this gap and directly knocked Scarlet out with a single blow. Scarlet looked at Nishio Nishiki's figure, and there was a hint of relief and pain in his eyes. It turns out that it's really you guy. All of us thought you were dead. I never thought you would become like this. Have you forgotten everything? It's ridiculous. But that's fine. That way you don't have to suffer. Jin Mu. Nishio Nishiki saw the eyes of the Scarlet World. It was the former Jin Mu, and it was also the Jin Mu who fell into pain. Everyone in the cafe thinks Kaneki is dead and wants to avenge him and the store manager, so they don't hesitate to join the Bronze Tree, become stronger day after day, carry out dangerous missions, and expose themselves to the eyes of CCG. Now that he saw Kaneki, who was not dead, Nishio Nishiki smiled, and he also cried. The laughing thing is that Kaneki is still alive, and the crying is that Kaneki has forgotten all the past, and the partners, hatred, and pain are all forgotten. This is Kaneki Ken, and it can also be said that it is not. That little girl must be glad to know that you are still alive. Recalls the little figure walking on the blood-covered road. The original clean white dress was stained with scarlet blood. Nishio's heart. It's messed up. Sasaki was in the same world, and the figure of Kaneki Ken in his mind became clearer, and he hugged him tightly. Scarlet World. In reality, Scarlet fell in pain holding his head and kept wailing. Teacher. Zij. Mom. I don't know how many minstrels are extremely anxious, they don't know what happened at all. Obviously they were fighting back and forth with the big snake in the last second, but they were sent out in an instant. And now clutching their heads in pain, they just wanted to go up and check on the situation. Hasn't walked a few steps, but he was stopped by Sasaki. Scarlet. I'm fine, I was just careless. Sasaki stood up and said coldly. At this time, several people felt the strangeness of Sasaki's scarlet body. How do you feel that brother Sasaki seems to be a different person? I think. Sasaki didn't care about the doubts of a few people, but threw away the kuink knife in his hand, stretched a few times and said, it's been a long time since I've experienced a battle like this. Is this guy you back? Nishio Nishiki's face was slightly solemn. He clearly knew that the former Kaneki Ken was SS level strength. If it's really Kaneki's return to the body, then he definitely won't be able to beat it. But without thinking about him, Sasaki Scarlet rushed straight up. This time, his speed and strength were not at the same level as when he just arrived. The speed was so fast that a few people in the distance could only see after images. Katsuko's color has also become darker. If it was bright red before, it's dark red now. The aura exuded is also inspiring. How could the teacher become so strong? Several people were silent, and they could only grow up and their mouths were extremely shocked. Indeed, today's Sasaki Scarlet has unlocked part of Kaneki-ken's strength, but it has also reached the level of crushing Nishio Nishiki. Soon, after a few moves, Nishio Nishiki was directly shot through his abdomen by Sasaki Scarlet. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, spilled in the air, and dripped onto Scarlet's face. Bang! Nishio fell heavily to the ground. A-class, meow. The big snake. Scarlet said indifferently as she kept getting closer. Hehe, it's really you. Kaneki. Nishio Nishiki sneered. It seems that I'm going to be planted here today. As the Scarlet World got closer and closer, Nishio Nishiki also had a ruthless look in his eyes, and the Heze behind him slashed. Another loud bang. The four scales of the Scarlet World gathered together to form a shield to block Nishio Nishiki's sneak attack. Seeing that the blow was not successful, Nishio Nishiki gave up resistance weakly like a deflated balloon. There was no expression on Scarlet's face, and the sound of Didida's footsteps was getting closer and closer. You. Who the hell is it? There was a hint of trembling and doubt in Scarlet's tone. If you want to know who I am, take off my mask and you'll know. Come on. The former Jinmu Jr. With my own hands. Take off my mask. Nishio Nishiki looked at him as if he saw the shadow of that young man. Scarlet was silent, but his trembling hands betrayed him. At this moment, Scarlet's hand was about to touch the moment of Nishio Nishiki's mask. A terrifying roar rang out in the sky. Buzz. Be careful, sensei. Shouted Jun Tioyu in the distance. Before Scarlet could react, a powerful force directly knocked him out. At the same time, a loud noise rang in my ears. It was as if a huge meteorite had fallen and smashed into the ground. The roads cracked, and the ground shook. A terrifying sense of oppression swept over everyone present. The smoke cleared, and a demon-like figure stood in it. Chapter 282. Anyone who had participated in the one-eyed raid could recognize at a glance who the terrifying figure in front of them was. That's a nightmare for the whole CCG. It's the kind that defeated the strongest in CCG. The scenes of the past reappeared as if they were yesterday, and a strong sense of fear struck. Since the original one-eyed owl battle, the Grim Reaper seems to have disappeared, and there is no trace of him. Combined with the headquarters research on the Grim Reaper, I thought he had returned to the mysterious eastern country. Now it's here again. A strong uneasiness suddenly welled up in the hearts of those who calmed down. I always feel that there must be some conspiracy when the Grim Reaper comes back. And this conspiracy may not only be aimed at CCG, but may also be aimed at the lives and safety of the entire Japanese people. Death, that guy hasn't disappeared for more than a year, how could it be? It's just our guess. Maybe he's lurking in Tokyo. Notify Matt and the others immediately, and tell those people not to act rashly. Contact the police and evacuate the people at the scene urgently. Merit Isai reacted immediately, and the entire CCG was on standby, and the time was pressing, and they all brought their equipment. The sound of sirens broke the night of the bustling city, and a sense of heaviness enveloped everyone's hearts. It was destined to be an extraordinary night. Is it really like they thought there would be a big battle? After Feng Yu landed, he saw Nishio Nishiki, who was already dying, and Scarlet who was supported by everyone. He didn't speak, just glanced at it gently, but it made everyone's hearts tremble. In the end, Feng Yu's eyes fell on Scarlet. I can't wait. I need to go back soon, so, Kaneki, I'm sorry. I have to make you become dragon. As soon as the murmur fell, Feng Yu's figure instantly turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Scarlet World. Don't hurt the teacher. Brother Zhou, go away. Mom, it's terrible. Damn bastard. Everyone in Kingspan knew that the target of death in front of them was Scarlet. One after another blocked in front of him. Even if he was extremely frightened in his heart, his legs trembled, he resolutely picked up his weapon and blocked it in front of him. I won't let you pass. Feng. You didn't care about them, just flicked his arm, and the four of them were instantly knocked away. The speed of the terror made them not react at all. The people in the distance did not dare to act rashly, so they could only wait silently in their hearts for support from CCG. Feng Yu looked at Scarlet, who had fallen into a coma, and didn't know what he was thinking. But in the next second, a few words slowly came out of his mouth. Reincarnation nightmare. Activate. An invisible force instantly enveloped the Scarlet World, which made him let out a muffled snort, and then showed a painful expression. After doing all this, Feng Yu glanced at everyone present again, and glanced in the direction of a building a few hundred meters away. How is it possible? How did he know I was here? Feng Yu looked at the roof of the building, and Mado Xiao, who was holding a sniper rifle, was suddenly shocked. Just got there and just met her gaze. After doing all this, Feng Yu directly grabbed Nishio Nishiki, spread his wings and flew high, and disappeared into the sky. As Feng Yu left, everyone felt the news of the sword hanging over their heads. The timid man suddenly collapsed to the ground weakly. Everyone was in a cold sweat on their backs, and one could imagine how strong the sense of oppression that Feng Yu gave them. Wait for me, I'm still here, take me away. Torso shouted. Feng Yu didn't look at him all the time. For Torso, Feng Yu is disdainful, this guy in the original book is not a good person, and saving him is also a waste of feelings. Now as soon as he shouted, the eyes of everyone present fell on him. Soon, a helicopter landed. Arimagisho, who was dressed in a white trench coat, landed on the ground without any expression on his face. He just raised his eyes in the direction that Feng Yu had left, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he looked at the Scarlet World with a painful face, and said lightly with a slight frown, "Take him back." The fact that there was no battle was surprising to all the CCG people. But it also brought them back to the Great Snake. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the purpose of the appearance of the Grim Reaper is for the sake of the Great Serpent. If the serpent has nothing to do with death, it's really a bad brain. On the other side, the Bronze Tree Headquarters Flow Island. My dear Lord Death has finally appeared. Really, he didn't take me as a leader in his eyes, and disappeared for more than a year. I really miss him. You say, Tatara. Izumi Takatsuki's voice seemed excited. Well, let's go and welcome him back. Duoduoliang said lightly. He's really a bad man. The night was hazy and windy. Wind Feather brought Nishio Nishiki to a hillside. Eat this. Feng Yu threw a pill to Nishio Nishiki. Reaper-senpai, this is. Nishio Nishiki asked respectfully. Eat when you are told to eat, don't ask so much. Feng Yu's faint voice made Nishio Nishiki tremble. After swallowing the pill in one gulp, Nishio Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. The wound that was still bleeding suddenly healed, and at the same time, a coolness washed the soul. The power has also become stronger. Just a simple pill can withstand the results of his months of training. Nishio Nishiki was shocked. A goose egg can be stuffed with a wide-open mouth. If it spreads, this small pill can have such a powerful effect, then it is estimated that the whole world will become extremely crazy. Thinking of this, Nishio Nishiki's eyes looking at Feng Yu were even more awe-inspiring. You tell them for me, I still have my own things to do, and when the time comes, I will go back to the organization. After Feng Yu finished speaking, he left. Yes, Mr. Death. Nishio Nishiki immediately lowered his head in response. When he looked up again, he had already lost his figure. Phew, Mr. Death is terrible. I was afraid he'd kill me, but why do I always feel a sense of familiarity in him? Nishio Nishiki muttered, then patted his head. Oops, Torso didn't bring it back. With a trembling heart, he walked back to the stronghold of the Bronze Tree. Chapter 283. Senior Chuan Feng, you are finally back, something big happened tonight. As soon as Feng Yu, who had restored her appearance, stepped into the CCG building, Kanamiko hurriedly ran over. At this moment, her face was crimson, a little sweat was on her forehead, and she unbuttoned the 2-inch shirts on her chest in the steaming heat. Feng Yu glanced at her and beckoned her into the elevator. Tonight's CCG was extremely lively, and the halls on the first floor were full of heavily armed guards. The moment he saw Chuan Feng, he also made a way for him. In the elevator, Kanamiko begins to tell about what happened tonight. Listening to her description of the Grim Reaper, a bad taste surged in Feng Yu's heart. If she knew that her boss was the monster in her mouth, maybe her expression would be rich. She then went on to talk about the current situation in Kungspan, where he was in a coma and the other members were seriously injured. Feng Yu frowned slightly, he remembered that he didn't exert himself at that time. The elevator was fast, but they could feel that the entire CCG personnel had arrived, which showed how much attention they were paid to the appearance of the Grim Reaper. Soon, the two of them came to their office, and when they got in, they saw Torai Shin and Mi Yi waiting for them. Knock knock. Feng Yu's slender fingers snapped on the desk, and he looked out the window and felt bored. His eyes were slightly tired, and he gave Scarlet a reincarnation nightmare tonight, and the mental power consumed was still very large. In addition, it is late at night tonight, and sitting here feels like a worker working overtime, doing nothing, and consuming time. After a while, Meredisai called someone over to inform Feng Yu of the meeting. Sighing helplessly, he tidied up his clothes and walked to the meeting. Sister Maiko, did you say the boss's expression just now? How do I feel that he doesn't seem to want to go to the meeting? Mei said with a lollipop smile in her mouth. It's not allowed to orchestrate Kawake-sama behind your back. Kana Maiko glanced at her, then turned her head and her face was crimson. Did Lord Chuanfang show his impatience just now? So handsome. I like it so much. Toraishin looked at his two teammates and could only laugh on the sidelines. Time passed little by little, and Feng Yu looked at the solemnity on their faces, and only felt bored listening to them analyze the purpose of the appearance of the Grim Reaper. Boredom spent a night of overtime. Walking down the street, Feng Yu exhaled a breath of turbidity. Do you rats really think I don't have a temper? Feng Yu's face darkened, and in the next second, the whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared. After that, a bald man who had lost his breath had appeared in his hand. The man was wearing a suit and was slightly chubby. Windfeather recognized it. This is a clone of the leader of the V organization. It seems that you still don't want to give up on me, but it also reminds me that there are still some tales that have not been cleaned up. Since you don't give up on me, then I will give you some gifts. I believe this little gift will make you happy. Feng Yu sneered, then looked in a certain direction and slowly raised his right hand. The corners of the mouth are hooked, and the middle finger is erected. I'll come to you. Feng Yu opened his mouth, then ignored it, and went straight to the place where Qingspan usually lived. Half an hour later, Chuanfang Sr., why are you here? Said the minstrel in surprise. I came over to see the Scarlet World. Feng Yu replied lightly. Brother Zogo, he hasn't woken up yet. Senior, come with me, and I'll take you to see Brother Zo. I don't know that the minstrel is still wrapped in a white bandage, which makes Feng Yu's eyes feel strange. Their injuries seem to be a little bit severe. Passing through the living room, I came to Scarlet's room. As soon as I came in, I saw a few people around the bed, even Mado Xiao. Their faces were full of anxiety and worry. Mom, don't die, don't leave us, what will I do if you die? Shouted me Lin Keiza lying on the edge of the bed. Talent, the teacher will not die, the teacher is just unconscious. Jun Tiu gave Mirin a violent buckle. Whoa. Mi Lin Keiza rolled his eyes, turned his head down, and fell asleep in the next second. Jun had tears in her eyes, and there was a doctor in charge of Qingspan by her side. It's weird. It stands to reason that Scarlet should be able to wake up now, and his body is fine. But the brain waves are chaotic. Dissing A and B asked suspiciously. At this time, cold sweat flowed from Scarlet Shi's forehead, his eyebrows were compact, and his face was full of pain. Everyone was puzzled, but Feng Yu saw it clearly. He saw that Scarlet was experiencing the plot in the original book, and he also saw his gradually awakened Kaneki consciousness. The departure of friends one by one, the sacrifice of Ma Gaijiang, to fulfill himself. I also saw him and Kiri's Hima Dongxiang combine together to conceive their own offspring, and then finally fell into madness, and became a dragon. This is the illusion that Feng Yu weaved for him. He can't wait, he wants to let Jinmu return, and let the dragon come in advance. As long as the dragon is harvested, then he can go back to the ghost world and go back to deal with the black fox. The illusion ended over and over again, and it was reincarnated over and over again. The aura of the Scarlet World gradually became chaotic, and his Kazuko unexpectedly appeared out of control. The entire bed was torn to shreds. Dongxiang, don't leave me, master. Everyone, don't leave me. The names of people that Kaneki knew kept appearing in the mouth of the Scarlet World, and as the names of the people were spoken, the Kazuko of the Scarlet World also began to change towards the Kazuko who used to be Kaneki. A black heza like a centipede makes a zizi sound. It's not good, everyone back away, it's very dangerous now, said Dissing Ji with a frown. Everyone was puzzled, only Mado Xiao immediately took out his weapon. Mr. A and B, give Scarlet a sedative, or we will all have to face SS Class Seed Mask. Scarlet was still wailing in pain, and the people of Qingspan looked at him with distress in their hearts, but when they heard Mado say that Scarlet could become an SS Class Seed Mask, they were shocked in their hearts, and then they were puzzled. They don't understand, it's clear that Scarlet is the same as them, and they are all transplanted Heza to become a half Heza existence, and they have always thought that they are still human beings, but at this moment, when they heard Mado Xiao say that Scarlet is a Mu seed, they put themselves in their place. A mixed wave of emotions emerged. Chapter 284 I'll do it. Feng Yu said lightly. His voice was like a tranquilizer, calming everyone's impetuousness. Seeing that their faces gradually calmed down, Feng Yu didn't say anything more, but gently pressed Scarlet with one hand. Strangely, as Windfeather's hand touched Scarlet's body, the pain on Scarlet's face also decreased. Of course, this is Feng Yu's secret use of spiritual power to appease them. A hint of strangeness flashed in Dixing Ji's eyes, but he didn't say anything, and took out a tranquilizer with his hands and feet and injected it into Scarlet's body. After doing all this, Scarlet Shi also slowly calmed down, and the tense atmosphere in the room suddenly dissipated. It's just that although Scarlet has calmed down, he hasn't woken up yet, and the reincarnation nightmare that Feng Yu cast on him is still ongoing. Thank you so much, Mr. Chuanfeng. If you hadn't come, I don't know what would have become of Scarlet World. Mado Xiao sighed and said, her eyes were full of worry about Scarlet. If Scarlet was out of control, it might be the moment when she raised her knife to her friend. This is what she doesn't want to see. Since Scarlet is fine, then I'll go first. Feng Yu said lightly. After confirming the current state of Scarlet, there is no reason for Feng Yu to continue to stay here. Thinking that he has changed the plot, Feng Yu is also going to start paving the way for the future. The plot has been disrupted by me, and I must strangle the possible changes in the cradle. Feng Yu said secretly in his heart. Then he left, but the moment he walked out of the gate, he bumped into Arima Gisho head-on. After a brief greeting, the two didn't stay long, and walked away directly. Looking at Feng Yu's back, a trace of strangeness flashed in the eyes of General Arima. It's too much like. A day later, the summer breeze greets you, stirring up the latitude of enthusiasm. At this time, the Scarlet World has not woken up yet, and is still experiencing reincarnation nightmares. The CCG, for its part, remains on high alert. On the other hand, on the Bronze Tree's side, some of the Meows who had been blessed by Windfeather were extremely looking forward to waiting for the return of the Grim Reaper in their hearts. Immerse yourself in joy. Perhaps because Nishio was saved by the Grim Reaper, they didn't say anything about the failure of his mission to bring back Torso. Instead, Nishio Nishiki met Tadara and Takatsuki Izumi alone. It's amazing, Nishio-kun's strength has increased very quickly recently. Izumi Takatsuki said in a playful tone, wrapped in bandages. And Tadara didn't speak, but looked at Nishio Nishiki and didn't know what he was thinking. Facing the gaze of the two leaders, Nishio Nishiki couldn't help but get nervous in his heart. This is all the credit of the organization, and the strength of the subordinates cannot be put on the table. Now, don't be too nervous, I won't eat you, I just want to ask you why he didn't come back with you. Izumi Takatsuki leaned in front of Nishio Nishiki and said with his fingers gently hooking his chin. The scarlet eyes looked so strange in the dim light. Nishio Nishiki swallowed. Holding back the fear in his heart, he said, Lord Death said that he still has some personal matters to deal with, and he will return to the organization when he finishes dealing with them. Tadara, my heart hurts so much, is this the pain of being abandoned by a man? I seem to have fallen out of love. Takatsuki Izumi said to herself, as if she was a girl abandoned by a scumbag. Tadara still didn't speak, just remained silent on the sidelines. Okay, Nishio-kun, you go down first, I've worked hard for you tonight, if you meet him again, remember to tell him that I miss him very much. Izumi Takazuki jumped onto Nora's shoulder and waved his hand at Nishio Nishiki, smiling as he went out. I'm curious what his private affairs are. At this time, Feng Yu came to a bar in District 14 alone. As soon as I entered the door, the warm and ambiguous atmosphere suddenly hit, and the crowd with music under the red lights and wine was like wolves looking for their prey. With just a glance, Feng Yu saw the goal of this trip. The messy and beautiful long burgundy hair is irregularly resting on the shoulders, and the eyes are pale black eyeliner, which is charming and aura. Holding the goblet elegantly with one hand, she handed it to her blood-soaked red lips, took a sip, shook her head. The lights in the bar were dim, no one could see her expression. She didn't drink anymore, just played with the wine glass, and looked at the people in the bar with interest. Soon, she seemed to notice Feng Yu's gaze, and when the two collided with each other, she smiled slightly and took a sip of the red wine in her hand. Little brother doesn't look bad. What, do you want to have a drink with me? Said with a smile. As the most intelligent woman, guess what I'm here for? Feng Yu said lightly. Giggles, you're really funny. It looks like you're busy again. Come with me. I don't want my good store here to be ruined. Tai Li hooked her slender fingers, and then the two of them came to a place where no one was. CCG's new generation has the potential to surpass Arima's noble generals. Kill SS-class Muse alone. You're pretty good. Say, what do you want to ask me for this time? Tai Li sat on a chair on the side of the road and smiled happily, the sun shining on her body. For a while, it was a stunned sight. Beautiful, it's so beautiful. It's worthy of the Bird of the Clown organization. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Do you want to stand on the stage forever? You won't have a curtain call, and you can perform to your heart's content. Oh, you're stumped me. You know I'm organized, and I have to dig into the corner. Although you are very handsome, I like it too, but I'm afraid the boss won't agree. His strength is very strong. Tai Li showed a cute expression, as if she was going to cry in the next second. Oh, don't you agree? It's a pity to say something like that, but I don't like accidents as a person, so your refusal makes me feel unhappy. Hehe. Do you want to get your hands dirty? You men are fighting and killing day out. But, do you really think I'm so easy to take? Said Rioli stood up with a smile, his eyes scarlet, and his tender tongue licked his bewitching lips. Let my sister taste you, little brother. Chapter 285. Inside the bar, the music and lights are at their highest point, and you don't hear what is happening in the outside world. Giggles, all of us were deceived, but I didn't expect that the Grim Reaper, who had been looking for more than a year, turned out to be in CCG. Hehe, if they knew the news, I don't know how they would feel. Tai Li is extremely embarrassed now. The originally beautiful and hot clothes are already in chaos at this time, and blood is flowing from the corners of his mouth. It's really disgusting. You actually put such a heavy hand on a beautiful woman like me. You men deserve to be single. There was a hint of unwillingness and anger in Tai Li's tone. After all, it had been a long time since he had been so embarrassed. So, can you agree to my request? Feng Yu's tone was cold. For the most mysterious Mew in the original book, he only knew that this woman was very beautiful, a member of the clown organization, and had a lot of information, and the introduction in the original book was not only to ask her for information, but even to deal with her with the Xiu family. You're a man who is really boring. You've beaten people like this, and you're asking me to join you. Huh, just join them. With that, Tai Li wiped the tears that were not in the corners of his eyes and showed a sweet smile. Welcome to join, but as soon as the words fell, Tai Li was directly choked by a hand. It's not a wise choice to make small movements right under my nose. Feng Yu's voice came into the ears of Tai Li, and immediately made her delicate body shake. Sure enough, it's the Grim Reaper, and this can be discovered. Tai Li endured the discomfort in her heart, removed a small machine embedded in the manicure, and destroyed it in front of the wind feather. Look, I've ruined it. Now you can let me go. And, Lord Death, I joined the clown organization just to stand on the stage forever and not want to be ended. As long as you give me this opportunity, people must be very happy. Tai Li said pitifully. Just in an instant, she just wanted to send the news of the Grim Reaper's presence in CCG through the small machine inside the fingernail, but she was noticed by Feng Yu. Look into my eyes. Feng Yu's voice was extremely cold, and at the same time, a terrifying demon god phantom appeared behind him. Tai Li only felt her six senses explode, and the fear in her heart gushed out wildly. No, no, please, no, don't come here. Tai Li shouted frantically, trying to struggle, but was firmly pressed against the wall by Feng Yu. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't move. Her eyes widened, tears flowed uncontrollably, and she trembled, as if she had seen a monster that terrified her. Time passed little by little, and the frantically struggling Tai Li began to slowly calm down. His head drooped slightly, his eyes were dull, and his face was expressionless. Seeing this, Feng Yu also loosened his restraints on her. Whew! Feng Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I didn't expect your mental resistance to be so strong. It is worthy of having such a powerful intelligence capability. After a while, a smile had changed to a smile on the face of the glass. Lord Death. A sweet and shy voice sounded in his ears, but Feng Yu didn't look at it a few more times, but casually gave Tai Li a pill. Eat it, clean it casually, and continue to do what you are doing, and I will come to you when I need you. With that, Wind Feather left. Oops, hey, what a boring man, don't accompany me in other people's clothes. Tai Li watched Feng Yu leave, and stumped his feet helplessly. The car drove slowly on the road, and the surrounding things and people receded like reflections. Soon it was the 14th district. As soon as he got out of the car, Feng Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and then he walked straight into a small alley. Stinky little ghost, you dare to secretly photograph us, it seems that you are impatient. Several big men surrounded a short-haired girl. The girl looked at several people vigilantly, holding a camera tightly in her arms. Dig 1,000 paintings. Feng Yu recalled the girl who followed Tsukiyama Shi in the original book, and it was because of her that the decadent Tsukiyama Shi cheered up. Kid, hand over all the pictures, or I'll kill you, said one of the big men viciously, and his eyes turned into big eyes. It can be seen that these men are all Katsuko. According to the introduction in the original book, Digkine may have photographed evidence of their eating or meowing. Several big men became more and more unkind in their eyes, and they began to approach her. Look, there's a policeman, shouted in one direction in surprise. Several big men were immediately attracted and turned their heads to look. Stinky little ghost, dare to lie to us. Several big men shouted, but the Digkine, who was still there just now, had already run a few meters away. The agility of the skill is not inferior to that of some ordinary meshes, and her short body is a natural protective color. She was like a nimble little monkey, shuttling quickly, and at such an instant she ran towards a crowded place. A little bit of a skill. Feng Yu couldn't help but nodded. It was obvious that this girl was very clever and knew where to run away. It's just that Digkine seems to have underestimated the speed of a few big men. Before she reached the exit, she was already chased by several big men. Run, stinky little ghost, you're running, was kicked against the wall, but she didn't make a sound, but instead held the camera in her arms. His eyes were fixed on a few people, and in the next second, one of the big men raised his hand and wanted to fight down. Chia turned her face sideways and closed her eyes, but the expected pain didn't strike. Instead, I heard a bang-bang sound, followed by a wail. When she opened her eyes, there was a tall and handsome person standing in front of her, and a full sense of security suddenly came. Chia breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently she recognized the identity of the man in front of her. Lord Chuanfeng, this person is a meander, please arrest them. He looked serious, and at the same time handed the camera to Feng Yu to check. This is the evidence of their identity, please take a closer look. Feng Yu took the camera and saw the photos of the big men eating just now, as well as some other scenery and strangers helping them across the road together. You're not afraid of an ordinary person? Asked Feng Yu. What are you afraid of? I'm just a girl who loves to record the beauty of the world, so I'm not afraid of these meows, and the meows aren't necessarily all bad guys. Chapter 286. After handing over these big men to the investigators who came to hand them over, Feng Yu took them to a coffee shop. The sun is shining through the glass window, gently sprinkled on the dining table. The waiter brings 2 cups of coffee, the enticing aroma fills the sunlight, and the tranquil music plays, which not only makes people feel relaxed. Nonsense, do you know that you have put yourself in danger like this? If you hadn't happened to be met by me today, what do you think you would be now? Feng Yu's tone had a hint of reproach. He knew the situation and character of the girl in front of him, but after all, he was still a little unbearable. Although the anime is an anime, it travels to this world, and that is real, and the anime is shown from the perspective of the protagonist, but the perspective of some of the supporting characters is in the shadows. No one knows what they are doing or going through when they are given the main character. In the original book, the girl in front of her survived to the finale, but in today's situation, Feng Yu really can't imagine how she will get out of danger. It's okay, isn't it you? Said Dig Chia fiddled with the camera indifferently, taking a picture of the coffee and the people and things around him from time to time. Look good, Mr. Chuan Feng, see if I look good. Looking at the images saved in the camera, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. After that, he quickly sat down next to Feng Yu, regardless of the twitching of the corners of Feng Yu's mouth, and showed him directly. After watching a few photos, I have to admit that this girl really has the potential to be a photographer, but she is just a very ordinary picture, but she shoots with such texture. Except for the footage of the mew eating. Well, it's okay. Feng Yu said lightly. Yes, I'm so happy to be praised by Mr. Chuan Feng. I've got the photo I want today, so Mr. Chuan Feng, I'll go back first. I hope you're really so lucky, Feng. Yu sighed slightly, then straightened his clothes and walked out of the coffee shop, his face recovering his indifferent expression, and walked straight in one direction. An hour later, there was already an additional figure by Feng Yu's side. He had many tattoos on his body, almost all over his body, and his eyes were scarlet, but they didn't look like them. This person is another member of the clown organization, the Masked Master. He, like Ty Lee, is completely controlled by Feng Yu's mind at this moment. Lord Death, I'll wait for your orders at any time. He smiled respectfully. Wind Feather replied, and began to return to CCG's headquarters. The next thing is the most important thing, and that is the return of Kaneki. Just now, Kana Maiko sent a message informing her that Scarlet had woken up. Feng Yu wants to confirm the extent to which the current Scarlet world has awakened, whether it is the Black Death God Kaneki or the Angel Kaneki in the later stage. Everything is unknown. After all, the reincarnation nightmare is just a medium, and when the Scarlet world wakes up, it may be Kaneki, or it may be the Scarlet world that will continue. The vehicle soon arrived at CCG's headquarters, and when he came to meet Scarlet, Wind Feather already had the answer. Black Death. Not bad. It seems that some more material needs to be added. Looking at the blankness and indifference on Scarlet's face, Feng Yu had already determined that Jin Mu had awakened. As for why you still pretend to be a Scarlet world, it's just that you don't really believe in what you experience in the nightmare of reincarnation. I thought it was a dream. But now that you've awakened, the rest will be easy. Welcome back, Scarlet. Feng Yu said softly, as if he was a worried old friend, gently gave Scarlet a hug, and patted him on the back a few times. Hearing Feng Yu's voice, Scarlet was stunned for a moment. The originally gloomy gaze suddenly had a glimmer of light. Chuan Feng Sr., you are Chuan Feng Sr. You are real. Are you really? Scarlet burst into tears, and everyone on the side couldn't figure out the situation of Scarlet, only Feng Yu knew why he was so excited. Scarlet World, Mr. Chuan Feng must be real, you just woke up, take a good rest first. Motto said with a frown. Yes, Chuan Feng Seniors are real, those are all fake. So I'll be relieved. After speaking, Scarlet was like a deflated balloon, slowly falling asleep again. Scarlet World. Class leader. Teacher. The hearts of the people were once again worried. It's okay, it's not a big problem, he's just asleep. Dixing. A and B said. Okay, then the Scarlet World is fine, then I'll leave, and contact me as soon as there is anything. After receiving the assurance, the hearts of the people were relaxed. Feng Yu looked at Scarlet World, but he didn't know what to think in his heart. Over the next few days, CCG returned to calm again. And after Scarlet woke up, everyone could feel the changes in him. He never wore glasses, but at the moment he was wearing black-framed glasses, and the original white suit was also replaced by black. Even his hair was dyed black. Just like the Black Death in the original books. Every move is very similar to Erima's noble general. Someone asked him why he made such a change, and Scarlet only smiled and responded that after this coma, he clearly knew his weakness. So a change was made. Growing up overnight. That's what everybody says about him. It's just that the members of Kuingspan feel indifference in him, whether it is temperament or eyes, the Scarlet World has changed as a person. Guojiang. Do you feel that Brother Zhou seems to have changed? I don't know if the minstrel pulled Guojiangju's hung into the stairs and whispered. The squad leader didn't say it, he found his weakness, so he made a change, although it did change a little. But Matt and others have said that there is no problem with the squad leader, so there must be no problem. Guojiangju's hung groaned. As a few people who get along with the Scarlet World on a daily basis, they are the most aware of the changes in the Scarlet World. Guojiang, do you remember that the blindfold that the big snake said at the beginning? It seems that this is what I said. And I've checked the information. Brother Zhou didn't voluntarily carry out the transformation of the seed like us, but a long time ago, Brother Zhou was the existence of the half-he species. We can eat normal people's food, but Brother Zhou can't. Don't you think it's strange? Now Brother Zhou has changed so much, combined with the blindfold that the big snake said last time, I suspect that Brother Zhou may have regained his memory. In this life, with Feng Yu's interference, the relationship between several people is as close as a family. That's what do you want? Guozhang asked anxiously. That's our Zhou brother after all. So, let's investigate the clues of the seed blindfold in private. By the way, the poor clue this. Let's not tell anyone just yet, especially Jun and Keize. Hearing this, Guojiang Jushin's face also became solemn, and then the two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Didn't know that their conversation was clearly heard by the Scarlet who went up the ladder. For not knowing that Yinchi and Guozhang Jusheng want to investigate their past, Scarlet World's indifferent eyes can't see any emotional changes. Chapter 287. After another half a month, Guozhang Jusheng and unknown Yinchi thoroughly found out the identity of Jin Mu. At the same time, I have a strange feeling for the Scarlet World in my heart. After all, how could the person with the most gentle smile on his face be a terrifying breed who does all kinds of evil and is extremely dangerous? But since the Scarlet World woke up, that indifference and strangeness have been hanging over the two of them all the time. Every word and every move reveals a wave of indifference and despair. This time our mission is the Nutcracker. According to the informant's investigation, this guy's strength is rated A grade, but the most important thing is that she has a relationship with Big Madame and provides them with talents, that is, human trafficking. Next, Scarlet carefully analyzed the possible places of the Nutcracker, and also handed her photos to several people. In the photo, the Nutcracker is wearing erotic lingerie and black cloth strips on his eyes, riding on a man covered in blood. It's a picture of her predator, sexy, seductive and dangerous. Teacher, what do we need to do? Asked June though. Women's clothing. That guy's favorite thing is to kidnap beautiful girls for recruitment jobs, so we need to pretend to be girls, sneak in, and get in touch with her in order to find out where Big Madam is, and just like the last time we captured Torso, each of us put on a locator and report back whenever there is a situation. Scarlet said. Guozhang Jusheng and unknown Yinchi looked at each other and didn't say anything. Soon, several people began to carry out the plan, and they all put on beautiful women's clothes. It's just that this time Scarlet didn't wear women's clothes with them like in the original book, but said that he would look at them from a distance. Whenever something is wrong, he will strike. Guozhang Jusheng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but at the extremely indifferent eyes of Sheng Faishi, his heart suddenly trembled, and he couldn't say anything if he had reached his throat. Feng Yu's side was also called to the office by Meredisai, accompanied by Ria Shizeo. After the previous battle of the one-eyed owl, Lingmu Shizeo has indeed matured a lot, unlike the crazy before. Now he is extremely introverted, and he is followed by the members of the group he leads. Compared with his subordinates, the members of Ria Shizeo are much more normal. Kawakaze, Shizeo, this time I called you over to kill Big Madam. Ria Shizeo's pupils shrank when he heard Big Madam, but he quickly returned to normal. Obviously, Big Madam's influence on Shizeo is still very large. This time, the vanguard is mainly led by Kungspan, first from the Nutcracker, and then to Big Madam. As long as you receive the signal of the Scandal World, then you two groups can carry out encirclement and suppression. Meredisai said unhurriedly. I don't have a problem. Feng Yu said. What about Shizeo? Meredisai looked at Ria Shizeo. Ria smiled, then nodded. Then that's all for this meeting, you go back and prepare first, it is estimated that there will be a battle soon. When he got out of the conference room, Ria Shizeo called out to Feng Yu. Xuanfen-kun, please advise me this time. You too, Shizao. Windfeather replied with a smile, and then took the first step. Looking at Feng Yu's back, there was something strange in Lingya Shizeo's eyes. What a dangerous person. But I'm looking forward to it. When Feng Yu has arranged for himself Kanamaiko and them, Guozhang Jusheng and they have already begun to act. It's getting dark, and it's the best time to hang out. They entered a club called Liju. This club attracts young graduates on the grounds of high-paying recruitment, and it is also the place where the Nutcracker selects talent. The young beauty wears a mask on her face and dresses up glamorously to get a good job in the future, but at the same time she is looking for prey. In a noisy and ambiguous environment, no one knows who is the prey of whom. Here, everyone is a hunter and a prey at the same time. Guozhang Jusheng is still a young age, and he is both curious and apprehensive about these places full of adult worlds. Although his feelings are extremely complicated, he has not forgotten the goal of his trip. The four of them separately patrolled the crowd dancing to the music, blending in with the dancing crowd and looking around. Unconsciously, several people gradually integrated into this atmosphere. The body also went from being restrained at the beginning to writhing at will. Soon, Juntho was favored by the Nutcracker, just like in the original book. She came to Juntho's side unhurriedly, looking her up and down, her face full of satisfaction. At the same time, Scarlet, who was sitting in the monitoring room, also saw this scene, and then informed the other members. June met the Nutcracker. Guozhongju's hung and they listened to the hint of the Scarlet World in the headset, and hurriedly found the unknown minstrel and Mi Lin Kaze. Several people searched for the entire stage and didn't find Jun Tiuyu's figure, and they couldn't help but be shocked. But the sound of the scarlet voice in the headset relieved them. June followed the Nutcracker out of the hallway. There is no danger, don't worry. Scarlet stared at the surveillance, her slender fingers picking up and falling. The performance of Jun Tiuyu in the monitoring is very good, and the performance is very good, just like a girl who has just been involved in the world, and her desire for work is incisive. The Nutcracker is very useful. Looking at Jun Tiuyu's figure and face, she had already begun to fantasize about how much she could sell her. Hehe, what a stupid guy, but the more stupid you are, the happier I am, because then I can have money to buy beautiful clothes again. Got in touch with the Nutcracker, and Jun Tiuyu quickly informed everyone in the team. When he saw Jun Tho appear in front of him, Guozhongju's hung was really relieved. At the same time, Scarlet also began to arrange for them to leave here. The mission was a complete success, and CCG got the news and began to prepare. Wait 3 days for June to meet the Nutcracker. However, for the sake of Jun Tho's safety, CCG decided to get Ria Shizao into it as well. The way is to let Ling Yushi pretend to be a friend of Jun Tho, and he also wants to find a good job. In 3 days, the battle will begin. You guys, don't be beaten by the group. Feng Yu said, holding his chin. Don't worry, boss, we're definitely going to be better than Suzui's special class, said Fujinomi Yatorinobu, puffing out his chest. Kanamiko had a serious face. Mei Yi smiled with a lollipop showing her neat white teeth, and La, this time we will definitely be able to amaze everyone. Don't set up a flag before the war. Chapter 288. Soon it was time for Jun Tho and the Nutcracker to make an appointment to meet. Under CCG's arrangement, Jun Toru and Suzuya Shizo, who is dressed as a girl, come to the place where they meet the Nutcracker. After waiting for a long time, I finally met the target of this trip, the Nutcracker. Sister, who is this? Asked the Nutcracker, coquettishly and vigilantly. Sister, this is my good friend, Xiaoling. She heard that you can introduce a good job, so she came with me. The two of us are really in need of a good job. Please, sister. Jun Tiuyu pretended to beg. Hello, my name is Suzu. Shizao held out a hand with a smile on his face. After carefully looking around the bell house, the Nutcracker smiled. Yes, very good, so come along. The Nutcracker took Shizao's hand and stroked it. This skin is so well maintained. A smile spread across her face, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. After that, Jun Toru and Suzuya Shizo went to the auction hall of Big Madam under the guidance of the Nutcracker. As soon as I entered, the CCG side immediately started to act. Surround the entire building and wait for the next order. The auction site is a gladiatorial arena-like arrangement, with an empty flat square in the middle, and seats on all sides for buyers of different levels to enjoy the whole body of the auction in all directions. From top to bottom, the Nutcracker led Jun Toru and Suzuya Shizo to the backstage of the auction. Along the way, the staff of this auction house looked at her with smiling faces, not knowing if it was because she brought the goods or because they were attracted by her beauty. All the staff here are all meows, they wear masks on their faces one by one, and they serve everyone present with all their hearts, except for the talents. Jun Toru and Suzuya Shizao were speechless along the way, just silently sending signals to CCG. At the same time, he pretended to be excited and nervous. Giggles, it's finally here. The Nutcracker said with a smile. In the next second, Jun Toru and Suzuya Shizo saw darkness, and the two of them fainted. That's the material I've brought this time, and I hope you can sell it for me at a good price. The Nutcracker curled her sensual flaming red lips, and then twisted her waist and walked out step by step. The two people in the background didn't say much when they saw this. It seemed that this kind of thing was commonplace. Very skillful in making good marks. With the sound of the auction plaza outside, Jun Toru and Suzuya Shizo were carried onto the auction table. Ladies and gentlemen, the next material is provided by Miss Hu Tao. It is said to be a first-class item. Please bid as much as you like. The auctioneer rendered the surroundings in a passionate and mysterious tone. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall skyrocketed instantly, and one by one they raised their voices and shouted. The light focused, and Jun Tiuyu, who had changed into delicate clothes, was sent to the auction table, and the dazzling light focused on her. This is the Walnut Boy's goods. It is said that it is still a mew seed, a meow with a human flavor. With that, the auctioneer slashed one of Jun Tho's hands with a knife, and the smell of blood instantly diffused. At the same time, she ripped off Jun's one-eyed blindfold, revealing her eyes. Hian, what a meow. No, ah. Seeing that the desire of these mews had been aroused, the auctioneer smiled slightly. Then please start the auction as much as you like. The starting price starts at 100,000. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of bee chrysalis suddenly began to boil. One by one, they began to raise their cards and bid for the price. 1 million, 3 million, 10 million, get out, a bunch of poor ghosts, 50 million. Prices are soaring, and the Nutcracker, who is watching from the sidelines, is already overwhelmed by great happiness. Jun Tho, on the other hand, looked dazed, his fingers tightly tugging at the hem of his skirt, which looked like a sheep falling into a wolf pack compared to the crazy crowd below. In the end, the price of Juntou reached 200 million. Listening to the final price, the nutcracker can't care about another Suzuya Shizeo. When Juntou was withdrawn, he hurriedly pulled her to make a deal with the final buyer. Oh ho, the ingredients this time are really interesting. There are even one-eyed Mew seeds. I am a little hungry to see it. Big Madam was dressed in a lady's gown, holding a platinum lotus fan and smiling. A few meows on the side are also compliments. But then, Big Madam couldn't laugh because the next person to be auctioned off was the person she knew best. Xiaoling. On the other side, CCG Tsumaru Tasei saw the surveillance footage, and also began to arrange, and one by one personnel began to enter the building. The Nutcracker led Junto like a lamb to the slaughter, humming a cheerful song. 200 million. Baby, you're amazing. It's worth 200 million, thank you so much. With that, the Nutcracker kissed him heavily. Let go of me, you demon. Jun scolded, but his hands were bound in chains, and he couldn't break free without a key. Oh, why are you so rude, baby? You're worth 200 million, don't be angry. The Nutcracker stroked Junto's face in distress. Humph, you. The next second, Junto burst out and hit the Nutcracker's head directly with a hammer. The Nutcracker didn't expect the sudden attack, and the pain and dizziness suddenly hit, and her whole body was a little unsteady on her feet. Dizzy and nervous, when he woke up, Juntou had already run to the end of the corridor. No, my 200 million. The Nutcracker panicked and hurriedly chased after him. The hallway was empty, and Juntou ran frantically, finally hiding in a room at the end of a corner, covering his mouth to keep himself from panting too loudly. Mission, action begins. With Maritisei's order, a dense crowd of search officers quickly rushed into the building. Go to. Feng Yu waved his hand, and the three people behind him also rushed in directly. Chapter 289. Feng Yu's three subordinates took the lead, leading many investigators to start slaughtering the Miao layer by layer, not sparing any place or corner. Boy Chuanfeng, this time it's up to you and Shizao, Maritisei said. Feng Yu replied lightly, but his eyes were looking into the distance. In this city, the forces hidden in the darkness were looking here. These include the Bronze Tree, the Tsukiyama family, and Clown. The member of the Clown organization is already under the mind control of Wind Feather, and he is invited to be an auctioneer, and the other Clown member is Loma. The people of the Tsukiyama family came here to obtain the ingredients that would restore the desire of the Tsukiyama habit. Densely packed people in red cloaks weave through the dimly lit alleys, with the edifice in front of them as the central point. Start the encirclement little by little. Inside the auction, Bei was still enthusiastically introducing, and when Lingyu Shizeo first came up, it was the beginning of the riot. No introduction. Suzuya smiled domineeringly, jumped down, and the light instantly focused on her. She licked her tongue and strained the soles of her feet, and the knives hidden in her calves and boots bloomed instantly. In just a second, the knife had been thrown out of her hand and landed on the body and face of the person below. It's Suzuya, the white dove is here to stir things up, said Kiri's Himasundo, who was hiding in the shadows. It's also the kung fu of speaking. Suzuya Shizeo has killed a lot of meows. Due to the outbreak of Shizeo, the whole venue has become a mess. She stood on the auction table, tilting her head and looking at Madam with a smile on her lips. Madam, hurry up. Madam's men urged. Xiao Shizeo. Madam's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Suzuya Shizeo. A large number of mews began to flee, but as everyone knows, the CCG investigators have been waiting for a long time. Collide head-on and start a battle in an instant. Whether it's inside the corridor or outside the road, all of them are CCG personnel. By the time they reacted, they had been surrounded by the influx of CCG investigators. It's not good. It's surrounded. On the roof of the building, several figures looked at the investigator below. Are all of them enemies? Gugu, Gugu, if my team works well. Before Miza could finish speaking, Naki had already jumped straight down. Wait. Ahahaha, since it's an enemy, of course it's the first strike. Naki jumped down, directly injuring several investigators who didn't have time to react. Situations like this are almost everywhere in the building. The screams were everywhere. In the auction hall, Suzuya Shizo was stopped. Black arrow feathers stood in front of her. Suzuya Shizo also looked at the person in front of him with a solemn face. Mr. Rabbit, it's been a long time. That one-eyed Mew just now. Ye of the Ueshin family muttered. A hint of strangeness flashed in his eyes. If you dedicate her to the young master, maybe. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Matsuza next to him. You guys go first, go and bring back Master Shi's ingredients. Guajiangju's Hung rushed in with a large army, harvesting the fleeing seeds, with one knife or two, as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. However, there are also some powerful meows in front of them. What's the matter with that bald man? Hiko's size is so big. Sasaki Scarlet they met Kanamiko and the three of them, but they were blocked by the bald man with a huge armor in front of them. The entire paddle hall was turned into a Shura field. Chaos, killing, blood, violence. The smell of blood spreads in all directions. The blood-red color visible to the naked eye made even the air seem to freeze. Juntou hid in a dimly lit room, listening to the chaotic noise outside. She didn't dare to move, so she could only hide and wait for rescue. But just as she relaxed, a demonic voice came from behind her. Hello, little kitten, what are you doing here? It was Ye of the Yueshan family. You. What are you going to do? June was extremely frightened, but in the next second, a sharp pain struck. Tear up. June. Those abdomen was directly pierced by the leaf, and blood flowed. This smell. Young Master Shi. I finally found it. The ingredients that will make you return with honor. Ye licked the remaining blood on his hands, his eyes widened suddenly, and his taste buds exploded instantly. No, I can't. If it goes on like this. Teacher. The blood stained his face, and his mind recalled the memory of being abused and getting along with Kuing's class when he was a child, and Jun Tiaoyu's right eye instantly turned into a big eye. Bang! The knuckle-shaped Katsuko directly smashed the iron chain that bound her hands and penetrated Ye's body. I won't be afraid of you. Shook it hard, and Ye slammed it on the wall. Taking advantage of this gap, Jun Toru rushed out of the room. Damn. If I catch you again, you will definitely not dare to resist. Yes. Face was bruised. He didn't expect that Jun Toru would release Kazuko to fight back. Scarlet World, you and the Chuanfeng class will go to the top first, and here will be handed over to the lower class. Scarlet had no expression on his face and put away the Kuing knife. I'll leave it to them, let's go. Scarlet said. Guajiangju's Hung and Kana Maiko and the others glanced at each other, and followed Scarlet to bypass the bald head and go straight to the upper floor. The bald head didn't stop it, but twisted his neck with an indifferent face. On the other side, what happened inside the main building was clearly seen by a group of people. Then let's start with the hair owl, Jana. Mingbo laughed. Next to him were the high-rise bronze tree, Izumi Tatsuki, and Tatara. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a cloak and trembling came out. Jam. Delicious jams. Shimaguchimura was looking at the departing Scarlet and Kana Maiko, and they were also helpless in their hearts. Obviously, he is also a quasi-special class, but he never thought that he would be arranged here. It is obvious that they have more potential than themselves. Helplessness and mixed emotions welled up in my heart. After sighing, he began to take the enemy in front of him seriously. Boys, but others look down on me. Cheer me up, shouted Shimaguchimura-masa. Yes, squad leader. Chapter 290. The crowd was excited, and the people in the next class directly surrounded the bald meows. Bastard, let me die. Everyone rushed up with Kuing's weapons, and the sound of ping-pong fighting suddenly came, one after another, maintaining cooperation and constantly attacking. In the face of the siege of everyone, the bald head grinned, and then his arms were spread, and the whole person began to turn. The speed is also getting faster and faster. The attack of the people in the lower class was immediately resisted, and at the same time, a powerful force instantly knocked them out. The bald head is like a tornado, exerting itself an absolute defensive and offensive field. It's so strong. Shimaguchimura looked solemn, but as soon as he thought of the order from Meridisai just now, a wave of anger ignited in his heart. In the next second, he rushed out directly, and the big knife in his hand slashed hard, and the bald head stopped turning. Black sunglasses looked sideways at Shimaguchi Muramasa, and there seemed to be a hint of doubt in his eyes. It's tough, this guy. The big knife slashed into the bald Jiahe's arms, and the two of them froze. Boss, this monster has been stopped by the boss. The investigators from the lower class stepped forward again, trying to mend the knife. The bald man frowned slightly, because one hand had been firmly restrained by Shimaguchi Muramasa, and he could only resist with one hand. However, this also made Shimaguchi Muramasa seize the opportunity. Don't underestimate me, Shimaguchi Muramasa shouted, and a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out of the arm of Jiahe, who had been cut into the bald head. The blade was pulled out, his whole person squatted slightly, took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, ready to attack, and the next second the big knife was cut out, and the sound of cutting flesh and blood also came. The bald head fell to the ground, looking at his body in a daze. Yay, the people on the lower class immediately cheered when they saw this. Shimaguchimura Masashi is also relieved, and solving this bald breed can be regarded as correcting his quasi-special name. Just as they were about to continue on to the upper floor, there were footsteps and murmurs behind them. Jam. Delicious jam. They turned to see a man with white hair, dark nails, sunken eyes, cloak, and a haggard and twisted face walking with his head down. The person who came was none other than Takaizawa Madoka, who had been transformed into a meander. Maybe it's because the victory just now gave everyone in the lower class confidence. One of the younger investigators probably wanted to get a chance to perform, and without waiting for Shimaguchimura to stop him, he rushed out directly, wanting to solve Takaizawa Masao with one move. Don't. Shimaguchi Muramasa opened his mouth to stop it, but it was too late. The young investigator's Kuink weapon was a long knife, and seeing that the blade was about to fall on Takaizawa Masao's head, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly, as if he already knew the end. It's just that I can't laugh anymore soon. Jam. My favorite jam. Takaizawa Masao looked up violently, his face frantic, and he dodged the attack sideways. Jam. Takaizawa said, as he touched the ear of the young investigator who was still terrified. The next second, he opened his big mouth and bit him on the neck. Blood gushed out. No struggle, no screams, just an instant, the age searcher was dead. Everyone was shocked, but the death of their teammates directly stimulated them. They looked at each other, clenched their weapons one after another, and rushed out directly. Shimaguchimura looked anxious, but there was no way for this group of enthusiastic young people to act without waiting for his order. He felt that he still lacked leadership ability. In desperation, he also attacked. But soon he regretted it, and saw that the two people in front were directly killed in seconds, and they still had frightened expressions on their faces. Takaizawa Masato wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. All of a sudden, everyone stopped. Run, this guy is terrible. I'll stay and break off. As soon as the words fell, Takaizawa Masato rushed out again, killing one person again wherever he passed. At this moment, everyone's hearts understood that the person in front of them was not something they could deal with. Run, run, run. This is their current thinking, and if they are not afraid, they will really die. The investigator is also a human being, and everyone will be afraid when they encounter a death threat. This is a human physiological reaction. They did not dare to move forward, so they could only run back frantically, and at the same time applied for rescue towards the contact device. Shimaguchi Muramusa's legs were also trembling, and the pressure on Takaizawa Masato was really too great. Killed so many people without using Katsuko, although these people are a little worse than their own strength. Shimaguchi Muramusa swallowed his saliva, his subordinates were already running behind, and they were also constantly retreating. Jam jam. My favorite jam. Takaizawa Masato ate the brain of the person he had just killed, and his eyes were also on the people who had fled Shimaguchimura and the others. He threw the corpse in his hand aside like garbage, squatted slightly, and shot out like a hunting eagle in the next second. There was both madness and banter in his eyes. Oh no, this guy is going to catch up. Shimaguchi Muramusa's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Takaizawa Masamichi's speed to be so fast. Glancing at the few people who had fled, and then at Takaizawa Masamichi who was getting closer and closer, a wave of faith surged in his heart. Damn, I'm a quasi-specialty, how can I run away without a fight? As soon as the footsteps stopped, the moment he turned around, Takaizawa Masachi kicked him in the arm. Click. Shimaguchi Muramusa's arm bone broke, and the intense pain made him let out a scream. You looked so handsome just now, but I'm stronger than you. Under Shimaguchi Muramusa's frightened gaze, Takaizawa Masato opened his mouth and bit him on the neck. Damn, you hold on, try to hide, don't lose your life. Merit Sai looked anxious, and at the same time contacted Feng Yu. Chuan Fengboy, the lower class has met an unknown species, please go and support them. Outside the building, Feng Yu looked at the lower class on the screen that had all died tragically, and then looked at the position of his subordinates and Takaizawa Masamichi, smacked his lips, and then got up and walked towards the building. I see. Rescue, it's too late, the entire Shimaguchi class has been wiped out. Takaizawa Masamichi's strength is the real SS level, although Shimaguchi village is a quasi-special, but in the face of the SS level Mu species, the same is killed in seconds. The normal situation is that an SS class Mu is annihilated by several special class Team UPS, and not everyone is the protagonist or Arima noble. The night was hazy and the killing continued, and it was destined to be a sleepless night. It should be over after tonight. Feng Yu muttered as he looked at the looming moon. Chapter 291. By the time Feng Yu came to the place where Takaizawa Masamichi had killed Shimakibun, it was empty, and only corpses and blood were left all over the ground. I hope those boys can hold on. Feng Yu muttered. His subordinate Kana Maiko, plus Guojiagjus Hung and a few people, as long as they don't run into Takaizawa Masato, it's not a big problem. If it happens, it is estimated that the awakened Scarlet World will be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Feng Yu was not in a hurry. Step by step, disappear into the darkness. It's a trial, but it's also a beginning. Throughout the building, countless masked meows were still fleeing frantically, and members of the Bronze Tree organization were also covering their escape. Even the Moon Mountain Guan Mu and them poured into the underground warehouse one by one. In the auction hall, Suzuya Shizeo looked at Bei and Roma in front of him with a solemn face. After just arriving in the First World War, he found that the strength of these two Mews was ridiculously strong, plus now that he had no weapons by his side, the hidden daggers had been used up. Now he can be said to be in a barehanded state. Kirishima Ayato on the side was also staring at him fiercely, and Bei and Roma didn't make a move, but looked at Suzuya Shizo with a meaningful smile. You don't have any weapons anymore, just grab it, Suzuya Shizo, said Kirishima Ayato, and at the same time, the feathers on his body unfolded, and one arrow feather was aimed at Suzuya Shizo. That's amazing, Mr. Rabbit, Suzuya said expressionlessly, but the next second he smiled strangely. I've run out of daggers, but I can walk away. As soon as the words fell, Suzuya Shizo suddenly jumped back to the entrance of the auction hall and waved his hand towards Ayato. Bye-bye, Mr. Rabbit, and you too, see you later, and then disappeared into the dark entrance. Damn, Aya scolded and immediately chased after him. Oh, sir, are we going to catch up? Said Roma. After staring at it for a few seconds, he shook his head. Let's go and block them for them. Roma nodded, naturally knowing who they were. They could be said to be guards, and the main task was to protect this group of Mews who came to participate in the auction. Lord Four-Eyed, the White Dove is about to rush up, please retreat quickly. On the rooftop, the breeze whistled and lifted the black cloak that the girl had draped over her body. The girl wears a four-eyed black mask on her face. In front of her were a dozen or so men in cloaks like her. At this moment, they knelt in front of the girl, extremely respectful. The girl was the flute Hinamai, who had joined the bronze tree, and she looked at the police cars that were already surrounded below, and listened to the various reports coming from the headset. Frowned, as a coder of the bronze tree to collect and process intelligence for the organization, she already had a judgment in her heart at this moment. Brother Sundo, stop chasing that woman, now the first task is to cover their evacuation, the white pigeon is about to search the underground warehouse. Hinamai's tone was anxious. Okay, hearing Hinamai's voice, Ayato, who was chasing Suzuya Shizo, suddenly stopped. Suzuya Shizo, next time. I must avenge that old man. Ayato gritted his teeth as he looked at Suzuya Shizo's vanishing figure, and then turned around and ran towards the underground warehouse. Receiving Ayato's order, Hinamai breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Four-Eyed, the leader has already told us to evacuate, please go this way. The man under Hinamai's hand said. You guys go first, I'm going to join the Black Rabbit. Hinamai shook her head. But my lord, this is the chief's order, the man continued, a little unrelenting. Don't worry, I'm in charge of everything, let's go, the farther away from here, the better. The subordinates were about to speak, but soon spotted a white figure not far away. Well, let's go. The lead man sighed, and then led the group into the clutter of buildings. Moving all the way, Hinamai's figure was quickly approaching the underground warehouse. Brother, this time is it really you? There were tears in her eyes, and a sunny and gentle face appeared in the trouble. In a corner, Izumi Takatsuki sat on Nora's shoulder and watched the surveillance footage with interest. Suddenly, she turned around, grinned, and opened her arms. Welcome back, my favorite Grim Reaper. Duo Duoliang, Kana Mingbo turned around at the same time, only to see Feng Yu, who had changed into the death vest, walking step by step. Long time no see, Ganzi. Feng Yu's voice was low and hoarse. It's amazing, I haven't seen you for so long, and I feel like you're getting stronger again. Izumi Takazuki jumped behind Kazuha's back and put his arms around his neck, leaning into his ear and laughing. A moist and warm breath hits the face. Feng Yu could feel his ears quickly burning. This damn goblin? Ganzi, you know, I don't like you like this. A powerful sense of oppression swept through the audience, and Izumi Takatsuki paused, but soon the smile on his face continued. He tapped his feet lightly, waved his hand and smiled. What a boring man. So, then the stage begins. Izumi Takatsuki's one-eyed scarlet glow, and she looked so strange and dangerous covered in bandages. Jia Na Mingbo on the side had a strange look in his eyes, and unconsciously raised his glasses. Inside the building, at this moment, the three subordinates of Quinks and Windfeather, as well as the people of the Suzuya class, converged. At this time, Maritise's order was also given, and Scarlet was arranged to resist Takaizawa Masamichi, while Kunkspan and Suzuya Ban and others went to search the underground warehouse, and three of Kazuha's subordinates went to the control room to support the members of the Ashaba class. Well, everyone, we're going to separate here. Kana Maiko said. Scarlet didn't say anything, just nodded. Brother Zo, I'll go and meet Tho, and you go to the underground warehouse first. I don't know what the bard said. Go ahead, come back early. Sasaki is still so indifferent. With the departure of Kanamishi and Kana Maiko, the rest of the people looked at each other. Only Guazhangju's Hong stared at the back of Scarlet Shi leaving, his eyes full of anger. This guy, how can this be? Takaizawa Masamichi, who was killing all the way, looked at the people of the CCG and turned on the killing, and everyone who was seen by him had already fallen in a pool of blood. Feng Yu looked at the crazy Takaizawa Masao and the indifferent and ruthless Scarlet. He knew that Takaizawa Masato was no longer able to abuse the Scarlet World like in the original book. The next stage. Kazuha's eyes looked at Izumi Takatsuki. At this time, Izumi Takatsuki and Akihiro Kana were excited. Two perfect works, I don't know who will be better, I'm really looking forward to it. Izumi Takatsuki is verifying the modified Mu seed cultivated from his father, the store manager, and transplanting Katsuko into a normal human body according to the way of Kaneki Ken, so that it becomes a Mu seed. Copying Kanekian's awakening process again, the most perfect weapon he got so far, the SS-class owl. This is the first time to enter the battlefield, the battle between the old one-eyed and the new age one-eyed. This is only the first plan. There is more than one plan for the Bronze Tree organization. Big Madam is just a front, and their purpose is to see the outcome of this battle. Chapter 292. Unknowingly, with the help of Kana Maiko and several others, the Nutcracker was successfully exterminated. However, it is not like the original book that he does not know how to mend the knife, but Fujinomiya Torinobu, under his operation with a thin whip, constantly interferes with the Nutcracker's range of movement. In the end, it was also a soft whip that turned into a thorn, and a blow pierced the Nutcracker's body. Watching the few of them continue to investigate, Feng Yu also spoke. Sasaki Scarlet seems to have recovered his memory after waking up from a coma last time, and the owl may be defeated. Interesting, I didn't expect Feng Yu-kun to even get this kind of news. It seems that you've been paying attention to CCG all the time you've been missing. Or maybe you're in the CCG. Listening to Feng Yu's narration of today's Scarlet World, Takatsuki Izumi smiled at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of meaning in his eyes. Whatever you want, Feng Yu said coldly. Looking at Izumi Takatsuki's reaction, he already recognized his identity. All the information of the members of the CCG is estimated to be found by the Bronze Tree Organization, and this sudden junior of Chuan Feng has the highest honor and title, which has long been spread in the circle of Muse. Now compared to what Feng Yu just said, Takatsuki Izumi guessed that his vest was also very simple. Or maybe you've already guessed it. I just don't want to expose it. As the leader of a powerful Mu organization in this world, Izumi Takatsuki's wisdom and means are unique, otherwise it would not be like in the original book and Arimagui will act in a big drama together. Hehe, what a proud man. Maybe brother Kaneki is really back, but my owl is not weaker than him at all. Izumi Takatsuki laughed, but his eyes were on Takaizawa Masao and Shikio, who had already met. The show has begun. Inside the building. I know, I'm scared, right? Takaizawa Masachi tilted his head and looked at a man and a woman who had no way out and said, the reason why you feel scared is because you are different, and it is precisely because you are different from the other person that you are afraid. So as long as you become the same, you won't be afraid. Are you Takaizawa-sensei? You once came to the academy to explain to us how to use the Kuink weapon, aren't you already dead? How could it be? How did you become a Meow Seed? Takaizawa-sensei, I'm Tao Mew. I've listened to your lesson. The eyes of the two investigators were full of horror. The senior who had been declared dead was now standing in front of him, and he had become an incomparably powerful Meow. This kind of thing is obviously beyond the two of them. Hearing this, Takaizawa Masato stretched out his hand and paused, looking at the two humans in front of him, his face showing thought. But in the next second, the female investigator was directly lifted by Takaizawa Masato and pierced the abdomen. Give me a good lecture when you are in class. Blood. Spilled. The expression full of disbelief slowly became stiff, and the trembling hand also fell. Her life was also stopped with a roar from Takaizawa Masao. The light was dim, and there were corpses and wounded people everywhere. No one cares about the dead, and the living hide from possible dangers. In the dimly lit corners of the Tibetans, whether they are Meows or investigators, they are trying their best to hide their figures. After Takaizawa Masamichi killed the remaining male investigator, when he wanted to mend the knife to the man who had been injured in front of him, he said that he felt the breath not far behind him. The corners of his mouth were raised, and a bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face. This dark environment is perfect for owl hunting. The figure disappeared into the darkness, and a scarlet eye stared at the person not far away. Sasaki Scarlet walked all the way with a cold face. Looking at the corpses of the fallen investigators and the corpses of the Meows, a trace of sadness and helplessness welled up in his heart. You're from Ashavaban. Sasaki Scarlet saw the injured person in front of him and stepped forward and said, my name is Lin Village, and we ran into a monster. I fell during the fight, but luckily something got in my way and I survived. Lin-kun said weakly. Sasaki wanted to say something more, but he sensed danger coming. His brow furrowed slightly, and he quickly pulled out the Cuyinks knife to block. Bang! A powerful force came from the blade, and his feet sank, and his body kept retreating under this force. There were also 2 deep scratches on the ground. No, it's blocked. Takaizawa said with a smile, and then exerted his strength again. Caught off guard, Scarlet's blade sank directly into the skin, and a trace of blood burst out. The two also distanced themselves. Looking at his bleeding skin, Sasaki only frowned, and then the wound disappeared visibly. This smell. Takaizawa Masato licked the blood that had just fallen on his face, and was immediately shocked. Sasaki Kazuyo. Hayashi shouted. He knew how terrifying this monster was not far away, and he had met him since he killed the Nutcracker, and now he was the only one left in the entire Dashiba class, all thanks to him. Emotions of anger and fear mingled in his heart. He wanted to lift his knife and stand by Scarlet's side to help him, but his body's instinctive reaction prevented him from stepping forward and taking a step. Don't come here, find a place to hide, just leave this guy to me, Scarlet said indifferently. Zozo. It turned out to be you. Ganzi, that guy. The script is really terrible, but your guy's blood is so fragrant, and the meat on your body must be even more delicious, so let me taste it. Takaizawa Masao swallowed his saliva, as if in his eyes, the scarlet world in front of him was his meal. One after another, once a person told me that he wanted to eat me, but in the end he was eaten by me. I still remember what that guy's meat tasted like, the disgusting and rotten smell of dead fish. Click. Bone recovery. If you want to eat me, come if you have the ability. As soon as the words fell, the figures of Scarlet and Takaizawa Masao both rushed out, in the dark, constantly colliding. Lin-kun couldn't see the movements of the two of them clearly, only knew the sound of fighting in the dark, and the shaking ruins. The strength of the two of them is so powerful. One by one like poisonous snakes in the dark, constantly launching terrifying attacks. And Takaizawa Masamichi inherited the one-eyed owls Kahe and Yuhi. The collision between the scale and the Jiahi, countless strong winds whistled out, raising dust all around. The force of the bomb explosion made the main building tremble. The Kunk's knife in Scarlet World's original hand was shattered the moment it first fought. One-eyed. Looking at the one-eyed of Takaizawa Masamichi, there was a hint of pity and sympathy in the eyes of Scarlet World looking at him. Chapter 293. Takaizawa Masato was stunned for a moment, but soon his face became extremely terrifying. Zozozo. Saki, you actually look at me with that kind of look, you damn it, you really damn it, I'm going to eat you, I'm going to eat you. Sasaki frowned slightly, but without giving him time, Takaizawa Masato had already rushed over directly. Jia rushed. He blocked the space. He was like an owl in the night, hovering in the air, aiming at his prey. In his eyes, Sasaki Shio is already his prey. Scarlet World's eyes shrank, and in the next second, the four scales gathered together and jumped directly into the air like a spring. The two of them looked at each other, and the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Kill you. Takaizawa Masado landed in an instant, jumped directly, and slashed towards Scarlet with the changing Jiahi blade knife in his right hand. The sword light flashed in the darkness, and the next second, the violent battle fluctuations spread, and the already broken house became crumbling in the battle. The two of them have the same fighting skills, and the key to victory is who will show their flaws. Scarlet is constantly defending against Takaizawa Masamicha's attacks, although his attacks are like a storm, endlessly, but in terms of speed and combat experience, it is obvious that Scarlet is superior. I don't want to fight you, Sasaki Scarlet said coldly while resisting Takaizawa Masamicha's attack. I've seen you, you used to be a search officer, and you disappeared in the crusade of the one-eyed owl. Hehe, that's a good point, but am I the investigator about your, give me death? Takaizawa Masamichi shouted, his strength surged, and directly cut the four scales of Sasaki. Scarlet World, and it seemed that it was about to fall on Scarlet World's body, but in the next second, Scarlet World turned directly sideways, and then swept through with a whip leg, and fell heavily on Takaizawa Masamicha's neck. Click. Takaizawa's neck twisted strangely, and then the whole person flew upside down. Bang bang bang. Takaizawa hit the wall like a kite with a broken string. Dust and smoke dispersed, darkness filled the air, and a black hole appeared in the middle of the spider silk cracked wall. Scarlet twisted his broken ankle expressionlessly, and returned to normal in the next second. Lin-kun and the others, who were hiding in the distance, watched this scene and couldn't help but open their mouths. Sasaki's first-class official strength is really strong. That monster killed so many of us, but he was beaten like this by the first-class official of the Scarlet World. Seeing that there was no movement in the direction of Takaizawa Masamichi, several people subconsciously thought that they were safe. But soon, they got nervous again. Jam 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 jam. The crazy words of Takaizawa Masao came from the darkness, and everyone only felt a shock in their hearts, a terrible sense of oppression hit, and their scalps were numb, only to see a tall Kazuko monster appear in the darkness. Takaizawa Masai is out of control, like Kaneki in the past. After being defeated, he fell into a state of loss of control, and his RC cells skyrocketed, becoming only a monster to kill. Scarlet World's face was solemn. You guys run as far as possible, Scarlet shouted, facing the out-of-control Takaizawa Masamichi. His heart was also very surprised, although he knew that the transformed Takaizawa Masamichi was unstable, but now he saw the appearance of Takaizawa Masamichi. He wasn't much sure, because the loss of control meant a surge in strength, both in speed and strength, which had been greatly improved. However, there is also an obvious shortcoming, that is, after the loss of control, the Meow is like a beast, without independent thinking, only reckless. Thinking like this, Scarlet's mind began to think about how to defeat the current Takaizawa Masamichi. And Lin-kun and the others were also frightened, so in order not to affect the battle of the Scarlet World, they ran away directly. After looking around, only the sound of a fight came from the direction of the Scarlet position behind him. In the monitoring room of the Bronze Tree organization, looking at the out-of-control Takaizawa Masamichi, Takatsuki Izumi clapped his hands happily. It was so exciting, I thought I was going to play, but I didn't want to surprise me. Tadara, you said that if there are more owls like this, will we be able to push those people in the Bronze Tree? Izumi Takatsuki jumped onto Tadara's shoulder and whispered. Duo was silent. La la la, Feng Yukon, Jin Mukon is very good, you say. Shall I do it? Izumi Takatsuki turned to look at Kazuha again. Looking at Takatsuki-kwan, Feng Yu was speechless in his heart. You can do what you want, don't ask me, you are the leader. Also, I should leave, or a noble general may come. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. There seems to be a Hexio family from Quikulia, and Kazuko who transplanted Kamidero. After saying that, Feng Yu left here without looking back. And the Shiu family. Hehe, it's just a bunch of clowns. The scarlet eyes exuded a deep coldness, but everyone present did not react. In the underground warehouse, Guozhangju's hung and several of them finally found the large army, and the Meows were also taken aback when they saw them, and they didn't know who shouted the white dove is coming, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Countless Meows are like rats in the sewers, scurrying wildly, which also gives Guozhangju's hung the opportunity to rush into the crowd and kill wildly one by one with kuink weapons in hand. A few resisted, and most were in a state of panic, and their lives were harvested by one search officer. A few powerful Mews calmed down, such as Big Madam, who calmly analyzed the current battlefield and secretly shifted the battle line, wanting to fish in troubled waters and escape from here. But just as they found a secret exit, a slender figure stood in front of them. Mom, long time no see. In the next second, several daggers roared, and the two Mews in front of Big Madam fell to the ground. You're the Belle? Big Madam exclaimed, her eyes filled with rage. She didn't expect that her favorite work was now standing in front of her, swinging a knife at her. But this is not the time to continue procrastinating. Big Madam doesn't want to talk to Suzuya Shizo, she just wants to escape from this hellish place. Mom, do you think I'm going to let you run away? Throw my Jason to me. Suzuya Shizo looked at the Ahara Hanbei in the distance. It's ready for you. Yuen said respectfully after killing one of the mews in front of him. Then he rushed towards the mass of meows, and as soon as he passed, blood and corpses were found on the ground. When they were about 10 meters, they threw out the box containing the Kuink weapon. Guard, quick, stop him. Big Madam shouted, but was a step too late. Since they were all on the upper floor, Suzuya Shizo jumped onto the fence when Ahara Hanbei threw out the weapon box. Then she jumped out, the box opened, and a murderous Jason scythe appeared in her hand. Chapter 294. As soon as he got Jason, Suzuya Shizo's momentum changed. The blade slashed, and Jason was like a toy in her hands, his hands interlaced and slashed, and the speed was so fast that it formed an absolute killing circle. In just a few seconds, the two meeks in leopard suits who were guarding Big Madam fell to the ground. At the same time, the entire underground warehouse did not resist at all due to panic and fled, and the members of Kui Hisashi and Suzuya Shizo quickly harvested the heads. Rows of corpses fell to the ground, and the situation was getting worse and worse, coupled with the death of their own guards. Big Madam was in a hurry, and he didn't care about the 3721, and ran directly in the direction of the exit. Big Madam's Katsuko is a fat tail that crawls quickly across walls like a giant gecko. Mom, I'm not allowed to let you run away this time. The corners of Suzuya's mouth curled, shook off Jason's blood in his hand, and quickly chased after him. Seeing this, the members of the Suzuya class also stood in the way of Big Madam's progress. Get out of here, you bastards! Big Madam shouted angrily, the huge tail slamming down with great force. Immediately let the members of the Suzuya squad who were blocking the front dodge. And taking advantage of this gap, Big Madam quickly broke through the blockade and walked quickly on the wall again. And Suzuya Shizo followed closely behind. Xiao Shizo, Xiao Ling, are you going to go against your mother? I raised you obviously, do you hate your mother? Is that so? Big Madam shouted as he ran, but Ria Shizo was expressionless. On the other hand, it was the members of the Suzuya Shizo class who quickly caught up, and several people besieged it together. Huan Shuilang took advantage of his strength to walk, jumped up, and jumped into the sky above Big Madam. Raising the scarlet Kuink knife aloft, it slashed at Big Madam's body. The back exploded, and blood splattered. Big Madam screamed, endured the pain, and continued to flee again. It's just that her speed has slowed down with injuries on her body, and Mikage Miyuki takes advantage of the victory to chase after her. One person struck a blow and fell heavily on her. In the end, he was cut off by a half-soldier. However, Big Madam did not fall, but crawled on the wall like a gecko. Her Katsuko had dissipated, and she wouldn't be able to use it without being replenished by human flesh and blood. Helpless, he felt the threat of death coming from behind him. Big Madam, who was still crawling, turned her head to look, her pupils shrank, and Suzuya Saki slashed at her with Jason in his hand. When the dust settled, Big Madam no longer had the strength to resist, and his bloated body fell to the ground. Mom, all I get from you is wounds, and only wounds make me nostalgic. No matter what the people around me say, I've never hated you. Suzuya walked up to Big Madam's side with a blank face. Stinky little ghost, I'll tell you the truth. The reason why I raised you is purely because you are good-looking, idiot. Don't make a mistake. I never treated you. Big Madam weakly knelt on the ground and cursed, but before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the combined efforts of Mehito Hani and Kansuro. Cover your ears, it's rude. Ahara half-guards covered Suzuya Shizo's ears to prevent her from hearing Big Madam swearing at her. Goodbye, Mom. The battle in the underground warehouse can be said to be one-sided, and the battle on the Scarlet side is a desperate fight. In the face of the out-of-control Takaizawa Masamichi, Scarlet can only constantly dodge attacks from him. Today's Takaizawa Masadu is like a beast, constantly roaring. And as his rage level soared, so did the RC cells in his body. The more severe the rampage. What Scarlet can do now is to consume Takaizawa Masamika's physical strength. But Takaizawa Masamika's speed increase is too perverted, and Kaneki, who became famous for his speed and agility as soon as possible, was also injured in the process of dodging. And the moment he was injured, Takaizawa Masado would seize this opportunity and get close to him frantically to stick to Scarlet and prevent him from acting. If it weren't for the awakened Scarlet World, who was not afraid of the pain of twisting his ankle, the horror would have fallen to the ground and was beaten into a mess of meat by Takaizawa Masamichi. No. Just a moment later, the Scarlet World was forced into a corner, the huge Heze shell looked so terrifying, and the Scarlet World's small figure was like a lamb to the slaughter. In the next second, Scarlet Shi's eyes reflected Takaizawa Masachi's fist. Getting closer and closer. The wind howled, and the dust flew up. Boom. The walls collapsed and fell into ruins. Scarlet World, why don't you want to believe me? I am you, you are me. Why can't you accept all of me? Why? Look at the way you are now, even though you have most of my strength, you still end up like this. Everything that happens in the dream is so real, why don't you want to believe it? A white-haired and silver-haired teenager said expressionlessly. No, that's fake, otherwise why is this situation different from the dream? You are lying to me, trying to devour me completely. I'm Sasaki Saki. It's not Kanekaiken. Scarlet retorted excitedly. Are you going to make me disappear? I don't want to lose anyone anymore, and I'm scared too. I'm afraid of disappearing. Help me, Scarlet, don't let me disappear, okay? The White-haired silver-haired boy turned into a child, but there were 2 lines of blood and tears on the child's face. The lonely and helpless back looks so pitiful. The scene of Jin Mu has changed again, and the scenes of the past have been renewed, from childhood, to college, to becoming a Miao, and finally to the memories and people of the Anding district. Ah, Scarlet World, don't cry, I'm here. In reality, with Takaizawa Masayo's punch, the surroundings seemed to be quiet. The silence was terrifying, and a beastly low roar came from the mouth of Takaizawa Masayo. Zozo. Scarlet. He stared at the darkness in the distance, as if to confirm whether Scarlet was dead. Suddenly, Scarlet flashed in the darkness, and with a thud, 4 dark-colored Katsuko pierced Takaizawa's body. Roar. The pain in his body made Takaizawa Masayo angry again. He roared and rushed into the darkness, the ground shaking, and the whole building began to crumble with the 2 of them. There were constant roars, fights, and even chewing. But soon, the darkness fell silent again, and a figure slowly walked out. It is the Scarlet World, or the real Golden Wood. He wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. It tastes so much better than that guy. Kaneki muttered that his clothes had been torn from the battle, but his injuries were all recovered. And the momentum on the body has become more powerful. Chapter 295 I see, don't stop him. Feng Yu hung up the phone, the expression on his face was extremely indifferent. This drama is about to start completely, Kaneki, don't let me down. After all, the stage has been set up for you. The night was bleak, and the whole area was in chaos, with fires soaring into the sky and sirens piercing the sky. This is a battle between humans and Miaos, and the ordinary humans living nearby have all been evacuated, and they have long been accustomed to such things. Humanity. Miao seeds. If the plan succeeds. So, there may be a thaw between the 2 camps. Windfeather's eyes flickered, looking at the huge red figure that streaked across the sky in the distance. Buzz. The buzzing sound in the dark night sky suddenly surprised everyone on the ground and in the building, whether it was the Mew or the investigator. What's that? The investigators who surrounded the building all looked up at the sky with horrified expressions on their faces. It's a one-eyed owl. No, didn't you say that the one-eyed owl had already been killed? Why are you here? Aren't you dead? It can't be. Matt and others say that the one-eyed owl is dead. Could it be that there is another one-eyed owl in this world? As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar. How can this be? The Miao camp already has the Grim Reaper. How could there be another one-eyed owl? No, this is definitely not true. If it's true, so how are we going to win? The people at the bottom have begun to break their defenses in their hearts, and they are all in despair. Stinky boys, admit defeat before the fight starts. Isn't it just a one-eyed owl? The one was not killed last time, and this time it is the same, and we still have Matt and Chuan Feng and others. We have to trust them, don't lose the confidence of our investigators. Kill all these demiaos, protect our families, and guard our homes. The sound of Marutise's scolding came from everyone's headsets, which brought them back to their senses. Yes, we have Matt and Chuan Feng, and we humans haven't lost yet. Kill all these demiaos. Wiping away tears and regaining confidence. Weapons in hand, ready for battle? The spirit of seeing death as if it were home was once again aroused, sweeping away the previous breath of despair. No matter how many companions die in the world, they are still at the forefront of ordinary people. Looking outside, the soldier regained his confidence, and Merit-Isai took off his headset and slumped into his chair. It's a lie. Why are there really 2 one-eyed owls? It's really troublesome now. Hopefully they'll be able to come a little sooner. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this kid won't be able to withstand it. Marutase rubbed his temples in pain and muttered. Inside the building, the investigators looked at each other, but in their eyes, they did not flinch in the slightest. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Since I joined the position of investigator, I have long been afraid of death, and what I am most afraid of is not being able to kill one more Mew. Before each mission, they will write their suicide note, which can be said to be a battle with the determination to die in every battle. Fight the enemy, either you die or I live. The former companions fell to death one by one, and loneliness was always with them. Listening to the shouts of the humans below, Izumi Takatsuki only felt a little dazzling. That's how humans are. Always able to find the way to happiness in the midst of despair. If you have a choice. In the building, Jin Mu wiped the blood stains on his face, and his eyes were as cold as frost. In the battle just now, the contact headset he was carrying had already been damaged, so he didn't know that the one-eyed owl flew over. There was silence and darkness all around. Kaneki frowned slightly. In the next second, a behemoth suddenly fell from the sky not far in front of him. Bang! Boom! The terrifying force made the building tremble, dust fly, and powerful air currents suddenly dispersed. Between the flying sand and rocks, Kaneki had to use his hands to resist the powerful air waves. He, I've found you, little reptile. In the CCG headquarters, everyone began to get busy, and some of the old investigators who had not left the station also put on their combat uniforms and picked up their weapons at this time. Black Rock and Shinohara Yuki, the 2 special masters, came to store the new suit. Hippan, we guessed right. Sure enough, there are 2 owls. The one last time was not what we met before. This one is young, brutal, terrifying. Yes, I didn't expect there to be 2 owls. This time we have to go all out. The new has been upgraded. I believe this time it will not be as embarrassing as last time. Let's go, Shinohara. Kuro Painyan put on his new and then straightened out his suit. Yuki Shinohara nodded. The two walked side by side, their tall figures infinitely elongated in the light. When they arrived at the playground meeting place, Tanaka Nozomi and Kyoko Yasuma had been waiting for a long time. Then, let's go this time, we will definitely cut the slash under the sword. And Zyuchen's voice sounded, followed by the heavily armed soldiers and investigators present shouted in unison. Victory! Let's go! But they didn't know that not far after they left, a figure looked at them with a smile. It's a wonderful stage, and I'm already looking forward to the future of this world. Rama, let's go and bring greater surprises to this wonderful world. The man opened his arms and his face was extremely reverent, as if he was embracing something incomparably sacred. If you look closely, he still has a book with a black cover in his hand. On it are written 5 words, Black Goat's Egg. On the other side, the battle between Kaneki and Izumi Takatsuki reached a fever pitch. It's just that this battle is a violent fight by Izumi Takatsuki according to Kaneki, and the tyrannical aura fills the audience, shattering everything around him. Kaneki was punched into the thick concrete floor, and Izumi Takatsuki waved his Katsuko shell fist, once, twice, and hammered continuously. The floors were shattered, and the gold wood fell down layer by layer. With each floor, his injuries worsened. This time, Izumi Takatsuki did not hide his strength like in the original book, but released all his strength. The world's top SSS level meow, the power of the one-eyed owl? Kaneki was powerless to resist, his consciousness gradually dissipated, and when he was about to die, Izumi Takatsuki grabbed his head and jumped up, like a cannonball, from the sky. Then he threw it down, and the golden wood fell like an arrow off the string. The whistling wind was like a sharp blade, scraping against his body. With the arrival of Izumi Takatsuki, the members of the bronze tree hidden in the shadows pour out of their nests. Led by Tatara, a one-sided massacre was see chapter 296. Damn, everyone retreats to the building first and waits for the arrival of the big army. Kawakaze boy, where the hell are you? Merit Isai looked at the news from the various squads, and immediately felt his head explode. Too much information, and too urgent. Everywhere, the members of the bronze tree are like locusts hiding in the darkness, striking hard. Group A is under attack, request for support. Group B is under attack, request for support. Red warning, flashing constantly. Bronze tree, you bunch of crumbs. Meritije ripped off the headset he was wearing on his ear and ran out of the command room swearing. Merit wait. The soldiers stationed around him also gave the highest salute when they saw him. Boys, now that they've all been ambushed, those who aren't afraid of death will rush in with me to support them. Meritije shouted as he grabbed the soldier's rifle and held it high. Support from CCG headquarters is still on the way, and the search officer is constantly dying in the building, and his heart is dripping blood. In a high position, he is not like a manager, who will do whatever it takes to accomplish his goals. He only prioritizes the safety of his subordinates, and now this situation has completely made him unbearable. The moment the gun was raised, it was as if everyone had received the banner of faith. This is trust and admiration. We are willing to rush in with Maruade-sama. That is, we are not afraid of death, what we are afraid of is that our companions are dead and only we are left with ourselves. Listening to their heartfelt shouts, Merit Isai couldn't help but feel moved and sad. The various teams were counterattacked by the bronze tree, and it was impossible to rescue anyone. The big army is still on the way. Now the only trapped companions are the group of people in front of them. They are policemen, soldiers, but not investigators. They had no Kuink weapons in their hands, only guns and ammunition. They are not as different from ordinary people's physical qualities as the meows. A mortal body. Rush. Scarlet World, wake up, wake up. Are you going to give up again? Don't you promise me to live well? Fulfill my wish for me. I'm Scarlet. I'm Kaneki. Kaneki. I'm so tired. I want to fall asleep. The one-eyed owl is too powerful. I can't beat her. I'm sorry. Everyone. I'm sorry. Why has the dream changed? The facts haven't changed. Mom. Kaneki, who was lying in a pool of blood, seemed to see a gentle shadow in a daze. The shadow gently stroked his cheek with her hand, humming a familiar nursery rhyme in her mouth. Stand up, I'm still by your side. Don't give up, I'll help you. I'll always be by your side. The picture turned again, and Kaneki saw Ira Young, who was still as sunny as he had been in college. It was like a ray of light shining into Kaneki's dark heart. Warmth wells up in my heart. It's okay, you've done well enough. I'll always be by your side. Don't forget, we made a promise to be good friends for life. Kaneki, don't break your word. Tears slid down, mixed with blood and intertwined. The scenes of the past emerged like a horse's eye, from childhood to knowing Yongjin Yingliang to college, the germination of adolescence, and the deception of the world. The darkness was shrouded, he was at a loss, he wanted to scream, he wanted to find the light. The darkness grew deeper and deeper until a dim light appeared in front of me. It was a coffee house, warm and full of laughter. Gentle people welcomed him with open arms. Welcome back, Kaneki-kun. I miss you guys so much. Windfeather stood on a high place wrapped in a black cloak and looked at Kaneki and Izumi Takatsuki. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes glowed with a strange red light. Feng Yu-kun, what is this power? Izumi Takatsuki grinned at Kazuha, and when the skill of the reincarnation nightmare was activated, she actually felt the energy fluctuations. Unlike the power of this world, this surprised Izumi Takatsuki. My Mr. Death is mysterious. If it weren't for the same purpose of you and me, I couldn't help but want to peel open your body and find out the secrets hidden in you. Scarlet one-eyed eyes with a large cracked mouth, coupled with her terrifying shell, this scene can't help but be extremely terrifying. You don't have to worry about my business, and I need one last introduction. But it's really Cao is here. Feng Yu groaned. Looking down, Izumi Takatsuki was still staring at Kazuha's gaze, and he was already full of anger at the moment. My lovely four eyes, are you trying to resist me? Said Izumi Takatsuki, who slapped the scales that had fallen on her body, her voice filled with laughter and anger. Brother, I knew it was you. I'm here to pick you up. The person who came was Hinamai Fukakai, who was holding Kaneki, who was covered in blood, with surprise and anger on her face. The joy is that the person in his arms is really Jinmyu, and the anger is that Jinmyu has been beaten and is dying, and there is only one breath left. Ahem. You're Hinamai. Kaneki listened to the whisper in his ear, his already red and swollen eyes opened a slit, and he looked at the girl with tears on her face in a daze. Hinamai's tears slipped down. No, Hinata. You go quickly. Get out of here. Leave me alone. You're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to go. Horror appeared on Kaneki's face, and he used all the strength he had left to break free from Hinamai's embrace and push her back. I don't want to lose it anymore. Kaneki used all his remaining strength to push Hinamai away, but in the next second, a touch of red flashed, and only a poof sound was heard in his ears, and the face of the girl in front of him turned pale instantly. It's like a porcelain doll, as if it shatters when touched. No, how could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Mew trembled and carefully hugged the girl in his arms with both hands. It's really touching, I'm about to cry, such a touching reunion, but don't forget that I'm still there. My lovely four eyes, did the organization say what the fate of the betrayer is? And if you disturb my elegance, then it would be nice to let you die, hehehe. Izumi Takatsuki laughed maniacally, and the backs of Kaneki and Hinamai looked so miserable, blood flowed all over the ground, and the smell of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. With just one blow, Hinamai's hebeo was broken and dying. It's okay brother, I've grown up, it's my turn to protect you, just like you protected me at the beginning, brother. Now that I see you again, I'm already very happy. We are all when you come back. Sister Dongxiang, if she knows that you are still alive, she will be very happy. Promise me, brother. You must live well. As soon as the words fell, Hinamai closed her eyes and the hand that touched Kaneki also fell. No, please open your eyes. Kaneki's cry resounded through the sky, and snowflakes fell on the sky, and the smoke of gunpowder billowed out. The walls were ruined, and death, chaos, and screams were mixed together, constantly intertwined. Kaneki lifted his arm and pressed hard, and a large piece of flesh was bitten off and stuffed into Hinamai's mouth. Hinamai, eat quickly. It's good to eat it. Now Kaneki is like a madman, trying to use his own flesh and blood to give Hinamai energy to repair her injuries. But Hinamai felt like she was dead, and there was no reaction. Kaneki was silent, tears sliding down with blood. His face was dead, his head bowed, motionless, like a lifeless sculpture. Chapter 297 Jinmyu-jun, are you angry? Do you want revenge? Do you want to kill me? Look at her, her smile used to be so warm, obviously she could live happily, but now it's like this, do you know what it's for? It's all because of this wrong world. Human beings, meows, are like the food chain of nature. Meows feed on humans, and humans take up arms to resist, which is an inextricable link. Human beings are hunted by meows, meows are hunted by humans, countless families are broken, countless orphans are created, and they grow up full of despair, continue to hunt humans, meows, one reincarnation after another occurs in every corner of this world. Fight after fight, death is always with this world, only by growing stronger, can you protect the people around you. Look at the cute Hinamai in your arms, if your strength is stronger than mine, then it's me lying on the ground. Kaneki-kun, I can't wait, and you're so disappointed that I want to kill you. Kaneki's tears couldn't stop flowing, and he hugged Hinamai with both hands. Maybe he also felt an endless sense of powerlessness in his heart. Why me? I just want to live my life in peace. Why am I going through all this? Ha ha ha, why me? Why me? Kaneki shouted frantically as his bag began to churn. The sound of a crawling centipede was heard in his ears. Like a centipede. Centipede-like. Kaneki muttered with his head down. A centipede-like heze erupted from his body, and his hands turned into huge swords. A mad, powerful aura swept through the entire floor. The wind swept the clouds. Feng Yu looked at all this expressionlessly. Seeing this, Izumi clapped his hands excitedly. That's it, Kaneki-kun, you managed to arouse my interest again, so I decided to continue playing with you. Scarlet one-eyed, gaping mouth, two monsters attacking each other at the same time. The floors collapsed and the ground shook. Everyone looked in horror in the direction of the battle between the two. Suzuya Shizeo squinted his eyes and whispered, Scarlet World. Every swing of the knife takes away a dead soul. It's just that the number of meows is too much, and even she is beginning to feel powerless. What's more, the bronze tree knew the power of Suzuya Shizeo, and arranged for Yellow to face him. Suzuya Shizo's strength is very strong, but he is also powerless in the face of Nora's perverted life self-healing ability. What's more, he can get out on his own, but his subordinates and other investigators don't have the strength of him. Now it is time to retreat urgently, waiting for the support of a large army. Everyone, report to the group, step by step. I'll cover for you, Suzuya said. The members of Suzuya's class wanted to speak, but Suzuya Shizeo waved his hand, and Jason, who was still dripping blood, was lying in front of them. Don't make me say it a second time. The tone was cold, but irresistible. Yes, the Ahara guards gritted their teeth in response. It's just that there is reluctance and anger in his eyes. Covered in blood, the bell house is blocked by one person at the gate, and his hands are resistant to the blood-stained Jason, like a demon in hell. It's like a general on the battlefield. One husband should be opened, and 10,000 people should not be closed. The CCG men are retreating, but in the corner where no one is looking, a man in a black cloak is frantically hunting the swarming mews. It was of great help to the retreat of these investigators. Damn, it's a floppy disk. This bastard, let's go, this guy's strength is too terrifying. Let's go ask for the help of the adults and arrest this escaped floppy disk. The screams were mixed with fear, and some of the people who recognized Guntaro Amen, who was wanted by the Bronze Tree, immediately ran back, wanting to tell the big bosses in the organization that he was here. But how could Kotaro Yaman let him go, leave to release Heihi, like a huge predator in the dark, wielding the sharp weapon in his hand, constantly harvesting the fleeing prey. In a few moments, the entire floor was littered with corpses. Corpses were strewn all over the field, and rivers of blood flowed like rivers. Kotaro Amen lifted his cloak and hat, revealing his appearance. The scarlet eyes glowed eerily, and his gaze was deep and his face was worried, looking in a certain direction. I'm sorry. That's all I can do to fight alongside you, and then began to nibble on the hebeo that had fallen to the ground. He has to be stronger, so that he can have more power to protect the righteousness in his heart, even if the righteousness in his heart has long since left him. Now that he has become a meander, it is conceivable that if he appeared in front of the CCG investigator, would the justice in his heart fall to him? He kind of understood how Kaneki-ken had behaved in front of him. I also understand the entanglement and chaos of Kaneki-ken, who is a meow but can't bear to slaughter humans. Top floor. Ken Kaneki and Izumi Takatsuki. At this time, the two opened up the distance, and half of Jin Muan's body was broken, but he still stood still, and at the same time, the broken body was also growing new flesh buds, constantly squirming and touching and blending. Live like a centipede. 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 Kill you. I'm going to kill you. Eat you. Eat. Eat them all. It's not me who is wrong. It's the world. Kaneki-ken babbles frantically. And Izumi Takatsuki was not feeling well at this time, and the entire shell of the Mew was broken, revealing her bandaged body. His forehead was bloody, but his face was full of excitement. That's it, Ken Kaneki, come on, come and kill me, shouted. Izumi Takatsuki laughed maniacally, and then rushed out again, only with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Ken Kaneki, who fell into madness, also went head-on. But, in an instant, when Izumi Takatsuki was less than a meter away, the floor surged, and countless Katsuko's tentacles erupted and wrapped around her body, and the right arm he had just repaired turned into a giant blade in an instant. I'm killing you. The sword flashed, and Takatsuki's eyes widened, just like in the original book. And it was only then that she realized that Kaneki-ken had regained her senses and prepared an ambush, using the time when she had just repaired her body to separate Katsuko and bury her on the floor. Izumi Takatsuki smiled, the bandages disintegrated, and she reached out her hands and gently stroked Kaneki's cheeks. You're really great. I hope you can continue to make good progress in the future, and I hope you can enjoy this gift of mine. Looking at Izumi Takatsuki, who had turned into two sections, there was a desire to devour in his heart. And Izumi Takatsuki was also in the middle of the borrowed position, and kept falling, and finally disappeared into the darkness. Let's eat, it's the final stage. When it's done, muttered Feng Yu, who was watching all this from the dark. Chapter 298. Takatsuki Izumi is worthy of being one of the best actors in the original book, and Feng Yu believes that it is impossible for her not to see the small actions made by Kaneki-ken, just to find an excuse to send herself out. As a high-level member of the Bronze Tree organization, Wind Feather is also the maker of the plan. He knew Izumi Takatsuki's plan, and it was part of it. Because Kaneki-ken passed the test and became the strongest of the new generation of half-human and half-mere species. Not to mention the reformers in the laboratory, Yaman Gangtaro is a failure, and only Takaizawa Masao succeeds. And Takaizawa Masai was defeated by Ken Kaneki, so this gift fell on Kaneki. If Takaizawa Masamichi defeats Ken Kaneki, then the gift is his. The purpose of the Bronze Tree is to create a new generation of half-human, half-muted one-eyed kings. In this way, it can shelter both the species and the humans. Become an intermediate hub of superficial peace. But what Izumi didn't know was that Kazeheim was different from them. There's another purpose to their ultimate purpose, and that's the dust seemed to settle, and Feng Yu looked at Jin Mu, who was feasting, and the corners of his mouth rose. Eat as much as you want. After eating, I may have to wrong you. When all things are done, the world, I'll help you out. 1 bite, 2 bites, Kaneki frantically gnawed on the half-body left behind by Izumi Takatsuki. As Hebeo devoured, Kaneki-ken's shattered body was growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few moments, he was intact. The white and flawless upper body was exposed, his breath gradually stabilized, wiping the blood from his mouth, and Jin Mu walked to Hinamai's side step by step with sadness in his eyes. Hinamai. Tears flowed. Next, it's my turn to play, old duo Urfu, don't let me down. The news of the one-eyed owl's escape sent tremors through the hearts of all the investigators. Then the sound of cheers shattered the sky. Good boy, Sasaki Scarlet, I really didn't misunderstand you. Boys, the one-eyed owl has been repelled by the first-rank officer of Sasaki Scarlet, and the next thing is that the horn of our counterattack is blowing. The bronze tree on the other side, aren't you ready to retreat? Maru 8. Sai took an AK rifle and frantically strafed the tide-like Mew not far away. Hearing Maritisei's words, the Mews paused for a second, but soon continued to attack. What's the matter? Aren't these guys planning to retreat? When did they become so desperate? Maritisei frowned slightly, looking at the enemy who was not afraid of life and death. He couldn't figure it out. In the past battles with the bronze tree, there would be a tacit ceasefire every time. But now this is the case. Investigators elsewhere also found something unusual. Damn, these Mews want to fight me to the death. We have few people. Immediately maintain the original evacuation formation and retreat quickly. Dressed in a white robe, Tatara just glanced at the direction in which Izumi had disappeared, and continued to move forward like a war machine. All the meows did not dare to slack off, and the hungry wolves rushed forward like a pounce. The orders of the leaders did not dare to resist, and once they retreated, it was death. Moreover, this battle is also a battle for their meows. On the other side, in a coffee shop, several people wearing black cloaks and demon masks are quietly sneaking in. Dong Xiang, you go first. Sifang Lian showed a solemn face and stared at the few black-clothed people in front of him. Hehe, quartet, do you think? Can you get out of here? Who are you? Kaneki Ken Katsuko burst out, and the black scales shot out like a soul-snatching hook, piercing the air. Boom. This power is very good, it seems that you have grown a lot. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction, looking like an elder praising his back. You are the predecessor of the Grim Reaper. Jin Wuyan's sense of the third-level Grim Reaper in this Bronze Tree organization is still very good. When he joined the Bronze Tree, he was also taught by Windfeather, and he could feel Windfeather's love for those weak meows. But soon, he became vigilant. What do you want to do? Kaneki Yen stubbornly guarded Hinamai's body behind him. Soon, you'll find out. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth hooked up with a wicked smile. The night was hazy, and a gust of wind blew, raising the hem of Feng Yu's clothes. Bang la, blah. Jin Mukin suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Well, it's time for them to arrive. Bang bang, send it up. Feng Yu clapped his hands, and then he and Yi Bird, who was dressed in a red dress, walked out of the darkness. Behind them were the unconscious Sifang Lianji, Dong Xiang and Nishio Nishiki. Seeing this, Kanekaiken's pupils shrank, and a wave of anger rushed straight to his head. Uncle Sifang, Dong Xiang, Senior Nishio. Damn, what the hell did you do to them? Kanekian's eyes cracked, and the hebeo on his body began to squirm. My lord, Nick, they're ready at the source. Ito said lightly. Well, you two, do you want to play with him? Said Feng Yu, looking at Bei and Idari. My lord, I'm not good at fighting, and I have a task ahead. By the way, the CCG people are almost here. Idari shook his head in refusal. Feng Yu didn't say anything, and motioned for her to do what she should do. Oh, since I'm not on the bird, I'm not on either, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat him. He chuckled, then bowed respectfully and stepped aside, guarding the unconscious Sifang Lian and a few people. After thinking about it, it is estimated that it is really difficult to say to Jin Wuyan against them now. Although it is said that Bei and Yi Bird were planted with spiritual seeds, their subjective consciousness is still there. The strength of Ken Kaneki, who has evolved madly, has skyrocketed rapidly, and after the gift of Izumi Takatsuki just now, he has recovered from his injuries and his strength has skyrocketed. And you may evolve again in battle. In the original book, Ken Kaneki ate Izumi Takatsuki's hebeo, and in the battle with Erima Gisho, he was transformed into a complete higher to form and a holy sword form. Okay, just let me see if you've improved. Feng Yu stepped out, and a powerful momentum churned over him. Jin Wuyan suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy, and his face was painful. Bei put away the smile on his face and narrowed his eyes slightly. My lord has become stronger again. Windfeather did not use Katsuko, but released the spirit of Wea. The spiritual power that was formed in the thick form was centered on the Windfeather, and it continued to gush out, forming a huge whirlpool. Heavy, terrifying aura spreads. It was like a giant hammer falling heavily on Kaneki's body. Plop. Kanekaiken's whole body was like a dead pig, and he was pressed to the ground in the form of large characters. His face was bruised and flushed, as if he was in great pain. Chapter 299 Weak. It's too weak, can't you bear it at this level? Kaneki, you've disappointed me too much. With the Grim Reaper mask on his face, Feng Yu couldn't see what his expression was, but from his indifferent tone, he knew that it must be as cold as frost. You look up at Dong Xiang and them, defeat me, I will let them go, otherwise I will let you all die here. Feng Yu's words were like a sharp blade, piercing into Kaneki's heart fiercely. Anger, pain, powerlessness, despair, and madness are intertwined. Why did I choose again? Why is it all me? Why? Jin Mu raised his head violently, and his blood-red eyes were bleeding and tearful. His face was hideous, and the red veins on his face were constantly wriggling like centipedes. It's like a hellish ghost, and it exudes a terrible aura all over it. I can't imagine that the once lovely Kaneki-kun will become like this. Could it be the power of love? Hee. But in front of this adult, this so-called love is still as vulnerable. What will the world become in the end? It's a bit exciting. Looking at Jinmu's appearance, Feng Yu's eyes turned abrupt again, and an even more powerful spiritual force turned into an entity and slammed into his body. Bang! Kaneki was once again crushed to the floor, and a pit had appeared on his body, and the pit was cracked like a spider's web. Still can't do it. Looks like it's going to take a little excitement. Windfeather muttered. Then he turned around and walked towards Dong Xiang and the others who were unconscious. Kaneki, you don't know who I am. Feng Yu slowly took off the mask of death, revealing his original appearance. There was a hint of hoarseness in Feng Yu's voice, but it made Jinmu tremble. His eyes were full of shock. When Feng Yu left the coffee house, he never heard from him again, never thought that the famous Grim Reaper was actually him. And it's always around everyone. You're Mr. Windfeather. The guy on the side didn't react. After all, he had seen it before. Wait, you. What are you going to do? Let go of Dong Xiang. Jinmu's pupils shrank, and then he rose into the sky with anger. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Kaneki muttered frantically, and the Kazuko on his body skyrocketed wildly, and even the Hebeo who had just eaten Takatsuki Izumi became his Kazuko. Feng Yu wiped the blood from his hands, glanced at him indifferently, and then increased the pressure of his spiritual power. The spiritual power is like a sharp blade, and even the person standing on the side feels his scalp tingle. But this time Kaneki resisted. He stood up solemnly. His eyes were bleeding and tearful. His face was covered with a centipede face composed of scales composed of heze, and his body was like Tatara's Hikari form, turning into a giant samurai. A tyrannical aura poured out from Jinmu's body, resisting the spiritual coercion of Windfeather. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of blood-red chi is protecting the golden wood. Let go of Dong Xiang for me. Jinmu roared. His arms clenched the giant blade of heze, the floor under his feet cracked instantly, and the whole person rushed forward. Killing intent Ling ran. He only felt a strong life and death crisis emerge, and couldn't help but grab Dong Xiang and the others and move them to the side. Sure enough, it's the god of pure love. Just by injuring Dong Xiang, you can evolve this form. Kaneki is worthy of being the first person to abuse the protagonist. But that's not enough, Feng Yu said secretly. In the next second, a blood-red knife appeared in his hand. A terrifying black phantom appeared behind Windfeather, and Windfeather prepared for battle, as did the Death Phantom. With the blade of his hand, he slashed all the enemies in front of him. The killing aura instantly filled the audience, and he only felt a cold neck, and his eyes involuntarily moved away from the ghost cut in Feng Yu's hand. He only felt that his scalp was numb. He couldn't see through Feng Yu, and he didn't know what kind of secrets he had in his body. Just like when Feng Yu was born, he swept away the Mu species, defeated the noble generals of Erima, and became famous in one fell swoop. It's good that the strength is strong, but the most terrible thing is that the strength is strong, and it's not clear how many whole cards there are. I didn't dare to guess it. The spiritual seeds in my brain had sprouted, and the young leaves were constantly shaking, interfering with Bei's thinking. In just an instant, Bei regained his composure and waited quietly aside. Bang! A huge collision sounded, and a huge wave of chi swept away, and at the center of the wave was the crazy Jinmu and the Windfeather with an indifferent expression on his face. One big and one small. One entity killing god, one phantom death god, 2 by 2. Kaneki's blade was easily blocked by Kazuha's Oni cut. Bei stared at the phantom of death, and his ears seemed to be able to hear the chuckle of death. Not enough, still not enough. Kaneki, is that what you can do? A hint of annoyance appeared on Feng Yu's face. In the next second, Feng Yu's indifferent voice sounded. Breath of water, turning the waves. As soon as the words fell, Jinmu felt a chill on his neck, and the scene in front of him changed, and the whole person fell into a clear blue ocean, unable to extricate himself or move. I could only watch as the waves higher than the sky crashed against my body. If you look closely, you can see that this huge wave is composed of wisps of sword chi. With just one blow, Kanekaiken's whole body was directly covered with sword marks, and Katsuko's shell faded away, and she fell to the ground weakly. Performing the breathing method in this world, it still doesn't work. Feng Yu muttered. This blow is not the real water breath 12, it can only be said to imitate a trace of verve. Relying on spiritual power, it gives Kaneki-ken a feeling of being in the ocean. It's kind of a mental interference with his body's control. But it was enough, and now Feng Yu's strength was able to swing hundreds of swords in a second, even if he didn't breathe with water. The sword chi was vertical and horizontal, and one sword after another fell on Jinmu's body. Seeing him fall into a coma, Feng Yu walked up to him, squatted slightly, and then took out 2 marrow cleansing pills and healing pills and fed them to him. The wounds on Kanekaiken's body healed quickly and at a speed visible to the naked eye. Constantly breaking through the boundaries of life and death can allow you to integrate the gifts of Takatsuki springs faster, Feng Yu muttered. Although Kaneki went berserk and cast Takatsuki Izumi's Katsuko, it was not all. If it's 100%, it's only 30%. All Windfeather has to do is excite him to 100% and then proceed to the final one. turning into a dragon. Chapter 300. When Kaneki opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashed, and then he saw that under the wind feather, he directly broke one of Quartet's hands. A kick knocked down the Sifang and then stomped heavily on his face with one foot. Quartet, it's ridiculous, look at what you look like now. You know, I thought about it a long time ago. I wanted to eat you so that the three of us could be together forever. What has become of your ridiculous settling zone, your ridiculous one-eyed thug? Only the clown has the last laugh. It's just this one, to be able to lead us to a new world. You lost. After that, Bei directly bit off a piece of flesh on Sifang Lianxi's shoulder, and the blood stained the placket red, and Sifang felt the pain in his body in a coma, and suddenly woke up. And at first glance, I saw that Bei was gnawing on his own flesh. Bah, you damn bastard, what the hell are you and ITO trying to do? Sifang. Lian scolded angrily, but his weakness prevented him from using any strength. Hehe, do I want to do something? Who knows, you should ask this adult what he wants to do. Besides, I've always wanted to eat you. He chuckled, a hint of madness on his face. Feng Yu shook his head. Yes, it's a pair of paranoid good friends. Love but can't. You are? Wind Feather, that kid. How is that possible? How could it be you? Sifang Lianxi's eyes widened and he looked at Feng Yu in disbelief. He still remembers images in his mind that had taught him martial arts. But now, the aura on Feng Yu's body, as well as the eyes that looked at everything, were all powerful and terrifying. Just swept by Feng Yu's eyes, Sifang Lianxi felt that his hair stood on end. No, this breath. You are? Death. Sifang Lotus woke up violently. It turned out that the Grim Reaper seed that everyone was looking for was the first to appear in the Anding district. And it also pretends to be a common Mu. Infiltrated the stabilization zone. Why did you come to our Anding district at that time? Could it be the store manager was also planned by you? Sifang Lianxi pointed at Feng Yu and glared, but Feng Yu chuckled. Store manager, a person who already has a will to die in his heart, even if there is hope, he doesn't want to try again. Do you know him better than I do? Feng Yu's voice was as faint as the wind, but it made Sifang Lianxi stunned. Anyway, the store manager has expressed kindness to you at the beginning. What the hell are you doing with us here? Sifang Lian's face turned red, but his body was extremely weak. Don't worry, soon, you are invited to come and witness the arrival of a new world, and a few of you need to make a little sacrifice for the new world that is coming. Do you see him? He is the Kaneki Ken you have in mind, and tonight's protagonist is him. Feng Yu said with a smile. He wasn't worried about any other changes in Kaneki-ken. He had already seen through everything in his eyes. As long as the last step is reached, then Ken Kaneki will be transformed into a giant centipede Katsuko monster around Tokyo, just like in the original book. Following the direction pointed by Feng Yu, the Quartet Lotus showed that he could see Jin Mu clearly. At this moment, he was silent. As an SS-level Mu species, he has his own connections, and naturally knows that Jin Mu is not actually dead. Instead, he lost his memory and became a half-mere investigator of the CCG. Just for Dong Xiang and them, Sifang Lianxi kept silent and concealed Jin Muyan's whereabouts. Now that he saw Jin Mu again, Sifang Lianxi sighed slightly in his heart. Kaneki, I haven't seen you for a long time. Jin Mu's eyes were moist, his mouth was slightly open, and he wanted to say something. But in the end, he just smiled weakly and bitterly on his face. Uncle Quartet. I'm sorry. It's because I've got you all involved. Hey, let's do it. Feng Yu's indifferent voice suddenly interrupted the two of them. Yes, my lord, he smiled, and then a blood-red hand burst out of the chest of the four directions. And that hand holds a heart that is still beating. You. Sifang Lianxi's eyes widened, and she looked down at Bei's hand in disbelief. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then with sadness in his eyes, he glanced at Dong Xiang and Jin Mu, and finally closed his eyes and lost his breath. Poof. He withdrew his hand, and then put the heart of the four directions lotus into his mouth. Is this what you taste like? I will take you to the new world with me. His face was smiling, but tears were streaming down. No, Uncle Sifang. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kaneki roared wildly, his breath soaring, but he was crushed under the feet of a huge Katsuko monster. Don't move, this scene isn't over yet. Fang. You said coldly. Well, go ahead and kill them all one by one. Let him see, these people are dying for him. Kaneki, keep your eyes open, look at all this, and remember, it's all because of your fault, because of you, they died. The culprit of all this is because of you. Wind Feather's voice was like a knife, constantly piercing Kaneki's heart and soul. Just like just now, Dong Xiang woke up. Jin Mu-jun. The moment Dong Xiang opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, but he was filled with anger. You damn bastard, let him go. Dong Xiang scolded angrily, but no one paid attention to her. Please, I really beg you, you can let me do anything, please let her go. Kaneki struggled frantically, but as long as his breath skyrocketed, the strength of Wind Feather to suppress him was greater. Kaneki is like drowning water, crazy and powerless. Dong Xiang looked at the people who fell to the ground around her, she trembled. Uncle Sifang, Hinata, Nishio Nishiki, everyone. The blood that permeated her body made her know everything in an instant. No, it's not. Like this, how could it be like this? But before she could finish speaking, a familiar hand pierced her chest. Warm blood splattered out. The same disbelief as the Sifang Lotus show, the same eyes looked at Jin Mu. Goodbye, Kaneki, she muttered. No. Kaneki's eyes exploded, blood flowing. A pair of hands scratched and crawled frantically on the floor. A large amount of blood flowed out of the bloodstains due to the broken nails. Kaneki only felt a buzz in his ears, and then the whole person fell into a sea of blood. Blood continued to pour into his body, and the strong feeling of suffocation made him struggle desperately, trying to grab the rope that saved his life, but there was only an endless sea of blood around him. It's all you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have died. Kanekian, you should die. Quickly. Die quickly, die quickly, die quickly. The black shadow that could not be seen clearly cursed him continuously, and a pair of black hands pulled his body and sank. Come and stay with us, let's go to hell together. Let's go to hell together. His body sank and darkness swept over his vision. That's fine. Let's die like this. Kaneki muttered. Giggles. A crisp laugh sounded in Jinmu's ears, and then his gaze changed, and the white flowers on the other side bloomed all over the world, the birds sang and the flowers were fragrant, and the world was peaceful. Like a girl, Lishi leaned down and looked at Kaneki with a smile. Miss Lishi, Kaneki said with a red face. At this moment, he felt the throbbing of the first time he saw Lishi. Such beauty, such warm sunshine. Jinmu-kun, long time no see. Speaking of which, I like Kaneki-kun the most, and I fell in love with you at first sight. Jinmu-kun, do you want to be with me forever? Lishi's voice was so gentle. Jin Mu just wanted to speak, and the next second, his soft lips fell on his lips. A moist, sweet tongue gently licked his tongue, intertwined with each other. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to integrate each other into their bodies. No. Jin Mu pushed Lishi away violently, but Lishi did not have the slightest anger, and still looked at her gently. Could it be? Don't you like me? Her white shoulders and milk-white skin adorn her proud figure. Come on, Jinmu-kun, do what you love, take possession of me, I'm yours. She spread her arms like a fairy who was not stained with dust. Kaneki's eyes were scarlet, and his mouth was spitting out rough breath, like a mad beast. In the next second, he pounced on Lishi. Crazy gnawing on the world. Lishi, on the other hand, does not feel pain. Come on, Jinmu-kun, I'm yours, eat me. The white world instantly turned into a black-red purgatory. The boundless sea of blood churned, and finally turned into a huge wave, drowning Jinmu and Lishi. Here, Kaneki, turn into a dragon. Fang Yu smiled at the corner of his eyes, and in the next second, Kaneki turned into a giant centipede monster. It is growing bigger, it is spreading, and it is destroying the whole of Tokyo. Kaneki, the dragon? Chapter 301. In the blink of an eye, Tokyo, once a bustling city of Tokyo, was reduced to ruins as if it had suffered a war. The dark black Katsuko is still expanding and spreading, destroying everything around it with an irresistible trend. The ground shook, the ground cracked, and tall buildings collapsed. Smoke, cries, despair, death hung over the city. Rao as Feng Yu was also shocked in his heart. The damage caused by Jinmu's dragon transformation was too extensive. And looking at the current situation, it is obviously more terrifying than what is shown in the original book. That's amazing. This perfect work of art, my lord. Really? Sure enough, you're right. Let this city be born out of destruction. Looked at Windfeather with adoring eyes. And Dong Xiang and the others on the side glared angrily. What the hell did you damn guy do to that stupid guy of Jin Mu? I must kill you. Dong Xiang scolded. Kill me. Feng Yu looked into the distance, a smile on his face. I just let him have a dream that couldn't be more real. From the time Bei brought Dong Xiang and the others here, everything that Jin Wuan experienced was a dream that Feng Yu carefully prepared for him. The huge spiritual power can allow Feng Yu to unknowingly perform the reincarnation nightmare skill in Kanekaiken. When you wake up from your dream, it is the moment when you turn into a dragon. Fortunately, it was a success. It's just that Dong Xiang doesn't know that they are unfamiliar with Feng Yu. Although they had been together for a while in the coffee house in Anding district, all they knew was the information that Feng Yu deliberately revealed. Not to mention that spiritual power does not belong to the power of this world at all. It's coming. Take them away, get out of here, find Garner, and he'll understand what to do next. Feng Yu said in a cold tone. Bei could feel the terrifying aura emanating from his body, and his scalp was slightly numb, so he immediately released Heze and took Dong Xiang and them away from here. No, let go of me, I'm going to kill that bastard. Dong Xiang struggled frantically, but he wouldn't let her mess around. He already felt the insecurity here, so he directly slashed a knife on her neck. Dong Xiang immediately fainted. Watching them leave, Feng Yu held the ghost cut in his hand and gently wiped the blade of the knife. Buzz. The blade trembled, as if celebrating the upcoming battle. The night breeze blows, and the fish is white and dawns. Light had begun to appear in the east, and dawn was coming. Soon, two waves of people appeared in front of Feng Yu. My Grim Reaper, you have dared to deceive me. The Bronze Tree Organization and the CCG Investigator. The two waves surrounded Feng Yu in the middle, showing a flanking situation. Izumi Takatsuki's voice was soft, but she could feel the anger in her heart. On the other hand, Arima raised his glasses and first glanced at the Katsuko monsters that were transformed by Kaneki around him. Looking at Takatsuki Izumi on the other side, the two of them looked at each other, and the meaning was unclear. CCG Siege Shelter, Quakeculia. Since the last attack by the Bronze Tree Order, the entire Quake area has also strengthened its defenses. At the same time, the lowest level of the Meow species is also under special surveillance. Only now, old duo Urfu, what do you want to do? Kijima's face showed a crazy look, and at the same time, he took out a chainsaw kuink in his hand. Oh, I've been discovered, but I have more important things to do, so please don't stand in my way. The innocent smile on the face of the old duo Urfu. Hehe, let's have a good time. Luo Ma, who was beside the old duo Urfu, glanced at Deathcan and said, it's great, it's really great. I didn't expect the old second-class officer to come over with a gift, it's really exciting. Little sister, I will definitely love you well, I will use this chainsaw in my hand to cut off all your limbs, and finally make you become koink without pain. This is like this child. Kijima just finished speaking. Roma and Deathcan rushed out at the same time. In the monitoring room, and Zayujhen's eyes flashed, and then he operated on the computer system, and in the next second, the monitoring of the entire Quakulia was suddenly paralyzed. Hopefully, you can surprise me. New world. Mankind. Meow seeds. Hehe. Everything will cease to exist. Kazumi stood up with a blank face and looked at Katsuko, who had enveloped the whole of Tokyo. Action, luck. Kijima investigator, bye-bye. Old Tajifu wiped a streak of blood stuck to his clothes, and left without looking back. Scarlet blood flowed on the white floor, and the originally living wooden limbs were broken, and they had long since lost their breath. The chainsaw kuink, which he used to torture countless mews, has been turned into scrap metal. Seeing the old duo Urfu leaving, Roma and Deathcan also followed behind him obediently. Now that most of the CCG's high-level combat powerhouses have gone out to support, the entire Quake area can be said to be an empty city. Coupled with the closure and monitoring of the government, it can't stop the old duo and two blessings at all. One by one, the people who were touched by the old duo Urfu were only solved by Deathcan and Roma in an instant. They soon came to the bottom, the strongest prison of all the CCG. It's been a long wait, the new world welcomes your return, said old duo Urfu with a smile. The clown is always the last laugh. All the prison doors opened, and in just an instant, countless alarms sounded. It's been discovered, old duo Urfu said with a smile. Let's go, it's been a long time since I've had a small pastry. Dona Ito Propura, the priest, opened his scarlet eyes and smiled. At the same time, outside the entire Quake area, countless meows wearing black robes and clown masks began to attack. On Kazuha's side, he fought alone against Izumi Takatsuki and Admiral Arima, as well as a group of special investigators. Originally, you could still see that the surroundings of the building were really in ruins at this moment. In the center of the battlefield, a tall and death-like monster was holding a sword that emitted scarlet flames, and behind it stood an incomparably terrifying phantom. It's this guy. It's too powerful. I didn't expect so many of us, plus the one-eyed owl and Arimat, etc., to only fight evenly matched. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that it's only 2 years? Has this guy grown to this point? This strength is beyond all of us to realize. This is not SSS level. It's SSSS class. It's horrible. It's really scary. Gotta kill him. Otherwise, there will be a place for us humans to live in this world. The CCG crowd was in an uproar, their eyes full of disbelief. All kinds of strange powers were unleashed on the monster in the center of the battlefield, not only speed, defense, strength, but also sword skills, and strange telekinesis. Izumi Takatsuki and Arima Gui distanced the two from Feng Yu, and tacitly did not continue to fight. The battlefield fell silent all of a sudden. In the command room, Meridisai also looked at everything that had just happened, and his heart was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. It's just that he doesn't know how to conduct the command anymore. Quakulia has been attacked by an unknown large-scale Mew, suspected of being a clown organization. Ask for help. Ask for help. It's really a mess now. Chapter 302 soon. All the top officials of the CCG on the scene knew about the attack on Quakulia. General Arima raised his glasses, and the breeze blew on his face, and his white coat continued to shake in the wind. Special Shinohara, Kurabon, and others stayed with me to deal with the Grim Reaper, and the others all retreated to support Quakulia. Arima, Gisho said solemnly. There's Matt waiting. Uigun wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kyoko Yasupo and the others. Let's go, Quakulia can't be lost, leave it to Matt and the others here. Uigun looked at Feng Yu unwillingly, and finally gritted his teeth and began to evacuate. Be sure to come back safely. It's so annoying, a bunch of clowns are doing so many things without me. Why can't you go on according to my plan? Why, die. Izumi Takatsuki roared madly, venting the anger in his heart. Tadara, go kill them for me, you must kill all those clowns. In the distance, Tadara heard Takatsuki's words, his eyes remained unchanged, and then he waved his hand, and the people of the bronze tree followed him away. Dry branches. Take care. The people on both sides disappeared one after another, and Feng Yu also smiled lightly. The timing is just right, and then, just wait quietly for Kanaki's next stage. You. Guang looked at Arima Gisho. But you still have to be subdued to be able to talk about it. Feng Yu's body breathed, and the air pressure around him suddenly became extremely thick. Breath of light, type 10, storm of light. The ghost cut in his hand turned into an afterimage, and one after another blades of light slashed out, intersecting with each other and finally forming a huge tornado storm of light blades. Everywhere the storm passed, it was completely wiped out, and countless ruins were sucked into the storm, and its size grew larger and larger. Looking at the rapidly approaching light blade storm, General Arima took off his white coat, revealing the black combat uniform he was wearing inside. The muscular and straight figure can be seen at a glance. In his right hand, he holds an SSS-class sword made from the purse of Yoshimura Kozen that he cut down at the time, and in his left hand, he holds an IXA. The light blade storm devoured everything, and the IXA in his hand suddenly stood up, and the formation of the original sword immediately unfolded a pair of double armor-like wings. It's like a shield, firmly holding the danger in front of you. Feng Yu watched as Arima Gui General blocked his light blade storm. There was a knowing expression on his face. Although the breathing method of demon slaying has been unlocked in this world, its power has weakened a lot in the end. Otherwise, with the blow just now, Arima's IXA Kuink must have been damaged. After a while, the storm stopped, and General Arima Gui touched the shallow knife mark on his face. A thoughtful expression. Breath of light, type 11, light wing slash. As soon as the words fell, countless light blade sword chi attacked towards Takatsuki Izumi, and Takatsuki Izumi was not to be outdone. The feathers on his body unfolded, and the Katsuki bomb suddenly collided with the light blade. A violent explosion spread, and thick smoke enveloped everyone, and no one knew what was happening inside. Only the constant waves of explosions coming from inside could be seen and heard. Quakeria. The two gangs are still fighting, and the originally indestructible Quakulia is now full of gunsmoke. There are corpses everywhere. There are meows, there are humans. Led by the old duo Urfa, he is followed by Loma, Death, Father Priest, and Nick. The priest held a bloody heart in his hand, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he looked at the battlefield below, his face full of endless pleasure. It's time to go, these stupid guys are coming back. I really want to kill all these guys who are in my way. This world, it will be up to me to create. Old duo Urfa muttered. The group then left. By the time the CCG forces arrived, the members of the clown had retreated, leaving only the ground blanket. Damn, Merit. Zai couldn't help but curse as he looked at the tragic situation at the scene. But he also understands that now is not the time to be angry, so he immediately commands the teams to rescue, and cleans up the remaining clowns. When everything was cleaned up, he realized that this time Quakulia was completely out of guard. Not only were all the personnel stationed here slaughtered, but the imprisoned meows were also released. The last time the Bronze Tree attacked Quakulia was only a purposeful rescue of the meows, and the last time the CCG's top fighters were there, the casualties and losses were not very large. Now this time it's really a big loss. Meritase looked at the list of casualties and the list of escaped from his subordinates. All he felt was a blank slate. But soon, he adjusted his mood. Begin to analyze the reasons for the loss of Quakulia. First of all, he was sure that even if the impregnable Quakulia didn't have too many high-level combatants to guard it, the clown organization shouldn't have fallen so quickly. It must be an inner ghost? In CCG, there is an inner ghost? Sure enough, after the monitoring and review of the technicians, I soon saw the figure of the old duo Urfu, the appearance of the leisurely stroll, and the process of killing Kijimashiki. No, that's not right. Old duo Urfu, this guy doesn't have that much authority to open the door to the underground prison of Quakuria. There must be accomplices. And the accomplice still has a position that can touch the door. Could it be? It's him. Meridisai was shocked in his heart, and a cold sweat broke out. He felt a chill at his guess, and looking around at the tragic situation, he clenched his fists, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must find the ghost inside. But the current situation can only be a covered investigation. Immediately, he looked at Ui-gun. On the other side, Kazuha, Izumi Takatsuki, and Arima Gisho have stopped fighting, and both Arima Gisho and Takatsuki Izumi have large and small knife wounds on their bodies. The clothes on his body were even more damaged. And even more so for Izumi Takatsuki. The white bandages wrapped around his body had all broken and he was covered in blood. There was anger and powerless despair in her eyes. Arima Gaijiang's eyes were as plain as water, and the IXA and owl in his hands had been completely broken. Now you can listen to me. The wind feather breath retracted, Katsuko faded, and the ghost cut into the sheath, with a warm smile on his face. You have your plans, but you also have mine, and although we plan in different ways, the outcome is the same. The dragon transformed by Jin Mu is also a key link, and only human beings can empathize with the pain of the species. As soon as the words fell, the centipede Katsuko transformed by Kaneki began to emit scarlet light, and then one by one Katsuko monsters appeared. As soon as these monsters appeared, they began to kill on a killing spree, and when they were killed, they exploded themselves. The sound of poof can be heard all over Tokyo. The scarlet smoke emitted by the self-explosion reacted quickly as soon as it touched the human body. A pair of eyes that shouldn't exist in humans appear. Do you want to transform all the humans in this world into meows? Said Arima Gisho coldly. No, it's just part of the plan. As I said, only when they experience what happened to them will they have sympathy for them. And Windfeather clapped his hands, and a man in a black cloak dragged a meow in front of him. What is a meow species? Human beings can become a meow by transplanting the organs of the mew species. It is nothing more than the RC cells in the body breaking through the threshold in the body. Am I right? There are Magai Jiang. Feng Yu smiled. Arima Gisho and Takatsuki Izumi didn't speak, but frowned slightly. This can make the meow seed turn back into a human, even if it is a mew seed from birth. A tube of light blue reagent appeared in Feng Yu's hand. Without waiting for the two of them to speak, Feng Yu directly fed the meow that had just been dragged up. And the reagent entered, and the originally unconscious mew suddenly opened his scarlet eyes. Then the scarlet fades and turns back into human eyes. What's wrong with me? My power. My Kazuko. The man who had just woken up looked dazed, and he felt the disappearance of Kazuko in his body, as well as the desire for human flesh and blood. Windfeather tossed him a bag of bread. Eat. Taking the bread, the man swallowed, unpacked it, put it to his nose and sniffed it, and then gobbled it up. I can eat human food. I can finally. Woo-oh. When Arima Gisho and Izumi Takatsuki saw this, they were both shocked. A meow seed becomes a human in front of them? If this reagent can be mass-produced. So the world. There will be no meows. General Arima was excited, and he didn't have the indifference just now, because this reagent, to be able to change the world. Changing the problem of the survival of the species and the human race. Chapter 303 Not a saint, change this world, so unnecessary sacrifice is necessary. Feng Yu's eyes were like knives, and he stabbed deeply into the hearts of Arima Gisho and Izumi Takatsuki. The two of them had serious faces, and they had sacrificed too many people for their own plans. Whether it's a mew species, or a CCG investigator, or even ordinary people. In order to forbear, to create a person who can overthrow the initiator who caused the sorrow of this world. Neither of them is a person who has compassion for trivial things, and naturally understands the meaning of Feng Yu's words. Countless civilian injuries were caused by the wave of Kazuko's fluctuations just now, but so what? As long as the world can change. No matter how many people die, it's worth it. It's just. Arima Gisho wanted to speak, but was stopped by Windfeather. I know what you want to say. I'll take care of the V organization. What you have to do now, it's to clean up the humans and the meows, and get rid of some idiots who don't obey orders. You two should know who I'm talking about, and at the same time, dig out Kanekaiken. Otherwise, unnecessary sacrifices will only be more. I've already marked his location. Feng Yu waved his hand, and two spiritual imprints entered their minds. Arima Gisho and Takatsuki Izumi glanced at each other, and there was a sudden silence in their eyes. Such means they lost without temper. After this baptism, I believe that mankind has also clearly recognized the situation and pain of the meow species. Go ahead, let this drama come to an end. A wave of determination emerged, and Arima Gisho and Takatsuki Izumi looked at each other, and then left the place. Feng Yu watched the two leave, and then he also turned into an afterimage and ran in one direction. Outside a palatial courtyard, people in black robes were surrounding this place at this time. Giggles, I didn't expect you two to be alive. Idari covered her mouth and chuckled, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. How could Uncle Ben die so easily? Besides, I haven't seen the arrival of a new world. How can I die willingly? It's noisy. You two, it's time to do it. The adults are coming. Do you want to be punished? Also, are you sure it's here? Giggles, do you still doubt my ability? The two people who answered were none other than Iromi Xian and Furuma Ener, who had been injured in the Battle of Ending District before, that is, the Black Dog and the Demon Ape. Behind them were countless black-robed people, and a closer look could tell that these black-robed people were the Transformers that Feng Yu had seen in the Jiana Mingbo laboratory. Nana, I'll leave the fight to you, I'll cheer for you, Yi Tori said with a smile, and then waved his hand, and suddenly countless black-robed people behind him launched an attack towards Bai Riding. The sound of battle rang out, and there were countless battles. Iromi Xian and Furuma Ener ignored Tai Li's exit, and after knowing each other for so many years, the two of them also clearly knew what her abilities were. The two of them stood on a high place and looked down from above. The entire courtyard was already in shambles, and countless black-robed people and ordinary members of the V organization were fighting together. One corpse after another fell, rivers of blood flowing, and a strong smell of blood permeated. Really, a bunch of little mice have found this place, so you two go and get rid of them. The man at the head said without hesitation. The two men in suits nodded their heads, and then disappeared into an afterimage. After they left, the man at the head looked up at the gloomy sky and muttered, "Disobedient insects are to be killed after all." As soon as the words ended, the entire courtyard showed a trend of slaughter. I saw two people in black suits rushing into the army of black-robed people like wolves and sheep. Their speed was extremely fast, like shadows, shuttling through the black-robed army. Everywhere they passed, countless black-robed people fell. "It's too weak. These trash dare to attack the sacred White Sun Court," said one of the men in a suit. "Hehe, it's because of these ignorant insects that they dare to be so presumptuous. I haven't moved my muscles and bones for a long time. Let me see, whether you kill it faster or I kill it faster." The two men in suits looked at each other, and then went a little faster. A large number of black-robed people fell. Irumi Xian and Furuma Matsuka couldn't sit still, and immediately jumped off and joined the battlefield. "Oh, are you two little bugs here to make trouble?" said one of the men in a suit. Don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and clean up, don't dirty our holy place in the White Sun Court. The male accomplice in the suit wiped the blood from the knife-shaped kuink weapon in his hand and said loudly, "You moths of the world, you dare to underestimate Uncle Ben, give me death." Furuma Yuener shouted, his eyes were scarlet, and the whole person rushed out quickly like an orangutan, scuffling with one of the men in a suit. Seeing this, Irumi Xian didn't talk much nonsense, and he was also entangled with another man in a suit. On the other side of the high place of the White Sun Garden, Idari Shirai, who was dressed in a fire-down skirt, watched the fight with interest. Look at this. The demon ape and the black dog should be able to handle these two. It's just. She took a deep look at the depths of the White Sun Court, as if it were an abyss. Her face was solemn, and then she thought of something, and chuckled again. You're here. With a bang, two girls appeared beside her, one black and one white. It is the black and white double Nai. Daddy told us to come over and wait for the adults to come. Black and white Shuangne said in unison. I didn't expect that you, who were once weak, have now reached such a point. Tai Li looked at the two of them, and there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. If they were all S level in the past, then they may have reached the preliminary SSS level now. Both of them have achieved the form of the Hercules, and under the transformation of Jiana Mingbohi and the cultivation of Feng Yu, they surpass themselves and break through their limits. The combat cooperation between the two is even more seamless, and they are even able to survive 3 moves under Feng Yu's hands. Kuro, are we going to do it now? Asked Hakuna. Dad said, let's clear all the obstacles ahead for the adults, so. Kurona and Hakunao glanced at each other, and in the next second, they turned into a black and a white afterimage and joined the battle. With the addition of the two of them, the originally evenly matched scene suddenly fell one-sided. Stinky little ghost, you dare to grab someone's head with Uncle Ben. Furuma Yuener saw that it was just a photo, and his opponent in a suit was pressed to the ground by Bainai and couldn't move, and he was immediately angry. But he was afraid of her strength, so he could only watch indignantly as Bainai directly pierced the head of the man in the suit with scales. As Bainai settles the battle, so does Black Nai's side. The knife fell, and the blood on the ground stained the entire floor red. Chapter 304. After solving the two men in suits, Heinai and Bainai immediately held hands, and then the scales on their bodies skyrocketed and split, turning into sharp tentacles, constantly harvesting these ordinary members of the V organization. Demon apes and black dogs are no exception, and they also want to quickly sweep away these enemies in front of them. After a while, only the black and white Shuangne and the demon ape were left in the entire White Sun Court. Led by them, behind them are rows of reformers who are respectful and obedient. Black, it feels like there's a very powerful guy up ahead. Well, Shiro, I feel it too. Shall we wait for the adults to come? Black and white Shuangne said with a cold face. Dad said we were a knife in the hands of adults, so, let's attack. Kurina said after a moment's deep thought. Hey, haven't you two considered us? The demon ape couldn't help but shout as he watched the black and white Shuangne move forward. There is no doubt about the strength of black and white Shuangne, but this kind of coldness that doesn't take them in his eyes makes him a little unbearable. After all, the strength of him and the black dog is not weak. Black and white Shuangne heard the voice of the demon ape, and suddenly stopped. Black, what are they going to do? Do you want to take them? Bring it, Dad said. Multiple helpers are multiple strengths, although they are a little weak, but they are still SS level. Maybe it is useful. Listening to the conversation between the black and white Shuangne, the demon ape simply wanted to jump to his feet. Although the strength is indeed inferior to them, it is not to look down on them. And the conversation between them is like the demon ape and the black dog will drag them back. Damn little girl, we will prove to you what the strength of the old-timers is. The demon ape clenched his fists and stared at the black and white Shuangne figure. Only the black dog looked around vigilantly without changing his color, ignoring the words of the black and white Shuangne. In this way, a group of people approached the inner courtyard in a mighty manner. Sandalwood is swirling, rock eries are flowing water, and bamboo forests are verdant. A Chinese courtyard style. Outside the small courtyard in the lobby in the middle, a pale man in a kimono was closing his eyes and recuperating. In front of him was a coffee table, and several teacups were exuding the enticing aroma of tea. Ladies and gentlemen, it's rude to come to the door without saying hello. The man opened his eyes and said. As he opened his eyes, everyone suddenly felt a sense of discomfort surging up in their bodies. It's like being targeted by a poisonous snake. He's the ultimate villain that adults and Dad call it, and we're targeting him this time. Black, are we going to kill him now? Nabai said. I don't know, but I want to try, and I hope that adults and Dad won't blame us. Kiwana replied. Then the two looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly exploded, and the scales like spikes on their bodies appeared. Hey, can you think about us? The demon ape said dissatisfiedly. But black and white Shuangne didn't pay attention to him at all, but turned into two afterimages, one black and one white, rushing out like arrow feathers. As scaly species, speed is their advantage. Hehe, what a rude two children. Mustard smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth. His eyes suddenly emitted a scarlet light, and at the same time, the attack of the black and white Shuangne was about to fall on him in the next second. Just for an instant, Mustard took a step back slightly, and the attack of black and white Shuangne suddenly failed. In this gap, Mustard's fist has already landed on the body of black and white Shuangne. In the next second, the figure of the black and white Shuangne continued to retreat, but fortunately, the fist damage was not high, and the black and white Shuangne quickly stabilized his body. He's so quick to react, and how fast. Sure enough, the adults told Dad that this guy is strong. Better than all of us. But, White, let's do it together, Hina said. Nebe naturally knew what Kuro and I meant, so he nodded, and the two attacked again. It's just that before the two of them got close, a Kuink weapon appeared in Mustard's hand at some point. This Kuink weapon is very similar to the owl in the hands of Arima Gijan, and it exudes a powerful killing aura all over its body. It is your honor to let you die under the owl. Mustard laughed, and at this moment, he no longer dodged, but took the initiative to attack and rush towards the black and white Shuangne. Even though both black and white Shuangne have SSS level strength, under the strong combat power of Mustard seeds, the two fell into disadvantage. The speed of black and white Shuangne is very fast, and the two of them also used a combined combat skill. One black and one white, surrounding the Mustard seed to attack. But the power of the owl in the hands of Mustard seeds is so powerful, coupled with his own strength. Once upon a time, Feng Yu told them that the strength of Mustard seeds had reached the SSS level, so they should not take it lightly. Now with the SSS level owl, the two sisters suddenly can't cope with it. Mustard seed waved the owl in his hand, and with every blow, a powerful energy burst out. The house collapsed, the ground cracked, and one knife after another, as fast as lightning, slashed in the air, and suddenly made a crackling sound. It's like splitting air, it's like splitting space. The terrifying energy continued to erupt, and the entire courtyard was also shattered in the battle of the three of them. Ha ha ha, it's too weak, you bugs, it's really too weak. Sure enough, this body is the most perfect, powerful, and long-lived. Mustard laughed maniacally. As soon as the words fell, the strength in his body skyrocketed again, and the speed of the owl in his hand was 1 point faster. The black and white Shuangne kept dodging and cooperating, attacking, but they were both blocked. And now the Mustard seed is 1 point faster, and the two of them are directly knocked out by a blow. There was a long wound in the abdomen. The outpouring of blood. The two of them fell to the ground and struggled to get up. Black, are you okay? Shiro, I'm fine, this guy is too strong. We can't beat him. But now that the adults haven't come, what should I do? Do you want to go first? But, Dad said that you can't disobey an adult's orders. Otherwise, disobedient children will be punished, said to himself. The demon ape and the black dog could see the uneasiness and grievances in the eyes of the black and white Shuangne. It's like a child who has made a mistake. Couldn't be more simple. Looks like we're going to have to do it with two of us. The demon ape glanced meaningfully at the black and white Shuangne. In the battle just now, he could see that the two girls still lacked a little combat experience. Although it is strong, it still has shortcomings. It's just. His eyes looked at Mustard seed. Mustard seed's strength was a little beyond his imagination, and he felt like the store manager at that time was not as terrifying as him. The demon ape swallowed his saliva and said immediately, "If you don't want to die, let's shoot together. This old guy's strength is too strong." Black and white Shuangne glanced at each other, and then nodded obediently. After all, if you don't agree, Mustard has already wielded a big knife and killed it. Chapter 305 Iromi Xian chuckled, and immediately launched an attack first. Her movements were agile, and Rao is Mustard seed's terrifying attack power and speed did not touch her at all. After being subdued by Feng Yu, Iromi Xian and Furuma Yuener have naturally been transformed, and their strength is much stronger than the original work. It's just that in the face of Mustard seeds, the big boss behind the strongest organization in the world, even if it was Iromi Xian, Furuma Yuener, and black and white Shuangne working together, they didn't take advantage. Not only can you not break the defense, but even the action is slowly unable to keep up. Mustard seeds, on the other hand, quickly adapt to their new bodies during the battle. Before that, Mustard seed was a half-human body, but now he has transformed into a complete Mu seed, and his strong physical fitness and resilience have made him even stronger. Oh no, this guy is using us as a whetstone. He's adapting. Iromi Xian said with a solemn face. Furuma Yuener and black and white Shuangne also quickly distanced themselves from Mustard, and their faces were also extremely dignified. What to do now? This guy is too strong, the four of us can't beat him at all. If he gets used to it, maybe all four of us will die here. Furuma Yuener said unwillingly. It's really that the weapon owl in the hands of Mustard seed is too terrifying, and among the four of them, the means of attack are too single. If there is a feather Mu species to join, it may be able to fight better. It's just that when he thinks of the Mustard seed waving the owl in his hand, he doesn't seem to be useful. With the frequency of swinging like a helicopter, no amount of Yuhi attacks can break through. The four of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. But Mustard seed will not be soft, now that he has a red face, and he has completely abandoned his half-human body. He wants to make a big splash. His eyes were scarlet, like a deep hunter, staring at the four of them. The eyes are like death, which makes people shudder. The four of them were like a great enemy. In the next second, Mustard took the initiative to attack, and the terrifying slash came in an instant, and one after another sharp blades scraped fiercely on the bodies of the four people. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. and one after another knife-like wounds cracked, and the blood flowing out evaporated in an instant. The four of them unfolded Kazuko to resist, but there was no at all. Just a blow, and the four of them flew out upside down at the same time. A bunch of waste, capable of dying under the weapon of sucking blood in the darkest corners of CCG, slaughtering you bunch of waste, is effortless. Mustard laughed maniacally, and then stared at the army of reformers, licking his dry lips. The killing has begun. An afterimage streaked, and countless reformed people were suddenly torn apart, corpses all over the ground, and blood spilled across the sky. Mustard became even crazier, bathed in blood, laughing maniacally, and wantonly swaying the joy of getting a new body. In just a few minutes, the entire army of reformers was slaughtered by mustard seeds. The four demon apes watched all this in amazement, and a trace of anger and fear welled up in their hearts. Damn it, Shiro, we're going to kill that guy, definitely. No, Black, we're no match for him. Kurona wanted to rush up and fight with Mustard, but was stopped by Nabai. Mustard took a deep breath, the madness on his face had not yet faded, and his scarlet eyes looked at the four of them fiercely. I almost forgot about you four shit. GG, are you ready to die less? The next second, it turned into an afterimage again, and rushed out. And the four of them suddenly seemed to be facing a great enemy, and immediately released Heza to avoid the attack of mustard seeds. In just the blink of an eye, a knife mark several meters deep appeared where the four of them were just now. I didn't expect you rats to run, but can you really run away? Mustard showed a hint of contempt, and then set her eyes on the black and white body. Then, let's start with you two little mice. The game of cat and mouse begins. Kurona and Nahako supported each other, constantly dodging mustard attacks, but obviously according to the attack speed of mustard seeds, plus now that Kurona and Nahako are injured, they can easily slash at their bodies. It's just that every time, it only aggravates the injuries on the two people's bodies a little, and it doesn't cause fatal injuries. Damn, Shiro, this guy is playing with us. Kuro's eyes were on fire, and his heart was extremely angry. Nebe also knew that Mustard was playing with them, although she was angry, but reason told her that she must run. The demon ape and the black dog had already fallen before they could help them block the mustard attack, and no one would come to their rescue. Black, don't look back, as long as the adults come, then it's the time of this guy's death. Nebe soothed. They are covered in scars, and although they have a strong ability to heal themselves, every time they heal a wound, mustard seeds will cause new ones on them. When the energy in the body is depleted, the ability to heal itself will decline until death. After a few more minutes of playing, the black and white Shuangne fell to the ground, dying. It's really boring, it's not going to work, it's time to send you two little mice to death. Mustard sneered, the owl in his hand was gently raised, and Kurona and Nabai hugged each other tightly, like a flower about to wither. The two of them were mottled with blood. Your Excellency will be here soon, you guy. Surely you will die, we are waiting for you in hell. Black and white Shuangna closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Hehe, what a waste lord, as long as he dares to come, I will send him to death. The owl fell slowly. But in the next second, an invisible force crossed the middle between him and the black and white Shuangne. Oh, I didn't know that you had the strength to kill me. Wind. Feather slowly landed in front of black and white Shuangne from the sky, and Mustard Seed sensed that something was wrong at this time. Because, the owl was controlled. Mustard Seed used both hands hard, but there was no movement. An invisible force, and grabbed the owl to death. What kind of power is this? Mustard was shocked in his heart, this kind of method was something he had never seen before. As the big boss behind the strongest organization in the entire world, it could be said that he knew all the power methods in this world. The person in front of him, he knew, was the SSS level Grim Reaper who had been born before. It's just this unknown means that Mustard Seed retreated. Leader of Organization V, Mustard, you. Damn it. Feng Yu's cold voice sounded. And in an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the mustard seeds fell like falling into an ice cave, and a powerful force fell heavily on him. Poof. Mustard's knee made intimate contact with the ground. Cracks appeared from under his knees, blood flowing. One hand covered the owl, click. And the owl was broken. That's impossible. This is owl that has sucked countless blood. How is it possible? How can it be broken by you? You monster. You monster. Mustard screamed in horror. He didn't expect this SSS class Kuink to be so vulnerable in front of Windfeather. The worldview collapsed. And Feng Yu skipped him and came to the side of the demon ape and the black dog, and probed the situation of the two, and he was also relieved. It's good if you're not dead. Mustard was still shaking his body frantically, but every time he shook and struggled, the force pressing on him became stronger. His waist kept bending down, and finally the whole person was like a lazy toad, lying on the ground. Looking at the appearance of Mustard Seeds, Feng Yu couldn't help sighing. If he hadn't met him, Mustard really wouldn't have been able to deal with him easily. The original anime has weakened its strength, and today's Mustard Seeds are the real existence above the SSS level strength. Click. The scarlet blade slashed, and Mustard's head was detached. This behind-the-scenes boss ended his life. So what's next? It's just that all that's left. Lishi. Feng Yu looked up, as if he saw the figure in the petri dish. The figure looked at him and smiled. Chapter 306. Boom, boom. The giant centipede that enveloped Tokyo continued to wriggle and grow, and the scarlet color became more and more pronounced on its body. Oh no, this monster is getting bigger again. One by one, the CCG investigators and Muse were startled, and they all left the area around the centipede Hez's shell. Then, one by one, the giant eyes that were closed opened open, and in the next second, countless Katsuko monsters were sprayed out, accompanied by a visible RC cell virus mist. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as these Katsuko monsters appeared, they immediately let out a roar of rage, and then attacked the investigator and the others. Only this time, because of the leadership of Izumi Takatsuki and Takama Shogun, the Mu organization and the CCG investigator formed a temporary alliance. Although the two sides are no longer hostile, they have not reached the point of facing the enemy together. Each of them dealt with the sweeping Katsuko monsters, while Gisho and Izumi Takatsuki frowned, and the centipede Katsuko became larger, which means that the location of Kaneki-ken hidden inside has also changed. After all, it's still a step too late. But the approximate location should be in that section. The coordinates given by Windfeather came to mind, and Gisho muttered, "If you don't dig the golden wood out of it, I'm afraid that the centipede Katsuko monster that envelopes the whole of Tokyo will continue to absorb nutrients and produce a steady stream of Katsuko monsters. At that time, the whole of Tokyo and the whole country will be wiped out. Is this an ending really what you are looking forward to?" Gaijiang was full of thoughts, and he couldn't guess Feng Yu's purpose. Although Windfeather took out a potion that could turn the seed back into a human, but in the current situation, Gui will guess that Windfeather has other purposes. It's just that for now, this centipede Katsuko must first lose its nutrition. Kamidero, my lovely dragon. Old Duo Urfa stared at the beautiful woman figure in the green petri dish with obsessive and crazy eyes. If others see this scene, they will definitely know that this woman is the once dead glutton god Dai Lishi. At this moment, she was naked, and her skin was wrapped with bewitching and weird lines. Half open and confused, looking at the old Duo Urfa with a smile. Soon, my dragon, this twisted world, let me sum it up with my own hands, muttered the old Duo Urfa. Behind him were the priests, the dead, and the Romas, silently watching everything, with excitement on his face. Hey Papa, it's a touching scene, but, old and two, it's time for you to wake up from your dreams. As soon as the words fell, several people were shocked at the same time, and they saw Feng Yu walking over with a smile on his face. He was followed by Kazuya Idari, as well as the loser Kotaro Amen, who was transformed into a meow by the bronze tree. Father, long time no see. Guntaro Amen removed his cloak, revealing scarlet eyes, his voice extremely hoarse, but the tremor in his voice could be heard. The priest's pupils narrowed, but a smile quickly spread across his face. Yaman, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I didn't expect that you are also called a meander. Did you come here to kill me? Said the priest. I just want to know an answer. Kotaro Amen stared at him. Poof, Amen, you're still as stubborn as ever. The priest looked at Kotaro Kamato, and then the two walked in one direction in tacit agreement. Feng Yu and old Duo Urfa didn't say anything, and let the two go. Ever since the bronze tree escaped, Guntaro Yaman has been secretly trained by Windfeather. His strength is much stronger than in the original book, and it can be said that it is a sure thing to face the priest. Oh, yes, Idari, I didn't expect you two to betray our clown organization. Nick waved his hand and smiled helplessly. I thought it would be our clown laughing at the end, but I didn't expect that it would be against myself. Woo woo, people are so sad. Nick held the orchid finger in his hand, and his exaggerated acting skills immediately made Ye-Bird laugh. Hee, Nick, you know what, the way you look really makes me want to beat you up, because you perverts scare my guests away every time. Idari said through gritted teeth. Oh, how can you say that? It's obviously those little boys who have taken a fancy to me and will do that kind of thing with me. I can see it, you just don't like me, you are sexist. Nick had a look of grievance on his face. You're right, I'll see that you don't like it, let's go, fight. Nick looked at the old Duo Urfu and saw that he didn't say anything, so he sighed helplessly and followed Ye-Bird away. I obviously don't like to fight and kill the most. What a violent woman. The 5 people at the scene looked at each other. After all, it was Bei who spoke first to break the silence. Miss Roma, Mr. Death, it seems that you two are against me. Come with me, I can't let you two disturb the adults yaxing. Hey, very gentlemanly maida please. Haha, it's funny, Mr. Bai, I didn't expect that one day you would invite a little girl like me to fight, really. It's true. I'm so excited. Damn it, aren't you also very excited? It's better to. Let's eat Mr. Bai. Roma rode on the head of the dead man, and her face was full of madness. Then, the 3 of them left. Only the old Duo Urfu and Feng Yu are left in place. Sure enough. The stronger these meows, the more distorted their spirits become. Feng Yu said secretly. It's just that his gaze didn't stay on the departing people, but was attracted by the dragon behind the old Duo Urfu, that is, Lishi. She is worthy of being the sexiest and most beautiful woman in the whole play, and now this appearance has added countless mysteries. Looking at Lishi, Feng Yu sighed. If it weren't for Lishi, Kanekaiken would not have started this miserable life. Do you also want to get her? Old Duo Urfu looked at Feng Yu's undisguised gaze, his face was extremely gloomy. It's a pity. Feng Yu sighed lightly, and did not respond to the old Duo Urfu. Damn bastard, you actually ignored me. Just. In an instant, the old duo Urfu suddenly burst out, and the heze on his body appeared, and rushed up inside. The 4 scales were waving in the air like sharp blades. Kazuko of Lishi. This level is not good. The ghost cut into his hand, and several red lights flashed, and the attacking Katsuko was suddenly cut into several pieces. It's too weak. The undisguised mockery made the already angry old duo Urfu go straight away. The huge Katsuko is inlaid with hideous scarlet eyes. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Chapter 307. The old man, who has always looked like a strategist in front of others, has lost his mind at the moment. There is no more playful smile, only tyranny and anger. I'm going to kill you, old duo Urfu shouted angrily, and the heze behind him opened like a fan, and blood-red spikes burst out. It's just that it's useless. The speed of old duo Urfu may seem very fast to others, but in Feng Yu's sight, he seems to be an ordinary person who has slowed down several times. Seeing Feng Yu stunned in place, Lao duo Urfu thought that he didn't react, and all the attacks went directly towards Feng Yu's head. But soon he opened his mouth wide, his face full of shock and horror. A flash of scarlet flashed, followed by a mouthful of blood. He looked at his chest and right hand in disbelief. A blood-red knife pierced his body, and his right hand had already fallen to the ground. Breath of light, Nino form, shine. A golden glow erupted from Onigiri's body and passed through the body of the old duo Urfu. A scorching heat spread from the blade. Zizi smoked. Pain, death, fear? No, don't. I haven't done my goal yet. I can't die, old duo Urfu shouted. But endless light erupted from his body, engulfing him in an instant. When the light cleared, only a charred corpse remained. Dada. Windfeather walked unhurriedly towards Lishi. It's over, Windfeather muttered. The ghost cut in his hand was raised high, and the light was attracted one after another, gradually forming a huge ball of light, like the sun in the dark night, containing huge energy. Breath of light, type 13, dawn. The white light illuminated the world. Everyone closed their eyes involuntarily. The darkness receded, and the world seemed to be quiet all at once. Boom, 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 boom. The whole building turned to dust, and that was the moment the white light faded. The giant centipede, Katsuko, stopped wriggling and began to shrink. Found it. Kaneki, here. Kaneki was dug out by everyone and lost its core, and the centipede heze naturally withered. Aligato, Kasfumi-kun. I can finally get some rest. Jinmu-kun, I'm sorry for him. Where is Zyro? Li. She lifted his bangs behind his ears, smiled at Feng Yu, and turned to walk towards the sea of flowers. Step by step, disappear into this world. Goodbye, Lishi. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting the reward, World Origin 1W, the possession of the Demon Slayer world. Listening to the long-lost system voice, Feng Yu didn't have any change in expression, just looked into the distance and fell into deep thought. Do you still hate me the same? The priest lay on the ground, looking at Kotaro Amen with a smile on his lips. At this moment, he is on the verge of death. I just want to know the answer, back then. Why? Don't kill me. Obviously, everyone thinks of you as a father. Why do you want to do this? Kotaro Amen's eyes were red, and tears were streaming down his face. Hehe, when I grew up, I was still the same stupid. Father. It's good. The priest muttered. The breeze blew, the priest closed his eyes, and Kotaro Amen fell to his knees. I cried bitterly. It's really annoying. Don't fight, you violent girl, it's really boring. Nick said, pointing at the orchid finger. Anyway, it's over, let's stop fighting. It's better to find a handsome little brother with me to play. Cut, you're disgusting, go away. If you don't leave, that lord won't show mercy to your men. Idari said disgustedly. Well, we clowns are always the ones who have the last laugh. Nick laughed and walked away. Hey, what a disgusting pervert, it's staining my clothes. Idari scolded secretly. Well, Rama, your taste is so unpleasant, like a stinky salted fish that has been left out for a few days, only the smell of it. He wiped his mouth in disgust. Ah, Mr. Bay is so scary, Mr. Bay bullied me. Roma lay on the ground like a sprinkling child. If you ignore the huge heze shell under her, it is estimated that she is a little girl. It's just that no matter how Roma shouts, Death can just looks at her in a daze, and there is no reaction. The two of them stared wide-eyed, put away their hepherd form, and then walked to Loma's side. 1, 2, 3. In the end, Loma and Deathcan were completely silent. There were only 2 stalls of pureed meat left. It's a dead death, he muttered, wiping the blood and flesh on his hands. A month later, residents who have not been vaccinated with the reagents are asked to quickly gather at the CCG headquarters building to get vaccinated. Residents who have not been vaccinated with the reagents are requested to gather at the CCG headquarters building as soon as possible to get vaccinated. Residents who have not been vaccinated with the reagents are requested to gather at the CCG headquarters building as soon as possible to get vaccinated. The sun rises in the east, and the breeze blows the willows. The sound of horns rang out in the streets of Tokyo, where order had slowly been restored. The meows that were once afraid of appearing in the crowd stood in the gentle sunlight, chatting and laughing with the ordinary humans around them. Everything has changed. Humans and mews are no longer enemies. All mews must be inoculated with reagents to become humans. and those who are unwilling to abandon their identities are secretly disposed of by the troops led by Izumi Takatsuki and General Arima. After the attack of the Katsuko monster and the pain of humans turning into meows, ordinary people gradually began to understand and sympathize with meows. Nah, where the hell did you say that guy went? Why can't I find him anymore? He changed this twisted world, but he was gone. He has his mission, and we have our mission. Izumi Takatsuki and Takasaki Arima stood on the roof of the CCG headquarters building, feeling the gentle sunlight and breeze, but the figure of Kazuha came to mind. So, it's good. Chapter 308. Chevron _left. Previous. Next. Chevron _right. Nights _stay. I'm finally back, and I don't know what happened to Zyobai, Nanako, and Mizio. It's just that the young man stopped as soon as he stepped out of the forest, his sword eyebrows furrowed slightly. The sky. How did it become like this? The young man was the returning Feng Yu, and at this moment he looked at the grey sky and couldn't help but feel uneasy. This strong ghostly aura. It's all over the world. After I left. What the hell is going on? Windfeather muttered. Huge spiritual power, able to perceive the situation in this world. This kind of ghost aura can only be so strong if the ghost lives here for a long time. But now, with such a strong ghost aura everywhere, it is clear that something big must have happened. Reminiscent of the time when he traveled through the world of meows, Zyobai turned into a cage and trapped the black fox. The black fox devours the miserable and the dead spirits. As long as there is killing in this world, there is negative energy. Then the power of the black fox is endless. Feng Yu pondered, but soon he was drawn to an injured old man and girl in the distance. Quick. Let's go, leave me alone, the crowd is about to catch up, and the sun is about to set. Hurry up to Asakusa town. When you get there, you don't have to be afraid. The old man had a long wound on his thigh, and the blood from the wound had coagulated. Obviously, this was caused not so long ago. No, Grandpa, let's go together, I don't want to leave you. The little girl threw herself into the old man's arms and cried. Silly boy, Grandpa, I can't walk anymore, I'll hold them back, you keep going ahead. Not far away is Asakusa town, where there are adults from the ghost killing team, and they can protect you. Yuzai, promise Grandpa, you must live well. Let's go together. Grandfather, don't drive me away. One old and one young, teary-eyed. Run. Keep running, as a sacrifice, you dare to run away, come, break the hands and feet of the child, remember, don't get killed, the oracle doesn't like to eat dead sacrifices. If it's dead, I'll fill it in with you. As for this dead old man, kill him directly, and it's an eyesore to look at. Yes, sir. A group of people in black cloaks appeared, and as soon as the leader finished speaking, several of his subordinates immediately rushed forward to pounce on the old man and the little girl. No, I'll go back with you, don't hurt my grandfather. The girl named Yuzai begged on her knees towards the man in black. Hihi, it's late, it's a waste of so much of our time, this old man should be damned. Why are you still stunned? Break her hands and feet. The man in black led by him shouted. Several of his subordinates trembled, and they did not dare to delay for a moment to grab the girl's limbs. Yuzai, the old man cried out in a hissing voice, desperate and helpless in his eyes. Just as the men in black were about to break the girl's hands and feet, the sound of rushing water rang out from all around. In the next second, except for the black-clothed man who was the leader, all his subordinates suddenly shrank their pupils and fell to the ground one after another, their heads and bodies separated. Scarlet blood flowed everywhere, contrasting with the dim sky. This scene is so weird. Who the hell? The man in black widened his eyes and trembled, his scarlet eyes tinged with tyranny and fear. It's a knife technique. Could it be someone from the Ghost Slayer squad? Damn it. Yes, it's the sound of the water. It's the breath of water. I don't know if it's the Lord of the Demon Slayer coming. Small. The little ones are going now. The man in black said flatteringly. Why do you have ghost blood on your body, and it doesn't seem complete? Feng Yu appeared behind him, and a huge spiritual force suddenly pressed on the body of the man in black. Boom, the man in black fell to his knees. Big. My lord, spare my life. I have never eaten anyone. I really have never eaten anyone. Please let me go. I will take you to find that ghost. My lord, you go and kill him. Oh, so, are you doing something for ghosts? As a human, you deserve to die for a ghost to make a conspiration with a ghost. Feng Yu's indifferent voice sounded, and the surroundings suddenly became cold. No, please, don't. It was useless to let the man in black beg for mercy, but in just 2 seconds, his pupils began to dilate, and he became a living dead. A minute later, Feng Yu successfully extracted the memory of the man in black. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, Nanako and Mizio are fine. Half human, half ghost, betraying humans, and taking the initiative to join the camp of ghosts. Abduct and sell humans, burn and kill, plunder. These people can't be considered human anymore. Feng Yu carefully extracted the information he obtained. It's only been 3 years, and the world has become like this. This is a more desperate world than when there was no misery. Feng Yu sighed. Thank you Lord Slayer for saving our lives. Yuzai, come here. Thank you quickly. The old man hurriedly pulled the girl and thanked Feng Yu. The old man doesn't have to be like this. Slaying evil spirits is the mission of ghost hunters. I just heard from you. Are you going to Asakusa? I just happened to be on the way, so I'll go with you. Along the way, Feng Yu also learned a little more about the current world situation under the old man's narration. Since 3 years ago, a drop of ghost blood will appear in the sky, and then randomly merge into a human's body, turning it into a ghost. At the beginning, the ghost-killing team can also shoot the team members to easily kill evil ghosts. It's just that as time passes, more and more ghost blood is sprinkled from the sky, and it becomes more and more powerful. Some powerful demons began to form. Gradually, a huge and terrifying demon camp was born. They gathered in the demon city, led by the 12 demon moons, and ruled over all the evil spirits in the demon city. Humans became their food and were kept in captivity by them. Mankind is miserable, and the people are struggling to make a living. A year ago, the Demon Slayer organized a campaign against the Ghost City, but both sides were defeated. Countless ghost hunters were killed, but so were the demons. Since then, the members of the Ghost Slayer team have rarely appeared in front of the public. It only shrinks in the major towns, and of course there are ghost hunters who occasionally go out to kill evil spirits. I've heard from other people, and I don't know if it's true or not. In this world, our people are getting more and more difficult. The old man sighed. The girl named Yuzai looked at Feng Yu timidly, obviously frightened. Chapter 309. My lord, there's Asakusa Castle ahead. The old man said tremblingly, and there was a little excitement in his tone, so that his face turned red. Behind him, the little girl poked her head out and looked curiously in the direction the old man was pointing. Asakusa Castle is no longer what it used to be, with towering walls and teams patrolling the gates in the battle uniforms of the hidden members of the Ghost Slayer squad. People who are fleeing or doing business are blocked at the gates and are being checked. It looks like an ancient Chinese city. My lord, let's go quickly, or the gates will be closed after dark. The old man spoke. Along the way, he knew the people around him by asking Feng Yu about the current situation in the entire small island country, and maybe something happened that caused a problem with his memory. He didn't think of wind feather traveling through the world. It can only be thought that the wind feather is in the deep mountains and old forests, or it has lost its memory. Wind feather nodded. Looking at Asakusa Castle not far away, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. The huge spiritual power swept by, and the situation in the entire Asakusa Castle was unobstructed. Soon, the three of them passed the examination and entered the city. As soon as you enter the city, a different atmosphere instantly hits your face. If the outside of the city is a depression, then the inside of the city is prosperity. It's just that during the day, it is already brightly lit and the people are full of excitement. In a trance, it seems that he can forget the cruel rules of survival outside the city. The ghost cut on Feng Yu's body is included in the system space, so to speak. Now he is empty-handed, and he is not wearing the uniform of the ghost-killing team. Standing there, his temperament is extraordinary, and he will only make others think that this is a handsome and noble son. Nanako, they may be at the Ghost Slayer headquarters, Feng Yu said secretly in his heart. Thank you, sir, for escorting us to Asakusa Castle, and now that I have inquired about the location of my relatives, I will say goodbye here. The old man bowed deeply to Feng Yu with a voice. Feng Yu nodded slightly, and the old man left. But he also fell into a relaxed place. The next thing, there are old people and Yuzai following him, and there are many inconveniences. Feng Yu disappeared into the crowd, and before he knew it, he was outside the city again. His target was the evil spirits in the old man's previous village. As soon as he arrived in the village, Feng Yu found the ghost aura of Senran. There were not many houses in the whole village, but they were not popular. As far as the eye can see, there is only the old man who is weak and about to die. Their eyes were dull, and it was difficult to hide the sadness in their hearts. The houses are dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. One by one, like refugees, like puppets and like walking dead. Soon, Windfeather knew where the evil spirits were. The white bones of the forest are lined up in 2 places, and the cold breath is paved. The whole cave was pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. Tap, tap, tap. Feng Yu deliberately made a sound of footsteps, and walked towards the depths of the cave with a blank face. Hey, I didn't expect anyone to dare to step into the territory of this mandrill. Boy, are you here to die? Then a strong stench hit, and in the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes were staring greedily at Windfeather. Woohoo! The mandrill swallowed his saliva. He could feel the chi and blood in Feng Yu's body. As long as he ate him, then it would be a great tonic for him. Strength may be able to impact the strength of the lower string. The green-faced fangs, the mandrill's claws become longer, and they are sharp into the knife. Straight to the wind feathers. Acting like the wind, in the dark, like a killer. Darkness is his blood magic, which allows him to completely hide in the darkness, making it undetectable. It's just that a little ghost with this strength is simply vulnerable to Feng Yu. Just raised his eyes slightly, and in the next second, there was a loud noise in the cave. Boom. The mandrill was shocked, his eyes were full of disbelief, and the powerful powerless force pressed on his body, making him unable to move, like a corpse, lying on the ground. Only the slightly open and rolling eyes made it look like he was still alive. Who the hell are you? No, you're not from the Ghost Slayer, you don't have a neon knife. Before he finished speaking, the mandrill's voice suddenly stopped, his eyes gradually drifted, and finally surrendered. A few minutes later, the mandrill was completely reduced to ashes in the ghost's cut. Black Fox, is this your plan? Nanako and Mixio have grown up. Wind Feather sighed, extracting the mandrill's memory. And Wind Feather also saw the battle of the Ghost Slayer in the evil Ghost City. The new generation has grown up, and Tanjiro has taken the lead in rushing into the evil Ghost City and killing the evil spirits. Among them are Nanako and Mixio, small figures, who are comfortable among evil ghosts. Until the real master of the evil Ghost City appeared, and the new 12 ghost moons, each with a powerful aura, were no less than the 12 ghost moons under Wu Miao's hands. Even 6 of them are even more powerful. In that battle, the ghost-killing team and the demon-killing team were turned upside down, and the 2 camps suffered countless casualties. He saw the humans in captivity in the ghost town, numb and soulless, like lambs to the slaughter. This mandrill is relatively smart, relying on the darkness to stealth, assassinating many members of the ghost-killing team, and at the same time, halfway through the fight, it hides in the dark, silently watching the war. In the end, the Ghost Slayer team was defeated, and the ghost town began to close. And he also took advantage of the chaos to escape, and seduced the humans who were full of desire in the human village step by step. Turn it into a half-ghost and harvest its prey. Nowadays, the blood of all ghosts is very strange, and only the blood of ghosts can be completely transformed into evil ghosts, and the blood of evil ghosts can only be half-ghosts for a long time. But, for some greedy humans, half-ghosts, it's enough to attract them. In this way, this mandrill relied on this line of thought to devour the humans in the remote villages step by step. Develop your own strengths. It was also during this time that the mandrill became obsessed with the flesh and blood of human children. This is the scene of the old man at the beginning. Ghost Slayer headquarters. My lord, now you have arrived. The pillar meeting will start right away. Well, I see. Thank you for your hard work. Chairman Yamato, this battle against the Devil City is the last counterattack of our human race. I know, Mr. Yeya, this time our escort team will be the first to break through the defenses of the Devil City, and then it will be handed over to you. Please, Mr. Yeya, we humans. I can't lose again. We must rescue our compatriots and kill all the evil spirits in this world. Yes, my eyes see the future. Humanity will triumph. The world is clear, and the sun is re-embracing the whole world. Chapter 310. The 12 figures in the Demon City sat in a row, respectfully looking at the black mist in the middle. Lady gods, the matter you have explained to us has been completed, and we can start our plan when the Demon Slayer team makes some moves. A demon with eyes on his body spoke. Well done, Duomo and the puppeteer. The black mist surged, and a drop of scarlet, mysterious blood melted into the bodies of the golems and puppeteers. No matter how many times. My beloved god, thank you for your gift. I will give everything I have to accomplish your plan. The puppet master ghost was very calm, but his body trembled slightly, extremely respectful. The other 10 evil ghost figures looked at the multi-eyed ghost and the puppet master ghost, and couldn't help but show envious eyes. You've done a good job during this time, and it's a reward for you. As soon as the words fell, scarlet blood droplets appeared from the black mist, and then split, merging into the 10 ghosts. A powerful aura erupted, causing turmoil in the entire ghost city, and the ghost aura skyrocketed, soaring into the sky. Covering up the dazzling light, a dim breath came to the face. The demons in the ghost city let out bursts of cheers. It's just that. In the next second, the sky shook, and a clear sound of chains turning sounded. Then thunderous anger and chuckles rang out. Even now, you still dare to restrict me. Your power is about to dry up. Do you have to use your life source to your own death? Wait, it's going to be soon. It's going to be soon. This damn cage. It's about to break. When the cage is broken, it will be your time of death. Ha 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 ha. It was as if all living beings had seen a terrifying demon god struggling frantically to descend into this world. The demons shouted for joy, and the creatures were terrified. The strangeness of the sky, the people here at the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer can also see it, and Yeya Sanyashiki watched all this, just watching quietly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Since his tragic death, his eyes have recovered, and his prophetic abilities have not disappeared. It stands to reason that Yeya, the product of Shikiki, should abdicate to his son to inherit the position of lord, but now the whole world is rampant with evil spirits. His son has not yet grown up, and with the retention of the old department of the Ghost Slayer team, the position of the lord still belongs to him. But he was also deliberately cultivating his son Huilaya, and he received a prophecy that perhaps he would fall and many people would die next. If he fails, he will have to lead the Demon Slayer to fight the demons. Give everything and win. On the other side, Feng Yu hid his breath and kept harvesting the evil ghosts in the shadows, and at the same time secretly saw Nanako and them. Today's faces have faded away from the innocence they once had, replaced by a sense of responsibility and maturity. Tanjiro's 3 little ones have a lot more scars on their bodies, and Tanjiro's hair is long, giving people a sense of mystery, and the more he looks at it, the more he looks like a person. Following the country's fate one, Feng Yu muttered. By Tanjiro's side, it's the younger sister who can control her own ghosting, Yuduze. The crisis is not over, and Yuduze is not with Shanyi. Shanyi followed behind Yuduze, her face full of pampering and old color embryo. It's just that Nanako seems to have an abnormal relationship with Inashuk Kawarhei. Nanako tugged at Inashuk's ears as if she was scolding him. Inashuk had an impatient face, clasped his hands on his chest, and let Nanako do whatever he wanted. Miso watched them quietly, looking at the sun in the sky from time to time. Maybe she felt something, but her gaze swept in the direction of Feng Yu. It's just that by the time her sight came, Feng Yu's figure had long since disappeared. Strange. Why does it feel familiar? Over the next few days, Wind Feather traveled to various areas, and when he saw an evil spirit, he slew it to the devil. The ghost memories were extracted, and Feng Yu found that these ghosts scattered outside the ghost city seemed to be performing a certain task. These ghosts were all sent out by the 12 ghost moons to kill, causing chaos in the world. If that's all the time, why would these ghosts entrench here, win over ordinary people, and then turn them into half-ghosts? Moreover, these things. This bead is like an eyeball, exuding a strong ghostly aura. From the ghost's memory, Wind Feather didn't see where the beads came from. It's as if some memory has been erased. Even the former Wu Miao didn't have this ability erase memories. Wu Miao can only seal the memory and forcibly control the evil ghosts under him. Now, the memories of the evil spirits have been erased, which makes Feng Yu feel that it is not simple. With a slight force on the 5 fingers, the purple beads turned into pieces like glass. The shards were like glass, illuminated by a faint light, like eyeballs, and finally turned into purple smoke. Inside the ghost city, one of my eyes has been destroyed. The multi-eyed ghost opened his eyes and said slowly, "Are the ghost hunters sending people out again? Will it have an impact on God's mission? How can those lowly ghost hunters have the ability to break my blood ghost magic? I've erased all the information about God's mission, and no matter how much they look up, they can't find a trace." A ghost with a cord or 4 carved in his eyes said angrily. His skin was withered, like the bark of an old tree, and he was covered by a black cloak. A withered twig-like hand holds a scepter with a human head, and his eyes are indifferent and extremely confident. "Look, do you see the person who spoiled your eyeballs?" He continued. No, there wasn't a trace of it coming from at all. The big-eyed shook his head. "Black memories, are you sure that clear memories won't be discovered?" Continued. The ghost named Hei Yi was silent for a while and said, "I haven't had a flaw in my blood ghost technique, so I should. Probably not." The multi-eyed ghost frowned, his tone somewhat cold. "If something goes wrong and affects God's plan, then kill you first. Among the 12 ghost moons now, Duomo is the most favored, so he gets the most blood. Strength ranks first. Although the 12 ghost moons are respected by the Black Fox, they also have their own private open and secret battles. All the ghosts want to be the #1 throne, but there is no way. Now the multi-eyed ghost is appreciated by the Black Fox, and its strength has risen the fastest." The black ghost didn't say much, and continued to be silent. The other ghosts didn't want to get into trouble. After all, if the multi-eyed ghost goes to sue, then he will die. Being able to become the 12 ghost moons can be said to be their luck and a recognition of their strength. So they cost their lives more than anyone else. Chapter 311. The ghost town fell silent, and the temperature around it seemed to drop by a degree, and it was extremely cold. "It's not completely eroded yet, blood. Just in case, it's up to you to investigate which one of the Ghost Slayer team did it," the multi-eyed ghost said as he looked at a figure holding 2 knives in his arms. The bloody demon nodded, and the smell of blood spread, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The rest of the ghosts didn't say anything when they saw this, but just closed their eyes, as if they were wandering out of the world. Seeing this, the multi-eyed ghost didn't want to say anything more. He only hoped that the bloody demon could surprise him. In the Saitama region, a familiar bead appeared as Kazifa slayed a demon that was living here again. In the same way, the slain ghost also lost a memory. Vaguely, Feng Yu already knew what the bead was. The huge spiritual power turned into substance, enveloping the purple beads. At the same time, the multi-eyed ghost also instantly sensed the loss of connection with the scattered eyeballs. "Damn, why can't you see it? What the hell is going on?" The multi-eyed ghost was angry and shocked, so he immediately launched the blood ghost technique. And the bloody demon who was hurrying felt a fluctuation, and the eyeballs of the multi-eyed ghost also appeared in his hand. Soon, the blood flake received a message from the Maharaja. "I see." Closing his eyeballs, the bloody demon's body exuded a rich scarlet, and then the entire body turned into a pool of blood, slowly melting into the ground. "No, don't kill me. I haven't harmed anyone, it's all been ghost-driven against me. If I don't, the ghost will. The ghost killed me, I just want to live. Please don't kill me." A man who had turned into a half-ghost knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Ghosts deserve to die, but so do you, and you deserve hell more than ghosts. In the beginning, in order to survive, you kept capturing your own people and sacrificing them to the ghosts, letting the ghosts torture and kill the humans you caught, and in the end, in order to obtain the power of the ghosts, you did not hesitate to give your wives and children to the ghosts to eat them. You're not a human anymore. To be precise, you're more like a ghost than a ghost." As soon as the words fell, the man's eyes lost his mind for an instant. The muscles on his face flared up, and he fell into endless painful torment. "Until death. Let you experience what it's like to watch your body being eaten little by little," Feng Yu said coldly. With just one glance, the dead man fell into a reincarnation nightmare. He was eaten by his relatives again and again, until he had a mental breakdown. After dealing with the man, Feng Yu began to focus on the beads. Sure enough, it's an eyeball. In this case, I don't know if the spiritual power can invade in reverse, so as to peek into the secrets of the evil spirits. Feng Yu muttered. It's just that before he could act, a strong smell of blood came to his nose. Gollum, the ground in front of Windfeather began to appear scarlet. Blood gushed out wildly, and soon a human figure slowly appeared. It's the bloody. At this moment, he looked at Feng Yu coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Is that your little rat messing around? Said the bloody demon coldly. He knew the current pillar-level existence of the Ghost Slayer team, and for Feng Yu, a person he had never seen, he subconsciously thought that it was a small role. Maybe he was sent by the Ghost Slayer team to complete the mission. However, the blood demon did not despise this, because he always felt that Windfeather was not simple. What's more, the eyes of the multi-eyed ghost were isolated by the man in front of him by some means. Is this the new 12 ghost moons in the memories of those mandrill ghosts? It's true that the strength is a little stronger than the 12 ghost moons under Wu Miao's hands. From the memories of the ghosts killed before, I only saw the figure of the 12 ghost moons from a distance, and now I am facing it in person. Feng Yu could clearly feel that the strength of this ghost was much stronger than the previous 12 ghost moons. All evils that hinder gods will eventually lead to destruction, said the bloody demon. The twin knives in his arms were suddenly unsheathed, and the smell of blood came to his nose. A wave of chi surged from his body, and the double knives in his hands were suddenly covered with a layer of flesh and blood, and he greedily absorbed the chi waves. The twin swords seemed to come to life. A mouthful of fangs and a scarlet eyeball grow from the hilt. The aura on the blood demon was suddenly more than twice as powerful. Blood demon technique, blood hell dome, interception. As soon as the words fell, Feng Yu was instantly wrapped into a ball of countless blood, and his limbs were fixed, unable to move. And the blood demon had already flashed behind Windfeather at the moment when the blood demon technique was activated. The knives are crossed, like a pair of scissors, slashed towards Windfeather's neck. A flash of scarlet flashed, and the blood demon put away his twin knives, no longer looking at the enveloped Windfeather. Click, click, the blood ball moved, and then, it fell to the ground in pieces, finally reduced to ashes. The blood demon was about to pass on the mission that had been completed, when suddenly the expression on his face froze. Is this in a hurry to deliver a message? Windfeather's voice sounded in his ears, and when he looked up, a powerful force suddenly pressed on him. The ground sank, and the bloody ghost lay on the ground. Feng Yu walked over and wrapped the bead in the blood demon's hand with his spiritual power. Presumably, your memory hasn't been erased, said Windfeather. But when it reached the ears of the bloody ghost, a wave suddenly arose. You even know about this? Who the hell are you? It was only then that the bloody demon began to take a serious look at Windfeather's appearance. The next second, surprise and fear appeared in his eyes. You're the one God is looking for. The blood-wield shouted, and an even greater force emerged over him, accompanied by a burst of black mist. A black fox floats behind him. I've finally found you. The black fox let out a scream, but soon a divine power suddenly shot out from the sky, piercing directly through the black fox. Ziobai muttered as Feng Yu stood still. He looked at the divine power, as if he saw Ziobai's figure. And the bloody demon also regained his senses at this moment. Blood demon technique, blood killing, cutting blade, liberation. The blood demon shouted, and the blood-red magic circle was launched at his feet, and the next second the two knives separated from his body, gradually overlapping. The moment the ghost hand was held, the ghost knife suddenly forked, just like the ghost blade of the Black Death before, it changed. Branches extend from the knife body like branches. Blood kill, one technique, twilight slash. The air around him suddenly froze, and the scarlet light overshadowed the moonlight in the sky. Feng Yu didn't change much of his expression. Just slowly pull out the ghost cut. Breath of light, type 5, light flash. The light flashed, the blood faded, and the blade sheathed. The head of the bloody demon rolled to the ground. How is that possible? God, I'm going to die. Why is this happening? The blood-blooded grimace looked horrified and confused. Just let me see what you're up to. Chapter 312. A few minutes later, the blood demon had turned to ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. I see, Black Fox, your plan won't succeed. Windfeather finally knew the whole plan after absorbing the memories of the blood demon. Make the top human leaders into puppets, secretly gather armies, and rebel. Create war, chaos. In this way, the Black Fox can absorb the negative energy in the world, thus breaking through the sacred cage that Ziobai has turned into in one fell swoop. Today, most of the upper echelons of the entire island nation are controlled by a demon called the Puppeteer. Thinking about the recent situation on both sides of the Ghost Slayer and Ghost City, the big war is coming soon. Not daring to stop longer, Feng Yu went straight to the residence of the Emperor of the small island country. In the Demon City, the multi-eyed ghost's hair stood on end in an instant, because he saw a beam of light, and then the breath of the bloody demon became extremely weak and was on the verge of death. He even vaguely saw the shadow of God, but it was still shattered by the light. Blood. Dead. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall of the evil ghost city suddenly surged, and the terrifying coercion swept through the 8 desolations. In a certain cage, the Black Fox laughed wildly. It's him, he finally appeared. As long as I swallow him, I can achieve my true self and become the only true God. All ghosts obey orders. Start now, kill as much as you want. For me, kill all the humans in this world. The sky collapsed, and the world that was originally dawning suddenly fell into infinite darkness. A blood moon appeared in the sky, and at the same time, there was a blood-red rift, and in the crack, there seemed to be an indescribable and invisible, unspeakable and invisible, frantically breaking free, wanting to reappear in the world. All the demons had scarlet eyes at the moment, and streams of black mist emerged from their bodies. In addition to the powerful demons, ordinary ghosts and half-ghosts are all in a state of madness and bloodlust. The beast came out of its cage and ran towards the place where humans lived. Kill people when they see them. And human thermal weapons and ordinary swords have no effect on these evil spirits at all. Soon, human villages began to fall. Everywhere there was a smoke of gunpowder. Crying, despair, chaos, killing, death. Endless negative energies began to grow, and dead humans were nourished by these negative abilities. The corpse began to mutate. Like zombies, they follow behind the army of demons and kill the humans. Ha ha ha, let's kill as much as you want. For my performance before I become a true god. The Black Fox felt the surging power in his body, and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. The chains around its body cracked. At the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team, everyone is ready to go, just waiting for an order from the product Fuyaya. There was no fear on their faces, only bravery and fearlessness. They had already put life and death aside, and the original intention of joining the Ghost Slayer was always in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, today's war is a matter of life and death for our country, and even a crisis for all of our humanity. We will die on this war. Do not be afraid. Believe in us. Believe in ourselves. We human beings will eventually win. Please, gentlemen, you must return safely, shouted Yaya with tears streaming down her face, and then faced all the people of the Demon Slayer and bowed to them under their gaze. Today, farewell. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to slaughter. The demon army. Brothers of the demon killing team, let me open the way for you. Everyone listen, the cannon is ready. The senior commander of the human army laughed, and the old-fashioned cannons were rolled out, aimed at the demon army. Fire. Then there was an endless explosion of cannonballs, which exploded in the midst of the demon army, causing them to gap. It's just that the dense army of ants-like demons and zombies is not afraid of life and death at all. Moreover, the thermal weapons of humanity do not do much harm to them at all. Soon, the demons hit by the cannonballs began to heal themselves. However, this human high level will not give them a chance, and countless shells continue to bombard. Baga, even if I can't kill you, don't think about it, shouted the officer. The artillery fire was continuous, and the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team also rushed forward at this moment. The two sides immediately met. The pillar level of the Demon Slayer team is against the 12 Ghost Moons, led by Tanjiro, and the faces standing behind him are all familiar faces. None of them had markings on their bodies, and the Hinekara knife in their hands exuded the light brought by their breathing method. King to king, will to general. Tanjiro was the first to attack, attacking towards the Maharaja. Fire God, Kagura, round dance, flash. A wave of fiery red chi erupted from his body, and the soles of his feet were filled with energy, like a thunderous breath of goodness, a form of one, and a thunderbolt, breaking through the limits of the air and making a real explosion sound. In just an instant, his figure flashed directly in front of the multi-eyed ghost like a flame. Crimson flames erupted in his neon blade, and in the next second, a ring-shaped flame slashed directly at the numerical blood demon magic, phantom pupil. The multi-eyed ghost palmed out his hands, and a pair of green eyes opened in the palms of his palms. In the next second, purple waves erupted from his palms, directly enveloped Tanjiro. Tanjiro's body was stunned, and confusion appeared in his eyes. But in just a second, Tanjiro recovered even. But his slash was dodged by the Maharaja. What a terrible illusion, Tanjiro said with a sigh of relief. Only he knew how dangerous it was just now. His current strength can be said to be the strongest except for Feng Yu, and he will be addicted to the blood ghost technique of multi-eyed ghosts, let alone others. On this kind of battlefield, even a single mistake can cost you your life. Fortunately, he was only affected for a second, and the battle around him continued, and his eyes were like a torch. Taking a deep breath, the markings on his body shone, and the Railun knife in his hand began to emit bursts of white gas. In the next second, the blade was red. It's like a knife. Kagura fire dance. This time, his speed was even faster, and he knew that he could only win with speed against the multi-eyed ghosts, killing with one blow. Now everyone has their own opponents, so he can only rely on himself. He could see that the attack power of the multi-eyed ghost was not very strong. It's just that his treacherous blood ghost magic is very easy to make people sway. The battle between the Demon Slayer and the Ghost City continues to heat up. The residence of the Emperor of the island country is not peaceful either, and there are guns everywhere. One army after another collided. In this chaotic battlefield, Feng Yu's figure was like a ghost, and these bullets couldn't fall on him at all. And he has a spiritual power shield on his body that no one else can see. Spiritual power envelopes the entire battlefield, and his target is a puppet made by ghosts. With Ghost Cut in hand, he has locked down all the puppet high-levelers. Soon, before the people who were following the puppet could react, the heads fell to the ground. There is no blood, and the moment the human head hits the ground, the puppet's body changes violently, quickly turn into a dried corpse. Everyone was shocked. The people of the island country believe in ghosts and gods no less than in other places. This situation can make them even more timid. And at this time, Wind Feather was like a fairy, floating in the air. The white clothes are flying, the sword eyebrows are starry, and the transcendent temperament emanates from his body. It's like an immortal who saves all beings in the world, descending from the sky. Chapter 313 Shiro, are you going to continue to spend your life source to stop me? Humph, look at the way you are now, is it worth it to be a mere human for him? Isn't it good to be the only true god in this world, immortal, beyond the world? The black fox now has only a chain on his body that is wrapped around his body. But the chain is getting weaker, and cracks are constantly appearing. Perhaps with the slightest stimulation from the outside world, the whole chain will dissolve into nothingness. Black. You. Always. I won't understand. You who are immersed in darkness will not have feelings. You won't understand at all. Inside the cage, Xiaobai's voice was extremely weak and intermittent, as if he was suffering great pain. Alas, why bother? You and I are one, I am you, you are me. Have you forgotten your dream in the mountain and sea realm? Become strong, protect the race, achieve the position of the true god, and live forever. Have you forgotten all this? I am you, I am the one who understands you best. You betrayed me, betrayed yourself, for the sake of a mere human being. Our King Kaya Fox clan has all been buried in reincarnation. Just a human being, you can ignore your people, betray yourself, betray your race, betray your dreams. You are the most damned person. Look at it, these are our people, look at their souls, see how they hate you. They have been cursing you all along, waiting for you to be reincarnated together. You don't deserve to be the god of the King Kaya Fox clan, only me, only I am qualified to become a god. The Black Fox's voice was sad and painful. Behind him, countless fox shadows appeared, with vicious eyes, staring into the distance. At the same time, it frantically erodes the chains that wrap around the black fox. In the void, Xiaobai was silent. I don't know if he didn't dare to face these fox figures or because of the passage of the origin of life, it couldn't say a word. The residence of the emperor of the small island country. At this moment, the Wind Feather is enshrined as a guest immortal. One by one, they knelt in front of him, even the current emperor. There was fear and respect in his eyes. He had already seen Feng Yu's methods just now, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was an immortal. What's more, everyone surrendered to the feet of Feng Yu, and this emperor couldn't help but have any disobedience. Humble and complimentary. With the puppets killed, the entire rebel force was completely suppressed. Everywhere his mind goes, he prostrates on the ground and begs for mercy. The whole island nation is filled with an air of killing, death, and despair. It was at this moment that another loud bang was heard in the sky. Click. The sky seemed to shatter, reduced to pieces. The void is revealed. Everyone couldn't help but look at the sky too much, and their faces were all shocked. Fear quickly spread to everyone. The black mist at the original heavenly trace quickly formed, turning into a 100-meter-tall nine-tailed black fox. Mortal, are you ready to meet your true god? The black fox scorned all beings. With just a slight glance, a mountain peak suddenly shattered. Countless lives have been reduced to ashes, whether human or demonic. Their souls floated in the air, their faces filled with fear and despair. But the black fox just took a deep breath so softly. All souls were immediately sucked into his body. There was no movement at the bottom. Oh, false soul. For him, you are really willing, Godhead. The only true god. The black fox lowered its eyes and looked down at the whole world. Mysterious runes appeared in its eyes, and a fragmented and obscure law was floating in its skull, exuding a weak light. I see. White. It's all fake. It's all fake. You're so ruthless. You're so ruthless. The black fox's eyes wept, and 9 black fox tails plunged into the void, frantically absorbing power. No one knows what it's doing. Only the figure of the golden beast below the battlefield looked at it with horror. Boss White. You. Has it fallen? Now Xiao He has faded his black feathers, and the golden feathers are shining like the sun. Its memory was reawakened at that moment just now. It was a xenomorph fire crow in the mountain and sea realm. Recalling the memories of the past mountains and seas, its eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Master, Boss White. You're all dead. What's the point of leaving me a bird in this world? Master. Come back. Boss Bai has been reincarnated 99 times for you. This reincarnation of the 100 generations will not succeed again. All the hard work is going to turn into a bubble, muttered Blackie. Just looking at the black fox's figure that covered the sky and the sun, he suddenly lost his confidence. No one can stop the strange appearance of the black fox, but these demons can kill them. Whatever the future, these demons must be slain. Ryoriya is in danger, standing behind all the ghost hunters and directing everyone. There are ghosts here who want to be beheaded, but he is guarded by pillar-level swordsmen. Golden hair, tall figure, feathered in flame patterns. Holding the knife with both hands. The blade is black with a red knife pattern on the side, and the side of the blade is engraved with the words. The handle is white, and the scabbard is grey and white. It was the sword that was once held by Yanzi Purgatory Senjuro. It is also a knife that only the Purgatory family Yenpillar is qualified to use. He is Senjuro, the younger brother of Kyujuro. He inherited everything from Kyujuro and picked up the glory of the Purgatory family. Once again, the infernal family stood on the battlefield. Haori is flying, like the rising sun. and beside him is the scale of the left near time, that is, the master of the wind feather. There were more wrinkles on his face, but the Hinua knife in his hand made people dare not raise any contempt. The battle situation is ever-changing, and the demons are beginning to become chaotic because the Black Fox has stopped blessing their power, and the 12 ghost moons, each of which is dealt with by 2 pillar-level existences. Only Tanjiro one-on-one. This is also thanks to the wind feather, which avoids a large number of deaths at the pillar level in the original book. Soon, Tanjiro began to cut off the head of the multi-eyed ghost with a single sword. Then there are Nanako and Inashukzi Wahira. The tide of the battle is reversed, and the ghost-killing team fully counterattacks the demon army. In the sky, as the war came to an end, a thick and oppressive aura enveloped the world. Everything that is false. Let's all collapse. Chapter 314. As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden tremor between heaven and earth, and then, with the Black Fox as the center, layers of black chi waves spread towards all parts of the world. Clouds obscured the sun, lightning, and thunder, the earth cracked, volcanoes erupted, and waves swept the sky, constantly washing the land. Boom, boom, boom. It's the end of the world. Countless people died, and the survivors looked up at the sky, but they could no longer see the whole thing. The cracks are like centipedes. The world is broken, it's cracking, it's coming to an end. In the crack, the red lightning lingered, and just a trace spread out, causing the mountains within a radius of 10 miles to turn into nothingness. At the same time, in the crack, the spatial turbulence was raging, and it was constantly washing the world. The Black Fox looked up at the largest crack in the sky, the realm of mountains and seas. I'll be back. And then, glancing sharply at one place, there was a wind feather like an immortal descending into the world. Feeling the gaze of the Black Fox, Wind Feather smiled, began to fly in the direction of the Black Fox. Soon, one person and one fox faced each other. There was no previous for Tat, and the Black Fox was no longer tyrannical. Only calm remained. The Black Fox raised his eyes to look, and said slowly, "You, do you think of it?" Feng Yu smiled and nodded. "I didn't expect that because of me, the Kinkaiju Fox clan would be wiped out, and I didn't expect that Xiaobai and my partners would not hesitate to go to reincarnation for me. How can I be?" Feng Yu's eyes wept and looked at the Black Fox. "Xiaobai, you said you. Why are you so stupid?" Feng Yu felt extremely depressed in his chest. At this time, a faint white light appeared behind the Black Fox, and the light dissipated, slowly revealing Xiaobai's figure. "The host. Without you, even if you become a god, you won't be happy. As you said, the most important thing in this life is to be happy. If you are not happy, even if you have everything, it is still painful. That day you became a god, for us, you alone to face the mountains and seas against all enemies. To me, it's not that important at all. Our most important. It's all of us who are all together, living together, playing together. Let's swim around the mountains and seas together." Xiaobai floated to Feng Yu's shoulder and rubbed his neck affectionately. Feeling the familiar smell, Xiaobai couldn't help crying anymore. The Black Fox quietly watched the reliving scene of Feng Yu, a person and a fox, without any movement. It's just that there is something strange in its eyes. At this moment, a golden figure fell between the Black Fox and the Wind Feather. Quack, at the critical moment, you still have to rely on Uncle Ben to save the scene. Uncle Ben is the real man of destiny. The person who came was none other than the Crow's Iahe, or now it can be called the Mountain and Seas Xenomorph Flame Crow. A fiery aura erupted from its body, but it did no harm to the Black Fox. The Black Fox was still expressionless, staring straight ahead. "Xiao Yuzai, don't hurry up and take Boss Bai away, and then let's see Uncle Ben and teach this stinky fox who doesn't slip into the autumn a lesson," Xiao He said proudly. Then, without waiting for Feng Yu to speak, Xiao He flicked his wings, and Feng Yu and Xiao Bai flew into the distance like a meteor. "No, Blackie!" Feng Yu shouted, but Blackie's figure grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared. "Goodbye, little feather. I've said it before. Uncle Ben must pretend to be a good wave in front of you. It's a bit difficult this time." The little black eyes floated, looking at the Black Fox opposite. It was actually trembling uncontrollably. "It's just forbearing. Now that Feng Yu is gone, it can't bear it anymore. Its feathers stand upright, and the premonition of life and death has already spread throughout its body. This is the crushing of biological persons. Even though it is a xenomorph in the mountain and sea realm, it is just a low-level creature with precious points in the face of the Black Fox that has transformed into a half-body. Mortals must not look directly at the gods." "I see," the Black Fox muttered as he looked up at the cracks in the mountain and sea realm. Then, it looked at Blackie. "Mole ant, don't get in my way," the Black Fox snapped, and then a powerful force surged from it. Xiao Hei's hair stood erect all over his body. "Lie on your back, don't bring this time it's really going to die. Xiao Yuzai, if you still die, I will definitely kick you a few times on the reincarnation bridge." In an instant, Xiao Hei was already wrapped in the energy released by the Black Fox, and the terrible scream suddenly resounded in the sky. When the energy dissipated, Xiao Hei was already dying, and there was not much left of the original golden feathers. The Black Fox raised its hand, and the terrifying energy gathered, but the moment before it hit out, it stopped. "Tisk, it's really unpleasant." The Black Fox opened his mouth and swallowed Xiao Hei directly into his stomach. Hiccup. The black fox burped, and then chased in the direction where Feng Yu left. In an instant, thoughts scanned the world. Soon found Feng Yu and Xiaobai. After all, as long as Windfeather is anywhere in this world, the black fox can find out. At this moment, Feng Yu was very anxious, because the little white on his shoulder was dissipating. Xiaobai, how are you? What to do? What the hell will I do to save you? Shouted Windfeather. Xiaobai shook his head and slowly closed his eyes against Feng Yu's neck. Its expression was so relaxed, so comfortable. It's been a long time since I've been like this. I'm really tired, Xiao Bai muttered. Feng Yu's hands passed through Xiao Bai's body, watching it dissipate little by little. Windfeather's chest was like a knife. Do you want to save it? Said. Lightly as the black fox landed in front of Windfeather. I know a way, but I don't know if you want to. I'm willing, no matter what, I'm willing. Feng Yu hurriedly spoke. Even if it's your life. You have half of its godhead in your body, and if you give it back, then it won't have to die, but you will die. So, would you still like to? Said. The black fox with a playful laugh. Yes. I was the one who was dead. Why are you afraid of death? This stupid boy has done too many things for me. Black fox. Tell me, what should I do? Feng Yu's eyes were firm. The black fox was silent and looked at Feng Yu fixedly for a few seconds. Then he smiled. It's really boring. And then, the black fox rushed in front of Windfeather, and an illusory hand pierced his body. In the next second, Feng Yu felt an unprecedented pain sweep through his body. Physical, spiritual, suffering immensely every second. The vitality of the body is rapidly dissipating, and the speed of the destruction of the soul is also accelerating. His vision was blurring more and more, but he saw the glittering object in the black fox's hand. Is that Godhead? Muttered Windfeather. Then he saw the black fox put the Godhead in his hand into Xiaobai's body. When he was dying, Feng Yu saw Xiaobai's body become solid, and finally opened his eyes. Chapter 315. The mountains are stacked and green, and the clouds are foggy. A magnificent pavilion and courtyard pavilion, built around the mountains. One of them is a large and small Sendai cave house, chiseled according to the cliff wall. The deep valley is empty, the auspicious clouds in the sky are shrouded. There are cranes flying in groups, morning dreams and evening dew, morning bell and dusk drum. This is the easternmost corner of the Nanchuan continent in the realm of mountains and seas. The Xianshan sect is the only sect within a radius of thousands of miles. Build against the mountain, live by the mountain, concentrate on cultivation, and shelter one side. In this vast mountain and sea realm, the strength of the Xianshan sect was as weak as dust. But it still attracts countless mortal children to worship, just to get a trace of immortality. At this moment, it is the day of the Xianshan sect's annual opening of the mountain gate to recruit disciples. A person looks old, his beard and hair are white, but he is in good spirits, and a Dao crown is knotted into a bun, which complements each other with a plain Taoist robe, and suddenly he is a nine heavens immortal. Its eyes are blazing, as if the ethereal sky is unattainable, awe-inspiring, and like the vast earth, pure and gentle, teaching people to admire. He is the host of this apprenticeship. He stood on the Xianshan sect's apprenticeship square, looking at the dense crowd of young talents. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. Cultivating immortals does not know the years, and the years do not know cultivating immortals. I don't know how many times this kind of gift has been performed. The old man's heart has long been gone. Teenagers and girls are being assessed, and most of the people will be screened out at each level. Thousands of people were assessed together, and, in the past, there may have been only 10 children who were selected. The first level is to test whether there is a qualification to cultivate immortals, that is, a spiritual root. Spiritual roots are divided into ordinary spiritual roots, earth-level spiritual roots, heaven-level spiritual roots, and top-level spiritual roots. Ordinary spirit roots are those that have more than 3 elemental spirit roots in a person's body, 2 types of earth-level spirit roots, and 1 type of heaven-level spirit root. The top-level spirit root is the mutant spirit root. The spiritual root foundation is divided into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark, which is the most common in the mountain and sea realm, and it is also the spiritual root of most immortal cultivators. But there are also some mutated spirit roots, which are mutated from gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The owners of these spiritual roots are generally gifted with more talent than those of common spiritual roots who are immortal cultivators, and it is easier to cultivate the path of immortality. The eliminated teenagers and girls were red-eyed and brought back by their parents. Soon, in the entire square, there were only 100 or so people left who had not been tested. Among the boys and girls tested before, only 2 had spiritual roots. In the end, it is from an ordinary person's background. The spiritual roots of these 2 people are still miscellaneous spiritual roots, and the path to cultivating immortals is slim. The rest of the 100 people were uneasy in their hearts. After all, cultivating immortals can make people immortal and free in the world. This is the only chance. The old man squinted his eyes and motioned for the test to continue. But he kept a look at it and sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that we can't recruit potential people this year. Xianshan sect. The heavenly Dao is slim, and the current immortal cultivation world seems to be peaceful, but in fact, there is an undercurrent surging. Moreover, it is becoming more and more difficult to cultivate immortals now. The aura of heaven and earth is constantly decreasing. Just when the old man lost his mind, the stone tablet that detected the spiritual root suddenly appeared strange, and the dazzling light rose to the sky. The whole square suddenly burst into a commotion. Oh my god, what's going on? The two people who detected the spiritual root in front of them were only faint rays of light. This young man's spiritual light was so dazzling. Could it be said that it was the legendary heaven-level spiritual root? I think it's more likely to be a top-tier spiritual root. The boy and girl cast envious glances at the thin boy in front of the huge stone monument. Such an abnormality must be a lot of talent, and the path of cultivating immortals is smooth. The old man was also short of breath, and the ordinary spirit root detection stone tablet emitted 1 inch of light, followed by 3 inches at the ground level, 9 inches at the heaven level, and 12 inches at the top spirit root. Just now, that light had already reached a height of 12 inches, a top-level talent? For many years, the Xianshan sect had not encountered a genius with a top-level talent. In the past, this kind of genius couldn't take the turn of a small sect like them. After all, the jurisdiction of the Xianshan sect was all ordinary people. And according to the law of geniuses in the mountain and sea realm, such top-level geniuses would only be said to come from the immortal cultivation family. The chances of this happening to ordinary people are slim to none. The revival of the sect is promising. The old man's face was excited, and he flashed to the young man's side almost in the blink of an eye. The gaze that looked at the boy softened incomparably. Good boy, Elder Suntu of this seat, what is your name? Elder. Suntu tried his best to put a smile on his face that had not shown a smile for 100 years. He touched the boy's hair with relief. Elder Suntu, the boy's name is Li Fenjiao, his family lives in Jushan village, and his parents are still alive. Li Fenjiao responded naturally. I didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable because of my identity as Elder Suntu. Okay, good, not humble or arrogant, good boy, ha ha ha. The more Elder Suntu looked at Li Fenjiao, the more satisfied he became. But such a genius is not his turn to be accepted as an apprentice. So he quickly pinched his hand and muttered in his mouth, senior brothers and sisters, come quickly, the top spiritual root genius will be snatched away if it is too late. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the entire Xianshan sect, and a ray of light rose to the sky and fell on the square. Genius, where is genius? Fuck your shit, that's my apprentice, dead old ghost, hurry up and die for me. That's my apprentice, you two are not ashamed. Ha ha ha, my good apprentice, I've finally waited for you. Pinch your fingers, this young man should be under my door. The elders who had been in retreat all day long were now all present here, arguing like vendors in the market. How this is not surprising. Okay, noisy, whatever kind of system it is, give me peace. Let's see what kind of spiritual root this young man is, and then let him choose who to worship as a teacher. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in a gorgeous black robe. His face was serious, and he was not angry and arrogant. A majestic mountain peak on the Sunfu stands impressively, hundreds of birds worship, and there is a crane that seems to have come to life, emitting a Taoist light. Obviously, this is the sect master of the Xianshan sect. Yellow River Mountain, Chapter 316. There was a disciple with a top-level spiritual root talent at the disciple acceptance ceremony, which was the happiest thing for the Xianshan sect in the past 100 years. Immediately took Li Fenjiao to the main hall of the sect, and the sect leader Huang Heshan personally tested the spiritual root attribute for him. I saw him holding the Xianguang treasure book and sweeping it towards Li Fenjiao's body, and suddenly the treasure book emitted a dazzling light. Hiss. A few inhaling voices suddenly sounded in the main hall. Is this a light? Spirit root? No, this is a mutant spirit root. This light is hot, with divine softness, and seems to be able to dispel evil spirits and heal wounds. Wait until I look for the secret book of the sect and see what the spiritual root is. Several elders looked at each other. Mutated spirit roots are not common, let alone this kind of spirit root with special abilities. A few hours later, the originally neat and clean hall was now full of messy books. Several elders and sect leader Huang Heshan's hair was messy, and he had long since lost the same appearance as before. If people see it, Bao Buki thinks that this is a few lonely old people who ask for food. Li Fenjiao sat leisurely on the side, looking at them. He only thought that this group of immortals was extremely cute. Just like those old people in the village, one by one, like slippery heads, and like adults. Sometimes serious, sometimes funny because of something. Found it. I don't know who shouted excitedly, and then held up a yellowed book. Hearing this, all the elders and sect masters came over. Yes, very good, it is indeed very in line with the introduction of Xiaofeng Featherlingen. Great, I didn't expect Xiao Fenjiao's spiritual root to be the same spiritual root as the legendary Red Light Immortal. According to the records in the classics, it only took 2.5 years for this Red Light Immortal to cultivate from the first level of Qi refining to the UN infant stage, and then it took another 50 years to achieve the position of a human immortal and ascend to the immortal realm. With just one hand of the red light supernatural power, the boundless ghost snake has been wiped out, and wherever the red light reaches, the ghost and the ghost have nowhere to hide. Hiss. Several people immediately inhaled in unison. It was really that the Qiguang immortals recorded in the classics were too rebellious. If it was converted, this red light immortal had only cultivated for a total of 52.5 years, flew directly to the immortal realm. Of course, it may also be related to the strength of their sect back then, the abundance of resources, and the richness of the aura of heaven and earth at that time. But soon, they started to have a hard time. Such a talent, this spiritual root. Their Xianshan sect didn't have any exercises suitable for Feng Yu's cultivation at all. Their Xianshan sect majored in swordsmanship, mainly based on Jinlingen. The Gold Lord is sharp, and the master kills. Although there are other spiritual root cultivation techniques, they are mainly based on Kendo. There are also cultivation techniques for light attribute spirit roots, but I don't know if it is suitable for Feng Yu. Sect Master, I heard that there seem to be descendants of the ruins of the Red Light Immortals on the other side of the Dongkang realm. Maybe they have cultivation techniques suitable for Xiao Feng Yu. Hearing this, Huang Heshen touched his chin and groaned for a moment. You should first teach Xiao Fengjia the exercises of cultivating the light attribute, and then I will go to the Dongkang realm to borrow the exercises. Time is running out, so I'm going to set out now, and I guess it might be 2 months away. In these 2 months, you all have to cheer up and take good care of Xiao Fengjia. This child is the future of our Xianshan sect. From now on, Xiao Fengjia will be officially awarded the Daizai of our sect. All resources are tilted towards Daizai. You old guys have not heard. Huang Heshen said solemnly. Then he walked towards Feng Yu with a smile on his face and an extremely kind face. Xiao Feng Yu, this is my token, which contains a sword chi attack. As long as it is an enemy below the distraction period, no one can resist it. This is the Jinling treasure armor, and any attack below the distraction period must not hurt you in the slightest. And this, it's our Xianshan sect's Daizai token. As long as it's within the Xianshan sect, you can mobilize everyone, including the elders. Like an elder, Huang Heshen put a bunch of treasures into a storage ring and handed it to Li Fengjia. In the last step, he stepped on the crane and turned into a streamer and flew towards the east. When Huanghe Mountain left, these elders also immediately took out the treasures one by one and gave them to Li Fengjia. Let's just say it's just a greeting gift. How could Li Fengjia have seen such a scene at a young age, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Then came the immense emotion. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that he was a person of the Xianshan sect in life and a ghost of the Xianshan sect in death. In this way, Li Fengjia did not worship anyone's name, but he was the apprentice of all these elders. The apprenticeship ceremony has also been successfully concluded. And this year is still as few as ever, except for Li Fengjia. Only the 4 people who are Kankan have cultivated immortal spirit roots. It was also from today that all the people in the sect knew that their sect still had the name of Daizai. 2 months later, Li Fengjia felt unprecedented attention, and basically when he went there was an elder by his side. As if holding a treasure, he was afraid that Li Fengjia would be hurt. The reason why he hadn't started cultivating yet was because these Xianshan sect elders felt that the light attribute spirit root technique would delay his talent. Just wait for the suzerain's return to make a decision. In the coming days, it is time for the sect master Huang Heshen to come back. In the past 2 months, Li Fengjia has not done anything else. Under the full tilt of the sect's resources, his foundation has been solid, all kinds of natural and earthly treasures have been cultivated, and his physique and chi and blood have continued to soar. If chi and blood were small insects before, then now they are fierce tigers. The blood is like a tiger, and the breath is strong. From a distance, 8-year-old Li Fengjia looks like a carved piece of jade. The whole body exudes a strange charm. At the same time, he also practiced the strongest swordsmanship of the Xianshan sect, the heaven-shaking sword technique. There are only 3 styles of this swordsmanship. 1 is to break the sky, 2 is to destroy life, and 3 is to shake the sky. Although Xiao Fengjia has not officially embarked on the path of cultivating immortals now, his body is strong, and he is still able to withstand planting a sword seed in his body. Now that he has planted a sword seed, Xiao Fengjia not only absorbs the treasures of heaven and earth every day, but also practices swordsmanship. The sky-shaking swordsmanship is mainly based on cultivating a mouthful of sword chi, and then nourishing the sword intent with sword chi, so as to make his sword seed sprout and become his own natal sword embryo. Finally, take the sword embryo to cast the natal sword. Perhaps because of the talent of the top-level spiritual root, Feng Yu also showed a terrifying talent in swordsmanship. In just 1 day, swordsmanship was introduced. These elders were extremely shocked. After all, they had all cultivated this sky-shaking sword technique. Naturally, I understand the difficulties. The days passed, and on the 7th day 2 months later, Huanghe Mountain returned.